Chapter 271. Let's make a similar youth hostel this time. Is what you said true or false? If it's true, I'll book a room. After hearing this, not only tourists from other places, even those who come to see a doctor are tempted. Because Tong Jichuan and Wang Huin are so famous, now the people who come to the Bingdu Village Clinic for treatment are not only people from Ase County and other counties and districts in Joga City, people from several surrounding prefecture-level cities come, and even people from Mon City. The news came from the reception desk. It must be true. And now the rooms in ordinary hotels are almost sold out. Someone assured solemnly. It should not be groundless. Otherwise, there is no need for Bingda cultural tourism to make such a big show for just a food stall and a barbecue restaurant. It must be trying to gain attention through this frontier cultural tourism festival. Next to him, another person echoed. That although I feel that the 100 Beasts parade is too mysterious. But people are like this. And the mentality of following the trend is particularly serious. Before I knew it, I stepped towards ordinary hotels and inns. I felt that I was making a profit if I booked it. Time flies, and it is 5:30 in the afternoon. In the office of the president of Bingda Culture and Tourism, Su Hang, who had just rushed from the supermarket construction site, was shocked when he heard what Zhong Ruofei said. He really didn't expect that the fences of the food stalls and barbecue restaurants were dismantled in the morning. And such a thing happened in the afternoon. Mr. Zhong, it's my fault. If I hadn't mentioned it at that time, this wouldn't have happened. At this time, the receptionist lowered his head and spoke again in a low voice. Next to the receptionist was the manager of the customer service department. Niu Yin. It has nothing to do with you. You just said a camel parade. It was the tourists who made up this story. Hearing this, Su Hang waved his hand to Niu Yin, indicating that the two of them could get back to work. In fact, if you think carefully, this is not the first time. Shui Yutian's wedding and the previous theater opening are similar to this time. Director Su, then let's go to the reception desk first. Niu Yin knew that the next thing would have to be solved by the senior management of Bingda Culture and Tourism. They, the middle level and grassroots employees, had no other options. After a while, when Niu Yin and the receptionist left, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Hang helplessly. Xiao Su, what should we do now? These statements are really too much. A parade of beasts? There is an activity of foreign customs in the activities we prepared. But, since knowing that this tourism festival might be broadcast on the Xiaogui News Network last month, Su Hang, Zhong Ruofei, and Shui Yutian have made a detailed division of labor. Su Hang is mainly responsible for the infrastructure part, trying to make Bingdu Village's reception capacity reach the upper limit before the tourism festival. Shui Yutian is mainly responsible for the performance part of the tourism festival. Zhong Ruofei is in charge of the rest of the process. According to Zhong Ruofei's plan, one of the items is the foreign customs. The general idea is to set aside an area to reproduce the customs of the frontier. In this area, you can ride camels, yaks and other frontier mounts, and experience foreign food, and even experience how to get a pass to go out of the border, etc. At most, you can experience the frontier martial arts competition, and the military review, and drink the wine of breaking bowls before going to war, etc. But there is no parade of beasts, if it is just based on the number. The parade of beasts can be justified, but the parade of beasts that is now popular among tourists is obviously not this meaning, of course. In addition to foreign customs, there are also frontier poetry meeting, smoke in the desert, grape wine and other parts. I know. Su Hang rubbed his brows. After a while, he looked up at Zhong Ruofei. Let's do this. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we will post a clarification announcement on our official account, saying that we have never had any beast parade. Bingda Cultural Tourism renovated the food stalls and barbecue restaurants just to improve the reception capacity, and has no other ideas. Refute the rumor? Okay. I'll arrange it later. Zhong Ruofei nodded hurriedly. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that this is the only way to do it. Bingda Cultural Tourism now has more than 4.5 million followers. As long as this clarification announcement is at the top, it should be effective. However, after a while, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something, and said again, Xiao Su, although what happened today was rather sudden, it also shows from the side that our Bingdu village still has a certain appeal. I estimate that even if it can't be on the news broadcast, even if it ends up on the morning news or evening news, there will probably be a lot of people coming to our place. In terms of accommodation, I'm afraid we can't rely on our existing hotels alone. Since the UN was closed to the public, the accommodation reception capacity of Bingda cultural tourism has not only not become stronger, but has become a little weaker than before. So far, the rooms in ordinary hotels and inns have been almost taken up. If these people are still unwilling to check out after seeing the clarification announcement, the tourists who come on July 22nd will be destined to have no place to stay. Accommodation issue? I will try my best to rush the work. If the entertainment complex can work with Uncle Lou, we can rebuild the original site of the youth hostel and make it similar this time. Speaking of accommodation, Su Heng expressed his thoughts. Rebuild the youth hostel? Zhong Ruofei touched his chin. Well, youth hostels have a high capacity. If we build other ordinary goose houses or hotels, it will be too late to accommodate them. In fact, the capacity is not that high. Su Heng nodded. But even if we rebuild the youth hostel, I'm afraid it will still not be enough. Zhong Ruofei hesitated to speak. If it were normal times, he would definitely find a way to ask Su Heng to ask his friends to design a few more high-end, large-scale, and impressive hotels. But thinking about the current Bingda cultural tourism project, he could only swallow his words. It's okay. If it doesn't work, we can use the ancient military tents. There's nothing wrong with living in tents in July. Waving his hand, Su Heng indicated to Zhong Ruofei not to worry. Ancient military tents for marching? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It will not only solve the accommodation problem for tourists, but also give tourists a different experience. At that time, just mark out a piece of land for camping. Then we'll plan it later. If there are many people coming, we'll get more. If there are fewer people coming, we'll get less. Yeah. Then the two chatted about some other things. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time and said, That's it for now. There's still a lot of things to do at the new supermarket construction site. I'll go there first. Although the food stalls and barbecue restaurants have entered the stage of drying the interior decoration, the new supermarket has just started. And the new supermarket is much larger than the food stalls and barbecue restaurants. And its internal structure is much more complicated. Nothing else just because this big supermarket, in addition to selling daily necessities and snacks in the supermarket, Su Heng also reserved a store for selling clothes and some other reserved areas. In any case, the supermarket manager will definitely not say that there is not enough space in a short time if it needs to be upgraded. Then you should be more careful, and you should rest more when you need to rest. Don't worry, it's okay. After Su Heng left, Zhong Ruofei was sitting at his desk and was about to turn on the computer to operate the Bingda Cultural Tourism public account to refute the rumors, when the door of the office was knocked again. There is no other way. Before, Bingda Culture and Tourism's official account was managed by a dedicated employee. But since a number of employees posted some private messages on the company account on the internet in Xiaobo some time ago, Zhong Ruofei took back the official account-related matters. Although this is more troublesome, it is safer. Come in, old Zhong. The next moment, the office door was pushed open. It was none other than Shui Yutian. Old Shui, what's wrong? Seeing that it was Shui Yutian, Zhong Ruofei continued to edit the clarification announcement of the official account, while motioning Shui Yutian to sit down first. The two of them are not outsiders, so you don't have to be polite. Old Zhong, what's going on outside? Just now someone asked me if our Frontier Tourism Festival will have 1,000 Beasts parade? After sitting down, Shui Yutian couldn't help but speak. What? 1,000 Beasts parade? It's really getting more and more outrageous. An hour ago, it was still 100 Beasts parade. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's eyes widened. Huh? In fact, our receptionist said it was a camel parade and a horse parade. But it was spread like this. What should we do now? I'm writing a clarification announcement now. Zhong Ruofei pointed to the computer screen. Clarification announcement? Can those tourists believe it, since we issued a rumor-refuting announcement about the fact that no celebrities came to Bingdu village last time? It seems that the rumor-refuting has become. Shui Yutian's face looked a little embarrassed. I don't know what those tourists will think, but the locals will most likely not believe it again. The tourists should believe it. Zhong Ruofei was stunned. Although he was very confident in his words, his face was already a little hesitant. Anyway, I think it's not enough to just refute the rumor. We need to think of another way. What if the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival comes by then? These tourists, who have already booked rooms, may accuse us of false propaganda. They may even accuse us of malicious marketing for the sake of hotel occupancy rate. After a moment of silence, Shui Yutian still shook his head and expressed his opinion. False propaganda? But we have already issued a rumor-refuting announcement. The time is all there. Zhong Ruofei's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Normally, it's fine. But don't forget those self-media that will do anything to gain traffic. If they knew about this, they would definitely make a big fuss. By that time, once doubts on the internet arise, not to mention us refuting the rumor, even sending a lawyer's letter will be useless. Shui Yutian sighed. He was in the entertainment industry before, and had experienced it several times. What should we do? Zhong Ruofei stopped typing and looked at Shui Yutian. I think we must issue a rumor-refuting announcement. But our activities should also be appropriately oriented in this direction. Even if we fail to achieve this, we will not be accused of a big crime. Now, no matter what we do, we must be prepared for both situations. Only by preparing for both situations can we move forward and backward freely. Shui Yutian's face was full of helplessness. There is no way to reason on the internet, so we can only go with the flow. Lean on this? Beast Parade? The more he thought about it, Zhong Ruofei felt that what Shui Yutian said made some sense and was more reliable, which could make Binga cultural tourism invincible. Well, anyway, we have to lean on this. If you can't think of it, we will call Li Wei, Lao Shi and the others tonight, so that everyone can come up with ideas and put together some ideas. Seeing Zhong Ruofei like this, Shui Yutian said again, let's think of a solution together. That's fine. By the way, Lao Shui, do you have anything else to ask me? After talking about this, Zhong Ruofei said again, Shui Yutian has been busy like a top these 2 days. It is impossible for him to come to him just for this matter. I have prepared a program list here. Can you take a look? When he mentioned the purpose of his visit, Shui Yutian immediately took out a folded A4 paper from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Zhong Ruofei. Let me take a look. While speaking, Zhong Ruofei took the program list. However, it would have been better if he hadn't taken a look. As soon as he took a look, Zhong Ruofei was stunned, and his eyes were wide open. This. To be honest, the first program had already exceeded his previous expectations. At the same time, in Geoga City, just when everyone was leaving get off work, the office secretary suddenly appeared at the door. Director? What's wrong? Zui Xuezheng did not look up, and said while sorting out the documents. Just now, the province called and said that they would set up an observation group to go to the southern province of Guangdong for a half-month study tour, and asked us to prepare in advance. The secretary said hurriedly. Ah? Observation group? Who do you need to go? Hearing this, Zui Xuezheng immediately put down the documents in his hand and looked at the secretary. It seems that the main leaders and deputy leaders of each county, district and city are needed. The secretary said again. So many people are going this time? Zui Xuezheng frowned slightly. In the past, the province had similar policies every year, but the requirements seemed to be not as high as this time. Before, it was basically the leaders in charge of business who went. Well, the province said that some leaders have not changed their ideas yet. We need to further understand the gap between us and those developed provincial capitals in the south. It is not enough to just let the heads of the investment promotion department see it. It will be more effective if the top leaders feel it personally. The secretary whispered. His job is to convey these activities in the province to his leaders. And then the leaders will inform the superiors or convey them to the districts and counties. It seems that the province is really trying hard to revitalize the economy. When will the observation activity be held? Hearing the reason, Zui Xuezheng nodded. Whether it is last year's investment promotion conference or this observation meeting, it can be felt that they are different from the previous ones. It is said that we will gather in Lan City on July 10th and return to Lan City on July 25th. The secretary said. Ah, July 10th. Zui Xuezheng subconsciously glanced at the electronic calendar. Doesn't this conflict with many things in terms of time, let alone other things? The Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is on July 23rd. If the head of Bingdu Economic Development Zone goes to attend the observation meeting, what will happen to the Cultural Tourism Festival by then? The main person in charge of the city will also go to Lan City. It will be difficult to find a leader to give a speech at the opening ceremony. Standing up, Zui Xuezheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His face was full of worry. Chapter 272. Arrange it yourself? That's what you said. Does it mean that the heads of each district and county must go? After thinking for a moment, Zui Xuezheng looked at the secretary. It's not that absolute, but it's just that in principle everyone must go. In July, it's the 3 prefecture-level cities west of Lan City and in August. It's the 6 prefecture-level cities east of Lan City. The secretary shook his head slightly. Okay, I know. Zhuo Xuezhong waved his hand, indicating that the secretary could go about his own business. Okay, director. After the secretary left, Zhuo Xuezhong thought for a moment, picked up the landline on the desk and dialed Song Shusheng's number. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the call was connected. Leader. It's like this. Zhuo Xuezhong then explained the provincial arrangements in detail. In principle, everyone has to go. Song Shusheng's hesitant voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, other counties and districts are easy to deal with. If the person in charge of Binggu Economic Development Zone leaves, there will be no one to give an opening speech at the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. Then this tourism festival at the level of Xiagua will really become a small shopping mall opening ceremony. Zhuo Xuezhong expressed his concerns. According to the plan, on July 23rd, as the person in charge of Jiuge City, Song Shusheng must attend the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival and give a speech on stage. Other organizing units did not take the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival seriously, and they could ignore it. But Jiuge City could not. After all, this tourism festival was originally forced upon Binggu Economic Development Zone by the city. But now with this interruption, the plan is instantly messed up. What you said makes sense. I will communicate with the higher-ups later. Other counties and districts can make arrangements. But Binggu Economic Development Zone is indeed special this time. After a moment of silence, Song Shusheng's voice came from a phone. As the leader of the prefecture-level city, Song Shusheng must observe and learn the whole process. After thinking about it, there is only one way. To keep the person in charge of Binggu Economic Development Zone. Then I will wait for your news. And then notify Binggu Economic Development Zone. Hearing this, Zhuo Xuezhong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Just like that. About 10 minutes after hanging up the phone on Zhuo Xuezhong's desk rang again. Leader. It's like this. I have communicated with the relevant person in charge above. Binggu Economic Development Zone will not participate this time. Call Director Su later and explain why we can't be there. As for the speech, let Director Su speak himself. And the Deputy Director will host the event. Song Shusheng's voice came quickly. In Xia country, whenever there is a tourism festival or some large-scale events, the local top leader is usually the host of the conference. And the guest speakers and leaders are the guest speakers and leaders. The Deputy Director will host? Zhuo Xuezhong sighed silently. Although the Deputy Director of Binggu Economic Development Zone is at the Deputy Patrol level. This way, this Xia country level event will become a real cold treatment. At that time, it is very likely to be like the groundbreaking ceremony of some projects. Only the people around know about it. And it is the kind of self-entertainment. If the Deputy Director has other things to do, let Binggu Economic Development Zone arrange it by itself. Anyway, this tourism festival has already been like this. When there are good activities next time, we will give priority to Binggu Economic Development Zone at that time, as compensation. After a while, Song Shusheng said again, compensation? I will call Director Su later. Hearing this, Zhuo Xuezhong was slightly relieved. Well, regarding the visit to Guangdong Province, it will be printed and issued into a document tomorrow to notify the heads of various counties and districts. Okay, leader. After hanging up the phone, he raised his hand to check the time. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon. After hesitating for a while, Zhuo Xuezhong took out his cell phone and called Su Heng. After about 30 or 40 seconds, the call was connected. Director Su, is it convenient to talk now? Director Zhuo, go ahead. The next moment, Su Heng's voice came from the phone. Director Su, it's like this. With a slight sigh, Zhuo Xuezhong then roughly explained the city's opinions and this observation activity. The leader really has no choice this time. So I hope you can understand. In short, the leader means that you should arrange this activity by yourselves. And finally just submit a report on the activity to the Xiaoda Culture and Tourism Department. Arrange it by yourself? You don't even have to go through the city? Su Heng paused, but didn't say anything else. Although Zhuo Xuezhong did not say it explicitly, everyone could understand the meaning of this sentence. The so-called self-arrangement is not decentralization, but real giving up. In fact, for this Border Cultural Tourism Festival, Su Heng did not expect any policy support and arrangements from the province and the city, but the city leaders were prepared in advance to give the opening speech. Unexpectedly, Such a thing happened at the critical moment. In this way, this border cultural tourism festival has completely become an activity organized by Bingu Economic Development Zone itself at the Xiagua level. But there are two sides to every story. The next tourism festival is basically up to Bingu Economic Development Zone to do whatever it wants, without considering anything else. Well, you can arrange it yourself. Zhui Xuezhong nodded and confirmed with great certainty. Okay then. Director Su, the city also knows that Bingu Economic Development Zone has been wrong this time. The leader means that when there are any activities at the city level in the future, Bingu Economic Development Zone will be given priority as compensation for this time. After a pause, Zhui Xuezhong spoke again. Director Zhua, it's okay. Since we have accepted this event, we will follow the normal process even if it is not done well. We can't guarantee what we can do, but we will definitely be able to report to the Cultural and Tourism Department. Su Hang's voice came quickly. That's the right idea. It's fine as long as we can report. If there is anything else, please call me in time. Well, I'll trouble you, Director Zhua. It's okay. You go ahead. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhui Xuezhong leaned back in his chair and was silent for a long time, before he looked at the thick stack of documents on his desk again. When it rains, it pours. It's really unreasonable if we don't give Bingu Economic Development Zone some support in the future, Zhui Xuezhong muttered to himself. And then he picked up one of the documents and read it. March 20th, we have entered the real spring. Everywhere is full of spring and vitality. This is also the case in Bingu village. After the ice in Yuan's pond melted, the huge koi fish swam slowly in it. The trees beside it sprouted tender buds. Some species of trees have already sprouted buds, emitting a faint fragrance, comfortable and pleasant. However, the villagers of Bingu village at this time had no time to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Each of them was busy. Even the managers of Bingu Cultural Tourism were the same. Farm, the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University looked at the 8 newly built breeding sheds next to the original farm, with nothing but emotion on their faces. In this case, the scale of Bingu Farm can be ranked in the top 5 in the Northwest, even in the entire Xia country now. After a moment, the team leader Wang Qing looked at a teacher behind him. Their scientific research project has been progressing very smoothly recently. If there are no problems in the future, the project will be successfully completed in early June. In the forefront, except for the grassland-style grazing in Ming province, in terms of enclosure, Bingu Farm is definitely the best in Xia country, whose farm raises so many species. The teacher curled his lips. At the beginning of last month, when they saw the movement next to the farm, they were quite surprised, thinking that some other places that could increase the added value were being built next to the farm. After all, thousands of ostriches, 400 or 500 camels, and more than 300 yaks consume grass and fodder, and there are also many other daily outputs. Apart from anything else, if these animal manures are used properly, these can be a considerable income. As a result, they did not expect that the construction next to them was to expand the scale and build 8 large-scale pens of various types at once, including poultry and animals. What they did not expect was that the reason for the expansion was to meet the needs of the upgraded barbecue restaurant and food stalls. Top 5? Wang Qing turned his head and took a look. In the distance, the farm manager Li Wanlong was training the 20 new breeders and 5 veterinarians in the farm. Including these employees, the farm now has 10 veterinarians, and the number of ordinary breeders has reached 45, which is really scary. More importantly, Bingu Farm is much more stable than other farms. It will not go bankrupt due to some breeding cycles. At this time, the teacher who spoke again spoke. Stable? Wang Qing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. It is true when you think about it carefully. With Bingu Cultural Tourism as a big backer, as well as the upgraded Bingu food stall and Bingu barbecue restaurant, the farm will not lack sales. Other farms simply cannot match this. If you say so, Bingu Farm is actually particularly suitable for long-term scientific research cooperation. After a long time, Wang Qing looked at the teacher who spoke. Of course. The teacher nodded with great certainty without any hesitation. Then should we give it a try? The more he talked, the more excited Wang Qing was. All the projects in the School of Life Sciences of Shanghai Jiaotong University are inseparable from animals and plants, especially animals. Now we are raising sika deer, red deer, reindeer, alpacas, turkeys, guinea fowls, pheasants, partridges, muscovy ducks, mallards, ostriches, emus, minks, silver foxes, arctic foxes, raccoons, etc. which are absolutely the most ideal scientific research cooperation units. They are the best. You can give it a try. But if you want to achieve your goal, the college will have to come up with something practical. After all, Binga Culture and Tourism has no interest in the brand of Haisher Jiaodong University. The old man shook his head. Ever since they knew the level of the villagers in Bingu village, they had a feeling that the so-called famous university would not work here. Let me talk to the leaders of the college tonight to see if our college can get something from the school. The school has a lot of research funding this year. It would be a pity if such a good place was booked by other research institutions first. Touching his chin, Wang Qing said. Chapter 273, a first-tier TV station with a keen sense of smell. This is totally possible. We have to give it a try no matter what the final result is. Even if it doesn't work, we won't regret it later. The male teacher nodded, in deep agreement. Well, after the college has discussed it, let Teacher Qing go to see Director Su. After that, Wang Qing raised his hand and looked at the time again. Let's go. If we go too late, there will be no food. Let's go! Little did he know, just when Wang Qing wanted to make Binga Farm a designated cooperative unit of Haisher Jiaodong University, the food stall, the manager of Binga Cultural Tourism and Catering Department Ding Santai, and Wang Quan were also talking about the farm. When will the Sika deer and reindeer arrive? At this time, Ting Santai's face was full of relief. Since the fence of the new food stall was removed, tourists came one after another to ask when the new store would officially open, and they never stopped. Many tourists also asked whether the food stall would have new dishes after moving to such a high-end place. In short, if it was still the same as before, there would be no explanation. I just asked managerly in the afternoon, and 200 each will arrive the day after tomorrow. Wang Quan replied. 200 each? That should be enough. After calculating silently, Ding Santai said. Although the fence was only removed this morning, he and Wang Quan had already bought the interior decoration materials and stove equipment. As long as nothing goes wrong, the new food stall and barbecue restaurant will be officially open for business in half a month. Yes, the poultry will arrive at the farm one after another, and the number of poultry will be more, which will definitely meet the needs of our two stores. Wang Quan waved his hand, indicating that Ding Santai did not need to worry. From November last year to now, it is the time for the animals in the farm to give birth, not to mention the ostriches. The farm has entered a cycle, and there will be no more problems like the beginning of last year. That's good. By the way, have you recruited people for your barbecue restaurant? After a while, Ding Santai asked again. I have talked to 7 or 8 people, and they will come to try barbecue in the next few days. Wang Quan replied. 7 or 8? Is that enough? Ding Santai couldn't help asking again. This time, he hired 25 people, including waiters, vegetable cutters, supervisors, and waiters. That's enough. Now we have an automatic skewer machine, plus the existing barbecue chefs and waiters. There is no problem at all. Wang Quan replied. That's fine. By the way, try more new dishes when you test bake. New dishes must be the main force when you just open. Yeah. The night was dark. When it was almost dawn, Su Heng finally walked out of the supermarket construction site. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhong Ruofei, who had just walked out of the office building. Brother Zhong, why are you going back so late? Su Heng greeted him. I just discussed some details with Lao Shui and the others. By the way, Xiao Su, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing Su Heng, Zhong Ruofei's face showed a hint of joy. What's the matter? Su Heng gestured to Zhong Ruofei to talk while walking. Xiao Su, should we report to the city? Zhong Ruofei said. Report? Su Heng was startled. Well, Lao Shui gave me a program of cultural performances for the Cultural Tourism Festival in the afternoon, and it almost scared me to death. When mentioning the program he saw today, Zhong Ruofei was still full of emotion. What's wrong with the program? Seeing this, Su Heng subconsciously stopped. You don't know? Old Shui has planned a total of 15 programs, and there are more than 80 stars on stage. And that doesn't even include those who are not qualified to perform. What? More than 80 people are required to perform on stage? Su Heng was stunned. He had thought that Song Liwei and Shui Yutian would invite stars this time, but he didn't expect that more than 80 people would be invited to the stage at once. Well, there are 10 stars in the first opening chorus. 4 of them are first-tier stars, and 6 are second-tier stars, including those who can't perform on stage. There are probably more than 100 people who come to show their support. Zhong Ruofei said again. Why are there so many? Were they all invited by Sister Song? Did it cost a lot? If it cost too much, there would be no need to do this. Coming back to his senses, Su Hang said hurriedly, "This is indeed a bit too much. Some of them are friends from the singing circle invited by Lao Shui, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang, and the rest are invited by Lao Shui's wife. When I chatted with them just now, they said that it didn't cost much, and they were basically friendly appearances, helping, especially when many female stars heard that women's was going to move to our Bingdu village. Even the female stars, who were not very familiar with them before, agreed. Not to mention those who have a good relationship with old Shui's wife. The final cost is the food, lodging and transportation of these stars." Zhong Ruofei shook his head. "Of course, they come to support us for free. Their food, lodging and transportation must be fully reimbursed. Brother Zhong, you do this. Go find Director Zhang tomorrow and advance the food, lodging and transportation of these stars from the 2 million funds. After the 2 million funds are spent, then Bingdu Culture and Tourism will provide support as appropriate, one thing at a time." Thinking for a moment, Su Hang said, "Okay, this afternoon I have already notified the customer service department. On that day, Guanxue Tower will only accommodate the celebrities and other guests who came to support the event. If it is not enough, we have spare rooms in Yiyuan." Zhong Ruofei nodded. "Yes. Xiao Su, then you see, there are so many celebrities coming to the tourism festival. Should we report it to the city in advance?" After a pause, Zhong Ruofei mentioned reporting again. "Report? No need." Su Hang shook his head decisively. "Ah, no need." Zhong Ruofei's face was full of surprise. This wave of people came more than the last time he got married. If he didn't report it to the city, he would be caught off guard again. Directors would call me in the afternoon and said that we would be fully responsible for all matters related to this cultural and tourism festival. No need to report it to the city again. By the way, directors will also said that the city leaders would go to Guangdong province to study and observe in mid-July, so we had to find someone new to give the speech. Su Hang then briefly explained the city's intentions. "Ah, even the leader speeches have to be made by us." Zhong Ruofei frowned. "Originally, even I was going to join this observation group, but the leaders later thought it was not possible, so they called the province to apply for it. As for the speeches of the leaders and guests, let Director Zhang and Uncle Feng do it. And from what directors was said, Jioga City TV station will not broadcast our opening ceremony." Su Hang nodded. "Even Jioga TV station will not broadcast it? Well, this way, we don't have to report to the city, but do you have to give a speech?" Zhong Ruofei sighed slightly. If the Economic Development Zone had not held a formal tourism festival approval document, he really couldn't believe that this would be a tourism festival at the level of Xiagua. It was so insignificant. The various treatments and specifications were no different from the small activities organized by remote counties and districts. At that time, I may have to communicate and coordinate some situations that occur on the scene at any time. Speech is secondary. The most important thing is to let the tourists who come to our Bingdu village have a good experience." Su Hang waved his hand. "That's right. Although there will be no live broadcast of our opening ceremony, at least we can be interviewed by the Xiagua Satellite TV news channel in advance. Even if we can't be on the news broadcast in the end, we won't lose tourists." Thinking for a moment, Zhong Ruofei nodded. "By the way, Brother Zhong, how was the effect of posting the rumor-refuting announcement on the official account?" As he was walking, Su Hang suddenly thought of something to say. "The effect of refuting the rumor about the 100 Beasts travel has not been seen yet. But the new food stalls and the new barbecue restaurant have attracted a lot of fans' attention. And there are even many fans asking for new renderings of the Night Fairy Palace after the lights of the Twin Towers are turned on. When it comes to this," Zhong Ruofei's face has a hint of helplessness. Fortunately, Shui Yutian reminded him this afternoon, and made some adjustments to the originally planned activities in the evening. Even if the rumor cannot be dispelled in the end, it should be justifiable. Otherwise, you will definitely be caught off guard, because you can never guess where the tourists' attention is. Okay. The sun rises and sets, and Xiagua welcomes a new day. Xiangqing is a provincial capital city in the central and southern part of Xiagua. From the perspective of GDP and other aspects, Xiangqing can only be regarded as a city at the back of the new first-tier cities. But Xiangqing has a killer weapon, which is Xiangqing TV. Xiangqing TV is one of the best satellite channels in the first echelon of the entire Xiagua. Except for the news period and some special periods, it is not much worse than Xiagua TV in other time periods including prime time. Even the programs on the network channel are far better than Xiaogua TV. At this time, in the deputy director's office, a man in his 50s looked at the documents in his hand and frowned. The man's name is Tu Quanson. He is the first deputy director of Xiangqing TV station, in charge of various businesses, and belongs to the level of the entertainment industry, who is often invited to the stage to present awards. What's going on? They are all application forms for recording extension, and they are all between July 22nd and July 25th. After a moment, Tu Quanson looked at a middle-aged woman across the desk. In normal times, applications for recording extension due to certain factors are very common, but this time is very unusual. Almost all the programs pre-produced by the station have submitted applications for extension, and the time period is the same. How can we not be surprised? Leader, it's mainly because the guests and celebrities invited by the program these days have no schedule. When asked, a trace of helplessness flashed across the face of the middle-aged woman. Not to mention the leaders of the station. Even she was confused after receiving the list submitted by these producers. No schedule? No schedule at all? Tu Quanson frowned again. Yes. The middle-aged woman nodded. Is it a film festival during this period? Otherwise, it is impossible for so many stars to have no schedule at the same time. But there is no film festival or TV festival during this period. Tu Quanson straightened up, and his face became more and more confused. However, after a moment, Tu Quanson suddenly thought of something and asked again hurriedly. Is there any big event at the Xia country level? Chapter 274 The Fifth House, Human Resources and Social Security Branch. Leader, I asked, these artists were invited to participate in the Xia Country Border Tourism Festival as guest performers. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly replied, Xia Country Border Tourism Festival? Tu Quanson's face was a little more puzzled. Why haven't I heard of this event before? Are you sure it's at the Xia Country level? Leader, I checked, this tourism festival is indeed a tourism festival at the Xia Country level, hosted by Jiuge City in Suqing Province, and held every 2 years. It's just that the previous few sessions didn't become famous, so not many people know about it. The woman said again. Oh, I was wondering. Why is it so sudden this time? The person who invited these stars must have great influence in the entertainment industry. After a moment of silence, Tu Quanson asked again. I heard that Song Liwei, the editor-in-chief of Women's Wear, invited them. She and her husband have now settled in Jiuge City. When she got married last time, many celebrities in the circle went there. So it is normal for her to invite people from the local area now. The middle-aged woman told everything she knew. Editor-in-chief of Women's Wear? She does have this power. Every year, most of the stars in the entertainment industry will attend the charity dinner of Women's Wear. Tu Quanson slowly leaned back in his chair. He had also heard of Song Liwei's name, but he had never dealt with her directly. After a moment, Tu Quanson looked at the middle-aged woman again. Since Song Liwei invited so many artists, it must be that the local government is determined to make this tourism festival a success. Is Xiaogua TV broadcasting the opening ceremony live? As a media person, Tu Quanson knew what effect a large number of stars would have. No. The middle-aged woman shook her head. No. Tu Quanson's face instantly showed a hint of surprise. Leader, I checked the July rebroadcasting schedule of Xiaogua Satellite TV's comprehensive channel and literary channel, and there is no such tourism festival. The middle-aged woman replied. For TV stations, those recorded programs can be adjusted at any time. But live programs must be scheduled and planned several months in advance. The same is true for Xiangqing TV station. It shouldn't be. Such a big show is not allowed to be broadcast live by Xiaogua. What do the locals think? This kind of scene is definitely worthy of Xiaogua Satellite TV. Tu Quanson became more and more confused. Not sure. Then is it the TV station in Suqing Province that is broadcasting live? After so many years, I finally see the TV stations in the northwestern provinces are going to make a big move. After thinking for a moment, Tu Quanson tapped the table with his fingers, and a trace of emotion gradually appeared on his face. There are dozens of satellite channels in the whole Xia country, and several TV stations in the northwest have always been in an unknown state. The slightly better one is the Shaanxi Provincial TV station. But the ratings of the Shaanxi Provincial TV station have always been in the middle and lower positions, and it is not a big station at all. Tu Quanson thought, since Xiaogua Satellite TV is not broadcasting live, then it must be Suqing TV that is broadcasting live. Leader, Suqing TV is not broadcasting live either. However, Tu Quanson just finished speaking, the middle-aged woman shook her head again. What? Suching TV is not broadcasting live either? How is this possible? Such a big event. It would have been better if the middle-aged woman didn't say anything. As soon as she said it, Tu Quanson was stunned again, with an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" on his face. Leader, Suching TV really has no plan for live broadcast. The middle-aged woman replied hurriedly. This seeing the woman's expression, Tu Quanson hesitated to speak. He knew that the woman must have said this after confirmation. Leader, it's like this. There is a 5-province alliance in the Northwest. On July 23rd, they will hold a Silk Road Tourism Festival in Xinjiang Urumqi. The time is exactly the same as this border tourism festival. At that time, the provincial satellite TV stations of the 5 provinces in the Northwest will broadcast the opening ceremony simultaneously. The middle-aged woman explained. When she first learned that even the Suching provincial satellite TV would not broadcast live, she was more surprised than Tu Quanson. So she asked about it in detail. Silk Road Tourism Festival? Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? What's going on? Can't the 2 tourism festivals of similar nature be staggered? What do the locals think? There are so many celebrities going to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival now. Isn't this Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival pure cannon fodder? But they still attach great importance to this Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival. I really can't understand it. After hearing the whole story, Tu Quanson couldn't help but frown. The specific reason is unclear. But what is certain is that this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival was registered in advance with the Cultural Tourism Department of Xia State, and the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival of the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance was registered later. The middle-aged woman said again, I'll file it later. Are you still so stubborn? Don't you know how to communicate with us? Even the activities of the 5 Provinces Alliance should give way to the activities at the Xia Kingdom level. Tu Quanson couldn't help but say this. It may be because July 23rd is the Chinese Valentine's Day in the ancient calendar, and the Northwest Alliance wants to grab this good day. Of course, it may also be that the previous Xia Kingdom Border Cultural Tourism Festival was too insignificant, and the Northwest Alliance didn't take it seriously at all. The woman sighed. This kind of thing is actually very common. It's the same in the entertainment industry. When you are popular, you will be the focus wherever you stand. If you are not popular, even if you participate in some programs, it may be cut out at any time during post-production. So that's how it is. Thinking for a moment, Tu Quanson's expression suddenly changed. According to what you said, this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival should not be broadcast by satellite TV stations except for local municipal TV stations? Probably not at present. The woman shook her head. Okay, since the TV stations in the Northwest don't broadcast live, we will do it. You find a way to contact the organizer of the Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival for me. Just say we want to buy the exclusive live broadcast rights of their opening ceremony, and see what they think. Tu Quanson looked at the middle-aged woman. Buy exclusive live broadcast? The woman was thoughtful. With so many celebrities present, there will definitely be no shortage of ratings. We will definitely not lack advertising sponsors if we recommend it at our investment conference. If we only talk about the scale, this event is much bigger than the New Year's Eve party. Tu Quanson nodded. Leader, then I will contact them later? After thinking for a while, the woman asked tentatively. Well, hurry up. With so many stars absent from the recording, it is certain that more than just our TV station will notice this problem. The other TV stations will probably notice it too. Don't let them grab the exclusive live broadcast rights. Tu Quanson raised his hand to check the time, and then said, Leader, and how do you quote the cost of the exclusive live broadcast rights? With so many stars going this time, the cost will probably not be too low. When the middle-aged woman turned around to leave, she suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Quote, first ask if they are willing to give exclusive live broadcast rights. If they are willing, you can quote 50% of the cost of our New Year's Eve party. If they are not willing to give exclusive live broadcast rights, then quote 10% of the New Year's Eve party. Touching his chin, Tu Quanson said, 50% of the cost of the New Year's Eve party? So high? Hearing the quotation standard, the middle-aged woman was secretly shocked. Others may not know, but she is very clear about how much Xiangqing TV spends on the New Year's Eve party every year. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not that high. First, they invited so many celebrities, and they paid a high price. Second, if we can broadcast the opening ceremony exclusively, it's equivalent to holding a New Year's Eve party with a huge star lineup. Overall, we are getting a bargain. Tu Quanson waved his hand, indicating that the woman should just follow this standard. since they dared to quote a high price. It must be a good deal. Boss. I understand. The middle-aged woman nodded. Whether it succeeds or not, call me back as soon as you have news. Yes. Time flies, and it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. Bingu Village, Administrative Committee Office. Zhang Hancheng, Deputy Director of the Administrative Committee, is sitting on the reception sofa and gradually frowning. Beside him are Shui Yutian, Song Liwei and his wife. Mr. Song, when will your people arrive? After a moment of silence, Zhang Hancheng looks at Song Liwei this time. It turns out that, in the morning, when he was planning to go to the bus station to check the progress of the project, Shui Yutian and Song Liwei found him. Song Liwei said that the staff of Women's Wear will come here to start working officially in a while. But the social security and medical insurance of the employees have not been determined yet. The company's human resources director called the relevant department of Geoga City, and they said that Bingu Economic Development Zone is no different from an independent county. And social security and medical insurance need to be communicated with Bingu Economic Development Zone. This is what happened before our eyes. We will be at the latest. Late April. Song Liwei thought about it and reported a time. Late April? After thinking for a while, Zhang Hancheng couldn't help looking at Shui Yutian again. Mr. Shui, how are the social security and insurance of our Bingu Cultural Tourism employees paid now? Bingu Cultural Tourism was first registered in Geoga City, so the social security and medical insurance accounts were opened in the Geoga City Human Resources and Social Security Department. Now, although the registration place has been transferred to Bingu Economic Development Zone, the social security and medical insurance accounts have not been transferred yet. Shui Yutian replied. So that's the case. Okay, I will definitely solve this problem for us in mid-April. I guess the embroidery workshop that is being renovated now will also have such a problem. Zhang Hancheng nodded and then promised. Then I'll trouble Director Zhang. Song Liwei nodded. Mr. Song is too polite. It is our duty and obligation to serve your enterprise. It is our duty. If we can't do it, it will be dereliction of duty. Zhang Hancheng waved his hand hurriedly. Just like that, after the three chatted about other things for a while, Shui Yutian and Song Liwei left the office. Human Resources and Social Security. Human Resources and Social Security. After a moment, Zhang Hancheng took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the call was connected. Director, I'm Zhang Hancheng. Director Zhang, what's wrong? The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from the phone. Director, our Economic Development Zone is in urgent need of a Human Resources Department. Do we need to apply to the relevant units in Geoga City, or? Zhang Hancheng said. Chapter 275 Reconstruction Plan for the East District. Human Resources and Social Security Department? Are you talking about the social security of employees of settled enterprises? Soon, Su Hang's voice came again. Yes. In addition to the social security of employees of settled enterprises, there are also social security for employees of the Management Committee and the Office, and social security for employees of the Industrial and Commercial Branch, Tax Branch, Police Station, and Fire Station. Zhang Hancheng said again immediately. As a professional person, he would naturally not just point and go. If we want to solve it, we must solve it together. How many people do you need? After a while, Su Hang asked. At least 6 people are needed. After a calculation, Zhang Hancheng said. 6 people? Okay, I'll contact Director Zhou later, and you can contact Mr. Zhong to see if we can coordinate a few more offices in the office building. Let's apply for a Geoga City Human Resources and Social Security branch in Bingu Economic Development Zone. After confirming the number of people, Su Hang said. After returning from the investment promotion conference at the end of last year, Zhui Xuezhong gave Su Hang a detailed report on the requirements and conditions for setting up a branch in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Except for the directly affiliated Management Committee office. Other units are basically limited to 20 people. Those with less than 20 people can apply to set up a branch office. And the personnel will be dispatched by Geoga City. Those with 20 to 50 people can apply to set up a branch bureau. And some of the personnel will be dispatched by Geoga City. And some will be introduced by Bingu Economic Development Zone or apply for the quota. If the number of people exceeds 50, it will meet the requirements of setting up a county-level bureau-level unit. And personnel and other matters will be directly managed by the Economic Development Zone. At present, the number of staff members in the police station, fire station, industrial and commercial branch, and tax branch is no more than 20. The fire branch with the largest number of staff has only 15 people, and the others have even fewer. Okay, Director. Zhang Hancheng said nothing more after hearing that he was applying for a branch directly, although he also wanted Bingdu Economic Development Zone to have a branch-level unit. He also knew that although Bingdu Economic Development Zone seemed to need everything now, it was not big enough. Take the tax branch for example. Now the work of registering enterprises in Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be done in 2 or 3 days, as long as they work hard after 8 hours. Director, there is one more thing. Just when Su Hang on the other end of the phone thought that Zhang Hancheng was fine, and was about to hang up, Zhang Hancheng actually spoke again. You say? Director, since our new train station and bus station started construction, many heavy truck drivers have been asking about the relocation of the truck friend's home. Some of them are worried that it might not be convenient if the truck friend's home is moved there. Zhang Hancheng said. Are they worried about refueling? Mr. Zhong of Bingdu Culture and Tourism has already contacted Xiaogua Petrochemical Company. They will enter the site for construction in early April. There will be a top-of-the-line gas station. Su Hang's voice came quickly. Some time ago, I held an internal meeting with Zhong Ruofei, Lu Ming, and Shui Yuqian. After discussion, when the youth hostel is renovated, the car repair shop will start to move, and the new address is next to the bus station in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In addition, this new area is also equipped with a large gas station. At the same time, a small vendor area will be set up. As for the vendor area here, it will be upgraded uniformly and turned into a food night market with the characteristics of ancient buildings. The gas station opposite the police station will also be considered at that time. If the reception volume here is insufficient, this gas station will be moved to Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing. Because there is a new logistics park in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, generally speaking, there will be gas stations in large logistics parks. So it is just right to move this gas station there. And these projects will be completed before July 23rd at the latest. In this way, tourists who come to Bingdu Village during the Border Cultural Tourism Festival will no longer see the colored steel houses in the urban-rural junction, because there are only police stations with architectural styles similar to those in the core area, fire stations and youth hostels, and ancient night markets. After passing this area, walk 300 meters forward, and you will reach the existing built-up area. The only inconvenience is that if the drivers of Kazijia want to go to the core area again, they have to take the bus of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and go 5 kilometers west along the original national highway to reach the youth hostel. Moreover, the facades of the renovated ancient night market, the youth hostel and the 2 substations will be designed by Su Hang himself, all in one go. There is no other reason. For a long time to come, there will be no major changes here. Just like the core area. Only new buildings will be added. And no existing buildings will be relocated. Director, in addition to refueling, they are also a little worried about night security. Zhang Hancheng said while he understood. You can also let them rest assured. We will ensure that the security is at the same level as here, so that they can sleep peacefully and don't have to worry about oil theft. Okay, Director, then I'll post a relevant notice over there. Post a notice? That's fine. By the way, I'll add one more thing. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely guarantee the transportation capacity of buses, which will never affect their coming to the core area. Su Hang on the phone sighed slightly. In fact, Bingdu Village is a very suitable place for building a subway. But the subway is only a dream for Bingdu Village now. Whether it is population or economic size, it is far from meeting the conditions for building a subway. Okay. At 11:30 in the afternoon, when it was almost time for lunch, there were obviously more people in the core area than at other times. At this time, on the 3rd floor of the health room, Shi Linian and Tong Jichuan were chatting in the corridor while looking at the crowd of people going to eat across the street. Surprisingly, in addition to Shi Linian and Tong Jichuan, neurosurgeon Shen Tong was also there. It must be said that fate is so unpredictable. Last year, Shi Linian was the deputy chief physician of the Department of Neurology of the first affiliated hospital of Yinzhou University, and Shen Tong was the first deputy director of the first affiliated hospital of Yinzhou University. As a result, Shi Linian is now the director of the Bingdu Village Clinic, and Shen Tong is the attending doctor of the village clinic. Moreover, even if the new clinic needs to appoint a deputy director, it may not be Shen Tong's turn. Tong Jichuan and Wang Huin are ahead of him. Uncle Tong. Uncle Lu called me this morning and said that the outpatient and inpatient buildings of the Shinsun Health Center will be completed in about 10 days. The interior decoration should be carried out simultaneously with the facade and roof construction. He asked us how to get the medical equipment. After a pause, Shirlenian looked at Tong Jichuan. Ah? It's completed so soon? Hearing this, Tong Jichuan and Shintong looked at each other subconsciously. Although they could see the two tall green-neck construction shields and scaffoldings at the west end of the village from here, they had no idea about the progress of the construction inside. In Tong Jichuan's opinion, moving there in August was already the fastest possible speed. Unexpectedly, the building was capped around March 20th. In this way, the new clinic may be officially put into use around June. Well, with more than 2,000 workers working at the same time, it's hard to slow down the progress. In addition, after Uncle Lu finished building the new clinic, he also went to build the Bingke special building and the entertainment complex. So he was rushing to work every day. At this point, Shirlenian's face showed a trace of emotion. Since the two buildings of the clinic entered the ground part, they look different every day. And the periphery of the inpatient building and the outpatient building is the same. It really feels like a magic trick. More importantly, the design drawings this time are quite professional. Whether it is the radioactive department for filming, the sterile operating room, or the related departments with large medical equipment, they are all extremely professional, and there is no need for secondary renovation and decoration. No wonder, old Lu really worked hard this time. Hearing the reason, Tong Jichuan sighed and looked at Shirlenian with some concern. Xiao, if the cash flow of the clinic is tight now, just make do with the first floor first. It won't be too late to buy more when the cash flow is good later. Although the medical equipment purchased by the Bingdu Village Clinic last year has surpassed the level of Ase County People's Hospital in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Tong Jichuan, top experts like Wang Huin, those equipment can only be regarded as the most basic. Uncle Tong, don't worry about the equipment and funding. Lao Zhong used to work in the medical equipment industry, and many of his friends are still in the industry. Last year's equipment was provided by Lao Zhong's friends. Shirlenian said hurriedly. He was embarrassed to say that Bingdu Village Clinic only spent 6 million last year to buy equipment that other hospitals needed more than 30 million. But as long as this sentence was said, I believe both of them would understand. Sure enough, after hearing this, Tong Jichuan's worry on his face was much less. And after a while he asked, what about the imported equipment? There is no way. When it comes to medical equipment, foreign countries are more than one level ahead of domestic ones. It's not that Tong Jichuan deliberately pursues imported brands, but the higher the accuracy of the instrument, the better it is for the diagnosis and treatment of patients. Importing equipment is no problem. Shirlenian immediately said that it was no problem. Zhong Ruofei can really be trusted in this aspect. That's fine. Tonight, I will discuss and summarize with Lao Shen and your Aunt Wang, and give you a list of equipment. After a little thought, Tong Jichuan glanced at Shintong next to him, and said, Okay, Uncle Tong. Another thing is that after our medical staff move to the new clinic, the medical staff we have now will definitely not be enough. Do you think we should recruit directly from the society? After confirming the medical equipment, Shirlenian asked again. Medical care? Tong Jichuan frowned. Before, he had always wanted to recruit more experts, like Shintong for the Bingdu Village Clinic, but he had never considered the middle level and lower level positions. There are more than 2,400 beds in our inpatient building. So, Shirlenian whispered, how about this? I will find a way to find the middle level medical care, and it will definitely not delay things when the time comes. However, just when Tong Jichuan was about to speak again, Shintong on the side spoke first. You? Tong Jichuan subconsciously looked at Shintong. Yes, old Tong has been out in the past few years. I have been on the front line. As long as we keep in touch, we should be able to invite some people of similar level. Shintong nodded. Ever since the house in Yuan was vacated, he has always felt that he is not worthy of the treatment given by Su Heng after moving to Yuan. Now he finally has such an opportunity. How can he miss it? Only by helping the new clinic can he live in Yuan with peace of mind. Well, the backbone of the clinic is in your hands. After thinking for a moment, Tong Jichuan said nothing more. Shintong's work style is steady and reliable. Since he dares to say so, he must be sure. But it may not be possible to solve all the problems at once. After all, there are more than 2,400 beds, and there are many people who need them. At this time, Shintong looked at Shirlenian again. As the former vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yen University, Shintong knew better than anyone what kind of medical and nursing configuration was needed for 2,400 beds. President Shin. Let's take our time. It's okay as long as it's not too empty when we first move there. It will be considered as meeting the requirements if we can fully equip it within 2 years. After all, this is a village clinic. It is open to the public only to keep the clinic running. The most important thing is to serve the villagers of Bingyu village. Upon hearing this, Sure Linian said hurriedly. To be honest, ever since he got the blueprint from Su Hang, he never dared to think that he could solve all of them at once. That's right. The second phase of the Bingyu clinic is the key. Upon hearing this, Tong Jichuan also thought of something and nodded hurriedly. Ah? The village clinic is already so large. And there is still a second phase of the project? This? Shintong was stunned, his face full of surprise. Well, I'll tell you in detail in the evening. At the same time, just when Shintong was about to take action, Yiyuan, Zaya Kanglang Pavilion, Zhong Ruofei was talking to Feng Shuyu. Ah, the Border Tourism Festival wants me to give a speech? After hearing this, Feng Shuyu immediately waved his hand. No, I'm not that high class. This Border Cultural Tourism Festival is at the level of Xia Country. Uncle Feng. Don't worry, I'll explain to you. Seeing Feng Shuyu's direct refusal, Zhong Ruofei seemed to have expected it, and hurriedly said again. Chapter 276 There has to be a sense of ceremony. Explain? Feng Shuyu was stunned. Uncle Feng, the original leader to be invited to give a speech was Jioga City. Zhong Ruofei then told him that the leaders of the 5 cities in the west had to go to Guang province for observation and study. So the original leader to give a speech was vacant. So this tourism festival was completely organized by Bingyu Economic Development Zone? After hearing this, Feng Shuyu couldn't help but ask back. Well, so Xiao Su said that he would make every effort to coordinate various departments to receive tourists, and you and Deputy Director Zhang would give speeches at the opening ceremony. What do you think? Zhong Ruofei nodded hurriedly. In Zhong Ruofei's opinion, Feng Shuyu would definitely not refuse after saying this. But unexpectedly, Feng Shuyu shook his head again as soon as he finished speaking. Xiao Zhong, I think the more this is the case, the more we cannot be perfunctory in this opening ceremony, and the standard is not low, apart from other things. Although most of the various projects launched in Bingyu village are their own. Isn't it also a disguised preparation for this tourism festival? If it weren't for the tourism festival, there would be no need to rush the project. Feng Shuyu said. Uncle Feng this. For a moment, Zhong Ruofei didn't know what to say. Let's put it this way. Deputy Director Zhang has no problem being the host of the opening ceremony of the tourism festival. As for inviting guests, leave it to me, although I won't go on stage. I will definitely make sure that I can handle this matter properly for you. After thinking for a moment, Feng Shuyu said very seriously. Leave it to you? Zhong Ruofei paused. Well, I can't help with other aspects of this tourism festival, but this is still okay. Then I'll trouble Uncle Feng. Having said this, Zhong Ruofei would not refuse again. No matter who goes on stage to give a speech. As long as someone is chosen. It's fine. And even if Feng Shuyu invites a friend, his identity and status must be similar to his. And he can handle the opening ceremony. What's the trouble? It's all our business. Dingling-a-ling. But just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, Zhong Ruofei nodded to Feng Shuyu immediately. Hurry up and answer it. Feng Shuyu waved his hand. After nodding again, Zhong Ruofei walked aside and answered the phone. Hello. Hello. 1 minute. 2 minutes. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Zhong Ruofei came to Feng Shuyu again with a happy face. Uncle Feng, I'll leave the opening speech to you. I'll go to the south of the village now. Our wind power has been brought here. He said so. It can be seen that Zhong Ruofei's expression is much more relaxed than before. The wind power has been brought to the south of the village, which means that the power problem of Bingyu Economic Development Zone has been solved. At least there is no need to worry about power shortage for a long time, and it can operate at full load. Ah, the wind power has been brought to the south of the village? So fast? Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyu's face lit up. Actually, it's not too fast. Although the circuit has been brought in now, it will take more than 2 months for the wind power park to be officially completed. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand. The wind power plant and substation are the earliest projects to start this year. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, All the equipment had been transported to the wind power plant in the southeast corner of the Bingu Cultural Tourism Land. It has been more than a month since then. Just now, the project leader said that the construction of 17 wind turbines and substations has been completed, but the lines have not yet been buried, but have been led to the 3 wind turbines currently in use through the poles. Next, the 3 wind turbines in the south of the village will be moved to the wind power plant, and then the lines will be buried. The entire wind power generation project is officially completed. After the wind power generation project is completed, photovoltaic panels will be installed under the wind turbine generators. The overall project will be completed in August or September. Anyway, after connecting to the new power grid, the core area will not have to be as stingy with electricity as it is now. Feng Xiu sighed again. Recently, in order to ensure the power supply of the project, Yiyuan, Yanbinle and other places have saved as much as possible. And non-essential electrical appliances are also turned off. Yes. Once the existing 3 wind turbine generators are stopped, the power will be connected to the 17 units. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay, you hurry over there. They should still be waiting there. If there is anything else or you need help, feel free to call. Raising his hand to check the time, Feng Xiu immediately said, Okay, Uncle Feng. Time flies, and it is afternoon in a blink of an eye. The sunset gradually sinks at the end of the Gobi Desert. The clouds in the sky are dyed purple, orange and pink. These colors are intertwined together, like a beautiful painting. In the distance, a group of returning birds flew over Bingu village. Their figures seemed particularly lonely and free against the background of the sunset, adding a touch of vitality to this desolate beauty. The ancient buildings of Bingu village were wrapped in the afterglow of the setting sun, warm and peaceful. At this time, on the construction site of the new supermarket, Su Hang looked at the strange number displayed on his mobile phone, hesitated for a while, and finally answered the call. Hello. 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 Are you Director Su Xinqing of Bingu Economic Development Zone, Jioga City, Suqing Province? The next moment, a woman's voice came from the phone. I am. Who are you? Su Hang asked. Hello, Director Su. I am the production director of Xiangqing TV station, Wang Ming. After confirming Su Hang's identity, the other party hurriedly introduced himself. Producer of Xiangqing TV station? Su Hang's face showed a trace of doubt and puzzlement. When he saw the caller ID was from Xiangqing, he thought it was related to the building materials needed by Bingu Economic Development Zone, but it turned out to be from Xiangqing TV station. He knew Xiangqing TV station. It was one of the best TV stations in the whole Xia country. It was hard not to know. But Bingu Economic Development Zone didn't seem to have any dealings with Xiangqing TV station. Director Wang, then who are you looking for? Coming back to his senses, Su Hang asked immediately. Director Su. It's like this. Isn't our Bingu Economic Development Zone going to host the Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival on July 23rd? I want to ask. Has the live broadcast rights of this cultural tourism festival been transferred? Wang Ming's voice came quickly. The live broadcast rights of the cultural tourism festival? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Su Hang suddenly realized it. As expected, the matter was very clear. It must be that Shui Yutian and Song Liwei invited a large number of celebrities to attract the attention of Xiangqing TV station. Otherwise, with the status of Xiangqing TV station, it would not look down on the Northwest at all, let alone take the initiative to contact a remote small town in the Northwest. Well, does your station want to broadcast live? After a brief thought, Su Hang did not answer Wang Ming directly but asked back. Yes, Director Su, if possible. Our station wants to buy out the exclusive live broadcast rights. Wang Ming hurriedly stated his intention. Oh, exclusive live broadcast. What are the conditions you offer? I believe you also know that. Our Economic Development Zone has made a lot of preparations for this opening ceremony. Originally, we planned to open the bidding. Su Hang replied. Listen to the words. Since it has been confirmed that Hong Kong TV station is interested in the opening ceremony of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival, then we can talk about it from now on. Anyway, even Jioga City TV station won't broadcast this opening ceremony live. Now there are other TV stations interested in this, and they are the first-tier TV stations in Xia country. It's fine to sell the exclusive broadcasting rights. Not only can it increase income, but it can also better promote Bingu village. As for the public bidding just mentioned, it's just to increase some bargaining chips. To be honest, if I hadn't received this call suddenly, I was so focused on getting this cultural and tourism festival on the news broadcast that I didn't even think about looking for other TV stations to sell the broadcasting rights. We know this. So we are here to talk to you with the greatest sincerity. If you are willing, our station is willing to invest $50 million to buy the exclusive live broadcast rights of the opening ceremony. Wang Ming immediately reported a number according to the previous arrangement of his own leader. $50 million. Which is exactly half of the cost of their annual New Year's Eve party. $50 million? Su Heng raised his eyebrows. This number really exceeded his psychological expectations. But his face remained calm. His tone was as normal as before. He did not agree directly. Director Wang, do you think this is okay? Let's have a meeting to discuss it first. How about I get back to you later? After all, it is the exclusive live broadcast right. Okay. I'll wait for your news. Hearing what Su Heng said, there was a hint of disappointment on the other end of the phone. But he finally agreed. Director Wang, let's leave it at that. Okay. Director Su, you're free. Just like that. After a few simple polite words, Su Heng hung up the phone. 50 million? Hong Kong TV is indeed a first-tier station. And it's not short of money. If there is this 50 million, this cultural and tourism festival can be raised to a higher level. Looking back at the west end of the village, Su Heng secretly calculated. In fact, let alone 50 million. He would agree even if it was 30 million. This is really a benefit that comes from the sky. And it would be a waste if you don't take it. The reason why I didn't agree just now was simply because I thought that such a business of about 50 million needed to be negotiated twice. So that there would be a sense of ritual in doing business. After Xiangqing TV got the exclusive live broadcast rights, it would pay more attention to this cooperation. It's the same with everything. What comes easily is not cherished. The harder you work and the harder you get it, the more valuable it is. And the more you cherish it. Little did he know that when Su Heng postponed agreeing to Wang Ming for this so-called sense of ritual, Xiangqing, Wang Ming had already arrived at the door of Tu Chuanson's office. Leader, I just contacted the person in charge of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. She said. Contacted? Has the exclusive live broadcast rights been sold? Upon hearing this, Tu Quanxing immediately looked at Wang Ming. There should be some left. After hesitating for a while, Wang Ming said, I just quoted our price to Director Su over there, but Director Su did not agree, and his tone sounded very calm, as expected. There should be other TV stations negotiating with them, otherwise. A remote town in the northwest, it is impossible to be so calm when hearing the live broadcast rights of 50 million. Chapter 277 Unable to recruit people? A TV station is already in talks? Tu Quanxing frowned, but there was not much surprise in his expression. Yeah. Wang Ming nodded. What did they say in the end? After thinking for a moment, Tu Quanxing looked at Wang Ming again. That Director Su said they would discuss it. Wang Ming replied. Discuss it? As the head of the Economic Development Zone, it is not his decision which TV station will broadcast live in the end. Does he need to hold a meeting with others to discuss it? The reason why he gave us this answer, I think he wants to combine the other TV stations to maximize the benefits in the end. Tu Quanxing slowly leaned back in his chair. The top leader. There is a reason why he is called the top leader. I guess so. Anyway, there is no enthusiasm in his tone. Either there is a TV station that offers a live broadcast price similar to ours, or there is a TV station that offers a higher price than ours. Wang Ming nodded. Higher than ours? I guess only the two TV stations in the east can offer it. Tu Quanxing subconsciously glanced at the computer screen. Leader, what should we do now? After a moment, Wang Ming whispered again. Hong Kong TV has a style of doing things. They never wait for news. They either decide things early, or give up directly. So, at 8:30 tomorrow morning, you call Director Su again, and tell him that we are willing to buy the exclusive live broadcast rights for 65 million. If you are willing, you can sign the electronic contract directly. The money will be transferred to the account there the next day. Tu Quanxing tapped the desk with his fingers. 650,000. Yes. 65 million is our limit price. If it is higher, we may face the possibility of losses. In this way, even if we can't get the live broadcast right this time, we can make the two TV stations to the east uncomfortable. Tu Quanxing nodded. Leader, I understand. That's it. Call me tomorrow if you have any news. I have to go to the provincial radio station for a meeting in the morning, so I may not be in the station. Raising his hand to check the time, Tu Quanxing said again. Okay, leader. As night fell, as the lights came on, Bingu Village was like before, and exclamations were heard again, especially after the new food stalls and new barbecue restaurants joined the lighting camp. The exclamations were even louder than before. Some tourists were not even satisfied with counting down in the square in front of the Guanchua Tower, and ran directly to the top corridor of the Guanchua Tower. This also makes the guest rooms in Guanchua Tower more popular, just because you can see the beautiful sunset and the night fairy palace in the guest rooms of Guanchua Tower, which is incomparable to inns and ordinary hotels. Just when the night in Bingu Village is getting more and more lively, the county town of Aceh County is getting more and more deserted. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are not many passers-by on the streets of the county town. But at this time, the second-floor office of Nanjia office is bustling. I saw Zhang Qi sitting in the corner of Nanjia office, sipping steaming tea, chatting with colleagues, and his face is full of emotion. Since last New Year's Day, these village cadres have started their 3-year village-based life. If it weren't for the 2 important briefings held by the South Street office, they would probably still be in their respective villages. Do you know, Li Mei has become the deputy director of the Bingu Economic Development Zone office. The website is announcing the news these days. After a pause, Zhang Qi spoke again. There was a strong sense of emotion and a hint of jealousy in his tone. Once upon a time, Li Mei was a newcomer who couldn't be newer, and as an old senior, he gave her a lot of advice. As a result, not only has she been transferred to a civil servant position, she has also been promoted to a deputy section chief. Unconsciously, she has walked ahead of everyone in the office. I saw it too. Li Mei is really amazing. Not only does she live comfortably in Bingu Village, but she has also become a leader. Look at us. At the end of the year, the village office where I was stationed didn't even have heating. We had to rely on a stove. I almost froze to death. After Zhang Qi finished speaking, another female colleague showed the same expression. If God gave them another chance. When Bingu Village was first established, even if they had to find connections, they would fight to get Bingu Village. However, just when Zhang Qi wanted to say something else, a disdainful voice came from behind. What are you envious of? It's just a stroke of luck. At most, in 1 or 2 years, Bingu Economic Development Zone will be reduced to its original state. Just don't be so ashamed to divert personnel when the time comes. Hearing this, everyone turned around immediately. The person who spoke was none other than the old secretary Zhao Bo. Reduced to its original state? Not really. After a pause, Zhang Qi couldn't help but speak. Although he was somewhat envious and jealous of Li Mei, he was still very optimistic about the future development potential of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Let alone other things this year. In the administrative village he was responsible for, many people did not go out but went to Bingu Village and found work here. That's right. I heard that Bingu Economic Development Zone signed 2 large enterprises at the end of last year. When these 2 large enterprises are settled, I dare not say anything else. It will definitely drive a wave of economy. On the contrary, the future of our county is worrying. Bingu Economic Development Zone, sucking blood, will become more and more serious, and I heard that Bingu Economic Development Zone also took on this year's Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. At this time, the female colleague behind Zhang Qi also said, Haha, the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival was thrown over there because it couldn't be held anymore, and now the Bingu Economic Development Zone has become a mess. Since ancient times, few economic development zones that have become a mess can survive for more than 3 years, and they all end up in disgrace. Zhao Bo glanced at Zhang Qi and the others, and could not deny it. A mess? How do you say it? It feels like the Bingu Economic Development Zone is already very low-key. If our county could sign a big company like that, wouldn't it have to publicize it everywhere? On the other hand, it feels like nothing has happened in the Bingu Economic Development Zone. Zhang Qi couldn't help but retort. Low-key? Haha. Have you read the list of civil servants recruited in Jioga City this year that came out the day before yesterday? Zhao Bo curled his lips. No. What's wrong? Zhang Qi was puzzled. Although they are called career positions, which are far inferior to public positions, they are already considered landing in the local area. As long as you want to work, you can work until retirement. Of course, I won't pay attention to this information anymore. This year, the Bingu Economic Development Zone office is going to recruit 13 civil servants. Wow, the most common recruitment requirements for section officers are to have a master's degree, and the office director even requires a doctorate degree. By the way, The top 100 counties in Xia country don't dare to set such conditions. Why does the Bingdu Economic Development Zone have the right? Zhao Bo said again. Ah, such high requirements. The office was silent for a moment. What do you think? I also heard that this condition was proposed by the academic deputy director, who was assigned to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Wouldn't it be better for people with such conditions to go to those developed cities in the south? Why come to your Bingdu village? Zhao Bo took a sip of his teacup. Before Zhang Qi and the others could speak, he added, the most important thing is that if a place wants to develop, it must be inclusive. It must be able to accommodate junior college students and undergraduates. It cannot think that the higher the degree, the greater the ability. That's why I said that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone was arrogant. Under the unrealistic leadership of this academic leader, it must have made many stupid moves. The same is certainly true for the companies that move in later. They will be criticized by the people here every other day. Do you think this will help you run a good business? This. Zhang Qi and the female colleagues wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. The high recruitment requirements are indeed somewhat inconsistent with the local actual situation. From a certain perspective, Zhao Bo's words make sense. So, there is no need for us to envy Li Mei. Little did they know that, just when Zhao Bo and others thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was floating and destined to fail to recruit people, Shaanxi Province, Xi City, Chang'an District, Government Building Office, a man in his 30s was looking at the leader across the desk with a puzzled look on his face. Leader, why can't we approve such an activity? After a moment, the man couldn't help but ask. Chang'an District was originally Chang'an County. Later the county was changed to a district and became part of the administrative territory of Shishir. But Chang'an District is not full of high-rise buildings. Many places are also in the urban-rural junction and have administrative villages, townships, street offices. The man's name is Liu Yongxiu. He is 32 years old this year. His hometown is Wei City, Suqing Province. After graduating from a 985 university in the east, he participated in the recruitment examination of selected students in Shaanxi Province, and then he was assigned to work in Yonghua Town, Chang'an County. After more than 10 years of hard work, and with the advantage of being a selected student, he finally became the head of Yonghua Town. Is this activity good? What was the requirement when the policy was issued? Looking at Liu Yongxiu, the leader opposite the desk slowly leaned back in his chair, with a look of I don't agree on his face. Leader, is this activity not good? This can not only stimulate the enthusiasm of the people to participate in sports, but also promote the economy and mutual connection between towns, which is completely in line with the policy requirements. Liu Yongxiu couldn't help but say again. It was almost May 4th Youth Day, and the district had issued a policy that each town and village should organize a farmers' sports meeting. So he planned a ball game meeting at the village and town level. But the plan was rejected by one vote after it was submitted. He couldn't understand it. Secretary Luo, why do you have to pick on basketball and football? Is anyone still interested in this? Not to mention the village-level competition in your town. Besides, the policy requires that each town and village should hold a farmers' sports meeting. What is a farmers' games? The activities must include tug-of-war, chess, and some fun activities that incorporate local customs. The tone of the leader across the desk was much heavier than before. Leader, I think the purpose of holding a farmers' games is to enhance people's physical fitness, enhance the sense of participation, and the happiness of the people, instead of understanding it literally. The farmers' games must include tug-of-war, chess, and it seems that farmers can only do these. In fact, there are still people in the village who like to play basketball, and even football. Hearing this, Liu Yongxiu still couldn't understand and wanted to try again, but unfortunately, he was interrupted halfway through his words. That's it for now. You come up with another activity plan according to the requirements, and send it to me tomorrow morning. Chapter 278 confirmed that the top TV station will broadcast the opening ceremony live. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in an ordinary community in Chang'an District, Liu Yongxiu dragged his tired body back home. He frowned, and a strong sense of loss emanated from him. Although the soft lights at home seemed particularly warm, Liu Yongxiu's heart was as cold as if pierced by the cold wind. What's wrong? Did something happen again at work today? When his wife saw Liu Yongxiu like this, she quickly put down her work, walked forward, and asked with concern. Nothing. Liu Yongxiu shook his head, sighed, took off his heavy coat, and threw it on the sofa. Did you argue with your boss again? Seeing this, his wife sighed, picked up Liu Yongxiu's cup, and made him a cup of tea. I'm really tired. And I don't know how long I can hold on. After a long silence, Liu Yongxiu slowly raised his head and looked at his wife. If you are tired, change your job or change your place. If you keep going like this, I'm really worried that something will happen to you. The wife put the cup in front of Liu Yongxiu. It was fine at the beginning. Every day when my husband came home, I could see the light in his eyes. And every time he came home, he would happily tell her about work. But starting from 4 or 5 years ago, after he came home, he started to smile less and less. He mostly sighed and felt lost. When asked, it turned out that he had some disagreements with his boss and had some arguments, especially this year. It happened every other day. Change job or change place? Do you agree? Liu Yongxiu's face showed a hint of surprise. Many people think his job is the best of the best, and his wife is more traditional. I didn't expect to say such words now. What's the big deal? Live happily. If you are worried about something every day, you will collapse sooner or later. Wherever you go, I will go. The wife touched her slightly bulging belly and looked at Liu Yongxiu. Then Liu Yongxiu straightened up, and there was more light in his eyes. Contact more recently. See if there is any opportunity for lateral transfer. If not, look for it online. If there is really no way to transfer, you can quit and find another one. And I know you really want to go back home. The wife sat down next to Liu Yongxiu and gently stroked the back of his hand. Wife. After staring at his wife for a long time, Liu Yongxiu finally took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and finally just nodded heavily. Thank you. I'll go and see it now. After that, Liu Yongxiu stood up and walked towards the study, and his wife followed him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and half an hour later, Liu Yongxiu, who was looking at the computer screen, suddenly made a light exclamation. Is there a suitable one? Upon hearing this, the wife hurried over. It seems that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Jioga City, Suqing Province, is recruiting an office director, whose rank is similar to my current position. Liu Yongxiu took a deep breath. Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Jioga City. Suqing Province? Isn't this place too remote? Hearing the place, the wife hesitated. Since her husband is from Wei City, Suqing Province, she knows a little about the surrounding prefecture-level cities. It's remote, but this Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not simple. It stole the limelight at the Northwest 5 Provinces Investment Promotion Conference last year, and directly signed the top 2 standard enterprises to the Economic Development Zone. As expected, the director of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee must be a particularly courageous and far-sighted leader. Liu Yongxiu rubbed his hands. There was a lot of discussion about this matter in the Shanxi system last year. In the eyes of many people, these 2 companies were originally theirs, and other provinces could only stand aside. So after Longxi Electronics and Tonghai Clothing signed the contract, many people remembered the name of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Then this position is good? Hearing the explanation, Liu Yongxiu's wife immediately became interested. It's just that the introduction conditions here require a doctorate degree. But at this moment, Liu Yongxiu sighed. Doctorate degree? They need a doctorate degree? So high? Liu Yongxiu's wife was stunned, and was obviously frightened by such conditions. This is understandable if you think about it. If Bingdu Economic Development Zone played by common sense, it might not have been able to recruit those 2 large companies at all. Liu Yongxiu's eyes did not leave the computer screen. Then education is education. I will call and ask tomorrow. Although I don't have enough education, I have a lot of grassroots work experience. And I feel that this introduction condition is just a threshold for the initial establishment of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. I believe that this person, who is more capable than any other person in the management committee of Shanxi Province, will not only recognize academic qualifications, but also other factors. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yongxiu's face flashed with determination. Then I will call and ask tomorrow. If it doesn't work, I will find someone else. Yes. The next day, early in the morning, Bingdu Village ushered in a new day. At 8:30 in the morning, just when the workers of Bingdu Culture and Tourism began to enter the Bonfire Square office building one after another, Su Hang had already arrived at the supermarket construction site. The size of the supermarket is much larger than the new food stall and the new barbecue restaurant combined. And there is no room for slackness. Engineer Wang. All the underground foundation piles must be driven tonight. After taking a look at the drawings, Su Hang said to a middle-aged man, like the new clinic, The new Bingdu supermarket also has a 2-story underground parking lot. Once it is completed, although the existing National Highway 215 will be converted into a pedestrian street, Yanbin Road is not a pedestrian street. At that time, vehicles can directly enter the parking lot from Yanbin North Road. Director Su: "Don't worry. There will be no problem," the man assured hurriedly. "Another thing is to notify the carpentry department. Those structures can be processed in advance according to the drawings. Once they are used, there must be no problems." After taking a glance at the construction site, Su Hang said again, "Okay." Ding-ling-ling. Just when Su Hang wanted to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Hang immediately showed a hint of surprise. The call was from Wang Ming, the production director of Xiangqing TV station. Originally, he was thinking of contacting Wang Ming this afternoon, and told her that after many discussions, it was comprehensively evaluated that Bingdu Economic Development Zone could accept 50 million for the exclusive live broadcast rights. Unexpectedly, this side called first. The next moment, when Su Hang answered the phone, Wang Ming's voice came from the other side. "Director Su, hello. Director Wang, hello. Director Su, it's like this. It's still the matter of the exclusive live broadcast rights that I told you yesterday. The leaders of the station held another meeting overnight last night. After discussion, our station is willing to pay 65 million to buy the live broadcast rights of this opening ceremony. You see." Wang Ming's voice came again soon. "Ah, 65 million? Hearing the number, Su Hang didn't know what to say for a while. It was nothing, just because the words I prepared seemed to be similar to Wang Ming's. The only difference was that the other party directly raised the price by another 15 million. Director Su, this is already the limit of our station, if it is more. Director Wang, actually, the price of the live broadcast rights discussed by the members of the Economic Development Zone team last night is similar to what you just said. If you are really interested, we have no problem, and we can guarantee that this opening ceremony will definitely be worthy of the 65 million exclusive live broadcast fee." After a pause, Su Hang, who came back to his senses, said immediately, "It would be a bit too much to say anything more at this time. The price of 65 million has exceeded psychological expectations. This wealth must be accepted. Moreover, this price is probably only offered by Hong Kong TV and 2 TV stations in the East. It should be the maximum price. Is there any problem on your side? Great. When will we sign the electronic contract? After signing, we will directly transfer the fee to your public account." Hearing Su Hang's agreement, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, "Electronic contract? Your station should have a contract template for exclusive live broadcasts. You can send us a copy. If there is no problem with our legal review, we can sign it tomorrow morning at the latest." After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, "Okay. By the way, Director Wang, the main body of our contract is Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and the fee will be paid into Bingdu Culture and Tourism's public account." After confirming, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and spoke again. "Bingdu Culture and Tourism? Is it the organizer of this cultural and tourism festival?" There was not much surprise in Wang Ming's voice. "Yes," Su Hang replied. This time, only 2 million yuan was allocated, which was barely enough for the travel expenses of the stars. All the expenses from now on had to be paid by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. So, after discussing with Zhang Hancheng, in order to save all kinds of troubles and procedures, Bingdu Economic Development Zone entrusted this event to Bingdu Culture and Tourism at a price of 2 million yuan. Now the sudden increase in live broadcast rights naturally belongs to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. It can't be that Bingdu Culture and Tourism pays the money when it is paid, and Bingdu Economic Development Zone becomes the one who collects the money. This kind of thing is unacceptable no matter where it is. Director Su, do you have the phone number of the person in charge of Bingdu Culture and Tourism? I will contact him later to sign the contract." Wang Ming said again. "Okay, I will send it to you right away. Director Su, there is one more thing. This time we are selling the exclusive live broadcast rights, so the advertisements for the opening ceremony must be recruited by our station, and the income is also from our station, and you can." "I know this." Su Hang immediately said that there was no problem. Exclusive live broadcast rights are like this. If there is no advertising income, the TV station would not be able to offer such a high price. Time flies, 11:00 noon. In the office of the president of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, Shui Yutian was stunned after hearing what Zhong Ruofei said. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. "Ah, exclusive live broadcast of Xiangqing TV? As a former member of the entertainment industry, Shui Yutian knew what Xiangqing TV meant. It was an existence that all the upgraded TV stations in the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance could not match. The electronic contract has been sent. I took a look and there was no problem. After that, I will let Uncle Feng take a look. If there is no problem, it will take effect as long as it is signed. Zhong Ruofei pinched his knuckles and nodded in reply. Chapter 279 City Gate Plan. The most important thing is, the cost of buying out the exclusive live broadcast is 65 million. Before Shui Yutian came back to his senses, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. 65 million, I have to be surprised, so high? Hearing the number, Shui Yutian was even more shocked. Well, Hong Kong TV originally planned to give 50 million. I don't know how Xiaosu finally negotiated, but in the end, it was 65 million. It's really amazing. Zhong Ruofei nodded. His face was full of admiration. In fact, Zhong Ruofei didn't know that Su Heng just wanted to have a sense of ceremony in talking about big business at that time. If he knew, he would never have the idea now. Who said it wasn't? Then the cost of this exclusive live broadcast after a moment. Shui Yutian, who finally accepted this sudden surprise, couldn't help asking again. As long as the electronic contract is signed, the money can be transferred to the public account of Binga Culture and Tourism the next day. So our Cultural and Tourism Festival not only took advantage of Xiaoguo's first-line TV station, but also solved the problem of funding? Confirmed. Shui Yutian couldn't hide his excitement. In Xia country, the normal cost of a large-scale event is only about 30 million. And Xiang Province TV station is a domestic first-tier TV station. In other words, before we knew it, this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival has been upgraded from the most pitiful version to the top version. Well, the next few activities planned before can basically be upgraded, including our exotic style project. Zhong Ruofei took a sip from the water cup. It's not that Binga Cultural Tourism was reluctant to spend money on this tourism festival before, but Binga Cultural Tourism has many real projects to do next, and the capital chain has been in a tight state. Apart from other things, in 2 more months, the remaining 80 million yuan of final payment will be paid once the wind and solar park is completed. At the same time, once the 4 Sacred Beasts Road and the pedestrian street begin to be renovated, it will be another huge expense. Now that there is suddenly an additional 65 million yuan of special transfer funds, the event will naturally be upgraded. To put it another way, since it is now the Hong Kong provincial TV station that will broadcast live, the content of the Cultural Tourism Festival will naturally be as rich as possible, so that the Bingu Economic Development Zone can leave a good impression in front of the people across the country. Exotic customs, in fact, I think if the exotic customs are implemented according to the revision plan we made 2 days ago, there will be no problem. Even if someone brings up the rumor at that time, we can deal with it. On the contrary, the customs clearance and entry activities need to be adjusted. However, after hearing Zhong Ruofei want to upgrade the existing activities, Shui Yutian waved his hand and expressed his opinion. Upgrade the customs clearance and entry activities? Zhong Ruofei paused, until a moment later, he looked at Shui Yutian with eyes getting bigger and bigger. Wait, old Shui. You don't want to. Speaking of the activities designed this time, one of them is to let tourists immerse themselves in the scenes of ancient people entering and leaving the customs. For this reason, Ice Lake Cultural Tourism plans to use the crew's special props to build a foam city gate to meet the scene requirements. In Zhong Ruofei's opinion, this activity is already the best. If we want to upgrade it now, then we have to do it for real. Yeah. Shui Yutian nodded, looking like you guessed it right. But this? Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. If we want to do it for real, this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is really a big deal. Old Zhong in the past, as long as the shape was well done, we could get likes and support, but this time the tourists are mainly for the real thing, and this time the tourists are well informed. If they see that the city gate we built with plastic props is the kind of fake at first glance, which is not even comparable to those film and television cities in the south, there will definitely be a lot of complaints. We didn't have the activity funds before, but now we have them. What are we afraid of? Shui Yutian straightened up. Old Shui. But where should we build it if we want to build it for real? And after building the city gate, do we have to build the city wall? This is not something that can be built with just 65 million. After thinking for a long time, Zhong Ruofei was still a little hesitant. Unconsciously, he imagined a square ancient city wall in his mind. In fact, we don't need to build a city wall this time. We only need to build a city gate with a city wall, so that tourists can feel that there are ancient buildings in the city and the vast desert outside the city. As for the location, it can actually be placed at the west end of the pedestrian street. And it's just a city gate with an urn, with current technology. It doesn't cost 65 million. Seeing this, Shui Yutian waved his hand hurriedly. The most expensive things for this kind of place are the design and the land, but these two things are the least expensive in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Build a city gate at the west end of the pedestrian street, ancient buildings inside the gate and desert outside the gate? Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei was a little more interested. As Shui Yutian said, if this is true, tourists should be able to feel more truly the feeling of not seeing old friends after leaving the customs. Old Zhong, I think it's no problem. In this way, the level of our border cultural tourism festival will be raised. Shui Yutian nodded again, and added, the most important thing is that the prop city gate in the previous plan will be removed in a few months at most. Half a year. But if it is upgraded, it will stay in our Bingdu village forever. As long as the lighting effects are added, it may become a landmark in the future. Stay in Bingdu village forever? Become a new landmark? Zhong Ruofei was more and more tempted. After a moment, he finally looked up at Shui Yutian. Old Shui, why don't we talk to Xiao Su? Normal craftsmen can handle the city gate, and it will not affect the quality of the existing project. We just need to ask Xiao Su's friends to give us a design drawing. No problem at all. Shui Yutian replied immediately. Okay. Then I'll go to Xiao Su to discuss it later. Zhong Ruofei raised his hand to check the time, and said, yeah, I think there will be no problem with Xiao Su. It depends on how his friend designs it. Little did they know that when Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were discussing upgrading the original plastic prop gate, in the management committee office, Su Hang was chatting with Zhang Hancheng. Although there are many engineering projects now, Su Hang will go to the management committee office whenever he has time. After all, he is the top leader, and it is not appropriate to always not show up. Director, is it true? At this time, Zhang Hancheng was also delighted. He had just learned from Su Hang that the Hong Kong TV station was going to broadcast the Border Cultural Tourism Festival live. The contract should have been in the hands of Mr. Zhong by now. Great. If we can get the news broadcast report, it will be a double bonus. This cultural tourism festival will definitely become the focus on July 23rd. Zhang Hancheng rubbed his hands excitedly. But this will put more pressure on us. People all over the country are watching many things, and we can no longer just muddle through. Su Heng picked up the water glass and took a sip. That's for sure, but then again, the greater the pressure, the more motivation there is. This is the only way to get it done. Zhang Hancheng subconsciously glanced at his computer. This morning he contacted several bus manufacturers again, and planned to go to the manufacturers in person in a few days. After the publicity, the related services must keep up. Only in this way can the reputation of Bingda culture and tourism be improved, otherwise, no matter how good the publicity is, it will be short-lived. That's true. Su Hang nodded. In fact, such a trend has been vaguely felt in recent times. Some people think that this cultural tourism festival is not promoted and not taken seriously. It is basically an internal activity of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so they are more or less lax. Director Zhang, how is the recruitment of office staff going? It will only be you and Xiaoli next. I am afraid it will be too busy. After a pause, Su Heng suddenly thought of something and asked again. The recruitment conditions have been reported to the city, but the examination has not been organized yet, so I don't know the specific application situation, but someone contacted me this morning, which is quite interesting. Zhang Hancheng replied hurriedly. Oh, who is he? Su Heng put down his water cup. He is a township leader in Chang'an District, Shishir City, Shanxi Province. He really wants to try out for the position of our office director. From his conversation and personal ideas, he seems very good. He is a doer. And he sounds good at organizing activities. The most important thing is that the educational threshold we set for this office director is a doctorate, and he has a bachelor's degree. But this person did not give up just because of his bachelor's degree, which I admire very much. Zhang Hancheng said again. Actually, academic qualifications are only one aspect. We need strong comprehensive abilities. Su Heng looked at Zhang Hancheng. Yes, I asked Xiaoli to raise the application requirements before because I wanted to set a higher threshold. It's better to have no one than to have someone of poor quality. If we meet a suitable and capable person, we will naturally not limit academic qualifications. Director, when do you have time here? Do you want to meet this person? Zhang Hancheng said immediately. Sure, as long as he is convenient, I will definitely have no problem. Su Heng nodded. In fact, whether it is the talent introduction or the final recruitment, the position of office director must be interviewed and signed by Su Heng. Okay. I'll notify him after I'm done, Zhang Hancheng said. Okay. By the way, director, there's one more thing. At this time, Zhang Hancheng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Director Zhang, you say? Director, generally speaking. In addition to the opening ceremony, the tourism festival also has a bigger selling point of promoting local special products in addition to using the media channels to promote local tourism. Only in this way can the resources of the tourism festival be used to the extreme. Moreover, many brands gradually became known to the public through various large-scale events and eventually became well-known brands. I wonder what products we plan to promote this time, Zhang Hancheng said. What products do you recommend? Su Heng paused. This. For a moment, Su Heng really didn't know how to tell Zhang Hancheng. To say that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has no special features, that's not the case. It feels like as long as you walk into the core area, there are special features everywhere, and there will even be a special building for Bingke soon. But if you want to say which of these special features can be recommended at the opening ceremony of the tourism festival, it seems that there really is none. Chapter 280 dedicated Lu Siming. If our Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not have any specialties, the scope can be expanded to Jyoga City. Our economic development zone is under Jyoga City. There is no problem in recommending Jyoga City's specialties. Seeing Su Heng hesitate, Zhang Hancheng immediately said, Jyoga City? In this way, we will talk about recommending specialties later, anyway. There are still a few months before the tourism festival. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng replied, in fact, looking at the entire Jyoga City, although there are specialties, they are basically mainly fruits and vegetables. The main ones are Hami melon, Li Guangxing, onions, hops, etc. But these products may not be available in time for the Frontier Tourism Festival. We will recommend whatever is available at that time. If there is really nothing, there is nothing we can do. Okay. Zhang Hancheng nodded. At 2 p.m., at the breeding farm, Qin Susu had just finished measuring the experimental data. And when she turned around to go to the office, she ran into Wang Qing. Teacher Qin, there is something. Before Qin Susu could greet him, Wang Qing spoke first. Director, you go? Qin Susu replied immediately. It's like this. The day before yesterday, I communicated with the college. The college leaders are very supportive of our college and Bingda Farm reaching a long-term cooperation intention, and have given very favorable conditions. I thought you might as well ask Director Su. If he has time recently, we can go and talk to him, Wang Qing said. Originally, this matter required him to come forward directly, but the contact between Haisher Jiaodong University and Bingda Farm has always been coordinated by Qin Susu, so Wang Qing wanted Qin Susu to contact again. Ah, you want to make the breeding farm a designated long-term cooperative unit? Qin Susu was stunned at first, but then a trace of undetectable joy appeared between her eyebrows. As for what she was happy about, only she knew it in her heart. Yes, the conditions given by the academy this time are unprecedented. Many cities in the north have tried to make it before but failed in the end. While nodding, Wang Qing's face showed a trace of emotion. When he first had this idea, he was worried whether the academy would support it. As a result, when he told the college in detail about the situation of Bingda Farm and Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the college's reaction far exceeded his expectations. Not only did they agree directly, but they also brought up policies that many other places had failed to obtain. After thinking about it, Wang Qing felt that the reason why the college was like this might be because of the mutual appreciation between the strong. Of course, more importantly, the leaders of the college knew very well that other places might not understand the timeliness of scientific research and the timely acquisition of some key data. But this did not exist at all in Bingdu Village. Therefore, Bingdu Village is full of highly educated people from top to bottom. And naturally they will be extremely tolerant and understanding of the project of Haisher Jiaodong University. Okay. Then I will contact Director Su tonight, Qin Susu said immediately. By the way, there is one more thing. After a pause, Wang Qing suddenly thought of something and spoke again. You say, isn't Bingdu Economic Development Zone going to hold a cultural and tourism festival in July? The college leaders thought that they would invite the school leaders to visit the farm at that time to see if they could get some more policies for the college. So when I went to talk to Director Su, I mentioned this matter by the way. If possible, I will fight for a few seats for the leaders of our school and college in the guest seats of the opening ceremony. Wang Qing said again. Ah? Invite school-level leaders? Fight for seats? Qin Susu was stunned. High City Jiaodong University is one of the top 5 universities in Xia country. The level of school-level leaders is not low. Higher than that of ordinary prefecture-level city leaders. Well, after all, they are school leaders. If you give them face, things will be easier. But you also know the situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although the leaders of our school are not short of rank, Bingdu Village is even more not short of people. If you don't fight for it in advance, they won't arrange it at all. Wang Qing sighed slightly. Generally speaking, the leaders of their school level go to many places to give speeches on stage. At the very least, they will appear on the list of leaders attending the meeting. But no one here is sure. Okay. After hesitating for a while, Qin Susu finally nodded. That's it. If Director Su has any news, tell me or call me. Okay. At the same time, just when Wang Qing wanted to fight for a position for the school and college leaders of his family, Yuan, under the Xia Kanglang Pavilion, Feng Shuyu was flipping through a small black-covered notebook while making a phone call. Old you will go on stage to give a speech. After a moment, Feng Shuyu closed the black notebook and said, Me? I can't do it. This is a tourism festival at the level of Xiagua. What's my identity? Besides, our unit has nothing to do with the tourism festival. It would be weird to go up and give a speech. The next moment, a voice came from the phone. What's so strange about this? You must help me with this favor. I've been looking for you, and you're the most suitable one. Feng Shuyu said very straightforwardly. The person on the other end of the phone was a close friend who had worked at the grassroots level with him in the past, so Feng Shuyu was very direct. Old Feng, if you have something to do with industry, I will definitely do my best. But this tourism festival is really... How about this? I won't go on stage. But I'll take care of this matter for you, and I'll definitely guarantee you a heavyweight guest who gave a speech last time. How about that? After a moment of silence, the other end of the phone was heard again. Can you help invite guests? Feng Shuyu hesitated. What's the relationship between us? Your business is my business. There's no difference between me inviting you and you inviting me. The voice came again on the phone. That's fine. But whether you give a speech or not, you must come over. I will take you to experience the customs and habits of our village. Hearing this, Feng Shuyu didn't say anything else and agreed directly. Don't worry. I will definitely go. I am really curious about what kind of place in the Northwest can make you move directly from Yinshan to there. There was a hint of emotion in the voice on the other end of the phone. Just come over, then I'll add you to the list of guests attending the opening ceremony. Feng Shuyu opened the black notebook again. That's fine, but I'm here just for our personal relationship, so... The voice on the phone came quickly. I know. Our opening ceremony is actually held by the Economic Development Zone itself, and it won't involve other units in Suqing Province, and even the leaders at the prefecture and city level won't attend. Feng Shuyu naturally understood what the other party meant. If the person who answered the phone came to Suqing Province in another capacity, it is estimated that someone would have to accompany him throughout the trip, which would inevitably affect the rhythm and process of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. That's good. Yeah. Just like that, the two chatted for more than 10 minutes before hanging up the phone. If old you can confirm the guest who will speak on stage, then the remaining thing is the attendance list. There are only 6 people on the attendance list now. Staring at the row of small words on the black book for a while, Feng Shuyu shook his head, and picked up a pen and wrote the 3 big words Yu Shilong on the back. In his opinion, except for Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng who can appear on the list of leaders for this cultural and tourism festival, no other villagers in Bingdu Village can do it. It's not that other villagers in Bingdu Village can't do it, but they are not suitable. This is his own family matter. How can he sit down first when entertaining guests? I dare not say that it will be a big event, but the leaders attending the event must at least let the host read for 2 or 3 minutes, so that it will feel good. Otherwise, the host will just read a few words, and it will be shabby. After talking to himself again, Feng Shuyu picked up the mobile phone in his hand and dialed another number. Hello. Xiao Fan. I am your Uncle Feng. Time flies. At 6 p.m. in Jiancheng. The setting sun is like fire, and the river is dyed into a golden picture. The golden light jumps on the water, flickering with gentle light, as if countless golden butterflies are dancing on the water. In the distance, several egrets are playing by the river. and their figures are particularly clear under the setting sun, like a few white spots dotted on this golden canvas. At this time, Song Liwei's uncle Lu Siming is walking along the riverside walking path with a man in his 50s, chatting about something. Old Wang, I took a look today. It's not that your skills are bad, nor that your hops are bad, but that the water is bad. While speaking, Lu Siming suddenly stopped and looked at the middle-aged man. After returning to China at the end of last year, Lu Siming joined a brewery called Le Si as chief brewer and technical director through a friend's introduction. The man in front of him was the director of Le Si Brewery, Wang Maoquan. Le Si Brewery has been wandering between profit and non-profit in recent years, and its products are also recognized by locals. But they will be complained about once they leave the province. Therefore, Wang Maoquan thought of inviting Lu Siming, who used to be the technical director of a large foreign company, to see if he could make a breakthrough. If it remains the same, there is no need for this brewery to continue, and it will be transformed into a fruit beer beverage factory in the future. The sales of Lisi fruit beer are still very good. Is my water bad? The water does not meet the standards? Hearing what Lu Siming said, Wang Maoquan frowned. Well, the water quality of the river is much worse than before. I believe you can feel it. It is not considered to be not up to the standards now, but just barely up to the standards. But for beer, water quality is like the foundation. If the foundation is not good, no matter how much makeup you put on, it will not work. Lu Siming nodded. No wonder. Sales are sometimes good and sometimes bad. Wang Maoquan frowned more and more. After a while, Wang Maoqiang looked at Lu Siming again. Mr. Lu, is there any good solution? Solution? There is usually only one way to solve the water quality problem. Lu Siming almost didn't think about it and replied directly. You say? Either relocate the factory, or open a branch factory in a place with good water quality. Lu Siming said. When mentioning places with good water quality, Lu Siming subconsciously thought of the ice lake in his mind. Chapter 281, a small city gate that is only for tourists to experience. Relocate the factory or open a branch. Wang Maoqiang's voice suddenly rose a lot. Confirmed. After a long silence, Wang Maoqiang looked at Lu Siming again. Is there no other way? You are the chief winemaker of an international factory. No, this kind of thing cannot be solved by money or technology. If it can be easily solved, many international factories will not spend tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions for an excellent water source. Lu Siming shook his head firmly and replied. Then, Wang Maoqiang hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. But everyone could see that he was more worried than before, but what he was thinking at this moment, maybe only he knew. Mr. Wang, what do you think? How about this? We'll have a meeting tomorrow, and then we'll discuss this matter slowly. Wang Maoqiang said. Okay. As night fell, although they were on the same river, the night view of Jiangcheng was completely different from that of Haishur. Jiangcheng was steady, while Haishur seemed more vibrant. By the river, the neon lights of several bars and cafes flickered, emitting charming brilliance, attracting the attention of passers-by. The music drifted in the wind. Sometimes it was soft jazz, and sometimes it was passionate rock, adding some vitality and passion to the night. Brother Long, do you mean to go to Bingdu village next week? At a railing overlooking the river, Fong Tong raised his hand to check the time, his face full of surprise. Yeah. Wang Long next to him nodded. Didn't you say that there was a strategic investment project that needed to be dealt with in the near future? Fong Tong couldn't help asking. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Bingdu village to see what was going on, whether the hydropower project was under normal construction, etc. But Wang Long's affairs had not been settled. When he called to ask 2 days ago, Wang Long said that it might be early April. But today he said that he would go next week. Next Monday is March 22nd. Sue's medical shareholders meeting has been held again, but it has been postponed. There is no exact time for the postponement. Wang Long said. Why should a shareholders meeting be postponed? Fong Tong was a little surprised. He had also heard about Sue's medical group. Generally speaking, once the board of directors of a listed company like this decides to hold a board meeting, it will not be changed. Because in addition to the relevant departments, shareholders will also pay attention. No way, a director with 2% of the shares in Sue's medical group's board of directors suddenly went to the ICU due to a heart attack, and is still being rescued, Wang Long said. Although this was his first time dealing with Sue's medical, he always felt that the company's equity was relatively dispersed and unclear, and the current chairman's voice was not strong, making it particularly difficult to deal with it. If possible, he really hoped that Sue's Medical could have a real person in power who could make his words count. So that's the case. Then the board of directors really has to be postponed. 2% of the shares is already a lot. Fong Tong suddenly realized. What day next week shall we go? I'll book us tickets. After a pause, Fong Tong said again. Next Wednesday. Don't worry about the tickets. I'll let the secretary here arrange it for us. Wan Long waved his hand, indicating that Fong Tong didn't need to worry. Okay then. Fong Tong didn't say anything else. A few thousand yuan of tickets for 2 people is like 3 or 5 yuan for ordinary people, so there's no need to push it back and forth. After a pause, Fong Tong suddenly thought of something and said again. By the way, Brother Long, my old man accidentally saw a notice a few days ago saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will hold a border culture and tourism festival in July. Do you think we should express our opinions? What? Border culture and tourism festival? Wan Long looked at Fong Tong with surprise. Yes. Our old man now attaches great importance to the new factory in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. He also said that if everything goes well after the factory is put into operation, he may continue to expand its scale. So since he said yes, it should be correct. Fong Tong nodded. Why didn't Xinqing tell us? If it really wants to be held, we must support it. Wan Long frowned. Maybe he was embarrassed to tell us. If he told us, it would seem that he was asking us for sponsorship. Fong Tong expressed his opinion. As large companies, Longsheng Group and Tongdai Clothing often sponsor some large local events. And they are not advertising sponsors. They just say how much money they will sponsor to support the event. And finally put up a company billboard at the event site. To put it bluntly, it is real sponsorship. It's not impossible. You know what kind of person Xinqing is. Wan Long frowned. Then let's go to Bingdu Village next Wednesday to confirm the time. If it's true, we must sponsor it. We have been sponsoring other places. How can we leave Xinqing behind? After thinking for a while, Wan Long said, Okay, I thought so too. Other places are not bad. If this place is bad, how can I face new brothers in the future? Fong Tong nodded in agreement. Yeah. Little did they know that, just when Wan Long and Fong Tong were discussing sponsoring the tourism festival, Bingdu Village, Yiyuan, Su Hang, who had just returned to the room, welcomed Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian. For several consecutive days, he went to the construction site after sleeping for 4 or 5 hours. Today, there were not many things that required him to be on the scene at the supermarket construction site, and there were not many things at the entertainment complex, so he planned to come back early and have a good sleep. I didn't expect that there would be a knock on the door before I finished washing up. Xiao Su, Uncle Feng has already read the exclusive live broadcast contract with Hong Kong TV station and said there is no problem. After sitting down and making a cup of tea for the two of them, Zhong Ruofei spoke. Hong Kong TV station is a big station, and it often organizes various activities, including various New Year's Eve celebrations. The contract has been reviewed by countless legal departments, so there shouldn't be any problems. But it must be reviewed by Uncle Feng. Su Heng picked up the teacup and took a sip. That's right. Shui Yutian next to him took over the conversation. Now, whenever there is a big contract, basically they will look for Uncle Feng. They feel uneasy without Uncle Feng's review. Xiao Su, we came to you to discuss something? Putting down the teacup, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. What's wrong? Now we have funds for the tourism festival. Right? Lao Shui and I are thinking of upgrading the original activity plan. Zhong Ruofei said. You can do this kind of thing as you see fit. Why? Hearing that the activity was to be upgraded, Su Hang's face was full of surprise. In his opinion, such a small matter can be decided by Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian. There is no need to come to the room to discuss this matter in the middle of the night. But this activity, old Shui, you should talk about it. Zhong Ruofei thought for a while and looked at Shui Yutian. Okay, Xiao Su, it's like this. Didn't we design the activity to let tourists experience the immersive experience of entering and leaving the customs? So we thought. Seeing this, Shui Yutian immediately explained his original idea in detail. Brother Shui, do you really mean to upgrade the original plastic prop city gate? Su Hang slowly leaned back in the chair. Well, we don't pursue a fancy gate. We just want to build one for tourists to experience the feeling of entering and exiting the border. Outside the gate is the Gobi Desert, and inside the gate is an ancient building. In addition, there is no need to build a city wall. We just need to build a simple small urn city, so that tourists can learn about what the border looked like in ancient times. Shui Yutian added hurriedly. That's right. In this way, the tourist's experience will definitely be many times better than the previous plan. Su Hang nodded. The most important thing is that as long as there are blueprints, some ordinary engineering teams in Xia country can also build a city gate. And as long as the money is in place, the speed will not be slow, and it will definitely be completed before the tourism festival. Shui Yutian said again. In addition, our pedestrian street is bare. If we build a city gate on the west side, the atmosphere of the ancient building will be raised to a higher level. Zhong Ruofei took over the conversation again. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang nodded. Then do you think you can ask your friend to help design it? This kind of small city gate should be easy for your friend to do. After the blueprint comes out, we will find a construction team and ask them to quote. With the current technology, and just to experience the size of the small city gate, let alone 60 million. 20 or 30 million is probably enough. Seeing this, Shui Yutian asked in a low voice. Fine, my friend. Then. Alright. Anyway, it's just for tourists to experience it. It shouldn't be that complicated. I'll find a way to give you the blueprints later at the latest. Su Hang nodded and agreed to this matter. Zhong Ruofei's words just now, that the city gate can improve the atmosphere of the existing ancient buildings, really touched him. Just imagine, walking west along the pedestrian street, finally leaving the city gate, and seeing the Gobi Desert outside? What kind of feeling is that? Okay, I'll keep an eye on this matter after I get the blueprints. Seeing Su Hang agreed, Zhong Ruofei was delighted and said hurriedly. Okay. Just like that, the three chatted about other things for more than half an hour, and then Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian left Su Hang's single-family house. However, by chance, the two of them had only walked a few steps, and actually ran into Lu Ming, who had just rushed back from the construction site of the new clinic. Uncle Lu just back? Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian immediately greeted him. Huh, you just got off work too? Lu Ming nodded with a hint of surprise on his face. No, we got off work a long time ago, and just discussed something with Xiao Su. Shui Yutian said as he walked. Discussing something? Xiao Su went to bed so early tonight. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced in the direction of Su Hang's single-family house. Yeah, we just found Xiao Su, and wanted his friend to design a small city gate for us to experience the feeling of leaving the city. He should be calling that friend now, and he will probably go to bed after the call. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Wait, what did you say? We want Xiao Su's friend to design a city gate for us. We want to build a city gate. It would have been better if he hadn't listened. When he heard it, Lu Ming shuddered and took a breath subconsciously. Chapter 282, the First Institute of a Prestigious University. Yes, we think so. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other subconsciously, and then Shui Yutian told Lu Ming in detail about the upgrade of the original activity. What did Xiao Su say? After listening, Lu Ming sighed, as if he saw the blood bar on his head. Distinctly reduced. According to Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian, this city gate should indeed be upgraded. Especially now that we have reached a live broadcast agreement with Hong Kong TV. This kind of publicity opportunity is hard to come by. Xiao Su will contact his friends tonight. Shui Yutian replied. Has the place been decided? After a pause, Lu Ming asked again. The place has not been decided yet. But since we want to have ancient buildings in the city, and the feeling of the Gobi Desert outside the city, this city gate that is only for tourists to experience should be not far from our west end. Otherwise it will not achieve such an effect at all. Zhong Ruofei replied. To achieve this effect, there must be a group of ancient buildings on the inner side of the city gate. If there is no such sense of separation, it will be very serious, even if the city walls are built on both sides of the city gate. Okay, if I had known this, I should have transferred more blue bricks. Now I don't know if it's still in time to transfer from Suqing province. Lu Ming sighed again. The look he gave the two of them was not much different from the look he gave Su Hang. Transfer blue bricks? Uncle Lu, you don't have to worry about this. We plan to find other construction companies after Xiao Su's drawings come out. Hearing that Lu Ming was going to start working again, Shui Yutian said hurriedly. Find other construction companies? Do you think those ancient construction companies can repair the city gate designed by Xiao Su? I know the level of these domestic companies specializing in ancient construction better than anyone else. Even if they can be completed in the end, it will most likely be after July. Lu Ming waved his hand very confidently. Domestic ancient construction companies can't repair the city gate designed by Xiao Su? Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei were stunned. You are not in this industry, and you don't know how high Xiaosu's level is. Think about it. How many tourists have been attracted since the ancient buildings in Bingdu village were built? But why haven't the surrounding counties and cities imitated them? So, I have to host it myself. At this point, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of emotion. Since Bingdu village began to gain exposure, old colleagues from the Ancient Architecture Research Institute have contacted him frequently, asking about the background of Xiaosu's friend. They even expressed the idea of asking Lu Ming to introduce him more than once. They said it would be great if the Xiaogua Ancient Architecture Research Institute had such a top talent. But this is Su Hang's friend after all. So Lu Ming finally declined the offer. But it is certain that after the Border Cultural Tourism Festival, many places will try their best to find Xiaosu's friend and spend a high price to poach him. Uncle Lu, we thought. Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian looked at each other. They thought it was just an ordinary small city gate, and there should be no problem with those domestic companies. But Lu Ming is a top expert in the domestic ancient building industry, and since he said so, it must be true. Uncle Lu, since Xiaosu has already decided, then let's wait for the city gate drawings to come out. But this is really the last bottom line. If there are still projects that need to be completed before July 23, if you want to see your Uncle Lu again, you will probably have to go to the ICU of the village health center. Lu Ming waved his hand. Uncle Lu, no, there shouldn't be any more projects later. When we went out just now, Xiaosu said that this city gate is the last project before the Cultural Tourism Festival. Although they knew that Lu Ming was joking, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian still felt sorry for Lu Ming in their hearts. That's fine. Don't worry. Little did they know that, when Lu Ming was worried that the quality of the project of an ordinary construction company would not be up to standard and decided to personally preside over it, Su Hang did not find his friend to discuss the city gate drawings. Just because there was another visitor in the room. The visitor was none other than Qin Susu. At this time, she had taken off her coat, and her good figure was fully displayed. She sat in the reception area, holding the water cup in both hands and took a sip. She looked very natural, and no longer had the awkwardness and nervousness she had when she first knew Su Hang's identity last year. It was nothing else, because last year, after she and Su Hang finished talking about their respective situations, they smiled at each other, indicating that the previous things were over. Later, the two chatted from time to time. And now they get along very naturally. Aren't you going to go home? I heard from my parents that Uncle Su and the others often talk about you. Putting down the water cup, Qin Susu looked at Su Hang. She knew that Su Hang had been suppressed for too long the last time he came out, but they were his parents after all, and it was impossible for them to stop contacting him just because of a contract. And with Su Hang's current identity and status, even if Su Hang wanted to go back now, Dad Su and Mom Su would not let him go back. To be honest, although Su's Medical is a listed company, the chairman of a listed company may not be as good as Su Hang now. I'll go back after the Border Tourism Festival ends. I really don't have time now, Su Hang replied. In fact, since he met Qin Susu on New Year's Eve last year, including the things his family bought for him, and the fact that they were worried about him coming here alone, and asked someone to secretly look after him, etc., he has tried to slowly understand and accept it. Until now, the obsession in his heart has become weaker and weaker, so Su Hang plans to go back to Hong Kong after the Border Tourism Festival. I dare not say that the relationship with his family will be as good as those described in novels and TV dramas, but at least it should be restored to the same as that of an ordinary normal family. That's right. It seems like everyone here is busy as a top. Qin Susu nodded. Yeah, by the way, do you have anything to do so late? If you hadn't knocked on the door just now, I might have fallen asleep. After a pause, Su Hang couldn't help asking again. Qin Susu's pretty face was surprised. She really didn't expect Su Hang to be so straight. She said this as if she had come here specially to disturb his sleep. But after coming back to her senses, Qin Susu still nodded and said, About High City Jiaodong University, our college wants to sign a long-term fixed-point cooperation intention with Bingdu Farm. Long-term fixed-point? Do you mean school enterprise cooperation? Su Hang's expression moved. Now some universities are popular with the industry-university integration school enterprise cooperation model. This can not only give full play to the respective advantages of schools and enterprises, but also jointly cultivate talents needed by society and the market. It is one of the win-win models for universities and enterprises. However, once school enterprise cooperation is implemented, enterprises will run vocational schools, And vocational schools will mostly run enterprises. For a top domestic university like Haisher Jiaodong University, he really can't think of any kind of cooperation, not to mention anything else. The graduates of Haisher Jiaodong University may eventually stay in Binge Farm to work. Almost. If the farm is willing to be a long-term partner of Shanghai Jiaodong University, the School of Life Sciences of Shanghai Jiaodong University will provide the farm with a subsidy of 1 million yuan every year. At the same time, when the conditions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are more mature, the Animal Research Institute of Shanghai Jiaodong University will be established here. Qin Susu immediately reported the conditions provided by Shanghai Jiaodong University. Ah, you can set up a research institute here? Su Hang's face was a little surprised. The 1 million yuan per year that Qin Susu just mentioned is really not attractive to the farm. But this research institute is different. If Shanghai Jiaodong University sets up a research institute, it is equivalent to opening a branch in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. There will be scientific researchers stationed there for a long time. And once there are scientific research results that can be transformed, Binge Farm will be considered first. This is definitely a good thing for the farm. More importantly, first and second tier cities are now looking for top universities to compete for such research institutes in order to improve their own city's scientific research productivity. Just because these research institutes will be included in the city's comprehensive strength assessment options, they account for a relatively high proportion in it. If I remember correctly, in addition to Lansha University, the provincial capital Lansha, there are two such research institutes. One is the Institute of Chemistry of the Xiaoguo Academy of Sciences, and the other is the Institute of Cold and Arid Regions of the Xiaoguo Academy of Sciences. Although Haisher Jiaodong University cannot compare with the brand of the Xiaoguo Academy of Sciences, it is one of the top 5 universities in Xiaoguo after all, and is also in the first echelon of scientific research. Well, these will be written into the agreement at that time. If you are willing, then we will definitely welcome you 10,000 times, and we can guarantee that the Binge Farm can definitely meet your scientific research needs, even some animals needed by your college. We can also consider helping you raise them. Su Hang replied immediately. If you still hesitate about such a matter, you are definitely not a competent district or county leader. That's great. I will tell our director tomorrow and ask him to prepare a cooperation agreement with the college. The sooner you sign, the more peace of mind you will have. Seeing that Su Hang was very straightforward, Qin Susu was delighted and said hurriedly, "Okay. By the way, there is another unwelcome request, you see." After a pause, Qin Susu suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, "You say? Aren't we going to hold a cultural and tourism festival here at that time? The leaders of our college may invite the school leaders to visit the farm, and by the way, comprehensively evaluate the situation in our economic development zone. Can you arrange a place for our school leaders at that time, so that they can watch the opening ceremony program?" Qin Susu said a little embarrassedly. "That's even more of a problem. If High City Jiaodong University sets up a research institute, even if you don't say it, we will definitely send you an invitation letter at that time." Su Hang waved his hand immediately. "That's good." Qin Susu breathed a sigh of relief again. "Yeah." Just like that, after the two chatted for a few more sentences, Su Hang raised his hand to check the time. "Is there anything else?" he asked. "No." Qin Susu shook her head slightly. "If there is nothing else, it's getting late. Go back and rest early. If it's too late, the streetlights in Yiyuan will be turned off. Don't be scared and dare not go back alone again." Standing up, Su Hang looked at Qin Susu seriously. For a moment, Qin Susu had to stand up. Chapter 283 New Landmark. A few minutes later, Qin Susu appeared in front of the single-family building. "This guy is really... You say he doesn't care about people. He is also worried that you are afraid of the dark. But you have to say he cares about you." Looking back, Qin Susu said to herself helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the ordinary hotel. Here, Su Hang sent Qin Susu away and did not rest, but lay on the bed and called out the pawn system. Chatting is chatting, the matter of upgrading the city gate cannot be delayed. Since it has been promised to give the blueprint to the other side the day after tomorrow, it must be done tonight. Otherwise, there will be no time tomorrow. System, search for the ancient city gates for me. When the system appeared, Su Hang immediately set a thought. Wow! The next moment, the system mall panel flashed, and hundreds of pages of various styles of city gates appeared instantly. This removed those with single door openings. After a quick look at the remaining pawn value, Su Hang set a thought again. After the new year, In addition to buying some green plants and turf that Zhong Ruofei needed from the system, there was also the expenditure on fodder at the farm. Then I bought a food stall and a new supermarket. But my income has been skyrocketing. Now the garbage recycling station has hundreds of thousands of pawn value coming in every day. Before I knew it, the pawn value has reached more than 8 million. Many things that I didn't dare to think about before can now be properly considered. Of course, for those things that cost more than 10 million or even more than 100 million, I can only look at them for now. Swish. As the second thought came out, the system panel was refreshed again, and the original number of pages suddenly decreased by more than 200 pages. Although the purpose of upgrading the city gate this time is to give tourists a better experience. If the city gate is built, it will definitely exist in Bingu village for a long time. If it is too ordinary, it will be a bit unreasonable, and the tourist's experience may not be very good. After thinking about it, Su Hang set a thought to the system again. If there is no tower or arrow tower on the city gate, don't do it. Swish. This time, the number of pages on the city gate has been reduced by more than 100 pages. At this point, Su Hang started to read them one by one. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. Time passed by second. When the number of rooms with lights on in Bingu village became fewer and fewer, Su Hang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the system panel. Hey, this one seems good. It seems suitable for Bingu village. Muttering to himself, Su Hang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is it. Looking at the time, Su Hang immediately set a thought to the system. The next day, the sun rose. The weather in late March was not very cold, even in the northwest. Jioga City, government building, Zui Xuezheng walked into Song Shusheng's office with a document. Leader, this needs your signature. After putting the document on the desk, Zui Xuezheng said, What is this? Song Shusheng glanced at the document and asked, Leader, Bingu Economic Development Zone has applied to set up a human resources and social security branch, and the preliminary estimate is that 6 staff members are needed. Zui Xuezheng hurriedly explained. Yesterday afternoon, he received a call from Deputy Director Zhang Hancheng. I didn't know much about it before, but after having dinner with this academic deputy director from Yenching University last time, I found that he is really capable and not the type who talks big on paper. Human Resources and Social Security Branch? Hearing that it was Bingu Economic Development Zone, Song Shusheng immediately became interested. Yes. According to Director Zhang, the first company that signed a contract at the Investment Promotion Conference at the end of last year in Bingu Village has officially settled in. The application for a Human Resources and Social Security branch is to solve the social security and medical insurance problems of employees. Zui Xuezheng replied hurriedly. Has the first company officially settled in? Song Shusheng was delighted. The company has been registered there now, and the decoration has started in the past few days, so it should be considered settled. Zui Xuezheng nodded. Good. Our city finally has a company that has settled down properly. Director Su is really good at attracting investment. By the way, is there any news about Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing? Confirmed. Song Shusheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, the province has been asking about the settlement of the companies that sign contracts in various prefectures and counties. So far, no company has been officially registered in Jioga City, so how could he not be happy? These 2 companies should not move for the time being, and it will be difficult to repair the water and electricity for a while. Zui Xuezheng hesitated and said, That's right. So, you can follow up on the National Highway Rerouting project tomorrow. Doesn't the National Highway Rerouting just pass through the sites of these 2 companies? Although it's hard to say whether there will be water and electricity. At least the road will be passed through first. I'll give a heads up to the relevant transportation departments after that. Thinking for a moment, Song Shusheng tapped the desk with his fingers. Okay, leader. Seeing Song Shusheng's action, Zui Xuezheng nodded hurriedly. He knew that, as long as this action was taken, the progress of the National Highway Rerouting project would definitely be improved again. The various reasons, people with experience will naturally understand. In addition to the Human Resources and Social Security branch, does the Economic Development Zone have any other needs? If there are, we will approve them all. As long as the Bingu Economic Development Zone can settle these 2 companies this year, it will be a great contribution to our Jioga city. While picking up the pen and signing the document, Song Shusheng asked again. Nothing for now, but... Zui Xuezheng shook his head, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. But what? Song Shusheng quickly pushed the signed document in front of Zhui Xuezhong. Leader, when I was on the phone with Deputy Director Zhang yesterday, I vaguely felt that Binggu Economic Development Zone seemed to be preparing for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, and it was quite a big move, Zhui Xuezhong said uncertainly. Originally, he wanted to ask in detail, but then he thought of what he had said to the Cultural Tourism Bureau before, and finally he took the words back. I told him to handle it, and it would be embarrassing to ask more questions. Are they quite a big move? Song Shusheng straightened up. It should be, and you know Director Su's work style. Although the funding is only 2 million. There is no doubt about their ability. As long as they work hard, they can definitely organize a good cultural and tourism festival. Do you think we should strive for it with the province? After a moment of hesitation, Zhui Xuezhong expressed his thoughts. Strive? Speaking of the cultural and tourism festival, Song Shusheng immediately thought of the Silk Road Conference. Well, although the person in charge of the Silk Road Conference will definitely not agree. The province is still speaking for us. What if it succeeds? Zhui Xuezhong said again. Then after hesitating for a moment, Song Shusheng nodded. Okay. I'll try my best to get it done. If it doesn't work, I'll focus on the economy. As long as the two companies are established. Binggu Economic Development Zone should be stable as an excellent county this year. Director Su will not be short of rewards by then. Leader, in addition to normal communication, you should tell those people about the importance of it. Let's say that the movement of Binggu Economic Development Zone this time may not be small. It may not be too late to change it now. If we continue to use the previous policies. If there is any problem, don't blame us in Geoga City for not reminding you. Zhui Xuezhong added in a low voice. Hey, this is good. Although it is almost impossible for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival to surpass the Silk Road Conference, this can at least put some pressure on them. Song Shusheng's expression changed. Well, if it still doesn't work, then we can only leave it to fate. We will compensate Binggu Economic Development Zone later. Zhui Xuezhong said hurriedly. Okay. Geoga City has its own way of doing things. Binggu Village has its own way of doing things. Su Hang didn't know that. Zhui Xuezhong and Song Shusheng were still thinking about getting some policies and space for Binggu Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. In the afternoon, he handed a lot of city gate design drawings to Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian. At the same time, it was confirmed that the city gate would eventually be built on National Highway 215, 500 meters west of Bingduin. After Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian finished looking at the renderings of the city gate, they immediately found Lu Ming at the construction site of the new clinic with a bunch of drawings. Uncle Lu, the city gate drawings are out. The two looked at each other first, and then whispered. Out? So fast? Lu Ming was stunned. Yeah, Xiao Su said he urged his friend to do it overnight, and combined with some similar drafts before. Zhong Ruofei whispered. Let me see, Lu Ming said, and then took the rendering. After opening it and taking a look, Lu Ming immediately closed the rendering after a quick glance, and looked at the two people at the same time. How is it? What did I say? Can ordinary ancient construction companies build this ordinary city gate? This city gate is not in our Binggu village. It should be said that it is a landmark building anywhere. You told me that a landmark building is just to let tourists experience the feeling of leaving the customs? Uncle Lu, it seems that we still don't understand Xiao Su as well as you do. At this time, the two looked at each other, shook their heads without thinking, and smiled bitterly. Chapter 284 Two Regions of Fear. Understand? It's all accumulated by working 3 shifts. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. Once upon a time, he was severely depressed, but after coming to Binggu village, he got better inexplicably. In summary, in addition to being related to Binggu village, it is also related to working 3 shifts, because there is endless work to do every day, and there is no time to think about other things. And the more tired you are, the better your sleep, and the higher the quality. Uncle Lu, when will we start construction on this city gate? Zhong Ruofei hesitated for a moment and asked. Although the outer wall and the gate opening of the city gate are relatively small from the renderings. In fact, from the scale and specific data, the gate opening of the outer wall of the city is not small at all. The width of the main gate opening is a 2-way 2-lane road of the National Highway standard. And the 2 side gates on both sides are 1-way roads. Many ancient passes in China, and some existing city gates cannot meet such standards at all. In addition to the watchtower above the city gate, the size is already the pinnacle of domestic city gates. I have contacted the material supplier yesterday. I will start the work once the materials are in place. Lu Ming replied after a moment's calculation. So soon? Shui Yutian was surprised. The material suppliers now have already regarded Bingda cultural tourism as the god of wealth. Basically, they will deliver all the required construction materials to Bingdu village as soon as possible after a call is made. In order to satisfy Bingdu village, the group of suppliers headed by Li Jijun has stocked up a lot of goods in Jioga City. The new clinic has entered the interior decoration stage. There are only 200 workers here, and the rest will go to the Bingke special building site. As for the city gate, if it doesn't work, we can recruit another 1,000 workers. Lu Ming glanced at the rendering of the city gate again. With the help of modern technology, the city gate wall and the urn city are not that difficult, not to mention the inscribed blue bricks like the ancient imperial city. The difficulty lies in this watchtower. Of course, another more important reason is that the funds for building the city gate are ready. As long as the walls on both sides of the city gate are not expanded, even if 65 million is not enough, it will not be much different in the end. The new clinic is so fast? Shui Yutian's face showed a hint of surprise. Now standing in the core area, you can still see the two tall green nets of construction at the west end of the village. Although the Guanxue Tower and the planned Bingke building are also very tall, the inpatient building of the new clinic has 21 floors, plus the roof part. It can be said to be the tallest building among the existing buildings in Bingdu village. It's hard not to see it. It's actually normal after all. More than 2,000 workers are working in 3 shifts, but the fence has not been removed yet, but the progress of the next project may not be so fast. Lu Ming nodded. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I will definitely ensure the logistics here. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Zhong Ruofei hurriedly said again, since those single-family buildings were completed one after another, 7 or 8 well-known chains have begun to renovate one after another. In addition, Bingda Cultural Tourism has rented out the ground floor shops of the 6 employee dormitory buildings for its own use to ordinary merchants. In addition to a travel specialty store, a photography store, and a follow-up studio. Most of the others are some local specialty snack shops. When these stores are in operation, Bingdu Village's catering reception capacity will be greatly improved. Well, by the way, where is this city gate built? After a pause, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and asked again. Uncle Lu, look at this. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutian immediately handed another construction plan to Lu Ming. Let me see. Now that he knew the size of the city gate, Lu Ming's expression naturally relaxed a lot when he took the plan. However, when he opened it, Lu Ming's brows frowned instantly, and a trace of confusion and worry flashed across his face. Wait, why is it here? There is still a gap of 500 meters between the inn and the entertainment complex? According to Lu Ming's idea, in order to achieve the effect that Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian had expected, the city gate should be close to these 2 buildings. This is decided by Xiao Su. He said that the watchtower on the city gate is not low, and there is also a special building for ice sparrows to the north of the inn. It is not good if the 2 buildings are too close. Shui Yutian explained. That's what I said. But what about the 500 meters of space? How can tourists experience the exit if they are not adjacent? The city gate stands alone 500 meters to the west, and there is no city wall. Lu Ming's face was more worried than before. In fact, every time Lu Ming saw the sand table map of the existing buildings in Bingdu village recently, he always felt uneasy. Because the street at the east end of the village and the planned youth hostel are not connected for about 300 meters. He was really worried that Su Hang would do something else in this area to make Bingdu village more coherent. Now, the 300-meter area in the east has not been put down, and there is an additional 500 meters in the west. Su didn't say that. He just said that we should build the city wall first. Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Lu Ming hesitated to speak. He knew that he could not get any information from the 2 of them, and he could only wait and see how Su Hang would handle it. But what was certain was that there would be another period of anxiety. Okay. Time passed quickly, and it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, just when Lu Ming was caught in a new round of anxiety. Shirlinian and Tong Jichuan, wearing safety helmets, had already appeared inside the outpatient building of the new clinic. Decoration materials were transported to the construction site one after another. The latex paint on the wall, the tiles on the floor, the suspended ceiling materials on the ceiling, everything is carefully selected to ensure quality and meet the requirements of medical and health care. Moreover, hundreds of workers are in good order and not chaotic at all. Some are responsible for the base treatment of the wall. Some are starting to lay the floor. Some are carefully pulling wires and laying pipes in the corner. And some are doing professional treatment for some special rooms. Overall, the decoration speed is very fast. Sure. How is the communication about medical equipment going? After going through several floors, including the underground first floor, Tong Jichuan looked at Sherlinian. We have already communicated. They will be delivered to the clinic in batches in the next 2 months. Sherlinian glanced around the corridor and said, a week ago, Tong Jichuan, Wang Huiyin, Shintong discussed and drafted a list of medical equipment needed for the Bingdu Village Clinic. Some of them are imported from abroad. If all these equipment are purchased, the Bingdu Village Clinic will at least be as good as those tertiary hospitals in terms of hardware. Of course, there is still a big gap compared to the top domestic hospitals such as the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Then he went to find Zhong Ruofei. And Zhong Ruofei contacted his friend Guitian. Finally, the equipment was completely settled. What about the cost? Tong Jichuan asked again. The total cost is 130 million. After a little thought, Sherlinian reported a number. 130 million? Yes. Because Lao Zhong was the middleman. The price was very low. Sherlinian nodded. If these equipment were to be purchased by the state-owned large hospitals in the south, they would not be able to come up with at least 500 million or 600 million. How is the payment settled? Tong Jichuan sighed. The payment is settled in accordance with the settlement method of other domestic hospitals. And the payment period is basically half a year to 1 year. Sherlinian said again. In Xia country? Because of the issue of medical insurance settlement. Hospitals of all sizes rarely settle drug and medical equipment expenses in cash. And all have payment periods. They saved us so much money this time. If we can settle it earlier, we will settle this first. The money borrowed from the bank can wait a little longer. After thinking for a while, Tong Jichuan said, don't worry, we will definitely not let Mr. Guo suffer any loss. When the payment is settled, we will definitely need to pay some extra thank you fees. Sherlinian said immediately. That's fine. By the way, Old Shen has invited many doctors in the past 2 days. They will come to visit and inspect in advance in a few days. When the time comes, you can introduce them in detail about the treatment and future plans of our village clinic. Try to keep them all. After a pause, Tong Jichuan said again, Uncle Tong, how many did Dean Shen invite? When he heard this, Sherlinian's face flashed with a hint of joy, and at the same time, there was a hint of curiosity. Since Shintong took charge of this matter last time, he did not ask more questions. Asking too much would make Shintong feel that he did not trust him. I heard that there are about 10 chief physicians, and about 23 deputy chief physicians. In addition to neurology and internal medicine, they are mainly in respiratory medicine, digestive medicine, cardiovascular medicine, internal oncology, otolaryngology, and a trauma hand surgery, hepatobiliary surgery. Tong Jichuan briefly introduced. Ah, so many? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Sherlinian's face was shocked. Although these departments are far less complete than those of the top 3 hospitals, or even some local hospitals, they are already top-notch in the health center level. Especially with so many chief physicians. Well, Lao Shen called many of his students. These students of his are now basically directors and deputy directors of large hospitals in 2nd and 3rd tier cities. Then he asked old friends to introduce a few more. Finally, your Aunt Wang and I called again. Tong Jichuan said. I said it. Sherlinian immediately understood. By the way, how is the recruitment of nurses going? After talking about doctors, Tong Jichuan asked again. It is not enough for the clinic to have only doctors. There must be a large number of nurses. Uncle Tong, I have already asked the nurses here. Ding ling ling, it is a coincidence that... At this moment, Sherlinian's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look. Sherlinian's expression changed. First, he signaled to Tong Jichuan, and then walked to the side to answer the phone. Hello. Mr. Gua, hello. It turned out that the call was from Guitian. Dean Sher, is it inconvenient now? I have good news. The next moment, Guitian's voice came from the phone. Chapter 285 Come to Bingdu. It is impossible not to roll. Good news? Sherlinian was stunned, then said, Mr. Gua, you say? Dean Sher, didn't you tell me last time that your village clinic is recruiting some mature medical staff? Guitian's voice came quickly. Yes. Sherlinian replied immediately. I talked to Guation about it before when I asked him to order medical equipment. And as a deputy chief physician from a top hospital, Sherlinian knows the importance of nurses. Sometimes a good nurse can make patients recover much faster. Therefore, although the Bingu Village Clinic does not intend to use those intern nurses, the treatment they receive is very high. And as long as the nursing level is good and they are patient with patients, the final salary they receive may not be lower than that of doctors. Director Sher. It is like this. I just heard a piece of news that the Logistics Joint Support Hospital will be restructured. Soon. Guation's voice came again. What? The Logistics Joint Support Hospital will be restructured? Sherlinian paused. He naturally knew which hospitals Guation was referring to. The policy has just been issued. Because some places have made major adjustments, many civilian doctors need to be transferred to civilian jobs. The level of these doctors and medical staff is still good. As long as the treatment is good enough, now should be the best time to recruit people. I heard that several large hospitals in the south are planning to recruit people from Mon City. Guation said again. Recruit from Mon City? Sherlinian's face became more and more interested. Lon City, the capital of Suqing Province, has many logistics support hospitals. Yeah, just now a friend talked about this matter, so I thought of calling you. Guation said. Thank you, Mr. Gua. I will definitely reward you handsomely when you come to Bingu Village next time. Sherlinian said immediately. He was not being polite. I will treat you to a meal next time when I have time. He really wanted to thank Guation. Guation really helped the village health clinic step by step to where it is now. You are too polite. To be honest, it is actually quite fulfilling to see a clinic become a big hospital step by step in my lifetime. Guation smiled. At the beginning, Guation was just helping Zhong Ruofei. But later, he really wanted to see what kind of miracle the Bingu Village Clinic could create. Therefore, the purchase of medical equipment this time is at the highest price. We are mainly for serving the villagers. Just like that, after the two chatted for a few more words, Sherlinian hung up the phone and came to Tong Jichuan again. Uncle Tong, please take care of the clinic these days. I may have to go to Lon City. He said. Go to Lon City? What's the matter? Tong Jichuan was a little surprised. Yesterday, Shintong and Tu Wanhua went back to Yinqing first because of something, and they will come after the new clinic is put into operation. Uncle Tong, it's like this. Sherlinian then repeated the news Guation had just brought in detail. If that's the case, then we should go to Lon City. The Joint Logistics Support Hospital still has many good doctors. As for the clinic, you can tell Xiao Song to add some appointments for me and Aunt Wang these days. After hearing this, Tong Jichuan nodded immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Tong, I'll go early and come back early. You're welcome. At 7 p.m., it was already dark for the eastern cities of Xia Country, but the sun was still hanging in the sky for Xian Province. Xian Province, Urumqi, Silk Road Conference Preparatory Office, Liuzhou. The person in charge was frowning as he listened to a staff member's report. What does Suqing Province mean? The more he listened, Liuzhou's frown deepened. They asked if they could coordinate, give Jioga City some space, at least let Jioga City promote or broadcast the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. The staff member whispered, It's Jioga City again. Why is it endless? Didn't we already say hello to the person in charge of Jioga City last time? Besides, since it is the policy of the Alliance of 5 provinces, there should be no exceptions, and it must be implemented without compromise. If we give Jioga City an opening this year, we will do the same when it is Suqing Province's turn to host next year. Are they happy? I will call them back later, and give them a reply according to what I just said. After hearing this, Liuzhou's face was left with only 2 words, dissatisfied. But Suqing Province also said. The staff member hesitated. What else? Liuzhou raised his eyebrows. It is said that the Bingu Economic Development Zone in Jioga City has begun to prepare for the event. If there is no adjustment, if there is a disturbance in the Bingu Economic Development Zone, it may affect the Silk Road Conference. The staff member hurriedly replied. Will it affect the Silk Road Conference? Ha ha. What is this? Threatening? Or intimidation? You can make a tourism festival at the level of Xiagua look like no one cares about it. And now you come to tell me this? If they are really that capable, why did they only approve 2 million yuan in funding this year in Suqing Province? And everyone knows that if it were not for the purpose of preserving the qualification of Suqing Province to apply for the Cultural and Tourism Festival at the level of Xiagua in the future, this Border Cultural and Tourism Festival would have been discontinued long ago. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Li Yuzhou's face was full of disdain. Leader. Then, the staff member hesitated. The same thing. Whatever the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival wants to do has nothing to do with us. But the policies formulated before must be implemented without compromise. Li Yuzhou waved his hand and said without any doubt. Okay. Leader. After asking for instructions, the staff member turned around and left. But at this time Li Yuzhou suddenly spoke again. Wait. Xiao Wang. Leader. You say. Add one more sentence to the reply over there. The Silk Road Conference has its own rhythm. And is not afraid of influence. Let them not worry about the Silk Road Conference. Li Yuzhou tapped the desk with his fingers and added. Leader, I understand. Go. At 8:30 in the evening, Jioga City, Government Office Building, Song Shusheng told Zhui Xuezhong the final coordination result of the province. Ah, still no? Hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong's face was full of disappointment. Well, they also said that the Silk Road Conference is not afraid of any impact, so we won't think about the Cultural Tourism Festival anymore, and we will focus on the economy next time. Song Shusheng slowly leaned back in his chair. This time he really tried his best, and the province also tried its best. The other party's sentence. When you host the event next year, can other cities apply for special policies like this? One sentence blocked all the words. Okay. Then should we tell Director Su? After a moment of silence, Zhui Xuezhong spoke again. Forget it. It will only cause more trouble. Let the Economic Development Zone make its own arrangements. Anyway, we have been called 3 times in total. If there is any trouble in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, we will take the responsibility. Song Shusheng waved his hand. Okay. Leader. Zhui Xuezhong said nothing more. By the way, how is the progress of the National Highway rerouting? After a pause, Song Shusheng asked again. Leader, I have asked the person in charge there, who said that the project has started to work in 3 shifts, and it will be completed by mid-May at the latest. Zhui Xuezhong said hurriedly. Mid-May? That's fine. Song Shusheng nodded with satisfaction. This is the most efficient project he has heard of in recent years. Although the national highway is only 40 kilometers long, many places have not been able to repair 40 kilometers for several years, and there are many dead-end roads. However, the speed of connecting the power grid to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is relatively slow. When I asked yesterday, the person in charge there said that there is hope at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Zhui Xuezhong said again. Early next year? It doesn't matter. Now Bingdu Economic Development Zone has its own power grid. It should be able to last until early next year. Besides, even if the 2 large enterprises land, it will probably take a long time before they are officially put into operation. By then, the Economic Development Zone will probably have been integrated into the power grid. Song Shusheng waved his hand. This? I think so. Zhui Xuezhong hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. He wanted to say that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is different from other places, especially in terms of engineering. The reason why the National Highway Rerouting Project was so fast this time was not only related to the fact that it was a key project in Jioga City this year, but it was actually more because it was forced into the atmosphere of Bingdu Village. Otherwise, how could it be possible to work in 3 shifts? But on second thought, if I said it again, Song Shusheng would think that he was too biased towards Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After all, he had never paid so much attention to projects in other counties and districts. Okay. If there is anything else in the future, please feel free to communicate. Yes. The tide rose and fell, and a few days passed in a flash. Just when Song Shusheng thought that the projects of Longsheng Group and Tondai Clothing were still a long time away from landing in operation, Wang Long and Fong Tong had already appeared in the card friend's home. Oh my god! However, after getting off the car, looking at the scene in front of them, the 2 of them were stunned for a long time. Brother Long? What's going on? After a long time, Fong Tong looked behind him and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. In such a moment, if it weren't for the tall stork tower in the core area that was still dazzling, he would even think that he had gone to the wrong place. Last year, they came to Bingdu Village on the 20th of the 12th lunar month. At that time, there was no reception in the core area of Bingdu Village. There were 3 employee dormitory buildings on both sides of the national highway. Now the ancient buildings on both sides of the national highway are almost bordering the east side. More importantly, there are many more buildings on the west side, and 2 or 3 of them are no less imposing than the Guanchua Tower. That's not all. Many of the ruins on both sides of the national highway have disappeared. I don't know where they went. Instead, they are replaced by newly planted trees and grass. A sense of déjà vu of a characteristic ancient building park comes over them. How can they not be surprised? I don't know. Fong Tong asked Wan Long. And Wan Long was also confused. After a while, Wan Long took a deep breath and said, "But one thing is for sure. We came a little late. The water and electricity may have been delivered to our land a long time ago. As a result, the water and electricity have been delivered a long time ago. What should we do then?" Fong Tong subconsciously looked back and saw a construction dump truck slowly approaching from a distance. Chapter 286. This is a bargain. Let's stay at the Guanchua Tower first. Wan Long glanced at Fong Tong. He knew what Fong Tong was thinking, but he hadn't seen Su Heng yet, and the water and electricity were just their guess. Okay. Just like that, the two chose to walk to the core area instead of taking the bus, because they really wanted to see what the street looked like now. However, just after entering the street, the two were stunned again. There were scenes of renovations everywhere on both sides of the street, the sounds of nail guns, the sounds of sawing boards, and spraying paint one after another, and the renovation workers were much more nervous than what they saw outside. After seeing the stay tuned advertisements hanging on the renovation stores, the two were stunned again. Why are there so many restaurant chains in Haiwa Lao Daiji suddenly? Could they be all new investors in Bingu Village? For a moment, Wan Long and Fong Tong really didn't know what to say. Every change in Bingu Village is refreshing their perception of a village. The construction speed is flying, but the bottom-level investment promotion can also keep up with it. And they are all the restaurant chain brands in first and second-tier cities. It's so scary. In this case, let alone a district or county, I'm afraid even those prefecture-level cities can't do it. Huh? Jiangsu Province Liaoning Traditional Culture. Wait. Is this company the company that the new brothers signed at the Northwest 5 Provinces Investment Promotion Conference? However, not far ahead, Wan Long and Fong Tong saw the decorated storefront in front of them, and stopped at the same time. It seems so. Fong Tong nodded. Are we really late? We signed the contract together. But they have already started the renovation, and are about to start the official operation. Wan Long couldn't help looking at Fong Tong. If we are sure that the water and electricity have been connected, we can only find a way to speed up the work. Otherwise, it's really unacceptable. Fong Tong sighed. Yeah. As night fell, in the banquet hall, in the private room, Su Heng, Wan Long, and Fong Tong were eating and chatting. Without mentioning the signing of the contract between the two companies, just talking about personal relationships, Su Heng would definitely personally receive Wan Long and Fong Tong when they came to Bingu Village. Leader, what is the progress of the water and electricity now? When the meal was almost over, Wan Long finally couldn't help but ask the question he wanted to know most. The electricity has been delivered, and 2 wells have been drilled for water first. The waterway will be delivered after the water is stored here. In addition, the highway will be connected around May. Su Heng replied immediately. Although he was busy with the new supermarket every day, he actually knew the progress of other projects very well, including the progress of the bus station and bus station. In the past 2 days, the earthwork of the lake and the entertainment complex has been almost completed, and some pipes at the bottom of the lake have been laid, and even the embankments around the lake have been repaired. After dealing with some things at the bottom of the lake, we can start to store water. However, due to the flow of the small river, it will take a long time to fill the lake. The highway is connected? Wan Long and Fong Tong looked at each other subconsciously. It's fine if there is water and electricity, but what about the highway after buying the land? They didn't even think about the access to the economic development zone. After all, building a road is not a simple matter. They even thought that the logistics would be done with gravel roads. In the Gobi Desert, gravel roads are no problem. But now they heard that the road is almost open. How can they not be surprised? It's like this. After the new year, the Economic Development Zone applied for a national highway rerouting, thinking that your two companies have a large demand for logistics, so the national highway was changed to pass in front of your land. Su Heng then told Wan Long and Fong Tong in detail about the rerouting of the national highway. Wan Long took a deep breath, then said with an embarrassed look, Leader, we really didn't expect your project to progress so fast. If we had known earlier, we would have started the project as soon as possible. It's not that the project is delayed and doesn't want to be implemented. Boss Long, what are you talking about? There is no such thing between us. Seeing Wang Long and Fang Tong's expressions, Su Heng waved his hands hurriedly. He knew that the two of them were obviously overthinking. Yes, some contracted companies would stand up the local government. But he never doubted the two people in front of him. Especially Wang Long, his character is absolutely impeccable. If the project cannot be implemented due to various reasons, he will definitely inform you in advance instead of not giving any information. But other companies have already. Mr. Long, actually. According to the normal progress, it is fast for water, electricity, and roads to be available in half a year, but we started construction early, and we work in 3 shifts, so the project progress has been accelerated. So even if it comes half a year later, I will not think that you are deliberately delaying the project. Su Heng saw that Wang Long was still a little bit uneasy, and smiled immediately, and then said, "Start construction early. 3 shifts?" Wang Long's expression changed. "Yes. Our power equipment was delivered to the site on the 7th day of the first lunar month." No wonder. I was wondering how long it had been. Binggu village had become unrecognizable. At this point, Wang Long and Fang Tong finally understood why the buildings in Binggu village were like mushrooms, changing every day. It turned out that they were all made with high intensity and 3 shifts. After a pause, Wang Long looked at Su Heng again. "Leader, since there is no problem with water and electricity now, our 2 families will start preparing to start construction and strive to get the factory up and running as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be a shame to change the route of the national highway." After saying that, Wang Long did not forget to look at Fang Tong. Both of their factories have their own design drawings. So there is no design bidding. Just find a contractor and agree on a completion time. There's really nothing to be sorry about. Just follow the normal pace. We are in such a hurry because there is a cultural tourism festival in July. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a hurry. Su Heng waved his hand, indicating that Wang Long and Fang Tong didn't need to deliberately follow the pace of Binggu cultural tourism. Cultural Tourism Festival? By the way, leader, speaking of the Cultural Tourism Festival, is the theme of this event Binggu Cultural Tourism or Binggu Economic Development Zone? Wang Long did not continue the project but asked. Because there is no need to say anything more about the branch factory, it is necessary to start construction, speed up the pace, and keep up with the pace of other companies. It is Binggu Culture and Tourism, Su Heng replied. This afternoon, Xiong Province TV station has transferred the exclusive live broadcast feed to Binggu Culture and Tourism's public account. So far, the organizer of this border tourism festival has completely become Binggu Culture and Tourism. Oh, then do you have a public account of Binggu Culture and Tourism? Wang Long said again. Public account? Why do you want Binggu Culture and Tourism's public account? Su Heng was stunned. As a company settled in Binggu Economic Development Zone, we must sponsor some expenses for this tourism festival, Fang Tong said on the side. Sponsorship? No. How can I ask for your sponsorship? After finding out the reason for the account, Su Heng waved his hand immediately. Leader, I knew you would say that. But in fact, it is normal for companies to sponsor local areas. Moreover, we have sponsorship in other places, but when we come to our good brother's territory, we don't sponsor. How can this be justified? Wang Long glanced at Su Heng, and then picked up the phone. By the way, I remember transferring funds to Binggu Culture and Tourism when the land was transferred. I will send it to the finance department later if there is a public account for it. Boss Long, don't do this. As the night deepened, Yuan, Feng Shui didn't know that the difficult sponsorship was going on at the banquet hall. At this time, he looked at the incoming call number on his phone, with a little surprise on his face. But he quickly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Liu. The call was not from someone else, but from Song Liu's uncle Liu Siming, who often chatted with him before. Mr. Feng, are you resting now? The next moment, Liu Siming's voice came from the phone. No, it's still early. What about you? Have you returned to China? Feng Shui looked at the time and said, if Liu Siming was still abroad, he would not call him at this time. You're back early. Oh, then come to Binggu village when you have time. Now Binggu village is even more beautiful than last year. Feng Shui smiled. That's for sure. Binggu village is beautiful in winter. Not to mention that now is the season of revival. It must have a different charm. By the way, Mr. Feng, I'm calling you now because I have something to tell you. When mentioning the scenery of Binggu village, the voice on the other end of the phone had a hint of emotion. Something to tell you, Feng Shui said immediately. Mr. Feng, it's like this. After returning to China at the end of last year, I entered a domestic brewery through the introduction of a friend. I originally wanted to continue to develop in China, but this brewery actually planned to remove the beer production line. When it came to business, Lu Siming's voice became a little depressed. A few days ago, he and the factory director were still talking about how to improve the quality of beer by changing the water source. Later, the factory director said that he wanted to hold a meeting to discuss it. At that time, he thought that the meeting was to discuss how to find a new water source and set up a branch factory. He even thought about whether to introduce the ultra-high-quality water source of Bingu to the factory director, and let the factory director talk to Bingu Culture and Tourism to see if there is any possibility of cooperation. As a result, at the meeting this morning, after a vote, it turned out that the beer production line was to be removed, and beverages were to be made exclusively in the future. In this case, how could Lu Siming not be depressed? Mistakenly taking a do as the wise leader. No one would be happy. Ah? Remove the production line? Feng Shuyu was surprised, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He really didn't know that this brewery was going to remove the production line. What did Lu Siming call him? Well, I think it's a pity to remove a beer production line like this. So I want you to help ask Bingu Cultural Tourism if they are interested in taking over all the equipment and production qualifications of this production line. Lu Siming's voice came quickly. When the meeting finally decided to cut the production line, he immediately thought of Bingu Culture and Tourism. As for losing his job, he really didn't care. At his level, there is no shortage of jobs at all. Besides, he received a lot of money in advance when he joined this company. Now that the production line is gone, it is basically a waste of money. Let Bingu Culture and Tourism take over? Do you mean that you want Bingu Culture and Tourism to acquire this beer production line? Feng Shuyu suddenly realized, finally understood what Lu Siming meant. Well, this is definitely a profitable business for Bingu Culture and Tourism. First, the water quality of Bingu is beyond doubt. With this production line, the beer brewed is definitely top-notch. Second, the factory is eager to get rid of this burden, and Bingu Culture and Tourism will definitely be able to get all the equipment at a very low price. Lu Siming said again, but, let me ask a question. Do we still need to acquire this production line? If Bingu Culture and Tourism wants to make beer itself, can't they just build one? Feng Shuyu is an outsider in this area and really doesn't understand. It's different now than before. It was simple before, but now it's super troublesome to open a brewery. In addition to the equipment, you need a production license, a business license, a tax registration certificate, a health license, environmental approval, etc. Especially the environmental approval is extremely difficult now, and it takes a long time. In addition, Xiaogua has been shrinking the approval in this area in recent years, but it will be different if you acquire it. It's like owning a shell resource. When the time comes, just change the registered place, and you can start work normally. In addition, the brewing cycle of beer is very short. It will take only a few months for Bingu Cultural Tourism to produce its own beer. That's why I thought of asking Bingu Cultural Tourism whether they would consider this cost-effective business. Lu Siming hurriedly said, so that's the case. It seems like a good opportunity to pick up a bargain from what you said. Hearing this, Feng Shuyu already understood everything. What do you think? Lu Siming's voice had a hint of expectation. How about this? I'll ask Xiao Su and the others tomorrow. I don't understand this kind of thing, and I can't make the decision. If they are interested, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If they don't feel interested, then I might also. After thinking for a while, Feng Shuyu said, yes. I just want you to help ask. If Bingu Culture and Tourism does not consider it, it's okay. We can talk about it later when there is a chance. Lu Siming said again, that's it. I'll call you when I have news. The next day, the sun rose, and Su Heng came to the office of the management committee early. Last night, I talked with Wang Long and Fang Tong for a long time, but in the end, I couldn't stop them from giving sponsorship fees to the Frontier Culture and Tourism Festival. In desperation, Su Heng had to agree, and said that he would definitely make 2 large billboards for them at the venue. The reason why I came to the management committee at this time was because Zhang Hancheng said yesterday afternoon that the person who took the initiative to call and wanted to apply for the position of office director would come for an interview this morning. So, after arranging the things at the construction site, I came here. Zhang Hancheng went to the station early, and Li Mei also went to Geoga City to do business. At this time, only Su Hang was in the office. Xiao Su, why are you here today? I just went to the construction site. However, a few minutes later, Su Hang did not wait for the interviewer, but Feng Qiu appeared at the door. Uncle Feng? You are looking for me? Come in and sit down first. Seeing Feng Qiu, Su Hang immediately stood up, walked to the water dispenser, and poured a glass of water for Feng Qiu. Chapter 287. There are specialties. Xiao Su, are you not busy now? After glancing around the office, Feng Qiu came in. Not busy. Do you have something to talk to me about? After Feng Qiu sat down, Su Hang spoke. Yes. Feng Qiu nodded immediately, and told Su Hang everything that Lu Siming had told him last night. Let us acquire the beer production line. Su Hang took a sip from the water glass. Boss Lu said that this is a good deal for Binga culture and tourism, because the current production line is particularly difficult to approve. In addition, we have the top water source of Bingu, so the taste of the beer is absolutely amazing. Later, I also thought about it. Aren't we going to hold a frontier cultural and tourism festival? It was the hottest time of the summer. If we could let tourists taste our own beer, it might be a good experience for tourists. Feng Qiu nodded. In fact, it is not difficult for us to approve the production line. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang said again, although Bingu Economic Development Zone does not have any health and environmental departments for the time being, it cannot approve it by itself. But as long as Geoga City gives a greeting, there will definitely be no problem. Does that mean this matter doesn't mean much to us? Feng Qiu paused. Not really. In fact, Mr. Lu's words really reminded me. As you said, the water quality of Binga Lake is unique in the country. If we create our own beer brand, it can be regarded as our specialty. Su Hang shook his head slightly. For a moment, he unconsciously thought of the part of the opening ceremony that Zhang Hancheng mentioned to him about recommending local specialties. As for the fact that he had been worried about the inability to transport beer over long distances before, he excluded beer and kept thinking about other alcoholic beverages. After careful consideration, I found that it was not a big problem, as long as the brand is well run. In addition to glass bottles, cans can also be used. Canned beer has high added value and low loss. Even if there is no railway transportation, road transportation is actually possible. If it is our own brand, it must be considered our specialty. Apart from other things, most of the sodas in China actually taste exactly the same. But each place has its own brand. It's called Beibing in Yancheng and Bingfeng in Shanxi province. Feng Qiu nodded. That's right. Then, after talking about this, Feng Qiu looked at Su Hang again. Well, Uncle Feng, when you are done, asked Mr. Lu. Although the production cycle of brewing beer is relatively short, it may take about 10 days to complete, but moving the production line from Jiancheng to here, and building a new factory, etc., will also take time. I wonder if we can catch up with the Cultural and Tourism Festival. If we can give it a try, but if we can't, then we won't consider it for the time being. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. There is no other way. There are too many projects on hand in Bingdu village now. Even if the brewery is a modern factory with ready-made production lines, it will eventually distract some manpower and material resources. Okay, then I'll ask. After hearing this, Feng Qiu immediately understood what Su Hang meant. Then I'll trouble Uncle Feng. By the way, Uncle Feng, please tell Mr. Lu that there is another most important prerequisite for us to build a brewery, that is, he comes to take charge of the overall situation. We will give him the same treatment as those companies did before. If he doesn't come, there's no need to talk. After a pause, Su Hang spoke again. I know this. If Mr. Lu doesn't come, the quality of the beer can't be guaranteed. Feng Qiu nodded. In fact, even if Su Hang didn't say this, he would tell Lu Siming. Uncle Feng. That's it. If he agrees, we'll do it. Yeah. Ding ling ling. Coincidentally, at this moment, Su Hang's phone rang. Picking it up, Su Hang nodded to Feng Qiu, and then answered the phone. Director Zhang. What's wrong? It turned out that the call was from Zhang Hancheng. Director Su. The interviewee has arrived at the cardholder's home. Is it convenient for you now? If it is convenient, I will ask him to come over. The next moment, Zhang Hancheng's voice came from the phone. Since Su Hang's phone had an external speaker, Feng Qiu beside him also heard this sentence clearly. Xiao Su. I'm free here. You go ahead. He immediately signaled to Su Hang. Director Zhang. Then let him come over. I'm in the office of the management committee. Su Hang nodded, and then replied to Zhang Hancheng. Okay. On this side, when Su Hang and Feng Shuyu finished talking about the brewery in Guanjua Tower, Wang Long and Fang Tong were making phone calls one after another. By this Wednesday at the latest, the finance department will send someone to complete the registration in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Looking at the scenery outside the corridor, Wang Long said, Okay, Mr. Wang, should the bidding for the factory construction be done here or in Jioga City? Or should we still use the construction company we used before? The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Let's use the same construction company we used before. They are familiar with our factory structure and will build it very quickly. After thinking for a while, Wang Long replied, Okay, but the construction of the factory this time is different from the previous ones. After a pause, Wang Long said again, Different? What's the difference? Is it the project payment? There was a hint of surprise on the other end of the phone. No. This project requires them to work in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, and strive to build the factory according to the standards in the shortest time. Wang Long took a deep breath. 3 shifts? Mr. Wang, all the projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are basically 24 hours. 3 shifts. And the workers are paid every day. If they don't do this, the construction company will probably not be able to keep the workers. Wang Long glanced at Fang Tong, who was on the phone at the other end of the corridor. This morning, they went to learn about the construction methods and intensity of other companies. If you don't know, you won't know. Once you know, you will be really shocked. Driven by Bingdu culture and tourism, various projects have been very competitive. What's worse is that you have to be competitive. If you don't pay attention, your own workers will come to Bingdu culture and tourism to apply for jobs. And Bingdu culture and tourism will hire everyone who comes, never complaining about too many people. Therefore, in order to ensure that your own project can proceed smoothly, you can only raise the salary to the same level as Bingdu culture and tourism. Okay, I'll contact the construction company, and I'll communicate with you after it's confirmed. After a long silence, the man on the other end of the phone spoke again. Well, I will be in Bingdu Economic Development Zone for a while. Wang Long said again. Okay, Mr. Wang. One more thing, you should notify the human resources companies that cooperate with us, and tell them that they can start to reserve workers for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Wang Long made another arrangement. Mr. Wang, is it too early to reserve workers there now? Hearing this, the other end of the phone hesitated. Not too early at all, after all. This place is in the northwest Gobi Desert. Some young people will worry about the conditions here, so this time we have to recruit some experienced and mature ones. By the way, this branch of Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not accept interns sent by vocational and technical schools. Wang Long said. I understand. Mr. Wang, I'll start making arrangements. Okay. At this end of the corridor, Wang Long confirmed the construction plan of the Longxing Electronics branch and some other matters. And Fang Tong at the other end of the corridor was almost the same. After Fang Tong reported the situation here to his father felt more anxious than Wang Long. He said that he would build and operate the factory in the shortest time and also take on the task of purchasing ostrich feathers from the Bingdu farm and some yak skins. Even after learning that the Economic Development Zone was going to host the Frontier Tourism Festival and had sponsored some activity funds to Bingdu culture and tourism, Fang Tong's father came up with an extremely crazy idea. Time passed in a flash, and it was evening in a blink of an eye, and the sun was setting. It was time to get off work, and the streets of Lan City were full of vehicles, which seemed particularly congested. At this time, in a Chinese restaurant, Shirlinian was having dinner with a man in his 40s. After Guatian told him the news that the civilian doctors of the Joint Logistics Support Hospital were going to be restructured, he came to Lan City on the 3rd day. After finding some connections, he finally made an appointment with a surgeon in the ophthalmology department of the Joint Logistics Support Hospital. This surgeon, named Tao Yong, was one of the ones who were restructured. Moreover, he had made great achievements in ophthalmology and was one of the few doctors in China who could perform extremely difficult ophthalmic surgeries. Therefore, in Shirlinian's view, if he could invite this ophthalmologist to the Bingdu village clinic, even if he could not recruit other medical staff, it would be worth the trip. Dean Sure, I have no problem with the conditions you mentioned. To be honest, I am used to living in the Northwest. Although the economy in the South is developed and the treatment is good, it will take me a while to adapt to the climate there. Moreover, the Bingu Village Clinic has now become a legend in the medical community of Lon City. Everyone knows that there are several top domestic experts there. I am honored to be invited by you. But, after a moment of silence, Tao Yong looked at Sherlinian. What is it? Hearing that Tao Yong did not refuse directly, Sherlinian was delighted and asked hurriedly. Chapter 288. Hearing about me, thank you. I have lived in Lon City for so many years, and my family was also formed here, this year. My child just entered the first grade of junior high school, which is the most critical time. If I want to go to a new unit, my family must go with me. Of course, my wife doesn't really care. The main thing is the child. So I want to ask, if I go to the Bingu Village Clinic, how do they solve the problem of education for the children of employees? Is there a school? Tao Yong looked at Sherlinian. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Sherlinian was stunned. In fact, he had thought about this problem when he came to Lanzhou, but many of the key members in the circle he had contacted before had sent their children abroad to receive education abroad. Tao Yong was the first person to really point out that children needed to go to school in Bingu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Sherlinian came back to his senses and said again, Director Tao, so you mean that except for the children's education, there are no problems with everything else? There are no problems with everything else. To be honest, the treatment you offer here is even better than those offered by those hospitals in the south. Tao Yong nodded. Then do you think this is okay? I will talk to the director of our economic development zone later and give you an answer as soon as possible. I hope you can understand. After all, our economic development zone was only approved at the end of last year. How to arrange the education of employees' children? I haven't received any news yet. Sherlinian spoke the truth very frankly. He felt that he couldn't speak carelessly on such matters. If he made a promise now, if it was different from what he promised, then the problem would be even bigger. That's no problem. Our restructuring documents have just been issued, and it will take some time to complete the formal process. Besides, my child has already started school this semester, as long as we can get accurate information before September. In fact, I really hope to work with a top expert like Mr. Tong. Tao Yong said again. Okay, I will definitely give you a reply as soon as possible after the communication. Waiting for your news. Little did he know that, just as Sherlinian encountered a problem that Bingu Economic Development Zone seemed unable to solve quickly, Bingu Bus Station, a group of people were also talking to Zhang Hancheng. At this time, the Gobi Desert, which was originally barren, has been expanded to include several fenced areas and some colored steel houses on construction sites. In addition to the bus station, the truck friend's home, and the repair shop have also started construction one after another in the past few days. Due to the limited energy of Bingu cultural tourism, Truck Friend's home and the repair shop can only continue to use prefabricated houses and colored steel houses as the main body for the time being, and will carry out professional upgrades when there is time and sufficient funds in the later stage. The only difference is that in addition to moving the original prefabricated houses, some more will be added. The overall scale is much larger than before. Not to mention anything else, the area of the newly planned Truck Friend's home is more than twice that of the original one. Now, whether it is the land of the new Truck Friend's home or the land of the repair shop, the outer metal guardrails are planted with Sephora japonica trees that are more than 10 years old. Director Zhang, would you like to help us think of a solution? It's really inconvenient now. A man in work clothes and a safety helmet said expectantly. Provide a house for rent? Zhang Hancheng frowned. Just 1 hour later, he came to the bus station construction site and started chatting with the workers. He originally wanted to ask if the workers had any difficulties with food and drink. And if so, he would solve them together. Unexpectedly, when he started chatting, the workers said that their biggest need at the moment was not food or drink, but renting a house in Bingu village. This surprised him a little. The weather has been getting warmer during this period, and there are no heating equipment in the construction site tents. In theory, the workers' housing is not a problem. Director Zhang, my wife is now a cleaner at a food stall. We rented a place on the construction site here, so it's convenient for us to do anything. Even the children can come and stay for a while during the holidays. Unlike now when the children come, they can only take a look. The man who spoke first continued. That's right, Director, we don't dare to ask for the kind of buildings in the core area. We just want the 2-story mobile houses that the vendors in the vendor area rent, with water, electricity, and internet. At this time, another worker also took over the conversation. Is this the case for everyone? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hancheng looked at everyone. There is a lot of work in Bingyu Village this year. People who work outside the nearby counties and districts every year basically come to Bingyu Village this year, and the jobs they find are relatively stable. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Well, I will report this problem to Director Su after I go back tonight, and then discuss it with Director Su, and then find a way to solve it for you as soon as possible. How about that? Zhang Hancheng said. Great, I'll trouble you then. When they heard that Zhang Hancheng was going to report to Su Hang, the workers were overjoyed. They have been in Bingyu Economic Development Zone for a while, and they can still distinguish between big and small Wang. By the way, do you have any other needs besides this? After a pause, Zhang Hancheng asked again. No. Bingyu Village is busy from top to bottom, recruiting people from Lan City and trying to solve the workers' difficulties. On the other hand, the other counties and districts in Jioga City are basically the same as in previous years. Not in a hurry. And everything is ready. Ase County. In the reception room of the government building, the person in charge Sun Chengzheng and the person in charge of Jinlu County next door Mingyang are chatting. How is the company you signed? Is there any hope recently? After a moment, Sun Cheng sighed and looked at Mingyang. I just finished a phone call with the company's head yesterday. He said that the headquarters has a lot of things to do recently, and they will consider the project here after July. Mingyang curled his lips and shook his head. I thought everything would be easy after the investment conference, but I didn't expect that this was the beginning of a nightmare. The province has included the landing of enterprises in the year-end assessment indicators, and it is a key project in order to completely eliminate the kind of paper wealth. How can the heads of various counties and districts not be anxious? The assessment in front is not only the subsequent policy support, but also affects their future level. By the way, what about you? After a pause, Mingyang looked at Sun Cheng again. Our situation? Our situation is similar to yours. Every time I call, the person in charge of the company has various reasons, but never a definite answer. I don't know exactly when it will be implemented. It's really too difficult. Sun Cheng smiled bitterly. Who said it wasn't? It wasn't so difficult before. This year, I feel that these companies are super cautious. Mingyang nodded. Well, but I heard that the company signed by Bingyu Economic Development Zone has been implemented. Have you heard about it? As Sun Cheng nodded, there was a hint of envy in his expression. How can I not hear about it? The leader even called me personally and talked about this matter. When mentioning Bingyu Economic Development Zone, Mingyang curled his lips. To be honest, Su Xinqing is really good at economics. In addition, several key projects of the city this year are all there, so it is very popular. In addition, it also took over a frontier cultural and tourism festival. Although the budget is only 2 million, it can more or less bring some tourists there. By the end of this year, the economic data of Bingyu Economic Development Zone will definitely not be bad. If we don't count the stock, and only count the growth, it will most likely be the first in Jioga City. Sun Cheng sighed again. If they had paid more attention to Bingyu Village, and didn't let Bingyu Village be separated. Now all of this belongs to Ase County. Result: Bingyu Economic Development Zone has good economic indicators this year. Ours won't be bad. At this time, Mingyang heard it and waved his hand. Ours won't be bad? Yes. According to preliminary statistics, many laborers in our county are working in Bingyu Economic Development Zone this year. The salary offered by Bingyu Economic Development Zone is high, and they work in 3 shifts. This year, our county's per capita income level will definitely be raised. Of course, consumption will definitely be boosted. Now, as long as they have time, those who work in Bingyu Economic Development Zone will bring home large and small bags of things. They are also more generous with their living expenses than in previous years. Mingyang said again. That's right. This year, there are obviously more local people on the streets of Ase County than in previous years. Sun Cheng nodded. He also clearly felt what Mingyang said. So, from a certain perspective, we should thank Bingyu Economic Development Zone. As long as we find a way to get the contracted companies settled, we can live comfortably. Mingyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Enterprise landing. Smoothing his hair back, Sun Cheng also picked up the teacup. Night fell. Bingyu Economic Development Zone. Su Heng had just walked out of the supermarket construction site, and by coincidence, he ran into Zhang Hancheng carrying a briefcase. Director? Director Zhang, you're back? Seeing this, Su Hang stopped. Just back. Zhang Hancheng nodded. You haven't eaten yet? Let's eat together. Looking at the food stall, Su Hang said. Okay, I just have something to report to you. Zhang Hancheng said hurriedly. Then let's eat and talk. Su Hang nodded. Just like that, a few minutes later, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng came to the employee dining area with their plates, and started talking while eating. Director, there is a problem now. Then, Zhang Hancheng explained the situation he knew in detail. Provide rental housing? Su Hang's expression changed. Well, I did a survey on other construction sites later. Now there is a huge demand for this kind of thing. It is basically a couple working here. Zhang Hancheng replied. Couple. Su Hang touched his chin. I think if this problem can be solved, we can leave a stable labor force for our Bingdu village. When more companies move in later, recruiting people won't be as difficult as it is now. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng expressed his thoughts. Of course, Zhang Hancheng actually had another idea in his mind that he didn't say. That is, it is not enough for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to have only Bingdu Village as a village-level organization. If it wants to grow and develop in the future, it must gradually develop some natural villages. By the time this place is well managed, it is not impossible for these workers to register for long-term residence in this place. If they register for long-term residence, then this place will naturally be called the second village of Bingdu Village. That's what I said. But now I just don't have the time and energy. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Zhang Hancheng. The talent apartment for high-tech talents in Bingdu Economic Development Zone that was previously planned has not been settled yet. Director, these workers don't have high demands. They said that a 2-story colored steel house with water and electricity like the one where the vendors live now is fine. They also said that the local government doesn't consider the core area at all. And it's fine to be next to our new station. Zhang Hancheng waved his hand hurriedly. This kind of prefabricated house? Is it really possible? If you want to do it, the scale over there is much larger than the vendor area. Su Hang hesitated. No problem at all. Now there are those fireproof colored steel houses. There won't be any problems. Perhaps guessing what Su Hang was worried about, Zhang Hancheng said again. Oh! What do you think? If there is no problem with safety, I will tell Mr. Zhong after I'm done, and ask Bingdu Cultural Tourism to plan it well in the near future. This is relatively simple to build. The water and electricity have been delivered. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, although this matter looks like the nature of affordable housing or low-rent housing, because the surrounding land is all owned by Bingdu Culture and Tourism, it would be much less troublesome to hand it over directly to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Otherwise, the Economic Development Zone has just started, and there is simply not enough money on the books to transfer the land. Okay, Director. Seeing Su Hang agreed, Zhang Hancheng was delighted and nodded hurriedly. In this way, the two talked about some other things, and Zhang Hancheng suddenly thought of something, and spoke again. By the way, Director, what do you think of the person you interviewed this morning? Not bad, very thoughtful. I listened to some of his ideas and felt that he was a doer. When mentioning the person he interviewed, Su Hang replied immediately. This morning, he talked with the interviewer named Liu Yongxiu for more than 2 hours before it ended. What about him? I have already told him that he will go to Shaanxi province to handle the formalities in the near future. After the formalities are completed, we will directly arrange him as an introduced talent. His position is the director of the office under the Economic Development Zone. The preliminary plan is to come to the Economic Development Zone to work in mid-April. Su Hang said. Oh, in this case, the director and deputy director of the Economic Development Zone office are in place, and only the ordinary clerk is missing. Hearing the time, Zhang Hancheng breathed a sigh of relief. With one more person in the Economic Development Zone, he can relax a little bit. It has been really busy recently. By the way, how is the Human Resources and Social Security branch going? After a pause, Su Hang looked at Zhang Hancheng again. The Human Resources and Social Security branch has been approved by the city. I discussed it with Mr. Zhong the other day, and allocated a few more offices in the square office building. Now the city is selecting people. Once the resident candidates are determined, the business can be carried out normally. Zhang Hancheng said hurriedly. That's fine. Wang Long of Longsheng Group and Mr. Fang of Tong Ai Clothing will register in the next few days. By then, they should have a lot of demand in this regard. I understand. At the same time, just when Zhang Hancheng was secretly trying to build a second administrative village for Bingdu Village, Yuan, Zhong Ruofei was stunned after hearing what Feng Shuyu said. Uncle Feng, are you saying that we want to build a brewery? Chapter 289 Two Production Lines. Yeah. Feng Shui nodded. Didn't I say that before? Confirmed, Zhong Ruofei's face showed a hint of surprise. Regarding the use of the ice lake and the development and utilization of the Yaden landform, the senior executives of the ice lake cultural tourism, had discussed it several times before, but due to funding, the purpose and other issues, there was no final conclusion. I originally thought that these two projects would be completed after the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival or next year, but now, they are suddenly being carried out. How can I not be surprised? It's like this. Feng Shui then told the whole story again. It turned out that, after meeting Su Hang, Feng Shui returned to Yuan and called Lu Siming. I thought Lu Siming would seriously consider it before giving him a reply. But unexpectedly, Lu Siming agreed on the spot without any hesitation, saying that there was no problem in joining Binga Binga Cultural Tourism. He also said that he would go to the factory director to discuss the purchase of beer production in the evening. So what does Mr. Lu mean now? After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei suddenly realized and his eyes lit up. If Binga Culture and Tourism can launch a beer of its own at this border tourism festival, it would be great. Mr. Lu said he would contact them first. And then we need to send a representative to meet with the factory director and try to settle everything in the next few days. In addition, he can also provide the design drawings and construction drawings of the brewery plant. Feng Shui said immediately. Send a representative? Zhong Ruofei's expression moved slightly. Well, although Mr. Lu can confirm many things, some details must be adjusted more or less. Feng Shui looked at Zhong Ruofei. For this kind of thing, someone above the level of vice president of Binga Culture and Tourism must go there. Lu Ming is so busy now that he can hardly find his way. The only people left who can take charge are Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei. Uncle Feng, how about this? We'll go find Xiao Su in the evening and discuss this matter. After confirming some details, send a manager there, and with Mr. Lu coordinating there shouldn't be any problems. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Ruofei said. Zhong Ruofei understood what Feng Shui meant, but with the current state of Bingdu village, neither he nor Shui Yutian could leave. That's it, that's fine. Raising his hand to check the time, Feng Shui nodded. I'll come to you first when I get there. Okay. Time flies, and night falls. Little did they know that Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei, who were planning to look for Su Hang, had not yet arrived at the single-family house, and Tong Jichuan had already sat down with Su Hang at the tea table. Uncle Tong, are you saying that the new clinic is having some problems recruiting people? After hearing this, Su Hang gradually frowned. Well, Xiaoshi's feedback from Lan City is like this, and after a while, the doctors invited by Old Shin will most likely have the same problem. If this problem is not solved, it is hard to say how many of these doctors will stay. Tong Jichuan's face flashed with worry. He now treats Su Hang as his own. So he basically says whatever he wants, and will not sugarcoat the situation or ignore the key points. These doctors were invited by Dean Shin with a lot of thought and favors. It would be a pity if they can't stay. Su Hang nodded and leaned back in his chair. Yeah. And these doctors are all high-quality talents. The relevant supporting facilities must not only be complete but also good. Otherwise they will still not choose Bingdu Village. Su Hang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Since they are considered social elites, they also want their children to enjoy elite or high-quality education. As expected, the schools that these doctors' children attend are among the best in the local area, even if they are not the best. If Bingdu Economic Development Zone only has a makeshift school, and the teachers are all graduates from ordinary normal universities, they will definitely not let them study here. Except for those whose children have already gone to college or abroad, they really attach great importance to the quality of education. Tong Jichuan sighed. Given the current situation of Bingda culture and tourism, it may be easy to build a school, but it is not easy to build a high-quality school in a short period of time. Uncle Tong, Brother Shi reported that it will be in September? After pondering for a long time, Su Hang looked at Tong Jichuan again. As long as it is done before September. Okay, please give Brother Shi a reminder after you are done. Tell him that you can rest assured to guarantee the treatment of those doctors who are worthy of our village clinic when we discuss the treatment. Our Bingdu village will definitely be able to provide their children with a high-quality education in September. Su Hang nodded confidently. Xiao Su, is it really possible to make it in September? Upon hearing this, Tong Jichuan's face flashed with worry. He knew the current situation of Bingdu village better than anyone else. It's possible, don't worry. I'll contact you as soon as I have time. Su Hang said again. Okay then, by the way, if you want to do education, are you going to do public or private? After a pause, Tong Jichuan asked again. Su Hang is now the head of the Economic Development Zone and the helmsman of Binga Culture and Tourism, whether it is private or public. It is up to him to decide. First, start private schools, and then set up public schools when there are more registered long-term residents. Su Hang replied. Private schools first? Yes, it is easy to recruit teachers in public schools, especially in our Northwest. Many people go there for a stable job, but in terms of quality, private schools will improve faster. And these elites are more accepting of private schools than others. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. That's true. Hearing this, Tong Jichuan breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Uncle Tong, there is one more thing. At this time, Su Hang thought for a moment and spoke again. What's wrong? It's like this. Hasn't the new clinic been capped? With the current size, it would be a bit too much for Brother Shi and Sister Song to manage it alone. So I was thinking whether to set up 2 more deputy deans? Su Hang subconsciously glanced at the Bingu village sand table next to him. Although it is a village clinic, it is actually similar to a hospital. Therefore, the deputy position can only be called deputy director. It is not appropriate to call it anything else. Establish a deputy director? This? Knock. 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 However, just when Tong Jichuan expressed his thoughts, there was a knock on the door. And at the same time, a voice came. Xiao Su. Is this convenient? Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately glanced at Tong Jichuan. It's Uncle Feng. Hurry up and open the door to see if there is anything. Tong Jichuan also recognized the person. He stood up and opened the door. It was none other than Feng Shiyu and Zhong Ruofei. Hey, old Tong is here too. After entering the room, he saw Tong Jichuan. They greeted each other before sitting down. Su Hang made a cup of tea for them. I hope I didn't interrupt your conversation, Feng Shiyu said. No. I just talked to Xiao Su about recruiting doctors for our village clinic. Tong Jichuan waved his hand. Those who were sitting there were not outsiders either. Tong Jichuan told them about the doctor's concerns. Then now Feng Shiyu and Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Hang subconsciously. In fact, it's not just these doctors. In the future, Shui Yutian and his wife, Shi Linian and his wife will face the same problem once they have children. Of course, Zhong Ruofei himself may also face such a problem. After dealing with the things in Haishur for a while, his partner will also come to Bingu village. It's only a matter of time before they get married and have children. Xiao Su said it will be done in September. Tong Jichuan said. September? Zhong Ruofei and Feng Shiyu looked at each other subconsciously. Lu Ming's various complaints flashed through his mind subconsciously. Yesterday, Lu Ming said that he must take a good rest for a few days after the tourism festival. Now it seems that it may be a one-sided thought, that's all. By the way, why did you come to see Xiao Su? After a pause, Tong Jichuan asked again. It's about the brewery, Xiao Su, President Lu replied, saying that there is no problem. Feng Shiyu looked at Su Hang. No problem? Then let's start preparing. Upon hearing this, Su Hang nodded immediately. Boss Lu said, we need to send someone over now. I thought we should discuss the details first, and then send a manager to sign the contract directly. Zhong Ruofei on the opposite side immediately took over the conversation. Details? Su Hang paused. Although Boss Lu is coordinating over there, some things still need to be confirmed by us. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Are you talking about the production line delivery and price? Su Hang pondered for a while and said, yes, although the other party wants to withdraw the production line. They will definitely negotiate with us on the price. I thought of setting a price ceiling and let the manager handle the rest. Zhong Ruofei said. Upper limit? That's easy. We can quote a price according to 10% or 20% of their factory scale. Su Hang replied. 10% or 20%? Yes, it's great that we can find someone to take over this kind of professional equipment. If they ask for a high price, we might as well purchase new equipment directly. Of course, if that is the canned beer production line, we can add some. Su Hang waved his hand. After chatting with Feng Shiyu in the morning, he checked the relevant information of the brewery and had a relevant understanding of the production line. Cans? Xiao Su. What do you mean? Feng Shiyu paused. He and Lu Siming had never discussed such details. I thought since we have already done it, let's just put on 2 production lines. One for glass bottles and one for cans. Bottled products are mainly supplied locally. And cans are mainly supplied from other places. Su Hang nodded. Okay. Then I'll find a manager to settle it tomorrow. Another thing is the location? Zhong Ruofei asked while expressing his understanding. The brewery will be located near the ice lake. But it can't be too close to the ice lake. Yaden will definitely be developed in the end. If it is too close, it will have to be relocated in the end. Standing up, Su Hang came to the sand table. What about the name? Since we want to create our own brand, do we still need a name? As several people stood up and came to the sand table, Feng Shuyu suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Chapter 290. This village health room is really a bit too much. Yes, in addition to the name, there are also trademarks, logo and other designs, etc. After hearing what Feng Shuyu said, others subconsciously looked at Su Hang. If you want beer to appear at the Cultural Tourism Festival, in addition to the production line, factory, these must be done at the same time. Name. Why not call it Ice Lake Legend? What do you think? After thinking for a moment, Su Hang said, Ice Lake Legend? Everyone's eyes lit up. With the word Bingu, as long as the beer can be promoted later, it can more or less bring some popularity to our Bingu village, Su Hang said. In fact, the name of the beer was not thought out by brainstorming, but was referenced from some brands on the earth, especially a certain island. This name is really good. It not only has the name of our Bingu village, but also gives people a sense of explaining the development history of our Bingu village. How about the logo design? Here, Feng Shuyu directly gave a thumbs up. With this thumbs up, the name of the beer was officially decided. For the logo, we'll use the shape of our ice lake. Actually, this is a small matter. If it doesn't fit, we can modify it a little later. Now the main thing is to choose the location of the brewery. Su Hang picked up the laser pen and pointed at the location of the ice lake on the sand table. The ice lake is not a very regular circle or ellipse, but is embedded in the northernmost part of the ice lake village, like a piece of auspicious cloud. Site selection for the brewery? Several people nodded and looked at the sand table again, with some more questions on their faces. Xiao Su, didn't you say that the brewery should be placed near the ice lake? Yes, but we need to think carefully about where to put it. It won't be too close or too far. In addition, we need to consider environmental factors, transportation factors, etc. By then, there will definitely be some industrial waste, whether it is glass bottles or cans. Su Hang said again. That's right. Let's do this. Let's first determine a rough range, and then consider various factors. Okay. The night was dark. The lights in the small building where Su Hang lived were on for a long time. And it was not until after 2 in the morning that the lights were turned off, and it became dark. Ordinary people don't know what happened here. But just think it's just an ordinary night. The tide rises and falls, and the days pass by. The Bingu Economic Development Zone has truly achieved a change every day under the super strong internal circulation. On March 29th, a newly promoted manager of Bingu Culture and Tourism went to Jiancheng with a briefcase. At the same time, relevant personnel from the financial departments of Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing arrived at Bingu Economic Development Zone and started the relevant registration process and the recruitment process. On April 2nd, the staff of the Human Resources and Social Security branch of Bingu Economic Development Zone officially arrived at the Economic Development Zone and started to clock in for work. On April 8th, under the chairmanship of Lu Ming, the west gate of Bingu Village was officially opened for repair, and the foundation of Bingkei's special building was dug. On April 10th, Shanghai Jiaotong University officially signed a long-term designated cooperation agreement with Bingu Farm, and promised in the contract to build a large animal research institute of Shanghai Jiaotong University within the next year. On April 12th, due to the continuous promotion of Wanlong and Fangtong, on this day, Longsheng Group and Tondai Clothing held a groundbreaking ceremony at the industrial park at the same time. 2 construction teams consisting of more than 300 people started construction. Like other projects of Bingu Cultural Tourism, they all work in 3 shifts, and the salary is paid immediately. On the other side, Su Hang's new supermarket officially ended its underground business and started its ground business on this day. That's not all. A convoy of more than 20 heavy trucks slowly drove into Bingu Village and turned north after reaching Qinglong Road in the west. On April 15 at 8 a.m., with a burst of firecrackers, the new food stall and the new barbecue restaurant officially opened. But surprisingly, although the 2 restaurants were already full half an hour after opening, The diners were not talking about the food of the food stall and the barbecue restaurant, and they seemed to be unable to stop talking. Have you heard? The Binggu Village Clinic will move to a new location on May 1st. A man with a local accent said, while looking at the scenery outside the window through the glass. Finally moving? Across from her, a middle-aged woman was surprised and a little emotional. This time she came all the way from Wei City with her mother-in-law, just to make an appointment with Tong Jichuan's expert. Before coming, she thought that such a great expert must work in a high-end place. Unexpectedly, after coming here, she found that this was really a clinic. The place doesn't even have the township health center in their village. If it wasn't confirmed that the great expert was here, she really thought she had encountered a professional scammer who sold fake plasters. The notice just posted at the door of the village clinic. It must be true. The man nodded. Where will it be moved to? Is it far from the current one? Coming back to her senses, the woman hurriedly asked again. Not far. The two high-rise ancient buildings at the west end of the village that you see when you stand here are them. The man replied. Ah, those two ancient high-rise buildings are new clinics? The woman was obviously stunned. When she first arrived at Binggu Village today, she thought those two ancient buildings were some kind of tourist attraction, but she didn't expect them to be new clinics. Yeah, we'll go over and take a look after we finish eating. The man raised his hand and looked at the time. Okay. Little did they know that, just as the diners were talking and wanted to go over and take a look, the door of the new clinic, which had been removed from the fence, was already full of people. If there hadn't been 7 or 8 security guards at the door trying to dissuade them, these people would have probably rushed into the outpatient building at this time. Whether it was the outpatient building or the inpatient building behind it, in terms of momentum and size, they were not inferior to those big 3 hospitals in 2nd and 3rd tier cities. The only difference is that the tertiary hospitals in 2nd and 3rd tier cities have the words People's Hospital of a certain province or city on them, while the words on the gate of Binggu Village are Binggu Village Clinic. Everyone, please don't worry. Our clinic will officially start accepting patients on May 1 st, and we are still in the preparation stage. Please come back after May 1st. At this time, a security guard looked at the crowd in front with helplessness on his face. May 1 st? I see there are already nurses and doctors in the outpatient building? An old man in his 60s pointed inside. That's right. The people behind him echoed. Sir, we will be seeing patients on May 1 st, so we must prepare in advance. We can't wait until May 1st to let these medical staff come here to get familiar with the environment. The security guard shook his head helplessly. Today, the clinic gave them a heads up when posting the notice, saying that someone might come here. At the time, I didn't care, thinking how many people there would be. In the end, I really underestimated these people's persistence in the new clinic. It will take 3 or 2 days to get familiar with the environment. Does it mean that we will have a trial operation in 3 or 2 days? Here, after listening to the security guard's dissuasion, the old man still did not give up and continued to ask. Trial operation? Uncle, the clinic is not a clothing store. So there is no trial operation. This is a rigorous place. The security guard sighed and explained patiently again. No, I saw that other hospitals have trial operations. This old man is too persistent. It's really not the case. At this time, the crowd behind him saw the old man like this and couldn't help laughing. Not really? Do you know why the old man is so anxious? Someone beside him glanced at the man who was talking. Why? Is there any other explanation? For a moment, the man was actually a little curious. Because after the Binggu Village Clinic moves here, another group of doctors will come. The man who spoke looked up at the tall outpatient building and took a deep breath. Isn't this normal? With such a large scale, the original few experts and medical staff in the Binggu Village Clinic will definitely not be able to support it. The man couldn't help asking. He knew this without thinking. But do you know who is coming? The person next to him glanced at the man. Who? According to reliable sources, the leader is Shintong, the former vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yenching University and a well-known neurology expert in China, and Tao Yong, a famous ophthalmologist from the former logistics support hospital. This. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, the man's face was no longer calm. In addition, there are also a number of backbones from other large tertiary hospitals in 2nd and 3rd tier cities, all invited by Shintong and Dr. Wang Huiyin. The person next to him said again. Oh my god! This is a village clinic? Isn't it a bit too much? The man didn't know what to say at this time, and he subconsciously glanced at the sign above. I don't know why. This sign suddenly looked particularly eye-catching. Such a configuration is not only in Gyoga City, but also in Suching Province. No! It should be said that there are not many large hospitals in the 5 northwestern provinces that can compare. So, you should now. Hey, brother. Where are you going? Here. Just when the person next to him wanted to introduce some inside information he had found out to the man. The man had already squeezed in. I want to ask when Mr. Shin will start his clinic. My wife's arm has been numb for almost half a year. Now we don't have to go to Yanqing. The man said without turning his head. Didn't you just say it wouldn't be that serious? One time. Another time. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, especially in this era of highly developed networks. In the circle of friends, family WeChat groups, village WeChat groups, the news that the Binggu Village Health Center changed its location on May 1st, and the new doctor quickly spread at a speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. On the next morning, anyone who felt a little unwell was talking about this. As expected, there was another wave of bookings for Binggu Hotel, Guanqiu Tower, and in after May Day. At 9 o'clock, in Gyoga City office, Zui Xuezhong had just walked into the office, turned on the computer, and was about to start processing the various documents on hand today, when he saw the secretary hurriedly appear at the door of the office. Director? What's wrong? Zui Xuezhong asked casually while sorting out the documents. Director. The city service hotline was bombarded by those citizens again. The secretary took a deep breath. What's going on? Did something happen? Upon hearing this, Zui Xuezhong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately put down the documents. Chapter 291. Are they short of nurses? Director, the citizens who called us all suggested that we increase the number of bus routes to Binggu Economic Development Zone. The secretary whispered back. Add bus routes to Binggu Economic Development Zone? Zui Xuezhong was stunned. At this moment, the feeling that had disappeared for a long time, but was inexplicably familiar, came back. Could it be that there was something going on in Binggu Economic Development Zone again? It shouldn't be. They have been working on the project for a while, and there is no time to do anything else. After a pause, Zui Xuezhong asked hurriedly. Director, I asked around. It should be caused by a piece of news. I don't know if it's a rumor or true. The secretary hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. What news? Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but glance at the secretary. Every time the secretary suspected that the news about Binggu Economic Development Zone was a rumor. It was basically true. Without exception. What's more terrible is that sometimes it's even more exaggerated than a rumor. The news says that the new clinic in Binggu Village will be moved to a new location on May 1st. And this time many top domestic experts have joined, including Shen Tong, the former deputy director of business of the first affiliated hospital of Yanqing University. And the secretary told him everything he knew. My Tianyuan Yanqing University first affiliated hospital's business vice president? Although I was mentally prepared, I still took a breath when I heard this. Before, the village clinic had top experts like Tong Jichuan and Wang Huyin, which was already unacceptable. Now, a group of big names in the medical field have come. A village clinic is doing this. And several large hospitals in Gyoga City are really embarrassed. But there is nothing to say about this kind of thing. As the best hospital in Gyoga City, Gyoga City People's Hospital has poached some key doctors from various counties and prefectures. But this time, these top experts and doctors are not something that Gyoga City People's Hospital can poach. The most important thing is, the stronger the Binggu Village Clinic is, the better it will be for the people of Gyoga City. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and a few minutes later, Zui Xuezhong looked up at the secretary. You will organize the operator to reply in a while, and say that the bus station is being built in the Binggu Economic Development Zone. When the bus station is completed, the city will definitely coordinate and increase the number of routes from various counties to the Binggu Economic Development Zone to facilitate the people to go there for medical treatment. He said, Director, is this the reply? You should call Director Su to confirm it. After all, this matter involves a wide range of people. What if it is just a rumor? After hearing this, the secretary hesitated and said, Medical resources are definitely ranked first in the minds of the people. If they are not available at that time, there is really no way to explain to the people. Rumors? Humph, after so many times. You still don't understand Binggu Village, and Director Su? It is absolutely true. And maybe the rumors are just the tip of the iceberg. The actions of Binggu Village Health Center may be bigger. Zui Xuezhong glanced at the secretary, and waved his hand very confidently. He really didn't bother to call to confirm. Sometimes he even felt that believing in rumors was sometimes more reliable than believing in what Su Hang said. Then I'll go right away. The secretary was stunned, and finally couldn't say anything. Thinking carefully, what his leader said did make some sense. The rumor was refuted several times before, and now not many people believe. The rumor refuted by Binggu Village. Ding ling ling. Just when the secretary was about to turn around and leave, Zhuo Xuezhong's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look. Zhuo Xuezhong frowned, and waved to the secretary, indicating that he could leave. And then answered the phone. Hello, Principal Zhang. Zhuo Xuezhong frowned because the person who called was none other than Zhang Qin, the principal of Jioga Vocational and Technical College. Principal Zhuo, are you busy now? The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. In terms of tone and attitude, it felt like two different people compared to the last time. What's wrong? You tell me. Zhuo Xuezhong replied indifferently. It's like this. Wasn't Binggu Economic Development Zone Hospital moving to a new place during May Day? I heard that the newly built hospital is not small, so I thought there must be a large shortage of medical staff there. It just so happens that a group of nurses from our college will graduate in June this year. At present, many students have not signed jobs yet. Why don't you ask Director Su there to see if he can help arrange it? Zhang Qin's voice sounded again. What? Help nursing students find jobs? Zhuo Xuezhong frowned again. Since he was coldly rejected when he asked for an intern last time, although Zhang Qin was half a level higher than him in terms of rank, he no longer had any feelings for this person. Especially after hearing this, he felt very uncomfortable. When you asked for interns, you said it was free labor, and the rights of students could not be guaranteed. Now that students can't find jobs, they think of Binggu Economic Development Zone again. Where in the world is there such a good thing? So he would never agree to this matter. Well, all students in our college have interned in hospitals, and they can start work directly, if they are willing to accept us as a whole. It will not only solve the employment of our nursing majors, but also solve the problem for Binggu Economic Development Zone Hospital. Even in the future, Jioga Vocational and Technical College can become a designated talent training base there. At this time, Zhang Qin continued. Principal Zhang, to be honest, I really can't make the decision on this. How about this? You can ask other hospitals, for example, the Municipal People's Hospital, the Municipal Second Hospital, etc. After a pause, Zhuo Xuezhong replied directly. In fact, he wanted to say, what does the employment rate of your vocational and technical college have to do with Binggu Economic Development Zone? But he took the words back. You can't make the decision? What a joke. Aren't you in charge of Binggu Economic Development Zone now? Zhang Qin was obviously stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhuo Xuezhong to refuse so directly. I am in charge of the Economic Development Zone. But Binggu Economic Development Zone is no longer the village-level Economic Development Zone before. The Deputy Director of the Management Committee is higher than me. I am just coordinating and notifying some things now. I really can't make the decision for them. Zhuo Xuezhong said again. Director Zhuo, why don't you ask first? Otherwise, I have to go to Secretary Song again, and it will only delay things. The other party was stunned for a few seconds before speaking again. Obviously, Zhang Qin gradually understood the meaning of Zhuo Xuezhong's words. Then you should communicate with the leader. I really can't do anything about it. Zhuo Xuezhong replied indifferently. Having worked in this system for many years, he understood what Zhang Qin meant. He just wanted to suppress him with a top leader. If it were in other counties, he might consider it. But this time, he is really not afraid of him. Binggu Economic Development Zone is not an ordinary county, and it is not afraid of him. Okay, Director Zhuo. I'll come back to talk to you after I call my boss. Hearing this, Zhang Qin hung up the phone immediately. Who are you trying to scare? The village clinic has top experts this time, and the medical and nursing equipment will definitely be up to par. Will they use those students from your school who have interned somewhere? Looking at the black screen of his phone, Zhuo Xuezhong muttered to himself, with a hint of disdain on his face. But after thinking about it, he picked up the phone again and dialed a number. The number clearly reads Director Su of Binggu Economic Development Zone. Little did he know that, just as Zhuo Xuezhong was calling, in an office on the side of a certain avenue in the northwest of Jioga City, a man in his 50s slammed his desk indignantly. The word principal was clearly hung on the door of the office. The man was none other than Zhang Qin, the principal of Jioga Vocational and Technical College. No overall view at all. I don't know how such a person can be a leader. Isn't it just that he didn't transfer the intern last time? As for this, typical revenge for personal gain. What kind of medical care the hospital over there uses is not just a matter of his words. Zhang Qin muttered to himself, leaning back in his office chair and thinking for a moment, and then picked up the phone again. Beep, beep. Soon the call was connected. Hello. Xiao Wang. Please park the car at the school gate first. I'm going to the government building. Chapter 292 Embroidery opens. Ancient costume appears. Gyoga Vocational and Technical College is located in the northwest corner of Gyoga City. In addition, Gyoga City is only a fifth-tier city with a low ranking, and it is not as big as imagined. 40 minutes later, Zhang Qin was already sitting opposite Song Shusheng's desk. Do you mean that Gyoga Vocational and Technical College wants to sign a designated cooperation unit with Bingdu Economic Development Zone Hospital? After listening, Song Shusheng slowly leaned back on the chair and looked at Zhang Qin. Song Shusheng was not surprised that Zhang Qin came to him. As the only college in Gyoga City, it is directly under the jurisdiction of the Education Department of Suqing Province, which is equivalent to a provincial unit. However, since it is in Gyoga City will also coordinate many things. Leader, to be honest, our hospitals in Gyoga City have long stopped accepting interns. Now the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Hospital has just expanded its scale, and there are several top domestic experts there. It will be easier for students to find jobs after internships there. And this time we can provide a lot of medical staff there, which can greatly reduce the employment costs of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Hospital. It is a win-win situation, Zhang Qin said immediately. In the northwest, doctors and nurses have iron rice bowls in a sense. Once they start working in a hospital, they will basically never leave and will work until retirement. Therefore, both the city-level hospitals and the hospitals in various counties are basically fully staffed. There is no shortage of interns or medical staff. Every year, there are a few retirement quotas. Talk about this with Director Zhou and ask him to communicate with the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After hearing this, Song Shusheng frowned and did not agree with Zhang Qin. Leader, I have already talked to Director Zhou. Director Zhou said he can't coordinate the matter of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zhang Qin leaned forward. Can't coordinate? Is there any problem? Song Shusheng looked at Zhang Qin in surprise. Not sure, that's why I came to you. Do you want to ask Director Zhou? Zhang Qin shook his head. In his mind, as long as he finished this sentence, Song Shusheng would definitely pick up the phone on the desk to make arrangements for Zhou Xuezhong. However, after waiting for a while, Song Shusheng did not move. It was not until 2 or 3 minutes later that Song Shusheng said, Let's do this. The situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is quite special. I will call Director Su there to communicate and ask what the situation is first. After that, Song Shusheng immediately took out his mobile phone. You communicate? That's great. Hearing that Song Shusheng was going to call Su Heng in person, Zhang Qin was delighted and said hurriedly. In his opinion, although he didn't call Zhou Xuezhong, the top leader of Gyoga City personally called Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And there was basically no suspense about this matter. Beep beep beep. After a moment, the call was connected. That was not all. Song Shusheng put it on speakerphone directly. Director Su. Leader. The next moment, Su Heng's voice came from the phone. Director Su, there is such a thing. Principal Zhang of Gyoga Vocational and Technical College just found me. Song Shusheng roughly told the story. Do you think Bingdu Economic Development Zone Hospital is convenient? Leader, did Principal Zhang hear the rumors outside? We don't have an Economic Development Zone Hospital here. It's just a village clinic. It's just a new place, and the medical staff here have already been found, so there is no need for any interns. Besides, after all, he is a college student. It is not appropriate for him to come to a village clinic for internship. Soon, Su Heng's voice came over. Hearing this, Song Shusheng looked at Zhang Qin. At this time, Zhang Qin was also confused. He really didn't expect the other party to give such an answer. He always felt vaguely that there was something wrong with this sentence. But it seemed that he couldn't find any fault. Leader, if our village clinic has this demand, we will definitely give priority to graduates from local colleges in Gyoga City, but there are really none now. Su Heng said again. Well, you go ahead and do your work. Hearing this, Song Shusheng did not continue to ask for more details. He simply said hello and hung up the phone. Principal Zhang, you just heard it. It's just a new location. he said. But leader, the clinic in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is just called a clinic, but it has actually been. Zhang Qin hesitated to speak. Are you talking about those experts? They are now villagers of Bingdu village. It's normal for them to practice in their own village clinic. Song Shuxing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, Principal Zhang, didn't Director Su say that if there is a need in the future, he will definitely give priority to graduates from local colleges and universities in Jyoga City. So don't worry. Based on my understanding of Director Su, he will definitely do what he says. Putting down the teacup, Song Shusheng said again. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Leader. I'll contact you when the Bingdu Village Clinic needs medical care. At this point, Zhang Qin had no choice but to nod. Since the other party called in front of him and made a promise, there should be no problem. That's no problem. As long as there's a need, you can come find me again. By the way, Principal Zhang, what else do you have to say? Nothing. Zhang Qin shook his head. Little did he know, just when Zhang Qin felt that the matter was done and not done, Bingdu Village, the clinic construction site, Su Hang called Zhui Xuezhong again. Director Zhua, the leader just called. I knew he would definitely go to the leader. Then how did you reply? Zhui Xuezhong's voice came immediately. After Zhang Qin called Zhui Xuezhong told Su Hang about Zhang Qin's request. Su Hang and Zhui Xuezhong had almost the same idea about the requirements of Jyoga Vocational and Technical College. Not to mention that the Bingdu Village Clinic does not need the students, who just returned from internship at the Vocational and Technical College. Since the last time, the companies under Bingdu Culture and Tourism will no longer have the possibility of cooperating with that place. I said the clinic just moved to a new place, and no medical care is needed. Su Hang said. So simple? I heard that Zhang Qin has many demands, and likes to put labels on others. I'm afraid that just one sentence can't get rid of him. After a pause, Zhui Xuezhong's voice continued to be heard. Later, I said that if there is a need in the future, I will definitely give priority to graduates from local universities in Jyoga City. Su Hang said again. Ah, you said that? After hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong's voice suddenly rose a lot. Director Zhua, is there a problem? Su Hang's face showed a hint of doubt. It's not a big problem now. I'm just afraid that he will use this to make trouble later. After all, your village clinic can no longer be considered a clinic in a sense. It's just a sign different from a normal hospital. Zhui Xuezhong sighed. When he called before, Zhui Xuezhong also learned about the rumors and the current situation of the clinic. At this time, Zhui Xuezhong had only one idea in his mind. If his family members were not feeling well in the future, they must go to the Bingdu Village Clinic. And they no longer had to travel long distances to Lan City or other large hospitals in first-tier cities. It's okay. Anyway, it's not a definite statement. If our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has its own school in the future, it will definitely not be involved with a vocational and technical college. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is going to set up its own school? It would be better if you didn't hear it. After hearing it, Zhui Xuezhong was stunned again. I have this idea at present. This time, in order to keep those doctors, I promised them a lot of conditions, especially primary and secondary education. After thinking about it, primary and secondary education has been done. A vocational school is not a big deal. Su Hang sighed. Although he has been busy like a top on the construction site during this period, since he has promised Shi Linian and Tong Jichuan, he must do it. So he will contact him about this matter whenever he has free time. For this purpose, he also found his PhD and master classmates abroad. At present, the general framework has been determined. Want to set up a vocational school? After coming back to his senses, Zhui Xuezhong hesitated before asking. Unconsciously, his mind emerged with the advice given to him by his old classmate Pang Mingji when he left Jyoga City. It is inevitable to set up vocational schools at the county level. After all, not all junior high school students can go to high school. Su Hang said. Vocational education is an indispensable part of the education system at the county level. So it is also included in this plan. Well, vocational students can actually be used in nursing. Zhui Xuezhong hesitated and finally did not say that Xingji College was going to be transferred. In his opinion, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is already very busy. And now it has to carry out these basic educations. How can there be time to run Xingji College? And it is estimated that it will take a lot of money to take over Xingji College. Neither Bingdu Culture and Tourism nor Bingdu Economic Development Zone can afford it now. It's useless to say anything. Yeah. By the way, Director Su, I just looked at the documents sent by the Transportation Department. They said that the National Highway Rerouting Project will be completed by the end of June at the latest. You can prepare in advance. After talking about the interns, Zui Xuezhong suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Ah? So soon? Su Heng paused and raised his hand to look at the date. It's not that fast actually. The difficulty of building a road in the Gobi Desert is not as great as other places, and it doesn't involve land acquisition. It's just that this time it was affected by your project, and the city has been urging us. Otherwise, it would take 2 or 3 years to complete, Zui Xuezhong said. Thank you for your support. I'll prepare in advance. Confirmed, Su Heng was delighted, and said immediately, if the national highway is rerouted, then the core area of Bingdu Village can carry out the next key renovation project. If this renovation is completed, the ancient building atmosphere in the core area will be far better than it is now. And it will bring tourists a more perfect experience. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in a flash. The rumors about the Bingdu Village Clinic did not stop because Su Heng sent Jioga City Vocational and Technical College away. Instead, they are getting more and more intense. However, for those tourists who come to Bingdu Village for tourism, they all come to Bingdu Village because they see the beautiful scenery of sunset and night fairy palace on the short video platform. And they are not too concerned about the medical resources of the Bingdu Village Clinic. At this time, it was the sound of firecrackers in the core area that caught their attention. Embroidery shop? What is this? A tourist looked at the wooden sign and cloth banner hanging on the 4-story office building next to the beef noodle restaurant and stopped immediately. Are you selling embroidery here? Or clothes? Seeing staff coming out of the door of the embroidery shop, 2 tourists, who looked like a couple, asked immediately. Hello, we mainly sell hanfu here. It's just named embroidery shop to suit the occasion. The staff replied immediately. Ancient Chinese costumes? Are they for sale? Hearing this, the 2's eyes lit up. We sell them, and we rent them. The staff member said again. And we rent them? The tourists became more and more interested. Just now, they took a lot of photos at the Guanxue Tower. Although they were very impressive, they always felt that they were a little bit lacking. If they put on ancient costumes and took photos again, the effect would definitely be better than before. Especially when the lights of Bingdu Village are turned on at night. It will definitely be a different feeling. Well, if you are interested, you can come in and take a look. Our first floor is the display area, and the second floor has a makeup area in addition to the display area. Since our store has just opened, as long as you rent our ancient costumes, makeup is free. The staff member said again. Makeup is free? Let me take a look. Hearing this, a female tourist walked into the embroidery shop without hesitation. It turned out that the embroidery shop had been renovated after constant rush work. Today is the day when the embroidery shop officially opens. Since the office building of the embroidery shop is 4-story, the boss Tan Yoyu directly turned the entire 4th floor into a staff dormitory. And the 3rd floor is the office area. The 1st and 2nd floors are the display area and makeup area. Perhaps because he is very optimistic about the characteristic ancient buildings of Bingdu Village, or wants to reserve more employees for himself. Tan Yoyu's embroidery shop directly recruited more than 50 employees. Unconsciously, it has become the largest branch under the head office. Time goes on. An hour later, a woman holding a fan walked out of the embroidery shop. The woman had a beautiful face, wearing a water blue hanfu. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps. Her hair was combed into a simple classical bun. A few strands of hair brushed against her cheeks, adding a bit of softness. The fan in her hand swayed gently from time to time, as if to fan away the midday heat for herself. As soon as the woman appeared, she immediately attracted many people's attention. In addition to tourists, even the workers on the construction site and the staff of Bingda Cultural Tourism couldn't help but take a few more glances. So beautiful. Was it made in this embroidery shop? It feels so good. After coming back to their senses, some female tourists sighed subconsciously. However, just when people were attracted by the classical beauty, a more eye-catching figure slowly walked out of the embroidery shop. This was a man in a dark green robe, with a jade belt tied around his waist, walking calmly and looking elegant and suave. In addition, his bun was fixed with a jade hairpin, and a strand of black hair fell casually in front of his forehead, adding a bit of elegance. Standing with the ancient costume women, many people were completely stunned instantly. Just because the classical atmosphere exuded by these two people formed a strange harmony with the ancient buildings on both sides of the street, for a moment. It really felt like a journey to a film and television drama. Unlike the tourists and other tourist attractions in Xiagua, who wore a uniform and simple hanfu and had a crew cut, it looked very inconsistent, and there was no sense of substitution at all. Oh my god! This is the first time I have felt a real talented man and a beautiful woman in reality. For a long time, not only some female tourists walked towards the embroidery shop, even some male tourists couldn't help but step towards the embroidery shop. At the same time, in the distance, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian, who had just finished their work, also happened to see this scene. The embroidery shop is open. It's interesting. If there are more people wearing hanfu this afternoon, maybe we can attract a wave of customers on the short video platform. Turning his head, Zhong Ruofei touched his chin. It's interesting, but it feels like something is missing. However, at this time, Shui Yutian frowned slightly. Chapter 293. It has the flavor of a popular tourist attraction. What's missing? Zhong Ruofei was stunned, after looking at the crowds gathering in front of the embroidery shop for a full minute or two. He looked at Shui Yutian. Old Shui, do you mean the national highway in the middle of the street? This will have a temporary impact, but it will definitely be solved before the tourism festival. He said so. A few days ago, Su Hang told them that the national highway rerouting project would be officially completed at the end of May, and after completion, the pedestrian street renovation project would be officially launched. At that time, the road from the current youth hostel to the west gate will be paved with bluestone slabs. At the same time, except for a few crossroads, the east-west street will no longer be open to traffic. The bluestone slabs have already been purchased, and it is estimated that they will be delivered to Binggu village in batches during this period of time. The national road surface has some impact, but it is not the main one. The use of bluestone slabs can only make our Binggu village slightly more distinctive than other ancient commercial streets in China. However, after listening to what Zhong Ruofei said, Shui Yutian still shook his head. Isn't it the most important thing? What do you mean? Zhong Ruofei couldn't help looking at Shui Yutian. It's still missing some of the ancient fireworks, Shui Yutian replied. Smoke and fire? Zhong Ruofei thought for a moment, gradually understood what Shui Yutian meant. Old Shui, do you mean there are fewer vendors in ancient costumes? Yes, tourists who come to the embroidery workshop to put on makeup and wear ancient costumes must dress themselves up as young masters and young ladies. No one will dress themselves up as maids, servants, ordinary cloth, vendors, all kinds of people, etc. The result is that the streets are full of young men and women. Shui Yutian nodded. In his memory, a street in Shishir, Shanxi province is like this. There are many people wearing ancient costumes taking photos and checking in. There are even various performances in the middle of the street. But it is a little lacking in feeling. The commercial atmosphere is too strong. Is there any solution to this? It is not realistic to open the pedestrian street to those mobile vendors. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei asked. Yes. Shui Yutian nodded. How do we do it? We can arrange NPCs ourselves. We just need to have people in ancient costumes on this street. We can hire our own people to do the fortune-telling, street performances, selling candied haws, blowing sugar figurines, and painting fans. Shui Yutian said again. Don't mention it. This is a good idea. In addition, we also have an ancient opera house. When the opera starts, the whole street will have that flavor. Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. And we can also provide some additional hired services, such as maids, servants, etc. You think it would be more interesting if these young men and young ladies traveled with a few followers photographed, checked in, and shot videos. We can even rent ancient sedan chairs at the east and west ends. If you don't want to walk around this street, you can take a sedan chair to travel. I believe many people still want to experience the feeling of riding a sedan chair. Shui Yutian said everything he thought of. Then let's do it this way. The more Shui Yutian said, Zhong Ruofei's eyes became brighter. It's possible, but the cost is relatively high. The number of tourists in Bingdu village now can't support it. Shui Yutian looked back at the west end of the street. There are many tourists coming to Bingdu village now, especially those who plan to take the Northwest Grand Loop. As long as they pass by National Highway 215, 9 out of 10 will stop here. However, there are only a few hotels in Bingdu cultural tourism, and the number of tourists they can accommodate is limited. Then we can try it after the new youth hostel is renovated. I heard from Xiao Su that he plans to build a good youth hostel this time. With his style, the size of the youth hostel should not be small this time. If it doesn't work, we can slowly think of a way later. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Yeah. By the way, you just mentioned traveling by sedan chair on the pedestrian street. I will go to find Xiao Su later. At this time, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and said immediately, Why are you looking for Xiao Su? You can just arrange this kind of small matter directly. Shui Yutian was a little surprised. I'm not talking to him about the sedan chair, but about the taxi. Recently, some tourists have been asking why there are no taxis in Bingdu village. It's really inconvenient to go to the Gobi Desert outside the village. I was thinking whether Bingdu Culture and Tourism should set up a taxi company. In this way, the three most basic public transportation modes of buses and taxi are completely complete. Zhong Ruofei said. Taxis? You know, there is a lot of demand for this now. Su Yutian nodded in agreement. In addition to the food stalls and snacks area, the truck driver's home, the gas station, and the auto repair shop have all started the relocation process. The new truck driver's home, the auto repair shop, and the two-story mobile board house for long-term rental in the eastern area have also started construction. Once the bus station over there is repaired, if many people don't want to wait for the bus, they will definitely need taxis. The main thing is to let Xiao Su determine the operating price of the taxi. Zhong Ruofei said again. In Xiaogua, there are both private and state-owned taxi companies, so Bingdu Culture and Tourism really doesn't need any special approval to set up a taxi company. Then you go quickly, he should be coming out of the construction site soon. Raising his hand to check the time, Shui Yutian said. Okay. At the same time, just when Zhong Ruofei was about to take a taxi to Bingdu village, 5 kilometers east of Bingdu, Lu Siming was discussing something with a middle-aged man holding a blueprint. Not far from the two of them, in addition to a large area of construction site tents, there were also many construction vehicles parked. And there was also a large color steel shed, which was full of equipment. Finally, under Lu Siming's mediation, Bingdu Culture and Tourism acquired all the production lines of the Jiancheng Brewery for 10 million yuan, including disinfection and packaging, and the final can coating, pattern spraying, etc. If you want to purchase new equipment according to this volume and scale, the whole set will cost at least 100 million yuan. In this way, it is equivalent to saving Bingdu Culture and Tourism a lot of money. This is the address of the brewery that Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei finally selected, 5 kilometers east of Bingdu Lake. 4 kilometers north along the gravel road in front of Ruth is the live CS base, 40 kilometers away from ULIN in the core area. When the time comes, a small dedicated pipeline will be led from Bingdu Lake to the brewery. Although there is no highway here for the time being, this gravel road is enough. At present, Bingdu Legend, the brewery has been officially registered in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, registered capital of 30 million, paid in 30 million, legal representative Lu Siming, the major shareholder. Bingdu Culture and Tourism holds 90% of the shares, Lu Siming holds 1% of the shares, and the remaining 9% are incentive shares for the brewery employees. Naturally, Lu Siming became the director and chief brewer of Bingdu Legend Brewery. Of course, all this was done on the premise that the land was free and the equipment was a bargain. Otherwise, it would cost hundreds of millions to build a brewery of the same size in other first and second tier cities. All of my equipment will be installed in early June and tested. Is there any problem? After a pause, Lu Siming looked at the middle-aged man. Since he was hired as the director of Ice Lake Legend and given shares, Lu Siming now has only one idea: to use the water of Ice Lake to brew beer of super high quality and taste in the shortest time, in order to prove to Su Heng that what he said before was not bragging. Early June? It should be no problem, as long as the project payment is in place. After thinking for a while, the man said. Lu Siming did not ask Lu Ming for the construction of the brewery. First, Lu Ming has no time at all now. Second, the brewery has a professional construction company. They will build faster. There will be no problem with the project payment, including the workers' wages, which will be paid in cash. Lu Siming waved his hand, signaling the man to rest assured. If that's the case, leave it to me. The man was delighted and said hurriedly, What about the office building and employee dormitory? After a pause, Lu Siming asked again. The brewery is 40 kilometers away from the core area, and it is obviously not appropriate for workers to live there. So this time, in addition to repairing the factory building, an office building and an employee dormitory building will also be built. As long as we don't use the architectural style of your Bingdu village. This is fine, the man said again. No need. We are just a normal steel concrete building. Lu Siming shook his head. According to Su Hang, antique buildings are a matter for the core area. As long as you leave the core area for 10 kilometers, it will be what it is. There is no need to pursue the style of ancient buildings. I can guarantee this for you. The man breathed a sigh of relief and promised immediately. Okay. If everything else is fine, we'll sign the contract later, and you can officially start construction tomorrow, Lu Siming said. Okay. Mr. Lu. The sun was setting, and the streets of Bingdu village were much busier than usual, especially at the entrance of the embroidery workshop, where many people were coming in and out. Some were wearing ancient costumes and posing, and some were holding cameras. Before, Bingdu village looked more like a characteristic town, but now with the appearance of tourists in ancient costumes, it has become a popular tourist attraction. At this time, producer Li Li and Wang Sun just came out of the barbecue restaurant. Do you think Bingdu village will become a film and television city if it continues to develop? Turning his head to look at the embroidery shop, Wang Sun's face has a trace of emotion. Their play will be officially finished tomorrow, after the completion. They will have to do post-production, dubbing and so on, so they will temporarily leave Bingdu village. As for the next 2 plays, even if they want to shoot, they must wait until this play is online. No! Hearing this, Li Li shook her head decisively. Why? Wang Sun was puzzled. When he saw the costume tourists today, he knew that there would be no shortage of extras when he came to Bingdu village to film in the future. As expected, more and more crews will focus on Bingdu village in the future. Do you know why Yuan is not open to the public? That's because director Su has always been focused on the villagers of Bingdu village. If it develops into a film and television city, it will definitely affect the normal lives of the villagers. A trace of regret appeared on Lili's face. She was lucky to have shot a lot of scenes in Yuan for this drama, but it may not be possible for the next drama. That's right. By the way, how's the matter you mentioned before? There are less than 3 months left before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, but I heard that the new province seems to be holding a Silk Road conference. After a pause, Wang Sun said again. Chapter 294 The Cruise Gift Silk Road Conference. Li Li's face flashed with confusion. I don't know what's going on. There is a border culture and tourism festival here, but there is also a tourism festival in Xi'an province. And on the same day, apart from anything else, the Silk Road Conference and the border are more or less overlapping, Wang Sun said. Since the last time Bingdu Economic Development Zone found students from Xingji College from Lan City to intern here as extras, Li Li decided to use this tourism festival to thank Bingdu village, and at the same time take this opportunity to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Bingdu village. Since Bingdu tourism has no shortage of celebrities, Li Li thought of a big anchor on a short video platform that she had helped. He is very popular on the short video platform. Especially he is very familiar with Northwest culture. He will be invited to do a live broadcast at Bingdu Tourism in advance. It doesn't matter whether he sells goods or not. The main thing is to promote the Frontier Tourism Festival. As a result, when I was browsing my phone this morning, I accidentally saw a push from a friend in Xi'an province, which was about the Silk Road Conference. That's why I wanted to remind Li Li. So you're worried that the new province will get ahead? After a little thought, Li Li looked at Wang Sun. Yeah, among the top anchors on the entire network, only the one you mentioned can talk about things related to Northwest culture. Other so-called anchors can only shout 123 to link. It's possible that the new province also has such an idea. After all, the current anchors have a lot of influence. Wang Sun said again. That shouldn't happen. I asked him last week, and he should have no problem. Li Li hesitated. As long as it's not confirmed. It's hard to say. Wang Sun said again. Then I'll contact him again tonight, and try to settle this matter directly. After thinking for a moment, Li Li said, well, it's best to settle it directly. If you think this big anchor is unreliable, then change him as soon as possible. Wang Sun nodded. He should be fine. If he is unreliable, I would not have helped him back then. I will contact him tonight. Okay. Little did they know that when Li Li and Wang Sun mentioned the Silk Road Conference in Xi'an province, Urumqi, an office in the north of the city, Li Yuzhou, the general manager of the Silk Road Conference, was having a meeting with several men and women. Director, do you mean to find a few anchors to sell local specialties to us at the tourism festival? After hearing what Li Yuzhou said, the eyes of several men and women lit up. We need new ideas now. The old model is no longer feasible, especially in promoting local specialties. No matter how good the advertising is, it may not be as good as a live broadcast by the top anchors. Liu Zhou slowly leaned back in his chair. Which anchor do you plan to invite? After a pause, a female staff member asked hurriedly. I want to invite Yu Hui, who is quite popular now. His sales style is quite interesting. When the time comes, he can help us sell local specialties and promote our local tourism. It can be said that we can kill two birds with one stone. Liu Zhou expressed his thoughts. Yu Hui? The people present were all stunned when they heard the name. Yu Hui's popularity has indeed been quite high recently. The live broadcast room has hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the fans are very sticky. If he can be invited to the Silk Road Conference, he can not only help sell local specialties, but it is estimated that the Silk Road Conference can be directly pushed to the hot search. But then again, it's probably not easy to invite such a top anchor. Director, if you want to invite Yu Hui, the cost will be high. Do we have enough funds? We have already spent a lot of money preparing for other projects. After a pause, a staff member asked with some concern. In order to make the Silk Road Conference a business card, the new provincial government made special arrangements for this event and directly approved 150 million yuan. However, now that 3 second-tier stars have been invited, the cost has almost been spent by half. There are also arrangements for the venue, various light boxes, and labor costs. But the cost of live streaming is not a small amount. Not to mention these top anchors. Even second and third-rate anchors. It costs a lot to live stream. Funding Liu Zhou touched his chin. It was not until a moment later that he looked up at the crowd. So, Xiao Wang, first find a way to contact Yu Hui and see how much it costs to live stream. If we really can't afford it, we can also consider bringing back other anchors. It doesn't have to be Yu Hui. I just said it would be best if we could invite Yu Hui. He said so. Okay, Director. Hearing this, a young man nodded hurriedly. By the way, it's best to explain our situation to him clearly when we contact him. After all, we are in the Northwest, and the current policy direction is to support the Northwest. See how he reacts? Maybe the appearance fee can be reduced by half, or even not at all. After a pause, Liu Zhou said again. Director, don't worry. I know. The staff nodded hurriedly. Okay. Call me back as soon as you have news. Next, let's discuss the cultural performance of the Silk Road Conference. After a while, the cultural and artistic backbones from the 5 northwestern provinces and cities will arrive here. We must come up with several high-quality programs by then. Liu Zhou opened another document on the conference table while speaking. This time, the cultural and artistic backbones of the 5 northwestern provinces were mobilized. I don't believe that we can't come up with a super high-quality opening ceremony. After that, coupled with the simultaneous live broadcast of the 5 northwestern provinces TV stations, it will definitely be in the top 3 of the hot search list by then. Okay, Director. A young woman nodded hurriedly. The night was dark, and a day passed in a flash. Bingdu Village. Su Hang didn't know the plan of the Silk Road Conference, and he didn't even pay attention to the Silk Road Conference from beginning to end. It was just because he didn't have time to inquire about these things that were not related to the project. Uncle Lu, how is the city gate now? At the new supermarket construction site. Su Hang looked at Lu Ming under the lights. Now all the workers on Lu Ming's side have withdrawn from the new clinic, and all the manpower and material resources have been invested in the West City Gate and the Bingke Special Building. What Su Hang didn't expect was that, when he went to the city gate to work, Lu Ming found that the design drawings didn't match the existing terrain. So he raised the city wall to 12 meters. What is 12 meters? It's no different from the height of the Chang'an city wall on Earth. As the city wall was raised, the 3 city gates were naturally expanded. And before he knew it, the entire project volume also increased. Now, 80% of Lu Ming's more than 3,000 workers are at the city gate. The progress on the city gate is okay. Faster than expected. Hearing this, Lu Ming knew what Su Hang was worried about, and gave him a reassuring look. He might need to study the ancient building drawings Su Hang gave him, but he was already familiar with the city wall. This was also the reason why he raised the city wall. After a pause, before Su Hang could speak again, Lu Ming asked, Xiao Su, what about you? I heard that the foundation of the new youth hostel will be processed soon. Can you really handle it? As he spoke, there was a trace of worry on his face. No choice. I have to work even if I am too busy. First, the national highway rerouting is about to be completed, and it needs to be repaired as soon as possible. Second, our new clinic has caused quite a stir, and it is estimated that many people will come to see the doctor. We need to add some accommodation. Su Heng took a sip from the water cup. He has been running back and forth these days. When the work at the new supermarket is almost arranged, he will go to the entertainment complex. And when the work at the entertainment complex is almost arranged, he will come to the new supermarket. Fortunately, the most time-consuming lake in the entertainment complex has been completed. Otherwise, there would be no time and energy to build a youth hostel. Of course, the youth hostel and the renovation of the eastern area are also the last projects to be started before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. There will be no new ones besides this. As for the two blank areas that Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei are worried about, there will be ways to solve them at that time. But it will definitely not be rushing to start the project after the national highway is rerouted. Should we pave bluestone slabs on the pedestrian street? Lu Ming nodded slightly and spoke again. Well, but this is very simple. As long as the bluestone is purchased, it can be done in a few days. But if this happens, it will be too late to repair the Four Divine Beasts Road. When it comes to bluestone, Su Heng's face has a trace of regret. According to his plan, the Four Divine Beasts Road and the underground pipeline corridor should be repaired before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. But the new food stalls, new supermarkets, and the standalone buildings where the catering chains are located are more urgent. So the Four Divine Beasts Road can only be moved back for a while. If it's too late to repair, then it's too late. We can handle it now. Lu Ming waved his hand immediately. Recently, as the ruins were moved away, the original sites were basically planted with grass. Although the Four Divine Beasts Road has not been repaired, Sephora Japonica has been planted on both sides of the planned area. Looking around, there are either ancient buildings or green shades. There is no longer the sense of separation between the ruins and the characteristic ancient buildings. That's not all. Since the outer perimeter of the original abandoned town was all gobi, the ruins have now been transformed into lawns. Standing on the lawn and looking around, half of it is alive and half is desolate. It feels very wonderful, not inferior to the original ruined sunset. Now I can only think so. Su Heng sighed. By the way, Xiao Su, since the foundation of the youth hostel is about to start, have you asked your friends to design the new youth hostel? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming hesitated but still couldn't help it. Although he didn't need to host this project, he was really curious. What would a place that Su Heng felt could handle the accommodation of tourists for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival look like? Well, not only the youth hostel has been designed, but also the ancient building night market has been designed. Su Heng nodded. Even the ancient building night market has been designed? Can I take a look? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath and immediately said again. Chapter 295 Selection of Binke Operators. Actually, the Gujian night market is nothing special. It's just that the size of the youth hostel is slightly larger. When he heard Lu Ming wanted to take a look, Su Heng immediately took out his mobile phone, clicked a few times, and handed it to Lu Ming. The size of the youth hostel is larger. How large is that? Lu Ming wanted to say something, but, after taking the phone and taking a look, he held back the words that came to his lips, and then handed the phone directly to Xiao Su. What's wrong, Uncle Lu? Su Heng was puzzled and asked hurriedly. I'll go to the clinic first, and look for the boss. You go ahead. After saying that, Lu Ming shook his head, and walked to the opposite side without looking back. Uncle Lu, are you okay? Su Heng hurried forward and asked with concern. I'm still holding on. The next day, the sun rose, and Xiaoguo welcomed a new day. Jioga City, office. After Xuezhong read the documents handed over by the secretary, he simply glanced at them and handed them back. Just fill them out truthfully. He said so. This document is an economic survey form, which involves the selection of the top 100 counties at the end of the year in Xiaoguo. But in Xuezhong's opinion, the top 100 counties and Jioga City in the country, no, it should be said that they have nothing to do with Su province. These so-called survey data should be filled in as they should be. There is no need to deduct details like in the south to take down developed counties. Not to mention anything else, there is an option on the form. The number and market value of private listed companies in the region. Just for this point, the counties in the south can kill Suqing province in seconds. There are many listed companies in Suqing province, but most of them are state-owned enterprises. And there are few private enterprises. Jioga City has none. Director Should we fill in the information for Bingu Economic Development Zone? Upon hearing this, the secretary hesitated for a moment and said, Fill in. Of course we have to fill in. Now the taxation of Bingu Economic Development Zone has been settled separately. Zhui Xuezheng waved his hand with certainty. Director, should I communicate with the staff there? I am not very clear about the data there. The secretary whispered again. Well, in the afternoon, you call the Bingu Industrial and Commercial Branch and the Taxation Branch and ask them to give you the required data. You fill out the form and send it directly. After thinking for a while, Zhui Xuezheng arranged. Understood, leader. The secretary nodded hurriedly. But after a pause, the secretary suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Director, I heard that this is the first survey, and there will be 2 more before the end of the year. Should we contact the statistics department at that time? The latter will be the same as this time. Fill it out and send it over. These data are used to evaluate the top 100 counties in the country. Even if we contact the statistics department, it will be the same. It is better for you to report it directly. Zhui Xuezheng waved his hand and said again, Okay. The secretary nodded again. Little did he know that, just when Zhui Xuezheng was planning to deal with the evaluation of the top 100 counties at the end of this year, in Bingu Economic Development Zone, Song Liwei and Shui Yutian were standing in the corridor of women's wear, looking at the tourists coming in and out of the embroidery workshop opposite, chatting about something. The embroidery workshop became popular on the short video platform yesterday? After thinking for a moment, Song Liwei looked at Shui Yutian. Although the office building of women's wear was renovated earlier than the embroidery workshop, because the women's wear involves some relatively high-precision instruments and equipment, it has not been renovated yet. And only the staff dormitory on the top floor has been renovated. It's a hot topic. I saw in the comments that many people want to come here to wear ancient costumes and check in at the Night Palace. Shui Yutian's face showed a trace of emotion. Although in a sense, Bingu Village is still a popular check-in place, but it has gradually become different from other popular check-in places. Other popular check-in places will lose their popularity after 1 or 2 months. But the night view of Bingu Village is getting more and more popular, and is slowly developing towards the direction of a scenic spot. From this point of view, women's wear may be able to have a few issues of ancient costume covers. Song Liwei's eyes lit up, and then said, What women's wear wants is popularity and topics. As for the clothes themselves, there are 1,000 aesthetics in the eyes of 1,000 people, and it is impossible to give a standard. This is really possible. By the way, Uncle Lu has already dug the foundation of the Binkei building. Once the Binkei building is built, it will definitely be put into operation. You have to manage women's wear and operate Binkei. You will definitely be too busy. When talking about the company, Shui Yutian's face showed a little worry. Although the Binkei building has not been built, the Binkei brand bags have been in production. Especially the handmade camel bags with numbers. Under Song Liwei's operation, 5 bags are sold every month, and 30 bags have been ordered from last year to now. Since this bag is the most high-end and the quantity is limited, Song Liwei has no problem operating it at present. But once the Binkei special building is built, in addition to the most high-end ones, camel skin and ostrich skin Binkei bags specially designed for gold-collar workers, white-collar workers, and high-end tourists will be displayed in the Binkei special building one after another. At that time, it can't be like now, whether it is brand building, promotion or sales, etc., it takes a lot of effort. Binkei must be handed over by then. Song Liwei nodded. Handed over? Who? Do you have a suitable candidate? Shui Yutian was stunned. In a sense, Binkei should be regarded as the first brand of Bingda culture and tourism, and it is a high-end brand. If you don't have some skills, you really can't get it. Yes, Lao Zhong's girlfriend. Isn't she coming soon? Song Liwei glanced at the restaurant chains that were being renovated on the street. At present, these restaurant chains have been installed in a big way. Next, it is estimated that they will be able to open their doors to welcome customers one after another. Old Zhong's girlfriend, Fu Yu? Shui Yutian touched his chin. She is a CEO-level figure, and is very suitable to run Binkei. Song Liwei nodded. Then I have to tell old Zhong to see if Fu Yu has dealt with the matter in High City, and when to come over, but don't delay things. After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian said immediately, although they all knew that Fu Yu's coming to Bingu Village was a foregone conclusion. And Fu Yu also said that he would come after things over there were settled. But there was no time. Then you can find Lao Zhong tonight. I will go and check the progress of the decoration. In mid-May, The woman said that everything must be in normal operation. Okay. At the same time, when Song Liwei recommended Fu Yu to be the operating officer of Bingke Management Committee office, Zhong Ruofei was discussing something with Zhang Hancheng. The starting price is 5 yuan? Isn't it too low? After reading the table, Zhang Hancheng looked at Zhong Ruofei with some hesitation. The day before yesterday, Zhong Ruofei found Su Heng and said that Bingde Culture and Tourism was going to set up a taxi company. Su Heng said that there was no problem at all. He just said that there was no reference standard for the time being due to the permanent population of Bingde Economic Development Zone. So he asked Zhong Ruofei to draw up an operating cost table first and report it to Zhang Hancheng. According to the operating cost given by Zhong Ruofei, the starting price is 5 yuan for 5 kilometers, and then 1.5 yuan per kilometer. That's why we have the scene in front of us. Actually, it's about the same. This price is based on the average value of each county in Suqing province. It's not high, nor is it low, Zhong Ruofei said immediately. But our place is different from other counties. If the price is too low, the taxi drivers can't make money. How can your car dealership operate? Other counties have more permanent residents. How many permanent residents are there in our Bingde Economic Development Zone? And even if you are willing to come to our Bingde Economic Development Zone to run a taxi, you have to rent a place here. These are all costs. The only place we can provide for them is a mobile cabin. Zhang Hancheng looked at Zhong Ruofei. The prefabricated house rental area has been built in the past 2 days. As long as the water, electricity and toilet are ready, it can be officially rented out. This Zhong Ruofei was speechless. When he set the price, he just referred to other counties and districts, and finally took an average. He didn't think so much. After a while, Zhong Ruofei looked up at Zhang Hancheng. Director Zhang, then what do you think is a suitable price? The price of a taxi involves many aspects, and once it is set, it is best not to adjust it in a short period of time. Otherwise, there will be a lot of complaints. Zhang Hancheng leaned back in his chair and pondered for a moment. Then he spoke again. How about this? The starting price is adjusted to 10 yuan, and the rest remains unchanged. 10 yuan? So high? Zhong Ruofei was stunned. He really didn't expect Zhang Hancheng to raise the price so high. Even in Lantau, the capital of Suqing province, the price is only this high at present. No way. First, we have to ensure the profit of taxi drivers, and second, I will adjust the frequency of bus departures, try to achieve on-demand diversion. Zhang Hancheng waved his hand. On-demand diversion? Well, to be honest, it's very good that Bingde Economic Development Zone can start operating taxis under the current conditions, and then again, some prices are not the cheaper the better, you have to consider them comprehensively. Okay, then do as you say. So far, Zhong Ruofei said nothing more. By the way, Mr. Zhong, how many cars do you plan to have in the first batch? 50. About that, I'll ask for you. Go to Jioga City to handle the formalities first. Okay. The sun rises and sets, and time flies by. It's the annual May Day in Xia country. There are still nearly 3 months to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Since Xia country does not have the tradition of adjusting holidays, and May Day falls on Wednesday, everyone is enjoying this rare day of leisure, rather than taking a combat-style tour. However, on this day, Bingde Village was unusually lively. Just because on this day, Bingde Village's new clinic was officially moved to the west end of the village, at the northeast corner of the intersection of Qinglong Road and Pedestrian Street, and only separated from Yulian by Qinglong North Road. Hello, nurse. I want to make an appointment with Dr. Shintong. Is he seeing patients today? I want to make an appointment with Dr. Tao Yong. Where can I queue? I want to make an appointment with Dr. Wang Hui. Why is it this doctor now? In the outpatient hall of the outpatient building of the village clinic, similar questions were asked one after another. There were crowds of people outside the hospital, and the medical staff inside the hospital were also very busy. There was a medical information desk, a special payment window, and a row of automatic registration machines and diagnostic report printers at the registration window. However, although the village clinic moved to a new location with more doctors and medical staff, the number of departments was still not as complete as those in first and second-tier cities, and even the 3 hospitals in prefecture-level cities could not match it. The 4th floor and above of the outpatient building were still empty. Of course, in terms of department quality alone, Bingdu Village Clinic has surpassed more than 99.99% of hospitals in the country. This is why a village clinic can attract so many people to see a doctor. Xiao Su, now the village clinic can slowly start to operate. At this time, in a corner of the outpatient hall, looking at the huge crowds of patients coming to see a doctor, Shi Linyan's face was full of emotion. Once upon a time, you had to queue up outside overnight to get a number for seeing a doctor at Bingdu Village Clinic. Now, not to mention the automatic registration machine, the underground first and underground second are parking lots, and the car can enter directly from Qinglong North Road, which is much more convenient than before. Brother Shi, how many doctors and medical staff are there in our village clinic now? While nodding, Su Heng looked at Shi Linyan. Although the Bingdu Village Clinic now looks like a hospital, he dare not relax at all, because the conditions promised to these key doctors have not been completed. Currently, there are 35 visiting doctors, 260 nurses, and 35 other staff members. Upon hearing this, Shi Linyan immediately reported the numbers. Can you handle it? Su Heng looked at the crowd in the outpatient hall with some concern. He could understand that there were too many nurses. After all, they had to admit many inpatients, and the requirements for interns were not very high. We could just send a few to rotate. The only ones who felt nervous were the outpatient doctors. No problem. Shi Linyan nodded. In fact, in theory, to support such a large outpatient and inpatient department, all the medical staff would need at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, but Shi Linyan had his own plans. To support the stable operation of a hospital, there must be a certain permanent population base. The permanent population base in Bingdu Village is still very low. It is unrealistic to rely on those who come from other places to see a doctor. And those who come from afar are all suffering from serious illnesses. Basically, they come for top experts, like Tong Jichuan and Shin Tong. If all departments and medical staff are supplemented at the beginning, it will be a huge burden for Bingdu Village Clinic, and it will most likely go bankrupt in the end. So, the village clinic will gradually improve the existing medical and nursing configuration according to its own judgment. Anyway, the hardware equipment is available, and the rest is not difficult. That's fine. Call me if you have anything. Su Heng looked back and said, Don't worry, I will definitely call you as soon as there is something. After leaving the new clinic, just when Su Heng was about to go to the entertainment complex to take a look, he ran into Zhang Hancheng. Director Zhang, why are you here? After taking a look, Su Heng said with some surprise. The construction of Bingdu Bus Station and public transport station has almost come to an end in the past few days. Theoretically, Zhang Hancheng should be busy with things there the whole time. Director, I have something to ask you. Looking around, Zhang Hancheng finally spoke. Chapter 296, Fishing in the Lake? Director Zhang. What's wrong? Su Heng asked immediately. There are no houses in the rental area near our station. Today, many people came to me to consult about this matter. I wonder if I should discuss with Mr. Zhong to expand the size of the rental area. Zhang Hancheng sighed and said, Expand it? The previous ones have been rented out? Hearing this, Su Heng was shocked. Because there is a lot of work here, and Zhang Hancheng and Zhong Ruofei have always been in charge of the work there. I haven't been to the new cardholder's home since the planning was completed, and I don't know what it looks like now. But he knew the size of the rental area. Zhong Ruofei ordered 500 two-story mobile houses with built-in solar panels from Jioga City. These mobile houses can at least meet the needs of 400 or 500 couples for rent. Although there are more workers working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone than before, not all of them have such needs. These houses are rented out at 500 yuan per month. Although 500 yuan may not seem like a lot, some workers would rather live in tents on the construction site to save the 500 yuan. It's already rented out. Zhang Hancheng sighed. How come? Su Heng was getting more and more confused. Director. It's like this. Since we launched the color steel rental area, in addition to the workers who have already worked here, some people who want to find work in Bingdu Village and set up stalls to do small businesses have also rented places. And I saw a lot of young people renting too. Zhang Hancheng said again. Young people? What do you mean? Su Heng couldn't help asking. Longsheng Group and Taonai Clothing both released recruitment information some time ago. These young people probably want to work in these two factories. In addition, we have a lot of things that young people like here, which other counties and districts don't have. Zhang Hancheng subconsciously glanced at the east side of the road. At this time, the new supermarket, which looks like a small town, is like a giant lying diagonally opposite the ordinary hotel. in addition to the embroidery workshop and other well-known restaurant chains in Chihuahua that have opened one after another. It is hard not to attract young people. Apart from other things, employees under Bingdu Cultural Tourism don't eat employee meals very often now. And sometimes they will choose those well-known restaurant chains for several days in a row. No wonder. Director Zhang, how much more do you think is appropriate? After thinking for a while, Su Heng asked. Since the foundation of Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing was laid, he rarely saw Wang Long and Fang Tong. In addition to handling matters at the group, the two were at the construction site and had no time to take care of anything else. At this rate, the progress of the two factories would definitely not be slow, and it was normal to recruit workers in advance now. I think another 500 units will be enough, Zhang Hancheng said. So many? Su Heng's expression moved slightly. If these 500 units were rented out, not to mention anything else, just the rental area, it would bring a net profit of 500,000 to Bingdu Culture and Tourism every month. It's mainly because the new clinic in Bingdu Village has also started to accept patients. Those who come to see a doctor may choose to rent a house here if they don't want to stay in a hotel. Zhang Hancheng explained. Okay. Then you can find Mr. Zhong tonight. By the way, if the second batch of rental houses also start to be rented out, there will be a lot of floating population in the eastern area. Why don't we notify the police station and ask them to set up another police station there? Nodding, Su Heng said again. Now the new cardholder home and the repair shop have moved to the side of the national highway reroute. In addition to this large area of color steel house rentals and some small businesses, the population is at least 2,000 or 3,000 if not 3,000 or 5,000. This population is already the population of a large administrative village in the northwest. And as time goes by, it is destined that some other buildings and businesses will be derived here one after another. Don't worry about this, the relevant management will definitely keep up. There will never be the dirtiness and messiness of those urban villages. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng immediately guaranteed. He could understand Su Heng's worries. In fact, to put it bluntly, the floating population in Bingdu Economic Development Zone has far exceeded that of Ase County, and is not much different from several other county towns. In terms of comprehensive management capabilities, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not even a little bit behind other counties. Even if the human resources and social security branch is included, there is only one office and 5 branches. The office staff has not yet been fully recruited. That's fine. Su Heng nodded. Although he has only been here for a few months, Zhang Hancheng has unknowingly become the most capable assistant. In addition, Luo Yongxiu, the director of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office, who officially took office a week ago, is also a good hand. With the mutual cooperation and coordination between him and Li Mei, he does not have to worry about many administrative matters in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Director, there's one more thing. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng continued. You say? I want to ask how our Yadin landform is planned? My friend from Xiaodui TV called me last night and said that the news interview schedule has been released, and the Xiaodui news interview team will come to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone around July 10th. Come on the 10th? Su Heng subconsciously calculated the time in his mind. Well, I thought that in addition to filming some of our arrangements for the tourism festival, I wondered if we could take them to the Yadin to have a look. Zhang Hancheng expressed his thoughts. Director Zhang, why don't we slow down the Yadin? It won't be too late to publicize it after it's developed in the later stage. After listening, Su Heng thought for a moment and replied. He knew what Zhang Hancheng meant. If the Ice Lake Yadin could be broadcast on the Xiaodui News broadcast, it would undoubtedly be the best publicity. But the Yadin landform has not been officially developed yet. Once tourists squeeze in, it will easily cause problems, and even cause certain damage to the landform. Director, I understand. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Director Zhang, you have worked hard for a long time. After the tourism festival, everyone should have a good rest. Yes. Time flies. At 11 o'clock in the morning, in Xincheng, Urumqi, a certain office, Li Yuzhou did not know that the size of a village clinic in Bingdu Economic Development Zone was almost as large as those of the top 3 hospitals in Urumqi. At this time, after listening to the report of the staff, his brows frowned instantly. What? Yu Hui has already made an arrangement. Yes, Director, the staff said hurriedly. Since they decided to invite a big anchor to do a live broadcast at the tourism festival, they used all kinds of resources to contact Yu Hui. whom Liu Zhou particularly liked. As a result, after a lot of effort, they asked for connections and found people. And finally the other party told them that Yu Hui's live broadcast event on July 23rd had been booked. How could they not be depressed? Are they going to bring it back for a special show? Leaning back on the chair and thinking for a moment, Liu Zhou asked unwillingly. In his opinion, this Silk Road Conference is a joint effort of the 5 northwestern provinces in every aspect. If conditions permit, it would be best to use a top anchor as the anchor. They didn't say anything specific about this. The staff shook their heads. After they contacted them, they didn't have a chance to say a few more words. And they were hung up directly. Then you didn't mention the issue of helping farmers in the West? Liu Zhou couldn't help but ask again. Yes. They said that they can receive several applications for helping farmers live broadcasts from local government departments every day. So the staff replied in a low voice. In fact, it is clear if you think about it. Who knows the value of these top live streamers? It is impossible that only Xinjiang has thought of this. If they have contacted other places, they will naturally not consider Xinjiang. If that is the case, it is really a pity. Liu Zhou slowly leaned back in his chair, his face full of disappointment. He naturally understood what the employee meant. After a while, he looked at the staff again. Can we contact other live streamers of the same level as Yu Hui? Director, we have contacted them, and the price they offered is too high. And with our current expenses, we can only hire live streamers in the 3rd and 4th echelons. The employee sighed slightly. He really wanted to say, it is important for people to know themselves, and to consider problems according to their actual situation. But he couldn't say this directly to his boss. A 3rd or 4th tier anchor? Will that have any publicity effect? Can the product be sold? When it comes to the cost, Liu Zhou's tone is much softer than before. Yes, I heard that some 3rd or 4th tier anchors sometimes explode, and can also bring in 7 or 8 million. The staff member hurriedly said. 7 or 8 million? It's a little less. It should be at least 10 million, so the number will look much better. Liu Zhou hesitated. Director, this time we invited the anchors not to live broadcast. Our tourism festival lasts for 5 days, and the goods brought in during these 5 days must be more than 10 million. The staff member said again. If that's the case, then you can contact these 3rd and 4th echelon anchors and ask for their quotes first. After thinking for a while, Liu Zhou said again. Okay. Here, after seeing Zhang Hancheng off, it was already 1 p.m. when Su Hang arrived at the entertainment complex construction site. At this time, the planning site of the entertainment complex was very different from before. After entering the gate, walking along the trail that was half filled with water, it already looked like the Tang paradise on Earth. The only difference was that the lake in Binggu village was a real lake and had many more trees than the Tang paradise. The water from the stream was flowing into the lake from the east of the entertainment complex. But the lake was not full yet. If it was full, it would return to the original river from the northeast entrance of the entertainment complex. There is actually only one cinema here, which is relatively difficult. The others are average. Looking around, Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief at the more than 10-meter-high green fence on the east side of the lake. It will take at most 1 month here, and it will be completed after some repairs. The foundation and materials of the youth hostel and night market have been prepared, and the focus will be on them, especially the night market. The night market design this time is slightly different from the traditional night market. As for the youth cultural tourism, although the volume looks large, it is actually made of steel and concrete, which will be much faster to build. Director Su. Just when Su Hang was about to go to the cinema construction site again, a middle-aged man wearing a white safety helmet suddenly came to Su Hang. Engineer Zhang. Su Hang greeted him. The person who came was none other than Zhang Daping. After training in one project after another in Bingdu village, Zhang Daping has become a project manager. It is no problem to give him some projects with relatively low difficulty. Director Su, is it convenient for you? Zhang Daping rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly. Since Su Hang became the director of the economic development zone, except for the villagers of Bingdu village, all other employees and workers of Bingdu cultural tourism were very restrained when they saw Su Hang, and they felt they could not let go. What's wrong? Su Hang smiled, and motioned Zhang Daping not to be restrained. Director Su, wasn't this lake designed to meet the fishing needs of some employees? Now it has become the second water source of Bingdu village. I just want to ask, can we still fish? Zhang Daping said hurriedly. Has anyone been unable to bear it? Looking at the sparkling lake, Su Hang smiled. Well, I'm just a migrant worker. I don't know how to fish at all. It's some project managers from other construction sites, and those who are building the brewery. They have been asking about this. For those people, it seems that only fishing can arouse their interest. As for the others, Zhang Daping stopped talking halfway. The three-piece set of project managers. Fishing, bathing and kidney tonic. The other two seem unrealistic. This will not affect. Aren't many reservoirs also open for fishing projects? If they really can't help it, I will arrange for people to put some fish in this lake in the next 2 days. Under the premise of ensuring safety, let them come to fish. Su Heng waved his hand and said immediately, Director Su, what kind of fish do you plan to throw in? After hearing that it was okay, Zhang Daping hurriedly asked again. These were also inquired by the project managers. What kind of fish? Su Heng paused. He really hadn't thought about this carefully. After all, the pond system has all the freshwater fish species that should be there, even those that are on the verge of extinction. In addition, there are quite a lot of pond values now, so at that time I thought I could just take some out of the system and throw them into the lake for them to fish, just for fun. But as for what kind of fish to release, he himself didn't really like fishing, and he didn't know the preferences of fishermen. After a while, Su Heng looked at Zhang Daping. Mr. Zhang, do you know what kind of fish those fishermen like? He asked. Since it is specially for employees to entertain, it must be in accordance with the preferences of fishermen. Otherwise it can't be considered as repaired for fishermen. I don't know what species they like, but I feel that they like the larger ones. Zhang Daping said after a moment of silence. Big ones? Su Heng touched his chin and subconsciously glanced at the sparkling water. Chapter 297, he is still very reliable. I think so. Zhang Daping hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll take care of the arrangements in the next 2 days, and the fishing ground will be officially opened after the fish are put in. Anyway, the facilities by the lake are almost finished. Su Heng looked around again and said, Okay, Director Su, then I'll tell them. Zhang Daping said hurriedly. Yeah. After a moment, when Zhang Daping left, Su Heng thought about it, and picked up his phone to call Zhong Ruofei. Xiao Su. Soon, Zhong Ruofei's voice came from the phone. Brother Zhong, it's like this. Many people are asking about fishing now. I'm thinking of contacting a fishery company to put some fish in the lake. You could arrange the relevant matters of opening the fishing ground at that time. Su Heng said as he walked. Open the fishing ground? Hasn't our lake now become a backup water source? Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's voice had a hint of hesitation. This doesn't affect it. Now our drinking water source is all supplied by wells. After the brewery is officially put into production, the water from the ice lake must be brought here. Besides, our original intention of building this lake was to meet the fishing needs of some older employees. Now that it has been built, fishing is suddenly banned. It's a bit of putting the cart before the horse, Su Heng said again. Okay. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei immediately agreed. After a while, his voice came again. Xiao Su, if you are busy, I will take care of releasing the fish? That's okay. I will do it. And you can find someone to release the fish when the time comes. Su Heng said again. The fish in the system are different from the high-density fish in reality. And they are not necessarily big. As Zhang Daping said, the fun of fishermen lies in the moment of catching fish. For such a big lake, it is really a bit disappointing to have a small fish. That's fine. By the way, how will this fishing ground charge? According to the standards of the outside world, I guess some tourists may try it after the fishing ground is opened. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei asked again. In this way, for fishing coupons will be issued to our employees of Binga Tourism every month, which can only be used by the employees themselves, at other fishing grounds. The mainstream fee will be fine, but there is one thing, our fishing grounds are not open for night fishing. Su Heng immediately said. Then I know, night fishing is definitely not open. Zhong Ruofei followed. The deepest part of the center of this lake is dug down nearly 20 meters. If something unexpected happens at night, it is still quite dangerous in poor light conditions. It's different during the day. Lifeboats will be arranged on the small lake. Yeah. Just like that, after chatting about some other things, Su Heng hung up the phone. Large freshwater fish? What should I release? Forget it. I'll choose carefully when I go back tonight. Muttering to himself, Su Heng walked quickly towards the construction site. On the other side, Zhong Ruofei hung up the phone and put away his phone before looking at Shui Yutian across from him. Xiao Su just said that he was going to release fish, and was planning to open the fishing ground. Open the fishing ground? That's good, finally. There's a place for entertainment and leisure. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutian's face flashed with a hint of joy. Although there are many stores opened in Bingdu Village now, there are not many leisure and entertainment stores. They are all waiting for the entertainment complex. Who said it wasn't? Zhong Ruofei nodded. After a while, he looked at Shui Yutian again. Old Shui, Fu will come to our Bingdu Village in a while, but she may not be able to get the job you mentioned. The Bingke brand cannot be done by making a few phone calls to the heads of the restaurant chains. After saying that, Zhong Ruofei shook his head. Although Bingde culture and tourism has more and more profitable businesses now, and even the rent is a considerable income every month, but there are really few brands that can be put on the table. Therefore, he can feel that Su Hang attaches great importance to Bingke bags and Bingde Legend beer. It's okay. You may not be familiar with it at the beginning, but leeway will also help you. It will be smooth after you get familiar with it. Besides, there is no suitable candidate now. Shui Yutian waved his hand. And I have already told Xiao Su. Xiao Su asked me to come and discuss it with you. Well, okay. I will tell Xiao Yu tonight. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei finally said nothing. Yes. Old Shui, if you have nothing else to do here, I will go to the east end of the village. After chatting for a few more words, Zhong Ruofei said again, Why are you going to the east end of the village? Shui Yutian was a little surprised. Alas, you don't know. Xiao Su said that he just wanted to build a normal night market. But you don't know that the merchants in the original stall area of the night market fought for the shop after seeing the renderings. I had to go there to mediate. Fortunately, Xiao Su will not take any action for the time being after the night market and the youth hostel are repaired. Otherwise, there will probably be a lot of such things. When mentioning the situation at the east end of the village, Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he thought that with the removal of the truck friend's home, the auto repair shop and the rice, flour, grain and oil shop, and the repair of the police station and fire station with the atmosphere of ancient buildings, there would be nothing to worry about on the east side. As a result, there are more things now than before. More importantly, it would be fine if these ordinary vendors had such thoughts. Yesterday, the manager of Haiwa Lao found him and secretly asked whether Bingdu Village would repair buildings like Bingdu Food Stall and Bingdu Barbecue in the future. Then go quickly. Hearing the conflict between the vendors, Shui Yutian said hurriedly. To be honest, although he had not seen the design, he had already experienced Su Hang standards. So he was not surprised to hear that the vendors had a conflict over the storefront. It would be abnormal if there was no movement. Call me if you have anything. No problem. As night fell, Su Hang returned to the single-family house after finishing his work on the construction site. Since the Yuan was closed to the public, the entire Yuan has become more and more quiet. Tong Jichuan even gave the evaluation that those top sanatoriums are not as good as a Yuan. After washing up, Su Hang opened the pawn system after lying on the bed. Since he wanted to release the fish, he should do it as soon as possible. Although the fish in the pawn system has strong survival ability, they still need some time to adapt to the newly gathered waters. System. Find me some larger freshwater fish. After a little thought, Su Hang set a thought to the system. Swish. The next moment, dozens of pages of content flashed on the system panel. However, it would be better if he didn't look at it. Once he looked at it, Su Hang's face showed some hesitation. Originally, he thought that he would wait for the system to search for the results and then bring in the hundreds of fish of all kinds. However, after a closer look, the freshwater fish ranked first was actually 7 meters in size. What does this mean? 7 meters is almost as long as a fishing boat. Forget it. This one is too fierce. 2 or 3 meters is acceptable. But 7 meters is really too much. After thinking about it, Su Hang immediately sent another thought to the system. System. Eliminate freshwater fish and protected fish that are over 3 meters in size. The protected fish in Xia country are similar to the protected species on Earth. Otherwise, the pawn system can really do a lot of things. Apart from other things, you can probably eat varied dishes in food stalls and barbecue restaurants. Swish. This time, the system mall page is half as small as before. After arranging this, after taking a look at the fish selected by the system, Su Hang thought for a while and said, By the way, system, please compile a list of the ecological chain and living environment of these large freshwater fish for me. The artificial lake dug in the entertainment complex is not small. Although fishermen have fishing platforms and fishing boats, some fish are destined to be unreachable. So they have to consider the ecological chain of these fish. Otherwise, it will surface after a while. Little did they know. Just when Su Hang was selecting fish for the artificial lake, the lights in the government building in Jioga City were still on. After reading the documents in his hand, Song Shusheng couldn't help but frown, and then looked at Zhui Xuezhong across the desk. Have the data of each county been reported? Leader, they have all been reported. Hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong hurriedly said, That's fine. Song Shusheng nodded. Leader, what's going on this year? I remember that the evaluation of the top 100 counties in previous years was not so troublesome, and it was basically done at the end of the year. After a pause, Zhui Xuezhong couldn't help asking. The frequent extraction of economic data this year is not only related to the selection of the top 100 counties, but also to a decision made by the province. Putting down the teacup, Song Shusheng said, What decision did the province make? Zhui Xuezhong's face showed a hint of doubt. Theoretically, the office should be the first to know about many policy-related things. Isn't it related to the city classification? Since Lan City fell from the bottom of the second tier to the third tier last year, the provincial leaders have attached great importance to this area, so a goal was set at the meeting of the city-level leaders. The provincial leaders said that within 3 years, Lan City will return to the second-tier camp, and at least 6 of the 14 prefecture-level cities in Suqing province will rush from the 5th-tier cities to the 4th-tier cities. Our Jioga City is one of the candidates. In fact, this can be seen from some of the arrangements made by the province this year. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrange for the heads of various counties and districts to go to Guangdong province to study and observe. Song Shusheng sighed. Originally, according to national standards, cities did not have any distinction between first-tier and second-tier cities, but were divided into small, medium-sized, large, and extra-large cities according to population size. But later, I don't know what happened, and the first and second tiers came out. If this ranking was just the behavior of netizens, it would be fine, but this ranking actually began to affect housing prices, tourism, and the popularity of the city, etc. Looking at the entire Suqing province, except for Lan City, which is a second-tier city, all other prefecture-level cities are fifth-tier cities. As a result, after Lan City fell from the second tier to the third tier, the provincial leaders naturally couldn't sit still. 5-tier to 4-tier within 3 years? How is this possible? Let alone other things. A Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival approved us 2 million in funding, and we were suppressed by the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival. This shows that our Suqing province has no status in the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance. How can we reach the 4th tier in 3 years? Zhui Xuezhong couldn't help but complain. Although 4th-tier cities may sound ordinary, in fact, many indicators are far superior to 5th-tier cities. According to the current development speed of Jioga City, let alone 3 years, if it can reach the standards of 4th-tier cities within 10 years, it will be considered fast. Coupled with this tourism festival incident, it is really hard to see hope. That's what I said, but we still have to do what we should do. By the way, how is the power grid project in Bingdu Economic Development Zone progressing? When it comes to the Cultural Tourism Festival, Song Shusheng couldn't help but ask again. Although the Cultural Tourism Festival was suppressed by the Silk Road Conference this time. When Song Shusheng learned that Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing had registered and started construction in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he no longer had the heart to worry about the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. In his opinion, if this can be achieved, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has already booked the city's outstanding counties and districts in advance this year, and can even compete for the provincial outstanding counties and districts. As for the Border Cultural Tourism Festival, let's not talk about it. Leader, the 2 projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are being promoted. The national highway rerouting will be completed soon, and the power grid is expected to be completed by March next year. Zhui Xuezhong replied immediately. That's fine. The GDP growth of Jioga City is estimated to depend on these 2 large enterprises, especially Longsheng Electronics, so we must pay attention to this area. Don't do the same as last time. Let the provincial leaders think that we don't pay attention to the economic development zone. And finally, Song Shusheng stopped talking halfway. Leader, don't worry about this. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone may make some noise from time to time, Director Su is still a very reliable person. This year, how much support we have given to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he and the villagers of Bingdu Village should know. Sometimes I underestimated the extent of some of the actions over there, so that I seemed a little unprepared. But this situation will become less and less as time goes by. Zhui Xuezheng paused. He instantly understood what Song Shusheng was thinking, and immediately replied, Director Su is absolutely fine. I'm just worried that some people will give up, as long as the project continues to move forward. As for the fourth line, I will have a meeting with the district in 2 days. Song Shusheng waved his hand and said, With the district? Leader, do you want to notify the heads of other counties and districts? Zhui Xuezheng nodded and asked again. No need for this. The evaluation criteria for 4-tier cities generally refer to urban areas, and the counties under their jurisdiction are not included. And our city has no possibility of abolishing counties and setting up districts. For example, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is more than 500 kilometers away from Geoga City, and it will not be included in the evaluation scope at all. Song Shusheng shook his head. Leader, I know. The sun rises and sets, and 2 days pass in a flash. Just when Zhui Xuezheng thought Su Hang was a very reliable person, Yanqing, Xiqing District, in an office building, a middle-aged man was lying on the boss chair and looking at his mobile phone. In the corner of the office, there was a very high-end fishing rod box. Huh? At this time, the man was brushing. His eyes were getting bigger and bigger in the end. He stood up suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone. This. Chapter 298, The Second Collapse of the Ice Lake Culture and Tourism Executive. After a while, after confirming that he had not seen it wrong, the man immediately dialed a phone number on his mobile phone. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Lao Lu. Someone just uploaded a video of releasing fish on the forum. Did you see it? Before the other party spoke, the man spoke first. Fish releasing video? Which one? The voice on the phone had a hint of surprise and curiosity. He knew that the forum the man was talking about was the Xiaodhua Fishing Enthusiasts Forum. In addition to a large number of fishing friends, there were also many owners of fishing grounds. Every day, they would post videos of releasing fish in their fishing grounds to the forum, in order to attract customers. It's the one that was just uploaded. The boss put out about 100 of those 1.45 meter long big bluefin in the first truck. As the man spoke, he could already feel his uncontrollable excitement. What? So many big bluefin? Is it true? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. As soon as he heard it, the voice on the other end of the phone also became excited. Fisherman know fisherman best, as the saying goes. One person, one rod, one fishing spot, one hat, one hook clapping, cheering, grinning, one person laughs at the river. For many fishermen, the most important thing about fishing is not the result, but the process of fishing. Therefore, whether or not there is a catch or how much fish there is not particularly important to them. What is important is the feeling, the excitement and stimulation of catching a giant. Really, in addition to the big blue, there seems to be a truckload of super large sturgeons. According to the comments, there are some over 2 meters in size. The man took a deep breath and said, Over 2 meters in size. Where is this place? My goodness? The next moment, the voice on the other end of the phone became more excited. According to the poster, the place is in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Geoga City, Suqing Province. Looking at the environment in the video, the fishing ground feels like a lake, which is quite exciting, the man said immediately. Then what are you waiting for? Book a plane ticket, and we will go there tomorrow morning, the voice on the phone said without hesitation. Okay. The man immediately followed. By the way, is there a place to stay there? But at this moment, another voice came from the phone. Of course there is. How can there be no place to stay in an economic development zone? This fishing ground is different from other places. It is not in a very remote suburb. The man thought for a while and said, Then send me the address, and I'll book a few more days there for us. I won't come back unless I get a giant this time. Yes. I must make my giant dream come true. The scene in Yanqing is not an isolated case. Many big cities are playing it out one after another. For experienced fishermen, as long as they have big stuff, time is not a problem, cost is not a problem, and distance is even less of a problem. As a result, the keywords of Bingdu Village in Geoga City were directly pushed to the front page of the fishing forum. It's nothing, I've seen many videos of releasing fish, but this is the first time I've seen such a level. The owners of other fishing grounds in China were also completely silent by this video. They were shocked and felt a little powerless. It's not that they can't get such a big fish, but such a big fish from the farm is super expensive. They dare not even think about releasing fish on such a large scale. Of course, these senior fishermen are not the only ones who are excited at this time, but also those fishing anchors. Hi sure, a fishing tackle shop. A bald anchor was recommending various types of fishing rods, fish hooks, baits to the anglers in the live broadcast room. As a result, after only 10 minutes of live broadcast, messages started to appear on the barrage. "Lao Ma, there is a new pit. Do you dare to challenge it? The boss just released the fish, all of them are huge." "That's right. If you can get a big fish there, it means that your rods are good. Waiting for your challenge. What place are you talking about?" Seeing such comments, the bald anchor also became more interested. "You can go to the fishing forum and see. It seems to be Bingdu Village, Geoga City, Suching Province." A fishing friend replied. "Suching Province? Okay. Let me see." After confirming the location, the bald anchor immediately picked up another mobile phone and searched. However, this search did not matter. His eyes never left the mobile phone screen. And he even muttered to himself, "Damn. This is a place for a big show." It was not until a long time later that the bald anchor came to the live broadcast room again. "Brothers, the day after tomorrow, we will meet at this fishing ground. Live broadcast of fishing for giants. We will not stop broadcasting until we catch giants," he said excitedly. Little did they know, just as the fishermen from all sides were about to go to Bingdu Village, the entertainment complex was already crowded with people, and various off-road vehicles appeared in front of the village. More importantly, the number of vehicles was still increasing. What's going on? On the Guanjua Tower, some tourists who were taking pictures also felt something was wrong, and couldn't help asking. "We have opened a fishing ground in Bingdu Village, and these people should be here to fish." A waiter who was cleaning thought for a moment, and explained. "Fishing ground? You can fish here?" Hearing this, several tourists' eyes lit up. In addition to off-roading, traveling around the northwest, there are 9 out of 10 fishing rods and fishing gear in the trunk of the vehicle. It's over there at the entertainment complex. Entertainment complex? The tourists looked at the west end of the village in the direction of the waiter's finger. With the rush of the Bingkei Special Building, the city gate, the entertainment complex, and the YN and the new clinic that has been put into use, from a distance, the momentum of the ancient buildings over there feels more powerful than this core area. Then I have to go and take a look. It must have something to attract so many fishermen. After saying that, the tourist immediately turned around and was about to go downstairs. "You don't want to take pictures?" The waiter was stunned. "No. It's boring to take pictures," the tourist said without turning his head. Time flies. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the office of the president of Bingda Culture and Tourism, Zhong Ruofei frowned more and more after listening to a young man's report. The young man's name is Li Kun. He is a supervisor-level employee that Zhong Ruofei has just promoted. After the entertainment complex is completed and put into operation, he will be the person in charge of the entertainment complex. What did you say? There are too many people coming, and there is no place for fishing? Didn't we just officially open to the public this morning? At this time, Zhong Ruofei was confused. After Su Hang arranged the fishing ground for him, he formulated a charging standard based on some current fishing grounds. The fee is 600 per person per day, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the fish is taken away directly, because the artificial lake inside is very large. A total of 200 fixed positions were set up on the lakeside this time. And there are also 50 small boat fishing positions, plus 50 sightseeing boat fishing positions in the lake. Of course, the fees for small boat fishing spots and lake sightseeing boat fishing spots are higher than those for lakeside fishing spots. And each person is charged 1,000 per day. Moreover, the bait used for fishing must be provided by the entertainment complex. The reason for this is that they are worried that some unruly fishermen will use those strange baits and pollute the water source. In Zhong Ruofei's opinion, with so many fishing spots and the prices are not low, it is already a lot of income to have dozens of fishing friends at ordinary times. If it is full, the entertainment complex can earn 220,000 yuan a day from this item alone. Originally thought it was a small matter, so he handed it over to Li Kun directly. But now Li Kun told him that the fishing spots were full and those fishermen were still clamoring for more fishing spots. How could he not be surprised? "Mr. Zhong, Director Su sent some fish this morning, and I arranged for people to release them. During the release process, An employee took a video and posted it on WeChat Moments because he had never seen fish release before, thinking about promoting it for us, but I didn't expect that. Li Kun took a deep breath. That's not necessary. Wait. Let me see the fish releasing video. Zhong Ruofei wanted to say something. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. And said hurriedly, "Look." Hearing this, Li Kun hurriedly took out his mobile phone, clicked a few times, and handed it to Zhong Ruofei. This? My God. No wonder. Even ordinary people have the urge to go over there to see this video. Not to mention those fishermen. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. After looking at it, Zhong Ruofei didn't say anything for a long time. It was not until Li Kun reminded him that Zhong Ruofei suddenly came back to his senses. "Mr. Zhong, what should we do now? How many people are there at the entertainment complex now?" Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath and asked. "There are nearly 100 people at the door now. But fishing enthusiasts nearby are still on their way. I guess there will be more tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." After a calculation, Li Kun said, "It would be great if it was only tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. So, you take the staff to the small lake to see how many more fishing spots we can add. And I will go to discuss it with Director Su. Since the new clinic was officially open to the public, our Bingda Cultural Tourism's reception capacity has reached its limit again. If so many more fishermen come, what will they eat? Where will they stay?" After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei sighed and stood up directly. In addition to helplessness, there was also a trace of fatigue on his face. Since the Chinese New Year, he has been coordinating various matters. In order to ensure the workers' food and drink, he mustered up the courage to make the most testing phone call in his life, and finally introduced a restaurant chain, which solved the food crisis. I thought that with these restaurant chains and the upgraded vendor area, Bingdu Village could hold out for a while. As a result, with the start of launching electronics and Tonai clothing, the catering industry suddenly became tense again, especially after the new clinic was opened. Whether it was catering or accommodation, Bingdu Village once again reached its maximum reception state. Those restaurant chains opened one after another. So many out-of-town tourists called the relevant units in the city to complain that they could not book a room at Bingda Cultural Tourism, and that the service was not in place. After all the coordination in the past 2 days, there was no movement at all. I thought I could take a breath first. Next, I would use the tent to hold out the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. The rest of the things would be arranged after the festival. As a result, Director Su released another ordinary fish, which instantly broke the balance that had just been maintained. The most important thing is that he knows the strength and perseverance of those fishermen very well. This kind of attraction is long-lasting, unlike the hot spots of internet celebrities, which will pass in 2 or 3 days. Chapter 299 2 Months of Quietness. "Mr. Zhong, I'll go over there and do some statistics first." After hearing what Zhong Ruofei said, Li Kun said hurriedly, "Yes." Half an hour later, Zhong Ruofei appeared at the construction site of the youth hostel. At this time, Su Hang was sitting in the shed studying the drawings of the ancient night market. "Xiao Su. Brother Zhong, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, looking up, Su Hang's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. "Xiao Su, we have another explosive customer here." Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Hang with too many things in his eyes. At this time, he finally understood why a good Uncle Lu had become like this. "Another leaker? Why?" Su Hang was startled, somewhat surprised. He has been here since this morning. Even the lunch was brought by the project manager. He really didn't know what was going on outside. "Didn't they release the fish this morning?" Looking at Su Hang, Zhong Ruofei explained the matter in detail with some helplessness. Because others don't know Su Hang. But he still knows something. If other people showed such an expression, they would probably be showing off. But Su Hang was the kind of person who had high standards for himself, and was awesome without knowing it. "So it's because the fish we put in are not suitable." At that time, Manager Zhang from the project department said that fishermen generally like bigger fish. "I thought our employees worked hard, and it was not easy, so we had to make them happy." After hearing this, Su Hang frowned. "It's not that it's not suitable, it's just that those fishermen may not have seen so many big fish put in at once, so they were quite excited for a while, and those employees who like fishing under our Bingda Cultural Tourism were really happy after getting the fishing coupons." Zhong Ruofei said immediately. It must be said that although Su Hang's move attracted many experienced fishermen, it was also fatal to his own employees. In their view, The benefits of 4 free fishing tickets per month are similar to the 2 to 3,000 yuan car allowance issued by other units, which has increased the benefits by a large margin, as long as the employees are happy. Hearing this, Su Hang's brows gradually relaxed. From this point of view, there is no big problem with releasing fish this time, and the large amount of goods released this time is very ambitious, and it should last for a long time. We will restock after the first half is out. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems like today. Xiao Su. The employees are happy now. But what should we do? Ordinary hotels, inns and Guanxue Tower are all booked for a month later, and the youth hostel is being rebuilt. When I came here just now, I looked at the forum, and it seemed that our fishing grounds had attracted the attention of those top fishing anchors. If they come here and have no place to stay, and they can't eat well, it would be a direct negative publicity for our Binggu village. Zhong Ruofei sighed. Eating is not good? Su Hang paused, a little puzzled. He could understand the accommodation, but the food was not good. It's mainly because there are many local tourists here every day. They come to take a look around, and then go to those restaurant chains to eat. And they basically eat at meal times, so now at lunchtime every day. As long as the store is open, it's basically full. Some stores' lunch sessions don't even end until 2 or 3 o'clock. As a result, before we have rested for 1 or 2 hours, the afternoon session at 4 or 5 o'clock starts again. When talking about the current situation of catering in the core area, Zhong Ruofei's face showed a hint of helplessness. Binggu Village now has a rich catering industry, even richer than Ase County. But it is still far from enough. That is, the workers of Bingda Construction basically choose the big pot meals on the construction site. Otherwise, even if the existing catering chains and vendors are open for 20 to 40 hours, they cannot meet the demand. If a group of fishermen suddenly pour in, resources are bound to be more scarce. Let's do this. Let's see the situation tomorrow. If there are indeed many fishermen coming, we will find a way to open a camping tent area at the entertainment complex, just like the camping site in front of Yuan before. In this way, the accommodation should be solved, and I will find a way to speed up the work here. Strive to put the youth hostel into operation as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei. Okay, what about food? Zhong Ruofei nodded and asked again. For food, find a way to set up another stall area in the east area, and then call on our Bingda Cultural Tourism employees before the end of the tourism festival. Eat employee meals if you can, and try to give resources to those tourists once the night market is built. It should be relieved. Su Hang rubbed his eyebrows. That's the only way. Yeah, just get through the tourism festival and give employees some psychological preparation. We've been doing this, but then again, our Binggu village really can't make any more noise before the tourism festival. We can still make do with it this time. But what about next time? After all, the Xiaogui News Network will come to interview us before the Border Tourism Festival. If they see that we are tight in all aspects, they may think that we are not well prepared. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei whispered again. That's right, we should prioritize getting the news broadcast. Su Hang nodded. Then, Brother Zhong, let's do this. In the next 2 months, we should try not to promote anything that can be avoided. So we'll wait until the tourism festival is over. Su Hang said helplessly. Other counties and districts would be eager to promote and build momentum for a major project when it's completed. Look at Binggu Economic Development Zone. It's probably the first in Xiaogui. Okay, I'll hold a meeting with the middle-level managers of Bingda Culture and Tourism tonight. By the way, Xiao Su, please tell Uncle Lu, Old Shui, and the others, especially Bingdu Beer. It seems that President Lu has been holding back and wants to prove himself. Hearing Su Hang fill in the form, Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, at this time, Zhong Ruofei had another idea in his mind, that is, as long as Su Hang can be prevented, there will be no more incidents in 80 to 90% of cases. Okay, I'll tell them. By the way, Brother Zhong, when will Sister Fu Yu come? After discussing the coping strategies, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and asked immediately. She called last night and said that it would be mid-May at the earliest, and early June at the latest. Zhong Ruofei replied. Okay, if she comes, Bingda Culture and Tourism will register another company, specializing in the operation of Bingke, the day before yesterday. Brother Shui told me that the person who had worked with Uncle Tang Jianxi on shadow puppets before also wanted to come here to work at that time. In addition to the numbered bags, the production quantity of other levels of bags can also be guaranteed. Su Heng said again. You have worked with Uncle Tang on shadow puppets? Are they also inheritors of intangible cultural heritage? Zhong Ruofei's face showed a hint of surprise. One is, and the others are all craftsmen. Su Heng shook his head. Whether before or after the new year, he has always been paying close attention to Benkei leather bags. And he has also used his free time to get a lot of design drawings of famous brand bags on Earth from the system. When the Benkei building is built, there will be no shortage of styles. 2 inheritors of intangible cultural heritage are actually enough. Yes, but you must sign a non-compete agreement and a confidentiality agreement when signing a contract with these people. Otherwise, if they leave, it is very likely to affect the operation of the brand. After a little thought, Su Heng said again, Don't worry. We have Uncle Feng here. Nothing will go wrong. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Okay. The tide rises and falls, and a few days pass in a flash. As Zhong Ruofei expected, in just a few days, the entertainment complex has attracted 2,000 to 3,000 fishermen from all over the country. And the number is still increasing as some anchors start broadcasting. Fortunately, a camping area was temporarily opened in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and some fishing spots were added, which barely took on this wave of customers. As a result, Su Heng reminded all project leaders more than once, saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone should be low-key. Low-key and low-key during the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. So, on May 20th, the National Highway Realignment Project was completed, and there was no sound when the bluestone slabs were laid on the pedestrian street. On May 25th, the ancient-style police station and fire station in Bingdu Economic Development Zone were officially put into operation, and a few strings of firecrackers were set off. On June 2nd, the entertainment complex was officially completed and began interior decoration. On June 15th, the assembly of the brewery production line was completed, and under the leadership of Lu Siming, the first batch of Bingdu Legend beer officially began to be brewed. At the same time, the outer packaging design of the cans and the brand logo were ready. On June 20th, Lu Ming finally reached a milestone after working day and night. The construction of the west gate was completed, but the fence was still not removed. After the workers left, the whole building looked like an unfinished project. On June 28th, the youth hostel officially opened for business. At the same time, the night market entered the final stage of the offensive. On July 5th, there were only 18 days left before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. The Benkei brand building entered the interior decoration stage. More than 3,000 workers were like ants, constantly going up and down, and it looked extremely busy. On July 9th, the first batch of canned beer from Bingdu Brewery was officially shipped. After being tasted by internal employees of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, it received numerous praises. One employee even said that this was the best tasting beer he had drunk in all these years. At the same time, Zhang Hancheng received a call from his classmate Xing Jianping. Xing Jianping said on the phone that the interview team of the news broadcast would arrive in Bingdu Village on July 15th, and asked Bingdu Economic Development Zone to receive them. On July 10th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Geoga City, a minibus slowly drove into the backyard of the government building. Director Zhua, if there is anything here, call us immediately. Looking at Zhua Xuezhong, Song Shusheng reminded him. Today is the day when the leaders and responsible persons of the 5 cities in the west of Suqing Province go to Guangdong Province for observation and study. The trip is a total of 15 days. It will be July 25th when they return to Geoga City. Except Su Heng, the heads of other counties and districts in Geoga City are basically all there. Leader, don't worry. Hearing this, Zhua Xuezhong hurriedly said, in 10 days, it will be the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. When the time comes, you can call the Cultural Tourism Department and help Bingdu Economic Development Zone deal with it. There has been no movement in Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the past 2 or 3 months. It is probably because they are busy with engineering projects. Song Shusheng sighed and said again, just yesterday, the TV stations in the 5 northwestern provinces have begun to promote the Silk Road big households, especially the satellite TV stations in the 5 provinces, which even ran an advertisement of about 40 to 50 seconds during prime time. Chapter 300. It's a big deal. Leader, don't worry. I will help the Economic Development Zone explain the situation to the relevant departments of Xia State about the Cultural Tourism Festival. Zhua Xuezhong nodded heavily. Okay, if there is anything in other counties and districts, please communicate in time. Turning his head, and glancing at the heads of various counties and districts who were getting on the bus, Song Shusheng said again, "Don't worry." Just like that, 10 minutes later, several minibuses slowly drove out of the backyard of the government building, leaving only Zhu Xuezhong and some ordinary staff. "Xiao Wang, if you get a call from the Xiaogua Culture and Tourism Department in the next 2 days, tell me as soon as possible." Raising his hand to check the time, Zhu Xuezhong said to a young female staff member. According to the practice of previous border tourism festivals, the relevant departments of Xiaogua Culture and Tourism will verify some events before the tourism festival and check whether it is held in accordance with the application standards. At the same time, relevant video materials need to be sent to the department for storage after the event. "Okay, Director." The staff member nodded immediately. Alas, looking at the direction where several minibuses were going away, Zhu Xuezhong sighed helplessly again and then walked to his office. Just when the leaders of Jiuge City went to Guangdong Province to observe and learn, Binggu Village, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng appeared in the eastern area where the national highway was rerouted. At this time, the Level 5 station in Binggu Village has been officially put into operation. In addition to applying for 4 more flights to Jiuge City, Zhang Hancheng also communicated and confirmed with the transportation departments of other counties and districts in Jiuge City. In 2 days, the routes from Binggu Economic Development Zone to other counties and districts will also be open one after another. The most important thing is that now minibus owners have submitted applications to the Binggu Economic Development Zone office, wanting to run routes from Binggu Economic Development Zone to Jinlu, Ase, and other counties and districts. Once approved, the transportation problems of Binggu Economic Development Zone and other counties and districts will be completely solved. It will also be more convenient for ordinary people to come to Binggu Economic Development Zone. And Zhang Hancheng is still in contact with the surrounding prefecture-level transportation departments. If the procedures are completed, Binggu Station will also gradually open bus routes to surrounding prefecture-level cities. By then, the 5th-level station will most likely be upgraded to a 4th-level station. Director, the bus company now has 100 taxis. The Economic Development Zone has added 30 new buses. So there should be no problem with the passenger flow during the tourism festival. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng glanced at the bus station and said to Su Hang, "At present, not only the bus station has been put into operation, but also the bus station, the new cardholder home, the auto repair shop, the vendor area, the expanded rental area, and a newly built police station are all in normal operation. In addition, the rental area and the vendor area are opposite the bus station, which makes this place feel like a small town street, full of fireworks. The only drawback is that, except for the bus station and the bus station, the rest are basically color steel houses or mobile board houses. If the rental area and the cardholder's home are upgraded to brick concrete structures, the scale here can catch up with the smaller towns in Ase County. 30 cars? This should cost a lot of money. Is there enough financial funds?" Su Hang asked while nodding. In order to better manage public transportation, Binggu Economic Development Zone now plans to set up its own bus company, which is fully funded by the government. The first few buses put into operation by Binggu Cultural Tourism will also be taken over by the new bus company. And the new bus company will purchase the previous buses at the original price and provide certain cost compensation. We dare not say that our finances are the best in the city now, but they are definitely not worse than those of the surrounding counties. When talking about the financial situation of the Economic Development Zone, Zhang Hancheng's face was full of confidence. "Huh? So much fiscal revenue?" Su Hang's face showed a hint of surprise. There is a big difference between Binggu Economic Development Zone and other counties and districts. The land within dozens of kilometers of the core area belongs to Binggu Culture and Tourism. Some land transfer fees will go into the account of Binggu Culture and Tourism instead of the account of Binggu Economic Development Zone. Now the finance of Binggu Economic Development Zone can only rely on the tax revenue of some enterprises, but Longxing Electronics and Tondai Clothing are still under intensive construction, and no tax revenue is generated for the time being. In addition to Binggu Culture and Tourism, a super taxpayer, those well-known restaurant chains, embroidery shops, women's clothing also pay a lot of tax every month. Zhang Hancheng explained. "Oh, I almost forgot, these chain restaurants are companies rather than individual businesses." Su Hang understood. If so, it would be reasonable for Binggu Economic Development Zone to have a fiscal surplus. Well, now the tax of each industry is different, but on average it is about 10 points. Except for the tax paid to Gyeongga City and the national tax according to regulations, our fiscal revenue should be able to keep 5 points. When Longsheng and Tondai start operating, the fiscal revenue of our economic development zone will probably reach a new level. Zhang Hansheng gave Su Heng an estimate. As long as the financial situation of the economic development zone is fine, it will be fine. I'm thinking of reporting to Gyeongga City after the tourism festival and applying for a financial branch for our economic development zone. At that time, the employees of these branch stations in our economic development zone will be directly paid by the financial branch. Now they have to go through the office. Not only is the procedure complicated, but it will be very busy every month at the end of the month. Zhang Hansheng said again. Now Bingdu Economic Development Zone has completely achieved financial independence. As long as the personnel relationship is transferred to the Human Resources and Social Security branch of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, from the second month onwards, the salary relationship will also be taken over by the Economic Development Zone. Of course, Su Heng and Zhang Hansheng are exceptions. Theoretically, the top leaders of counties and districts are at the provincial level, but because Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a special case, Su Heng is still under the municipal management, and Zhang Hansheng is currently on a temporary basis, and his organizational relationship is still at Yenching University. You can continue to look for Zhuozhu when the time comes. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Su Heng was about to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Heng nodded to Zhang Hansheng immediately, then walked aside and answered the phone. He didn't come back until more than 10 minutes later. Director Zhang, is there anything else here? If not, let's go to Yuan now. When he spoke again, Su Heng's face became more solemn. No. Seeing this, Zhang Hansheng thought something had happened, and hurriedly shook his head. Director, what happened at Yuan? Uncle Feng called just now, saying that he invited many guests and speakers for the Cultural and Tourism Festival, and asked me to go over and arrange the accommodation. They will arrive in the afternoon of July 22nd and leave in the morning of the 24th. Su Heng took a deep breath. Guests invited by Uncle Feng? Zhang Hansheng was stunned. Yeah, originally, the city leaders were scheduled, but the city leaders had something to do and couldn't come, so Uncle Feng said he would be responsible for the guests. At that time, I thought Uncle Feng was just inviting some retired cadres from his circle. But he just told me. Su Heng explained. What did he say? Zhang Hansheng became nervous for no reason. Just now, he told me that the leader who was going to give a speech was the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of our Xia country. Su Heng scratched his head. What? The head of the Cultural and Tourism Department? Zhang Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Yes, and from what he said, there should be quite a few very important leaders among the guests. Su Heng said again. At that time, his reaction after hearing what Feng Xiu said was almost exactly the same as Zhang Hansheng's. At that time, he thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he didn't expect that the head of Xiaoguo's Cultural and Tourism Department would be directly invited. By the way, if a leader of this level attended the Cultural and Tourism Festival, it would undoubtedly bring the Cultural and Tourism Festival to a new height. Uncle Feng's circle is too big. But this is a big deal. After a moment, Zhang Hansheng came back to his senses and didn't know what to say. Although he had met many leaders of the same level when he was at Yenching University, it was not a matter of level at all. A tourism festival held by an economic development zone. The leaders of the prefecture and city were not there, and the leaders of the province did not come either. As a result, the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Xiaoguo had to give an opening speech. What kind of concept is this? What's more terrible is that the Xiaoguo news team will come to interview on the 15th. And the opening ceremony will be broadcast live by a first-tier TV station like Xiang Province TV station. This will lead to a series of problems. It's a big deal, so we have to go over and confirm the specific guest list. If there are too many people, it's really hard to arrange accommodation. Su Heng nodded. Then let's go! Yes. Just when Feng Xiu suddenly gave Su Heng a surprise, Xian Province office, the person in charge of the Silk Road Conference, Li Yuzhou, was studying a list with a man in his 60s. Leader, are these the guests attending? After looking for a moment, Li Yuzhou said. Yes. The person who came on stage to give a speech was the leader of our new province, and the host was the person in charge of Urumqi. In addition, the leaders who watched the ceremony included some major leaders of the 5 northwestern provinces. The man in his 60s nodded with satisfaction. There was no such scale in the past. This Silk Road Conference is top-notch compared to any previous one. It's a pity that the relevant leaders of the cultural and tourism departments of Xiagua did not attend. Otherwise, our Silk Road Conference would not be. After hearing this, Li Yuzhou's face showed a trace of regret. No way, after all. Our Silk Road Conference is a provincial tourism festival. If we want relevant leaders of the cultural and tourism department of Xiagua to attend, it must be a tourism festival or other cultural and tourism activities at the level of Xiagua. The man shook his head. Okay. Sighing with some regret, Li Yuzhou said nothing more. By the way, are the art performances and live broadcasts arranged? The relevant expenses of this cultural and tourism festival have been approved for 150 million yuan, and the relevant income must be worthy of such a large investment. After a pause, the man said again, Leader, everything has been arranged. The other programs of the cultural performance have been rehearsed several times in the past 2 days. The remaining 3 stars will arrive in Urumqi at noon on July 22nd to participate in the rehearsal. Li Yuzhou hurriedly explained. Okay, what about live streaming sales? This is the highlight of this cultural and tourism festival. The man looked at Li Yuzhou. Chapter 301. It feels like Uncle Feng did it on purpose. Leader, the anchor is a well-known anchor in China, and each time he brings in goods, he has at least several million in sales. After this tourism festival, it shouldn't be a problem to sell 2,000 or 3,000 agricultural products. Hearing this, Li Yuzhou immediately explained. 200 or 300 million. The man frowned slightly. Leader, we originally planned to invite a first-line anchor to bring goods in China, but those anchors didn't have time and offered sky-high prices, which was not cost-effective. Li Yuzhou replied. But isn't the sales volume a bit too low? After hesitating for a moment, the man spoke. Leader, this is not low, and our cultural and tourism festival this time is mainly to attract tourists, to promote our new province's tourism resources to the whole country, as long as the sales volume exceeds 10 million. It is actually a very good result. After taking a look at the man's expression, Li Yuzhou hurriedly replied. Oh, that's fine, there can't be any problems in these 2 links anyway. By the way, our opening ceremony broadcast. Dong dong dong. But just when the man wanted to say something else, Li Yuzhou's secretary suddenly appeared at the door of the office in a hurry. He knocked on the door. Director. There is something. However, halfway through the words, when he saw that there was a big leader in the office, the words on his lips were taken back. It's okay, you say? Seeing this, the man waved his hand, then said. Here, seeing Li Yuzhou also nodded, the secretary adjusted his mood and said. Leader, director, a friend of mine just sent me a message, saying that he saw a promotional notice on Xiang Province TV, which seemed to be promoting the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival in Jiuge City. Suqing Province. What? Xiang Province TV promotes the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival in Jiuge City? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Li Yuzhou and the man's faces were instantly filled with astonishment and confusion. They were very clear about the Border Cultural Tourism Festival, and they had not paid attention to it since they had informed Suqing Province last time. They even subconsciously believed that this tourism festival did not exist. As a result, the tourism festival here was about to open, and they were suddenly told that there was a promotion there, and it was a top TV station that they dared not even think about. How could they not be surprised? If this was true, it would have a significant impact on the Silk Road Conference. Yes. The secretary nodded. Have you verified it? How is this possible? Xiang Province TV is a national first-tier TV station. What is the level of Jiuge City? Can they look down on their tourism festival? Coming back to his senses, Li Yuzhou frowned and asked. Director, I have verified it. Xiang Province TV does have a related broadcasting plan. The secretary said hurriedly. This shouldn't be the case. I remember that Suqing Province only approved 2 million yuan in funding. Li Yuzhou and the man looked at each other, still full of disbelief. Director. Well, you check it again. After thinking for a while, Li Yuzhou waved his hand, signaling his secretary to check it again. Wait, why don't you just call Jiuge City and ask? At this time, the man suddenly thought of something and said immediately, Leader, this. Hearing that his leader was going to call Jiuge City, Li Yuzhou's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. After all, when Jiuge City repeatedly asked him to adjust the time of the Silk Road Conference, he personally told the staff of Suqing Province that Jiuge City's Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival could be handled as it pleased, and it had nothing to do with the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival. Forget it. Let's confirm it first. After that, We'll see if the TV stations of Sucheng Province and Jioga City have implemented the policies of the 5 Provinces Alliance. Glancing at Liuzhou, the man had guessed something and spoke up. Okay, leader. Just when the new province noticed something was wrong. In Bingdu village, Shui Yutian was discussing something with Zhong Ruofei. When will the performance team come? Zhong Ruofei asked after taking a look at the sand table. The opening ceremony of this tourism festival and some other tourism festival projects were arranged to the west of the entertainment complex and Yulian, just filling up the 500-meter distance of the West City Gate. Otherwise, we have to build ancient buildings on both sides of the road. On the 13th, Shui Yutian replied. So early. Hearing the time, Zhong Ruofei was a little surprised. No way. Xiao Su said that the news broadcast interview car will come on the 15th. We have to let them see some of our preparations. Shui Yutian took a deep breath, and his face was full of nervousness. I almost forgot this. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei slapped his forehead. I heard that the news team's interview this time will be more detailed, so they will visit many places. In addition to the performance team, others also need to prepare. Shui Yutian said again. Of course. Our director Zhang has someone in Xiaogua TV. I'll tell President Liu and Xiaoyu after that, and ask them to prepare. Zhong Ruofei nodded. But after a pause, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and asked again. Old Shui, didn't you hear Li Wei say? When will the stars come? Will they participate in the advance rehearsal? They won't. Li Wei said that the performing guests will arrive in our Bingdu village around the 20th. And I have already arranged the relevant accommodation. Shui Yutian shook his head. Oh, it's arranged in Guanxue Tower? Zhong Ruofei asked again. Yes. Have you told Xiao Su? I heard that Uncle Feng seems to have invited some guests. If there is no room in Yiyuan, they will probably have to be arranged in Guanxue Tower. I haven't told Xiao Su about this yet. It should be about the same. Shui Yutian hesitated for a moment and said, Well, find Xiao Su in the afternoon to confirm. There can't be any problems with this kind of thing. They are all here to support our economic development zone. Okay. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the pedestrian street in the core area of Bingdu village was bustling with people. It was very lively. The pedestrian street at this time is no longer the 215 National Highway that has been used by heavy trucks and large trucks for several months. Instead, it starts from the fire station, and the road is paved with bluestone slabs, and ends at the Yulian. In addition, various tourists in ancient costumes came out of the embroidery workshop, which looks very impressive. But at this time, Yiyuan, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng looked at a list handed over by Feng Shuyu, and couldn't help but gasp. Uncle Feng, are these all the guests watching the ceremony? It was not until a moment later that Su Hang asked hurriedly. On the way here, he had prepared himself mentally, but he was still shocked by the names on the list and the positions and identities of these people. He also saw an extremely familiar name on the list. Fan Tian. That's not all. Fan Tian was actually listed in the second row. Yeah. Feng Shuyu nodded seriously. Uncle Feng, you and these? At this time, Su Hang was surprised and full of curiosity. Who would have thought that a retired dean of the law school of Xiaogua Renmin University had such strong social connections? Some of them are my old classmates. And some of them were invited by my old classmates. By the way, after I told Xiao Fan about this, Xiao Fan was very concerned and helped to invite some people. Originally, I was thinking of asking your Aunt Gao and others to think of a solution. But you said that High City Jiaodong University would also send people. So I thought it should be almost done. Feng Shuyu nodded. At this time, his face was full of an expression of the villagers of Bingdu village have not tried their best yet. Dean Feng, when these leaders come over, on the side, Zhang Hancheng finally couldn't help but whispered. They basically come directly to our Bingdu village, and will not pass through Sucheng province. So, I thought of telling Xiao Su in advance. To see how to arrange accommodation? There are not enough spare rooms in Yiyuan. Because this time I made a preliminary count. There will be 27 guests coming to watch the ceremony. Feng Shuyu saw what Zhang Hancheng was thinking at a glance, and said immediately, 27. Uncle Feng, I will find a way to arrange this. By the way, when will Brother Fan come? Hearing this, Su Hang nodded and asked. Although Fan Tian is a leader in Yanqing, his relationship with Bingdu Economic Development Zone is far beyond those leaders. So he doesn't have to live with those guests. He said he would call you when he comes. Probably around July 20th, Feng Shui said. Okay. Okay. You guys go ahead. I still have to deal with the school project here. Feng Shui raised his hand to check the time. And said again, yeah. A few minutes later, Feng Shui left, and only Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng were left in Xiao Sanlong Pavilion. Director, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Just as Su Hang was looking at the list again, Zhang Hancheng suddenly spoke. You say? Su Hang seemed to be thinking. Why do I feel like Uncle Feng did it on purpose this time? Otherwise, how could so many leaders come and bypass the provincial government? Is he angry? He feels that our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been wrong for hosting this tourism festival. Zhang Hancheng whispered. Yeah. I can feel something. Su Hang glanced at the direction where Feng Shui left, and nodded slightly. Although the matter has become a big deal, I feel a little warm in my heart. If it were someone else, Uncle Feng would definitely not do this. What should we do now? Uncle Feng is venting his anger. The head of the Cultural and Tourism Department is coming. We can't go through the city or the province. Confirmed. Zhang Hancheng's face showed a little envy for a moment, but he quickly spoke. Well, I'll call directors later. After a little thought, Su Hang said, Chapter 302 Leader, I really can't hold it back. It can only be done this way. After all, the city clearly said that we would be in full charge of this tourism festival. It is also our normal process to report it to the city now. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Yes. While nodding, Su Hang took out his mobile phone. Listening to the words, Zhang Hancheng's meaning was very clear. Of course, even if Zhang Hancheng didn't. Click. Su Hang knew how to call Zhu Xuezhong. Beep. Beep. When dialing Zhu Xuezhong's number, Su Hang directly put the phone on speaker. Hello, Director Su. Soon, the call was connected. Director Zhu, are you busy now? I need to report something to you. Su Hang glanced at Zhang Xinqing next to him, and said, I'm not busy now, what's the matter? Zhu Xuezhong's voice came quickly, not realizing that Su Hang used the word. Report. Director Zhu, it's about the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Su Hang took a deep breath. Oh, Cultural Tourism Festival? Don't worry. The leader has already arranged it when he left today. I will find a way to cover it for you. When he heard that Su Hang was talking about the Cultural Tourism Festival, Zhu Xuezhong's voice came immediately. He and Song Shusheng were already busy with various projects and infrastructure construction in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and they didn't take the tourism festival seriously at all. Calling it this time must be because they feel unprepared, and they can't deliver to the relevant departments. So Zhu Xuezhong thought at this time, they must give Su Hang some confidence. Otherwise, who will be able to work on the economy with peace of mind in the future? You'll cover for us? Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng beside him were a little surprised. Well, as long as you have an opening ceremony, I'll figure out the rest for you. I'll definitely be able to give an explanation to the relevant cultural and tourism departments. Zhu Xuezhong's voice came again. No, Director Zhu. In fact, our economic development zone has made relevant preparations. Now we want to report the specific process of the tourism festival to the city. What do you think? Seeing that Zhu Xuezhong seemed to have some misunderstandings, Su Hang said immediately, now is not the time to play dumb. You guys have made preparations? Do you have time? The voice on the phone paused, full of surprise. Well, Bingdu Economic Development Zone finally transferred this event to Bingdu Cultural Tourism for 2 million yuan. But at the beginning of the year the city told us that the Economic Development Zone would be fully responsible for the tourism festival, so we didn't notify the city. Su Hang said again. Ask Bingdu Cultural Tourism to be the organizer? Then what is your specific process? After a while, Zhu Xuezhong's voice came again, with a hint of curiosity in his voice. It is normal to find a sponsor for a large-scale event. And the status of Bingdu Culture and Tourism in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is even clearer. Now I am curious about the 2 million yuan of funds. Is there any money for other projects besides the opening ceremony? It is like this. According to the plan, the opening ceremony of the Culture and Tourism Festival will officially start at 9 a.m. on July 23rd. The host of the tourism festival is our Deputy Director Zhang. The guest speaker was originally intended to be attended by the leader, but wasn't the leader arranged by the province to lead a team to Guangdong Province, so we found the head of Xiaoguo's Culture and Tourism Department. Su Hang immediately explained the process. Wait, Director Su. Did I hear wrong? You just said that the person who went on stage to give a speech was the head of Xiaoguo's Cultural and Tourism Department. However, Su Heng had only said half of his words when there was silence on the other end of the phone. And then the voice suddenly became much louder. Well, he went directly to Bingu village on the afternoon of the 22nd. There was a long period of silence on the other end of the phone. So much so that Su Heng thought there was something wrong with the phone. Directors, what? Is the signal bad on your end? It was not until Su Heng could no longer bear to ask that there was a response in the receiver. Director Su, then do you know if the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department came to say hello to the province? However, although there was a response in the receiver, Zhui Xuezhong spoke intermittently, and one could even hear the sound of him swallowing nervously. No. No. There was another long silence on the other end of the phone. Directors were, in addition to the leaders who gave speeches, we also invited some guests to watch the ceremony. At this time, Su Heng thought that the leaders' speeches had been over, and he was about to continue the reporting process. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhui Xuezhong's voice came from the other side. Wait, Director Su, give me a little time, just a little. Director Zhua, are you okay? A trace of worry flashed across Su Heng's face. It's okay, go on. Okay, Director Zhua, the guests attending the Cultural and Tourism ceremony this time include Xiaogua Industry and Information Technology Department, Xiaogua Urban and Rural Affairs, Xiaogua Haishir Jiaodong University President. Director Zhua? The temperature in Lanshur in early July was already over 30 degrees during the day, and the traffic on the street made it even hotter. There were several minibuses parked in the backyard of a hotel. At this time, in a house on the third floor, Song Xusheng, the head of Jiuge City, was chatting with two other men. The two men were the heads of the other two prefecture-level cities in the western part of Suqing Province. Today, their teams gathered in Lanshur, and they would go to Guang Province together tomorrow. I heard that the two big companies signed by your Bingu Economic Development Zone have landed. After a pause, putting down the teacup, a man said with envy, landed. Longxing Electronics and Tondai Clothing have been registered and started construction. They will be put into operation at the beginning of next year at the latest. Song Xusheng laughed when he mentioned the signed companies. Although there was no pride between the lines, it was full of pride and pride. Since the end of the investment promotion conference last year, there have been various voices of dissatisfaction, especially in Shanxi Province. They think that an economic development zone with incomplete supporting facilities can sign such a big enterprise. There are probably some problems, and it will not land at all. There are even such rumors in the province. Now it is equivalent to shutting up these people directly and helping Jiuge City to complete the target. How can Song Xusheng not be happy? Old Song, I have to say, you have found a treasure. The director of the management committee of Bingu Economic Development Zone is really good at economics. With these two companies as a backup, Jiuge City will not have to worry about GDP for at least the next 4 or 5 years. Another man said. Found a treasure? Don't think he is a good hand in attracting investment. In fact, he is a master who does not play by the rules. Do you still remember the wedding that was on the entertainment news at the end of last year? Bingu Economic Development Zone will suddenly cause trouble for you. It has only been a little better in the past 2 months. Seeing these two people praising Su Heng, Song Xusheng immediately waved his hand modestly. I wanted to get my county and district leaders to do something. But they... A man couldn't help but glance at Song Xusheng. No. Don't be jealous. Ding-ling-ling. It was a coincidence that just when Song Xusheng was about to say a few more humble words, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Song Xusheng's expression changed slightly. And then he nodded to the two of them. And then he picked up the phone and walked outside to answer the call. Director Zhua. What's wrong? The call was from Zhui Xuezhong. Leader, Director Su just reported to the city on the preparations for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. The next moment, Zhui Xuezhong's voice followed. Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? Is there something wrong? Didn't I ask you to help cover it? Song Xusheng frowned upon hearing this. Leader, it's not that I don't want to cover it, I just can't cover it. Zhui Xuezhong's voice had an obvious tremor. Can't cover it? What's the situation? Did the requirements of the Cultural Tourism Department change this year? Or... Song Xusheng's brows were getting deeper and deeper. No. It was the Bingu Economic Development Zone that directly invited the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department and asked him to give a speech on stage. Zhui Xuezhong hurriedly explained. What? The head of the Cultural and Tourism Department? Song Xusheng was stunned for a moment. In addition to the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department, The guests also included a head of the Xiagua Industry and Information Technology Department, the head of the relevant departments of Xiagua Urban and Rural Construction, etc. Zui Xuezhong did not give Song Shusheng a chance to respond. And the voice came again. So many leaders. My God. Director Zui. Are you sure you are not kidding me? At this time, Song Shusheng's face was extremely complicated, with shock, astonishment, disbelief, etc. mixed together, like a palette. Apart from anything else, the Silk Road Conference held in Xi'an Province this time was so big that it failed to invite such a lineup of guests. Leader, how dare you joke about such things? And Director Su also said that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival will be interviewed by Xiagua News around July 15th. And there is hope that it will be on the news broadcast. Zui Xuezhong swallowed his saliva and said again, Ah? There is a chance to be on the news broadcast? Buzz? Song Shusheng, with his eyes wide open, felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer again. And this time, it was Xi'an Province TV that bought out the exclusive live broadcast rights for the Cultural Tourism Festival. Zui Xuezhong didn't seem to want Song Shusheng to feel the dull knife cutting his flesh, and he continued to speak before Song Shusheng could react. Xi'an Province bought the live broadcast rights? Although Song Shusheng had experienced many ups and downs to be in this position, he was really a little overwhelmed at this time. I just checked, Xi'an Province TV has indeed started the preview. No, how did Bingdu Economic Development Zone do it? Can such a large-scale event really be organized with a budget of 2 million? This time, it was not until a long time later that Song Shusheng spoke. Director Su didn't tell me the specific situation, but it's probably related to the villagers of Bingdu Village. Who else has such connections besides these people? Zui Xuezhong took a deep breath. Besides that, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could invite so many heavyweight guests to the ceremony. And it felt like every step was basically a ceiling-level operation. Bingdu Village villagers? Song Shusheng took a deep breath. Yeah. And I have a feeling that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone made such a big fuss this time. Maybe the various policies caused dissatisfaction among the villagers there. So I think Zui Xuezhong hesitated for a moment, and said, Chapter 303, you can't afford to offend either side. The policy caused dissatisfaction? Song Shusheng adjusted his mood. Yeah, it feels like every move of Bingdu Village is mocking the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival. When it comes to the Silk Road Conference, Zui Xuezhong's voice has a hint of secret joy. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone almost scared people to death, but slowly thinking about it, it feels like Jioga City has a good breath. You can imagine what the person in charge of the Silk Road Conference will look like when he hears the news. Is it just the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival? Hearing this, Song Shusheng rubbed his brows with his hands. Leader, what do you mean? Zui Xuezhong was stunned. Don't forget, I applied to the province that Jioga City would hold the Frontier Tourism Festival on July 23, and when I wanted to stay, what did the provincial leaders do? If I hadn't applied again at the end, I'm afraid even Director Su would have to go to Guangdong Province. Song Shusheng subconsciously glanced at the end of the corridor. Yeah, Director Su said that the head of the Cultural Tourism Department did not inform the province. Zui Xuezhong was stunned. Think about it. The Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is, after all, an event at the Xia state level. The sudden appearance of the head of the Cultural Tourism Department, in addition to the connections of the villagers of Bingdu Village, is also a sign of disrespect for the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance. Your local event must be scheduled on the same day as the event at the Xia state level, and the event at the Xia state level was scheduled first. In addition, our province's observation and inspection did not consider the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Song Shusheng's voice became lower and lower. Leader, this should have nothing to do with us. We called the higher-ups more than once at the time, saying that the two tourism festivals cannot be held on the same day. It was the 5 Provinces Alliance that insisted on choosing this day. And they later said that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival can do whatever it wants. And there is no need to consider the impact on the Silk Road Conference. The relevant leaders of these provinces know all about it. And they can all testify. As for this observation activity, it can actually be understood from another perspective. Who would have thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone could turn a 2 million event into an event that might not be able to be held even if it cost 200 million? Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but say, That's what I said. If the scene was smaller, it wouldn't matter. But now the scene is too big. Now a large group of leaders are coming to the Economic Development Zone. And the provincial leaders will definitely not receive them. But if they receive them, what will happen to the Silk Road Conference? The other 4 provinces will definitely think that our Suqing province is deliberately making trouble. Song Shusheng subconsciously rubbed his eyebrows. Obviously, Song Shusheng thought much more than Zhui Xuezhong, and the things he considered and the relationships between them were more complicated. Just now, Zhui Xuezhong talked a lot about the big moves of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but in Song Shusheng's view, it is not an unsolvable problem to be on the news broadcast. It is acceptable to cover the face during the live broadcast of the opening ceremony in Hong Kong. The real problem is the group of leaders who attended the event. Although there are factors of connections, it also represents an attitude. But the provincial leaders also told the 5 provinces alliance about this matter. Zhui Xuezhong was startled. That's the problem. If you tell others that such a big event was created by an economic development zone with only 11 permanent residents, do you think anyone will believe it? They must think that it was the provincial level that was involved. Song Shusheng sighed. Unknowingly, Jioga City was caught in the middle. It seems that neither side can be offended, neither left nor right, especially Bingdu Economic Development Zone. From this wave of guests watching the ceremony, it can be seen that Bingdu Economic Development Zone dares to show its displeasure to the province, not to mention Jioga City. Of course, the grievances suffered by Bingdu Economic Development Zone this time can be understood. After all, even Jioga City TV station cannot broadcast the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival live. And anyone would have thought. Perhaps Su Xinsheng, director of the management committee, will consider the overall impact, and it will not be a big deal. But this time it is obvious that the villagers are not happy. Leader, what should we do now? At this time, Zhui Xuezhong no longer had the pleasure of revenge that the Silk Road Conference was rubbed on the ground by Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and instead was filled with deep worry. Maybe there is only one way now. After a long silence, Song Shusheng's face showed a hint of disappointment and helplessness. How good would it be if the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance did not intervene this time? Jioga City will definitely be the center of attention this time, and become the focus of Xia country. What do you mean? Zhui Xuezhong asked hurriedly. We take the initiative to take responsibility. Song Shusheng replied. We take the initiative to take responsibility? But, Zhui Xuezhong hesitated. In fact, Jioga City has been arguing for its own reasons this time. And it is really not wrong at all. No way, there must be a way out of this matter. We can't let the province offend us. Of course, the province also knows the inside story, and won't really do anything to us. But there is a problem with this. Song Shusheng said. Leader, what's the problem with this? Zhui Xuezhong was a little puzzled. According to Song Shusheng, the province will at most give us symbolic criticism or even openly criticize and secretly reward us. By then, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone may not be able to be saved. Song Shusheng sighed again. Ah, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone cannot be saved. Leader, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is now thriving. If it is lost. After hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong was immediately anxious. This price is really unacceptable. Besides, he has watched the Bingdu Economic Development Zone grow step by step. There is no other way. Something has to be given up. But in this way, all parties will be happy. Song Shusheng replied. This. Zhui Xuezhong hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. The more he listened, the more he felt that his leader's analysis was very likely to happen. Of course, the province will certainly give us some appeasement or compensation in the end, and will not let us really become scapegoats. After a long silence, Song Shusheng said again, But how can the province's compensation compare with Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Zhui Xuezhong didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. No way, some things have to be considered from the overall perspective. So, I will report the specific situation to the relevant leaders of the province later. In this case, I will definitely not be able to go to the observation conference. What to do next, I will tell you when I get back. After thinking for a while, Song Shusheng arranged. Okay. At the same time, just when Song Shusheng picked up his phone and dialed the number of the relevant leaders of Suqing Province, Bingdu Village, Yiyuan, Xia Kanglang Pavilion. Gao Yuling, who was silent for a moment, finally looked at Feng Shuyu. Old Feng, you should have told Xiao Su about this in advance. Now that the scene is so big, I feel that Xiao Su is a little passive. In addition to Gao Yuling and Feng Shuyu, Lu Ming and Tong Jichuan were also there. Xiao Su is a good person. If you had told him in advance, he would have suffered this grievance. Just think about a county-level event hosted by Xiagua, and even the person in charge of the prefecture and city did not come. This matter is unacceptable anywhere. Feng Shui glanced at Lu Ming and Tong Jichuan. Obviously, he had known what kind of reaction would be caused by inviting such a group of heavyweight guests. But now, what if you have resigned from your administrative position after all? Gao Yuling hesitated to speak. She used to be the chief consultant of the Human Resources and Social Security Department of Yincheng, and she knew many things clearly. It's okay. This is not my idea alone. Xiaosu just needs to organize this cultural and tourism festival beautifully according to the original plan. Hearing this, Feng Shui immediately waved his hand, indicating that Gao Yuling should rest assured. Chapter 304 Provincial County Level Economic Development Zone. That's fine. Hearing Feng Shui say this, Gao Yuling breathed a sigh of relief. Yuling, don't worry, it's nothing. If something really happens, we won't be idle. On the side, Tong Jichuan and Lu Ming looked at each other first. Tong Jichuan waved his hand, indicating Gao Yuling not to worry. Next. It depends on how Xiaosu arranges this tourism festival. I see that the fences of the West City Gate and the Bingke Special Building have not been removed yet. And there is also a night market. Feng Shui looked back at the west end of the village. There are still about 10 days left. It should be in time. Yes. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the ancient buildings in Binggu village, reflecting a little golden light. And the tourists in ancient costumes, who appeared from time to time on the bluestone streets, made this new village seem to have traveled through time and space, and directly arrived at the ancient martial arts world in fantasy novels. Xiaosu. If the leaders live in the Guanxue Tower, it would be inappropriate for these stars to live there. After listening to what Su Heng said, Shui Yutian shook his head. Just now, Shui Yutian came to Su Heng to discuss the accommodation of the stars, who would perform at the opening ceremony. But he was also shocked by the leaders invited by Feng Shui. Brother Shui, are you worried about the fans? Su Heng's expression slightly changed, and he looked at Shui Yutian. Since the yuan only has a dozen guest rooms, he wanted to arrange all these leaders to stay in Guanxue Tower. After all, Guanxue Tower should be the highest-end hotel in Binggu Village, which can best reflect the status. Well, there will be more than 100 stars coming this time. Who knows what kind of fans will be among them? If there is a fan club that doesn't understand the overall situation, it will cause a very bad impact. And you have already called the city. As expected, there will definitely be many leaders from the city and the province coming, and whether the Guanxue Tower can accommodate them is another matter. Shui Yutian immediately said. Where will these celebrities stay? They basically come here to show their support and help this time. It's impossible. Su Heng frowned slightly. We can arrange some in Yuan, and some in Yuan. After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian replied. What about the rest? These places probably can't even accommodate half of them. Su Heng touched his chin. There are only 2 places to consider now. Ordinary hotels have been snatched up by those fishermen. Although there are still rooms in the youth hostel every day, it is obviously not suitable for these stars to stay there. The Binggu Youth Hostel has a total of 9 floors, double-sided, 100 guest rooms on each floor, with a public toilet, public washroom and bath. The rooms are only triple, quad and sextuple rooms. The accommodation price per person per day is 50 yuan. And when tourists check in, the front desk will make a brief distinction based on age and gender, so that men and women will not live together here. Moreover, there are fixed password cabinets in the room that are equal to the number of beds. As long as you check in, the staff will randomly generate a password on the computer, so that the guests who check in don't have to worry about their valuables being stolen while they sleep. That's not all. Each floor of the youth hostel has a special smoking room, and there is a special bicycle garage in the backyard. So, when the promotional video of Binggu Youth Hostel appeared on Binggu Cultural Tourism official account, it immediately attracted many cycling enthusiasts and hiking enthusiasts to like it. They also left a message below saying, this is definitely the best large-scale youth hostel in the Northwest, no one else. So, unknowingly, Binggu Youth Hostel became the main player in providing accommodation for Binggu Village. If it is fully occupied, it can solve the accommodation problem of more than 2,000 people. Of course, a youth hostel is a youth hostel after all, and it is very different from a hotel. Wealthy tourists will still give priority to high-end hotels such as Guanxue Tower. The rest can be arranged in Bingke Special Building. Hearing Su Heng's concerns, Shui Yutian immediately waved his hand. Bingke Special Building? Su Heng was a little puzzled. At the beginning of the year, he handed over the construction drawings of Bingke to Lu Ming. In addition, the operation of Bingke was later handed over to Song Liwei and Fu Yu. So he didn't participate much there. He would only go there when Lu Ming encountered some puzzles and needed help. As the saying goes, don't employ people you doubt. And don't doubt people you employ. After the main body of the special building was built, he also gave full authority to the two people for the interior decoration and establishment. And he didn't participate again. Besides, Su Hang is now the helmsman of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As the size of Bingdu Village is getting bigger and bigger, it is impossible for him to ask about everything at all times. Sometimes leaders just need to grasp the general direction at the strategic level. Li Wei and Fu Yu originally thought that the first floor of the Bingke building would be used as an exhibition operation room, and all the floors above would be used for bag display. As a result, they found that our Bingke building was too large, and 2 floors were enough for display, so in the end, they decided to make the 5th and 6th floors of the Bingke building into VIP guest rooms. Any buyer who owns our Bingke numbered bags is eligible to stay in the Bingke building for free twice a year. Seeing Su Hang's confusion, Shui Yutian hurriedly explained. This arrangement is quite good. It directly increases the added value and sense of dignity of the Bingke brand. Su Hang's eyes lit up. Although the Bingke building is very different from the Guanchua building in terms of shape, it is no different from the Guanchua building in terms of volume and visual position. That is, the Bingke building is dedicated. Otherwise, if the Bingke building is fully decorated as guest rooms to receive tourists, the rooms on the top floor must be priced at around 3,000 to 4,000 per night. Well, anyway, many female celebrities who came this time have already received numbered Bingke bags from Li Wei, so they can be arranged directly here. After a calculation, Shui Yutian said, from January last year to July now, 5 numbered bags of Bingke were delivered on time every month. Okay, then can you count how many celebrities have branded bags? Su Hang nodded. That's great. It should be about the same. The VIP rooms on the 5th and 6th floors seem to be more than the rooms in Yuan. If there is still not enough room, we will arrange those male celebrities with higher status to stay here, Shui Yutian said again. Okay, it's best to settle this matter tomorrow, and there can be no more changes during this period. Looking at the time, Su Hang said. No need for tomorrow. I'll send you the arrangements here tonight. Okay. By the way, Old Zhong said that the interview car of Xiaogui News will come on the 15th, but the fences of our West City Gate, Stork Tower and the night market have not been removed yet. Will it be in time? After a pause, Shui Yutian couldn't help but speak again. The fences will be removed quickly. It should be all done tomorrow afternoon. Waving his hand, Su Hang said immediately. That's good. Ding-ling-ling. But it was a coincidence that, just when Shui Yutian wanted to say something else, Su Hang's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Su Hang immediately signaled to Shui Yutian, and then walked to the side to answer the call. It was Zui Xuezhong who called. Director Zhua. Director Su. Is it convenient to talk now? After a slight pause, Zui Xuezhong's voice came slowly. It can be heard that Zui Xuezhong is in a complicated mood. Director Zhua. I'm fine. What did the leader say? Su Hang asked immediately. In fact, he had been waiting for news from the city and the next arrangements since he called Zui Xuezhong in the morning. But there was no movement for the whole afternoon. Until now, after the leaders reported the situation in the economic development zone, the relevant leaders of the province held a meeting. Zui Xuezhong sighed. He had been sending messages to Song Shusheng this afternoon, but he didn't have time to reply. As expected, the relevant departments of the province were probably in a panic and anxious after the phone call. Then, after the meeting, the relevant person in charge of the province will arrive in your Bingdu Economic Development Zone around July 21st, and then wait for the leaders and guests who will give speeches. Zui Xuezhong said again. Oh, how many people will come? Is there a specific list? Su Hang asked immediately. This result is similar to what he expected. After all, such a strong lineup of guests will be accompanied by relevant leaders of the province. The relevant staff of the province will contact you after the specific list. After waiting for a while, Zui Xuezhong's voice came again. Ah? Someone from the province will contact you. It shouldn't be you. Upon hearing this, Su Hang's face showed a hint of surprise. In theory, this list must be sent to Jioga City first, and then Jioga City will add some accompanying leaders, and finally summarize them together and hand them over to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In the future, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may have nothing to do with Jioga City. Zui Xuezhong's words came from the receiver, and he could also hear his long exhalation. Obviously, he was also adjusting his mood. Ah, It's okay now, directors. What do you mean by that? Su Hang was stunned. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will become a county-level economic development zone directly under Suqing Province. The official document should be issued in early August, Zhu Xuezhong said. How could this happen? At this moment, Su Hang was puzzled. Although the guest appearance this time was quite sudden, it didn't seem to be to this extent. How come Bingdu Economic Development Zone was directly managed by the province all of a sudden? It's hard to explain the whole story. It's very complicated, but don't worry. No matter what, Geoga City will still assist Bingdu Economic Development Zone in organizing this cultural and tourism festival. I will fully support you in terms of security, traffic police, etc. Zhu Xuezhong's voice was very low, but he could tell that he really wanted to help, and it wasn't just talk. When he called Song Shusheng in the morning, Song Shusheng said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone might not be saved. At that time, Zhu Xuezhong still had a lot of hope in his heart. He even felt that there was still a lot of room for maneuver. After the tourism festival, the emotions of all parties would be dispersed. There shouldn't be any big problems. As a result, things happened much faster than he thought. And according to Song Shusheng, the relevant leaders of Suqing Province not only took the initiative to contact the heads of the cultural and tourism departments, but also gave relevant explanations to the 5 provinces alliance, and the final results have been reported. Of course, this matter is also a result of various factors. Otherwise it would not be so fast. Did directors would take the initiative to take responsibility? Su Hang frowned more and more. After listening, it seems that there is only this possibility. Well, Zhu Xuezhong took a deep breath. Directors, this matter actually has nothing to do with the city. If we had known this earlier, the economic development zone should not have. After a moment of silence, Su Hang's face was also full of complexity. Geoga City's support for Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really beyond words. Whether it is the rerouting of the national highway or other projects, the economic development zone has priority. Especially for this cultural tourism festival, they did not try to obtain various resources from the 5 provinces alliance. But in the end, Geoga City took the blame. Su Hang naturally felt a little guilty. No, there is nothing wrong with your Bingdu Economic Development Zone doing this. If it were me, I would definitely do my best to run this tourism festival that everyone wants to bully. Even the leader told me that at least Geoga City was not bullied this time. Zhu Xuezhong said again. But? Su Hang hesitated. Director Su, you really don't have to think too much. We will still be neighbors at that time. We will have to help each other more in the future. To be honest, I am very optimistic about your Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's just that Geoga City doesn't have this blessing. Zhu Xuezhong smiled. But anyone can hear that. The laughter is obviously forced out. Directors, will you and the leaders come to the Cultural Tourism Festival? After a pause, Su Hang did not respond but asked back. During the time of dealing with Zhu Xuezhong, their cooperation can be said to be very pleasant. So, even if Zhu Xuezhong didn't say it, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely maintain a highly cooperative relationship with Geoga City in the future. The observation activities in Guangdong Province have to continue. So the leaders have to go there. I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Zhu Xuezhong sighed. After Bingdu Economic Development Zone became a provincial county-level economic development zone. Although it is still at the county level, it is theoretically no lower than Geoga City. In this way, the leaders of Geoga City will no longer be qualified to attend the activities. Moreover, since he took the initiative to take responsibility this time, Song Shusheng will not be able to attend the activities. Of course, Su Hang's administrative status has also been improved. Although this time only Bingdu Economic Development Zone was under the jurisdiction of the province, Su Hang naturally became a provincial cadre. In the future, as long as the economic and population indicators of Bingdu Economic Development Zone go up, Su Hang will definitely be promoted to the same level as the person in charge of Geoga City. Even if he meets him in the future, he will have to call him leader. What qualifications are there? I was thinking of asking you to come and help. Now even if Bingdu Economic Development Zone will become a provincial county-level economic development zone, and we no longer have a working relationship, our personal relationship will still be there. It's not like that. Su Hang replied immediately. We are still friends? That's right. Okay, I'll come over to help you in advance. Hearing this, Zhu Xuezhong's voice was obviously more happy. Well, then I'll send someone to pick you up. Su Hang said again. It's okay, I'll bring someone over here, and you can count how much support is needed tonight. Okay. At the same time, Just when Su Heng received the news, Xi'an Province, the Silk Road Conference Organizing Office, the person in charge, Li Yuzhou, also received the relevant news. Chapter 305 Worried about my GDP. Leader, what is the origin of this Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Jioga City? After a long time, Li Yuzhou swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and his face was full of nervousness. Since they found out that Xiang Province TV had promoted the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, and even made a live preview of the opening ceremony, they started to call all parties. However, the more they learned, the more confused the preparatory committee of the Silk Road Conference became. Especially after learning that the leader attending the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival was the head of the Cultural Tourism Department of Xia State, the main leaders of Xi'an Province could not sit still. Until the end, Suqing Province called the Northwest Five Provinces Alliance and explained the situation in detail, and Xi'an Province was slightly relieved. Does it matter what the background is now? Write a detailed explanation and hand it over to the relevant person in charge before 8 o'clock in the evening. In the office, a man in his 60s looked at Li Yuzhou coldly. Explanation? What do you want me to write? Hearing this, Li Yuzhou was stunned. What explanation? Do you think that the matter is over after Jioga City took the initiative to take responsibility? This morning, the relevant staff of the Cultural and Tourism Department called us and asked why the Silk Road Conference was chosen on the same day when the Border Cultural and Tourism Festival was scheduled first. This incident actually made the Northwest Five Provinces Alliance extremely passive. The man narrowed his eyes, and his voice became colder. In fact, looking at the whole incident, after sorting it out, the fuse was that the Silk Road Conference and the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival were held on the same day. This Shua, cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Yuzhou's forehead. At that time, he suggested to the higher-ups that this day was the Chinese Valentine's Day in the lunar calendar, and holding activities on this day would be more effective. If there hadn't been this kind of thing, everything would have been easy. Now that the leader asked this, the meaning is already very clear. And someone here has to take responsibility. In addition, I'll inform you that the Silk Road Conference will be postponed for a week and Comrade Liu Yongwe will be the general manager of the Silk Road Conference. Here, before Li Yuzhou opened his mouth to explain, the man said again. With things developing to this point, the Silk Road Conference cannot continue to be held on July 23rd. Apart from the pressure from the leadership, just from all aspects of the opening ceremony, the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival can crush the Silk Road Conference into slag. They have the Hong Kong TV station to broadcast live, and more than 100 celebrities to appear. So who will pay attention to the Silk Road Conference? So, postponing the Silk Road Conference has become inevitable. Ah, the person in charge is Li Yuzhou was stunned on the spot. This means that he will be dismissed directly and his subsequent duties will be affected, which is equivalent to having a professional stain. Leader, the time for the Silk Road Conference was also approved by the Five Provinces Alliance. It can't be. After coming back to his senses, Li Yuzhou hurriedly spoke, wanting to defend himself. At this time, his face was full of annoyance and regret, and his expression when he refused to change the time and responded to the coordination call from Jioga City was enough to be written into the textbooks of Xiaogui Yanqing Film Academy. The former perfectly demonstrated what it means to be arrogant, and the latter perfectly demonstrated the desperate begging after being beaten. It is conceivable that if Li Yuzhou could be given another chance to start over, let alone the call from Jioga City at that time, he would stay away from the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival from the beginning. But when Jioga City asked you to coordinate the time of the event, you did not report the matter to the Five Provinces Alliance. It seems that Jioga City also reminded you later that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival might affect the Silk Road Conference. But what did you say to them? The man frowned. Things have come to this point, and many details cannot be concealed. Leader, I was just impulsive at the time. Li Yuzhou's voice became lower and lower. Okay. Director Liu will be here soon, and you can hand over your work to him later. He raised his hand to check the time, and the man did not give Li Yuzhou another chance to speak. Leader Guang Province. A hotel. Just when the two cultural and tourism festivals caused a huge shock because of nearly 30 heavyweight guests. The observation group from the 5 cities in the west of Suqing Province had already got off the plane and took the activity arrangement car to the reception hotel. According to the plan, the observation and learning activities will officially begin tomorrow morning. Just because Bingdu Economic Development Zone has become a provincial direct affiliated zone? Isn't it a bit too much? Even though Bingdu Economic Development Zone invited more than 100 celebrities to attend and Hong Kong TV broadcast the opening ceremony live. The current configuration of Bingdu Economic Development Zone really cannot bear the words Provincial Direct Affiliated Zone. It feels like it can barely support Geoga City Direct Affiliated Zone. In the room at the end of the corridor, Meng Yang, the head of Jinlu County, was chatting with the heads of several other counties and districts. And Sun Chung, the head of Ase County, was also there. At this time, Meng Yang's expression was very complicated. While complaining, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. There was no way such a big thing happened, let alone the county and district leaders of Geoga City. Other county and district leaders would mention the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival whenever they had free time. But I heard that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not even fully staffed the office. The national examination just ended the day before yesterday. How come it's September after the interview and inspection? After hearing this, the person in charge of Geoga City High-Tech Zone immediately took over the conversation. Both are economic development zones. At the beginning, Geoga City High-Tech Development Zone did not take Bingdu Development Zone seriously at all, and always thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was a village-level unit. As a result, it became a provincial unit in a blink of an eye. How could they not be depressed? It is a bit too much. But there is really no other way to deal with this matter. But at this time, Sun Chung from Ase County sighed. No other way. Meng Yang and others looked at Sun Chung. What else? How do you think it can be solved? At least now the face of all parties can be passed. And the relevant leaders of the province seem to have talked to our leaders, saying that they will provide some support to Geoga City at relevant levels later. Sun Chung sighed. After a pause, without waiting for the others to speak again, Sun Chung said again. So we can only say that the villagers of Bingdu Village are too powerful, and they have grasped the weak points in all aspects. Otherwise, let alone the current size of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, even if it is allowed to develop for another 5 or even 10 years, it may not be able to reach the standards of the Provincial Economic Development Zone. Speaking of which, there are only 2 Provincial Economic Development Zones in Suqing Province now. The westernmost one is Jini New Zone, with an annual GDP of more than 50 billion. The other one is Launcher New Zone, with an annual GDP of more than 80 billion. Now Bingdu Economic Development Zone will become the 3rd Provincial Economic Development Zone. There is a saying in the market that, if you want to become a Provincial Economic Development Zone, putting aside population and other things, the most important economic indicator, GDP must be at least 30 billion. In the south, 30 billion GDP may not be a big deal. But in Suqing Province, 30 billion is not so easy to achieve. You should know that the GDP of Geoga City last year was only more than 80 billion. This is when all counties and districts are included. If listed separately, no county and district can reach the standard of 30 billion. That's for sure. Last year, Bingdu Economic Development Zone made a few noises. But the size of the area is there. Of course, if you want to calculate GDP per capita, just ignore what I said. Meng Yang on the side couldn't help curling his lips. They had talked about Bingdu Economic Development Zone in private. If we talk about per capita, don't mention Xia country, the GDP per capita of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is even comparable to those countries and regions abroad. So this time Bingdu Economic Development Zone can become a provincial direct controlled area, which really takes all aspects into account, cannot be copied, there is no precedent before, and there will be no successor in the future. Sun Chung sighed again. That's what I said. But I don't think it's necessarily a good thing for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At this time, the person in charge of Geoga City High-Tech Development Zone took over the conversation. Why? The others were a little surprised. In their opinion, Bingdu Economic Development Zone became a provincial-level city, which was equivalent to having the authority of a prefecture-level city. Not to mention that the relevant taxes can be reduced, many institutions can be directly established without applying as before. And the institutions to be established will not be branches or substations, but formal bureau-level ones. After a short period of excitement, we will have to face reality. How much GDP can this tourism festival bring to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? If the GDP of Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not increase by the end of the year, there will be various media reports on this matter, saying that poor provinces have set up directly affiliated economic development zones. In addition, there is the selection of the top 100 counties and districts in the country at the end of this year. I remember that the provincial economic development zones will be pulled out for individual training every time they are selected, and they are the focus of attention. The person in charge of the high-tech development zone curled his lips. The poorer the place, the more things will be magnified and questioned. Take rail transit for example. In fact, there are only a handful of cities that can really make a profit. But if you put it in the Northwest, it will be reported in various ways, and it will be considered as a waste of money. That's true, especially in the selection of the top 100 counties in the country. If it belongs to our Geauga city, it may be just filling in the form. But now it is directly under the provincial management. It is not as simple as filling in the form. Ming Yang and Sun Chung nodded. So, wait and see. Everything is still unknown. Maybe in 2 years, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will return to Geauga City. At that time, it will be. The person in charge of the high-tech development zone said again. Then let time take care of it. Several people nodded, and finally said nothing more. As night fell, just as the heads of the counties and districts of Geauga City were worried about the future GDP of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Zhang Hancheng was walking with a man, while chatting cordially. The man was none other than Bong Hancheng's iron friend. Xiaogua's satellite TV deputy director Xing Jianping. Theoretically, Xing Jianping had no need to come to Bingdu village. But since learning that Xiong Province TV had bought out the exclusive live broadcast rights for the opening ceremony, Xing Jianping was full of curiosity about this place. So I took the opportunity of this news interview to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After the news interview is over, I will return to Yinchuan with the news interview team. Old Zhang, has this place really only been developed for about a year? At the east end of the village, Xing Jianping looked at Bingdu Youth Hostel, and the long bluestone ancient building pedestrian street. His face was full of disbelief. Really, this time last year? It was still an abandoned oil town. Both sides of the national highway are ruins. Zhang Hancheng nodded. It's really hard to believe. Xing Jianping looked around again. I didn't believe it when I first came here, until I became a member of it. And then I realized that every brick and tile here is not empty. And there are countless people's hard work and sweat behind it. At this point, Zhang Hancheng's face showed a trace of emotion. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. By the way, Lao Xing, when your team conducts interviews tomorrow, can you give us more shots of the companies in Bingdu District? Enterprises in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? There are companies in this place. Xing Jianping had just come to Bingdu Village, and he didn't know much about the details before. As soon as he got off the car and saw Bingdu Village, he felt that this should be a 4A level scenic spot. Yeah. Zhang Hancheng nodded hurriedly. That's fine, but these restaurant chains can't give. Xing Jianping nodded and spoke again. The Xiaogui News broadcast interviews companies not only advertise for them, it can become an endorsement of the company. And even in the eyes of some people, it is a symbol of the company's strength. That's for sure. Zhang Hancheng waved his hand immediately. Then tell me briefly how many there are. I want to see if it's suitable. Xing Jianping said. There is a brand of handbags in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, that is the Bingke Tower at the west end of the village. The positioning of this brand of handbags is to build a brand into the first brand of handbags in northwest China, and all of them are made of local camel skin. The production master is also the inheritor of intangible cultural heritage, and now the sales volume has exceeded 10 million. Zhang Hancheng pointed to the west end of the village. After the lights were turned on tonight, the light in the west was obviously stronger than that in the core area and the east end, and it was obvious even from here. Build the first brand in northwest China? The materials are all local camel leather, or are they handmade by intangible cultural heritage inheritors? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Xing Jianping's eyes lit up. These elements can basically meet the interview conditions of Xiaogui News, and they are all characteristics. Yeah. Zhang Hancheng nodded confidently. That's no problem. When you go back tonight, notify the person in charge of this company, and let them prepare. By the way, anything else? Xing Jianping took out his mobile phone and took notes, then said, and we have a brewery here. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hancheng said again, brewery? You have a brewery here? Xing Jianping looked around again. Yes, this brewery is not in the core area, but it has the existing high-quality water resources in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone and high-quality hops in the surrounding counties and districts. The original intention of building the factory is to create its own brand and drive local employment, and contribute to the Western economy. Zhang Hancheng replied. Drive employment and stimulate local demand? Yes, then we need to interview them carefully. Hearing this, Xing Jianping immediately waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem at all. Chapter 306 The managers of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, who are so frustrated. Is this also possible? Seeing Xing Jianping's statement, Zhang Hancheng breathed a sigh of relief. According to Xing Jianping, a company cannot be invited to interview by Xiaoguan News just because it has good performance and a large scale. It also needs to consider other social factors. I wonder if there are 2 more investment companies. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng asked again tentatively. The theme of this interview is the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. So it is destined that there will not be too many interviews with companies in the jurisdiction. Investment companies? Can you tell me more specifically? After a pause, Xing Jianping said. It's like this. Last year, the state held an investment conference specifically for the 5 northwestern provinces in Xishu, Shanxi Province, with the nature of supporting the West. Although Binggu Economic Development Zone has signed 3 contracts, only 2 of them are industrial enterprises. Zhang Hancheng immediately explained the situation of Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing. Oh, how's the scale? Has it landed? After listening, Xing Jianping asked. The factory is being built now, and the scale is not small. The total investment scale of Longsheng Electronics is about 30 billion, and it is currently the first phase of investment, and the scale is 2 billion. Tontai Clothing plans to invest 500 million, and the current paid and registered capital of the first phase is 200 million. Zhang Hancheng immediately reported a number. This kind of enterprise. How to say, you can give a text introduction and a shot, but it is unlikely to be interviewed. After thinking for a moment, Xing Jianping replied, That's fine. Zhang Hancheng was delighted. In fact, he was also trying the last 2 companies. After all, they were already very mature and were also big companies in the industry in China. Unlike Bingke and Binggu Beer, which particularly needed this level of publicity resources. We will notify the interview team when they arrive tomorrow. Also, you should notify these companies. Let them prepare. Especially Bingke Leather Bags and Binggu Beer. Xing Jianping glanced at the end of the pedestrian street. At this time, the pedestrian street was brightly lit, and tourists came and went, looking like a hot scenic spot. Okay, then let's go there now. Our director should have arrived. While nodding, Zhang Hancheng raised his hand to check the time. The deputy director of Xiaogua Satellite TV came. Although it was because of personal relationship, he must meet with Su Heng, the director of the management committee. The dinner has been prepared at the banquet hall. Let's go! The Northwest will be very cool at night in July, unlike the South, which is always hot and humid. At 10 o'clock in the evening, there are still many people coming and going on the pedestrian street of Binggu Village. In addition to tourists, there are also employees of Binggu Culture and Tourism and staff of several branches and substations. With the opening of all the restaurant chains that have been attracted by investment, the lives of the staff working in Binggu Village have become more comfortable, and the variety of food and drinks is richer than that in Jioga City. The same is true for basic security. The size of the new supermarket in Binggu Village is not smaller than those of the big supermarkets in 2nd and 3rd tier cities, and it is more distinctive. The only difference is that the main supply of the new supermarket in Binggu Village is still daily necessities. And there is also a clothing store. There is no catering inside. The clothing store is also a civilian brand that ordinary people can accept and often buy. There are no big brands, famous brands, or luxury brands. In addition, the entertainment complex has officially opened its doors to welcome customers. The max screen in the cinema, there is 2 more than that in Jioga City. The entertainment complex also has billiard halls, bars, gyms, swimming pools, etc. This makes Binggu Village far ahead of other counties in Jioga City in this regard. Of course, in this way, there is no longer the saying, Binggu earns money and spends it at home. Now not only the employees of Binggu Cultural Tourism will spend all kinds of money in Binggu Economic Village, but also the workers working in Binggu Economic Development Zone. When they are free, they will go to the entertainment complex, either to watch those fishermen catch big fish, or to buy some beer and have a barbecue to relax. According to some workers, except for the lack of its own government building, various schools and permanent residents, Binggu Economic Development Zone is basically no different from a normal county town. More importantly, residents of Ase County used to go to the city when they had something to do. But now they subconsciously think of Binggu Economic Development Zone first, especially in terms of medical care. Since the Binggu Village Health Center moved to a new location, not only residents of Ase County are running to Binggu Economic Development Zone, but also residents of other counties, even Jioga City and several nearby cities. Moreover, after a careful analysis of the current passenger flow composition of Binggu Economic Development Zone, Binggu Village Clinic still ranks first. The number of patients received by the clinic is about 300 to 400 per day, but the more than 2,400 beds in the inpatient building can guarantee a normal utilization rate. This is because the patients who come to Binggu Village are basically experts like Tong Jichuan, Shintong, Wang Huyin and Tao Yong, and their illnesses are not minor. They basically need to be hospitalized. There are at least 1,000 people accompanying more than 1,000 people in the hospital, plus the entertainment complex opposite the clinic, making the west end of Binggu Village the most popular place. And this is when the Binggu Village Health Center has incomplete departments and the later projects have not been continued. When the second phase of the health center is completed, the departments will be fully established. The flow of people in a single village health center is estimated to be comparable to that of Ase County, which has a population of more than 10,000. Really? But at this moment, in a certain restaurant chain, a young man was looking at the man opposite him with a surprised look. The man opposite the young man was none other than Li Kun, the manager of the entertainment complex under Bingda Culture and Tourism. The young man's name was Zhang He, and he was a newly promoted middle-level manager by Zhong Ruofei. At the end of June, the ruins version of the real-life CS base was officially built, and it also brought some horse riding, camel riding and archery projects. Zhang He is the real-life CS base operation manager confirmed by Zhong Ruofei. Really? The fence at the West City Gate will be removed tomorrow, and the night market will also officially open to the public. In addition, Bing He and the brewery have received interview notices. President Zhong sent a message in the senior management group again, saying that all departments and projects will return to normal starting tomorrow. Li Kun nodded heavily. Back to normal? Great. After confirming the news, Zhang He couldn't help but wave his fist excitedly. To be honest, he was really frustrated during this period, since he was appointed as the manager of the real CS base. He purchased equipment, found professional staff and coaches, but he didn't dare to promote it properly in order to make way for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. He didn't even dare to go to the Bingda Cultural Tourism official account. Now that it's back to normal, there is no need to worry about it. You can promote it with confidence. How can you not be happy? After all, the salary and year-end bonus of the middle-level managers of Bingda Cultural Tourism, including performance, are all related to the projects they are responsible for operating. The most important thing is that the cost of the Shiren CS base has also been allocated to the base's own account. Therefore, the project is not profitable, and it is basically impossible for the operation manager to get a high salary. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. It is very uncomfortable to have the entertainment complex up and down. Li Kun nodded in agreement. Since the video of releasing fish was uploaded to the fishing platform, anglers from all over the country come to test the water every day. Among them, several anglers caught big fish. The whole process of catching fish was very explosive. One of the big bluefish was even longer than the angler. However, in order to implement the no publicity policy, these videos of catching big fish are still saved in my computer. If these videos are released, the entertainment complex will surely set off the entire fishing circle. By then, the customer flow here in Binggu Village cannot be compared with that of the clinic, but it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. The only pity is that our project cannot be interviewed by Xiaoguan News. If it could be possible. Tut tut tut. After a pause, Zhang He's face showed a trace of envy. Even if they can start all kinds of publicity now, it can't compare to a news interview or a few seconds of footage. We can't be on Xiaoguan News, but we are not without a chance. Li Kun glanced at the diners around him and spoke again. What opportunity? Are you talking about the opening ceremony of the tourism festival? Zhang He touched his chin, but soon shook his head. Although there were many leaders and celebrities that day, the live broadcast of Hong Kong provincial TV station was definitely mainly based on the leaders' speeches and celebrity performances. How could it promote us? No. There is another opportunity besides the opening ceremony of the tourism festival. Hearing this, Li Kun shook his head slightly. There is another opportunity? Zhang He was stunned. I just found out that if we promote our project, the effect may not be inferior to the 2 promotional effects you mentioned. Li Kun said again. Is it true? Zhang He instantly became interested. In the afternoon, I heard from Mr. Zhong that the producer of the crew that filmed in our Binggu village before gave us a gift for the Bingda Cultural Tourism Festival. This gift can be said to be super awesome. The producer actually used his connections to invite Yu Hui, the super popular live streamer, on the platform. After the opening ceremony, Yu Hui will start a live stream here, Li Kun said with emotion. Yu Hui live streams? Brother, don't fool me. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Zhang He's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Why would I fool you? Boss Zhong and Boss Shui have already thanked the producer, but the process of Yu Hui's sales on that day has not been finalized yet, Li Kun said again. In the past few years, he worked at other places, and felt that those stars and internet celebrities were very unreal, at least not on the same level as himself. But since coming to Bingu Village, that feeling has completely disappeared. It is really normal for people who are impossible to see in other places to appear here. Now that Yu Hui appears, it feels normal too. Then we must strive for it. If we can get Yu Hui to promote our place in the live broadcast room. We can't say how many reservations we can get on the day, but there will definitely be a lot of people coming later. Zhang He said hurriedly. We must strive for this. Li Kun nodded. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go find Mr. Zhong right now. Taking out his mobile phone and checking the time, Zhang He stood up and was about to leave. So urgent? How about waiting until tomorrow? Seeing this, Li Kun hesitated. It might be too late tomorrow. Yu Hui's time is limited. It is impossible to broadcast all day without limit. In addition, there are many industries under our Bingda culture and tourism that need to be promoted. 10 minutes more is 10 minutes. If possible, I want to let Yu Hui go to our real person CS base directly. While talking, Zhang He had packed his things. That makes sense. Then I will go too. The night was deep. Just when the managers of Bingda Culture and Tourism, who had been pent up for a while, were planning to release some energy, Guojua Tower, Wang Long was standing in the corridor and making a phone call. Is Bingyu Economic Development Zone about to be upgraded to a Provincial Economic Development Zone? The voice on the other end of the phone was full of surprise and disbelief. It's already been decided, Wang Long said immediately. The call was to his father Wang Milei. It shouldn't be. Although I often hear you talk about Bingyu Economic Development Zone, I feel that the size of Bingyu Economic Development Zone is far from meeting the standards of a Provincial Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Wang Milei said again, Dad, it's like this. Wang Long then told the details of the tourism festival, including how they were suppressed and looked down upon by the Five Provinces Alliance, etc. If that's the case, then it's not hard to understand, but then again, the connections in Bingu Village are really terrible. If it were any other place in the city, this kind of Jedi counterattack would not have happened. After a moment of silence, Wang Minglei's voice came again. Yes, and it was because of the connections in Bingu Village that our company also got a chance to appear on the Xiaogui News Network. Wang Long said again. What? It could also appear on Xiaogui News? Tell me in detail. Wang Minglei's voice instantly rose a lot. My friend just called me and said that the Deputy Director of Bingu Economic Development Zone had fought for it. The Deputy Director of Xiaogui TV Station has already agreed. However, because the focus this time is the Cultural Tourism Festival, there is only a text introduction and a picture. No interview. Wang Long glanced in the direction of his own factory. That's fine. Although our company is not small in size, it has not been on the Xiaogui News broadcast many times. I remember the last time was when a leader inspected it 7 years ago and gave us a picture. Hearing this, Wang Minglei immediately took over the conversation. Yes, it's possible. Actually, I didn't dare to think about it before. It's probably related to my brother's recommendation. Otherwise, Wang Long said again, you are really a great brother. By the way, what is the progress of this branch factory now? After a moment of silence, Wang Minglei's voice came from the other end of the phone. It is estimated to be completed in October and put into production by the end of the year. After a little thought, Wang Long reported the progress of Longshan Electronics. Put into production by the end of the year? In this case, are you going back to Haishur in early August? Wang Minglei asked. Yes. Su's medical group called again, saying that the issue of the director has been resolved, and that the board of directors will be convened on August 10th. Wang Long replied. Okay, when you go back, ask your Uncle Li to make some adjustments, and allocate more orders to the branch in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Make sure that this branch can reach full capacity as quickly as possible. There was a hint of non-negligence in Wang Minglei's voice. Chapter 307 The Nose of Top Businessmen. Let Bingu branch operate at full capacity. Wang Long paused. Although Longsheng Group is registered in Hai City, the branch that takes the main orders is actually in Su Province. According to the plan, the orders of the branch in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be shipped abroad through the customs channel of Xi'an Province. If the load here is fully loaded, it means that part of the products of Bingdu branch will be shipped to Su Province first, and then shipped by sea. Dad, actually. With the relationship between me and my brother, there is no need to do this. It won't be too late to increase production here later. After thinking about it, Wang Long expressed his thoughts. In his opinion, his father made such an arrangement to keep this brother who had made friends with him. But with his relationship with Su Hang, there was no need to be so deliberate. In fact, I didn't expect you to maintain your relationship with your brother in this way. Your father-in-law has praised your brother to me more than once. So I know there is no need for this between you. After a pause, Wang Minglei's voice came over. Then Wang Long was a little confused. I just want you to leave a safe way out for our Longsheng Group. So the proportion of production of the Bingdu branch must be raised. That little freight is not a big deal, Wang Minglei said again, as if he was reminding Wang Long. Backdoor? But I still feel a little bit. However, Wang Long frowned. His father's words meant that he still felt that the connections in Bingdu Economic Development Zone were incredible. If Longsheng Electronics ran into problems in the future with his relationship with this place, Bingdu Economic Development Zone would definitely help and help Longsheng Group. Okay, I know this may not convince you, but think about it. Now that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is directly managed by Suqing Province, the economic scale there will definitely be questioned. At that time, GDP will be the most favorable counterattack. Wang Minglei sighed and replied, being questioned? That's fine, I'll arrange it. After hearing this, Wang Long didn't say anything else, and said immediately, okay. You can clearly hear a slight sigh of relief from the other end of the phone. After a pause, Wang Long suddenly thought of something, and said again, by the way, Dad, how are you feeling recently? If you feel uncomfortable, you can stay in Bingdu village for a while, and come to see the branch factory by the way. I won't go there, I just came back from abroad, and the doctor there told me to rest for a while. Wang Minglei sighed. Dad, it's okay. The conditions in Bingdu village are better than you think. And the medical conditions here are not bad either. There are several top domestic experts in the village clinic. Wang Long turned his head and glanced in the direction of the entertainment complex. There are top domestic experts in the village clinic? Wang Minglei's voice had a hint of doubt. Yes. I heard that there is the top domestic oncologist, Mr. Tong Jichuan, and a former vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Wang Long said again, vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yenzhou University? Is his name Shen Tong? Wang Minglei's voice suddenly became louder. It seems so. After thinking for a while, Wang Long replied, well, you book a room for me there, your mother, and I will go there the day after tomorrow. The next moment, Wang Minglei's voice was full of decisiveness and straightforwardness. But just when Wang Long was still thinking about booking a room, in a corner of Guanchua Tower, Fang Tong was also talking on the phone with the old man at home. Unlike Wang Long, Fang Tong's old man wanted to come here after learning that Bingdu Economic Development Zone had become a direct economic development zone of Suqing Province. And Fang Tong couldn't stop him no matter what. He also said that he had to personally talk to the person in charge of Bingdu Farm about the supply of ostrich and alpaca wool. Dad, it's really inconvenient for you to come now. Why don't you wait until after the tourism festival? Fang Tong sighed. Why? I also want to take a look at the tourism festival in Bingdu village. And your mother also wants to come after seeing the ancient buildings there. Fang Tong's father on the phone was very puzzled. Dad, mainly because there are so many leaders and celebrities participating in the tourism festival this time, the good hotels here have already run out of rooms. Fang Tong sighed. During the tourism festival, although Su Hang reserved a room for him and Wang Long in the Guanchua Tower, there was only one room, and it was for the purpose of accompanying some relevant leaders. The remaining rooms were no longer available for reservation from July 20th to July 24th. The good hotels are gone. What about ordinary hotels? After a moment of silence, a voice came from the phone again. Ordinary hotels are more difficult. Since the Hong Kong provincial TV station started to promote the opening ceremony, the number of reservations here has skyrocketed. It is said that even the beds at the youth hostel at 50 yuan a night have been booked. Fang Tong hurriedly said again. Even the youth hostel is gone? Fang Tong's father paused. No. What about the B&B? After a moment of silence, Fong Tong's father was still a little unwilling. Dad, there is not even a commercial house here. Where is the B&B? Fong Tong replied immediately. What? No commercial house? How do the permanent residents of Bingdu village live? Fong Tong's father's voice suddenly became louder. The villagers of Bingdu village now live in a garden. And the houses are provided free of charge. Fong Tong said again. This time, there was silence on the phone for about half a minute. And then the voice came again. Free of charge? Is there a property certificate? This is not very clear. It should be the kind of housing distribution. As long as these villagers stay in Bingdu village, they can live in the house for free. If they leave Bingdu village, the house in the garden will definitely be taken back. After thinking about it, Fong Tong expressed his speculation. This type of house is actually very common in Xiaogua. Many central enterprises and colleges and universities are like this. Oh, how do the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Cultural Tourism get accommodation? After a pause, Fong Tong's father asked again. The staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are currently living in dormitories rented by their own units, and the employees of Bingdu Cultural Tourism are also living in those 3-story standalone dormitories. Fong Tong said again. I'm asking about the staff working in various units in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, who are civil servants. At this time, Fong Tong's father was startled, and repeated his question again, for fear that Fong Tong did not understand. I'm talking about these civil servants. Fong Tong replied with certainty. How many such staff members are there in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at present? Before he knew it, Fong Tong's father seemed to have forgotten that he was going to Bingdu village to participate in the cultural tourism festival. Let me think about it. Fire station, taxation branch, human resources branch, office. If the newly established bus company in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is included, there should be more than 200 people. But it is certain that after Bingdu Economic Development Zone becomes a provincial economic development zone, government agencies will start construction one after another. There will be more and more civil servants and public institutions. Fong Tong said confidently. This is a done deal. In the past, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was directly under the city, and all the staff had to be squeezed out of Geoga City. But after becoming a provincial economic development zone, the province will directly give the corresponding staff according to the scale and economic volume of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and refer to relevant standards. Oh! There was no movement from the other end of the phone. Dad? Then do you think we should forget about it this time? Wait until after the Cultural and Tourism Festival. Fong Tong breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his father would give up the idea of joining in the fun in Bingdu village in the next 2 days after understanding the situation. However, just as Fong Tong finished speaking, his father's extremely firm voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I will arrange the things at hand here, and go there the day after tomorrow at the latest. Ah, the day after tomorrow? After hearing the answer, Fong Tong didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, no. Dad, it's only the 13th today, even if you want to join in the fun. You don't have to go the day after tomorrow. I went there in advance because I wanted to talk to Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Talk to Director Su? Dad, you can find Mr. Zhong or the director of the breeding farm for the matter of ostrich feathers. You don't have to find Director Su at all. Fong Tong immediately denied it. Director Su and I are not talking about bird feathers. Not bird feathers? Yes. That is. After talking to this point, Fong Tong became more and more confused. Commercial housing. I want to develop a batch of commercial housing in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a while, Fong Tong's father's unusually confident voice came from the phone. The night was deep at 11:30 p.m., except for a few people who were sleeping. Many people in Xia country were still lying in bed and browsing their phones. The citizens of Lan City could not escape this law, but some people couldn't sleep not because they were browsing their phones. At this time, the lights in the conference room of the headquarters office building of Suching Provincial TV station were still on. 2 or 3 leaders in their 50s were sitting in the main seats of the conference room, and there were more than a dozen staff members below. Leader, I have called the person in charge of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office today. They said that the opening ceremony has signed an exclusive live broadcast agreement with Xiang Province TV station. So we are afraid. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man looked at the leader in the main seat. The man's name is Hao Juhai, and he is the person in charge of Suching Provincial TV station. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. since the incident in Bingu Economic Development Zone detonated the 5 provinces in the northwest. Suching Provincial TV Station has become the most embarrassing place without anyone noticing. Let's not broadcast it live. This is a large-scale event held in Suching Province itself. It would be unreasonable for a provincial TV station not to broadcast it live. Moreover, there are so many leaders coming this time. And there are also many celebrities. The movement is unprecedented. To put it bluntly, Suching Province has never held a tourism festival of this scale so far. This is also an opportunity for Suching Provincial TV Station. But we can broadcast it live, and now we don't have the authority, and we are neither left nor right. No authority. After hearing this, the leader in the main seat rubbed his brows and slowly leaned back on the chair. The leader is from the Suching Provincial Radio and Television. There is no other way. Now that such a big thing has happened, it is certain that the relevant person in charge of the Suching Provincial Radio and Television Department must come forward to coordinate and resolve this. Embarrassment. What should we do? The 3 leaders in the main seat, you look at me, I look at you, and fell into deep thought again. Chapter 308 Handing over the official video account to the post-millennials? There is no room for maneuver in the exclusive live broadcast agreement? After a long time, the leader in the middle looked at Hao Ju-hai. It is clearly written in the exclusive agreement that other TV stations, including short video platforms, cannot have any live broadcasts, otherwise it would be infringement, and the Bingu Economic Development Zone cannot transfer the live broadcast rights in other forms, otherwise it would be a breach of contract, and a lot of liquidated damages would be required. This time, the Border Cultural Tourism Festival invited more than 100 celebrities, and many big names gathered. The cost of buying an exclusive live broadcast for Hong Kong TV must be high. Hao Ju-hai shook his head. The leader in the middle frowned again. After a pause, Hao Ju-hai immediately said, "We can only do some interviews now. But interviews alone may not be enough. The people of our Suching Province don't care so much. If they see the live broadcast of our Suching Province activities on Hong Kong satellite TV, they will most likely complain about it online." The leader's voice became deeper and deeper. The current situation seems to be in a deadlock, which cannot be broken, and all this stems from the Northwest Alliance's original decision to race against time. After a long time, the leader in the middle looked at Hao Ju-hai. "Well, you contact Director Su of Bingu Economic Development Zone tomorrow. First settle the news interview, and then ask Director Su. See if he has any good solution? Ask Director Su? Will Director Su do it? After all, this incident is a bit." Hearing that he was asked to call Su Heng, Hao Ju-hai was a little hesitant. After this incident, the name of Su Xinxing spread directly to various units at the provincial level in Suching Province. Everyone knows that Bingu Economic Development Zone defeated the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance on its own, and has also experienced the connections of Bingu Village. Therefore, even though Hao Ju-hai is half a level higher than Su Heng in terms of rank, it is still more or less unnatural to hear that he will connect with Su Heng. He is worried about what to do if Su Heng does not give him face. Don't worry. Director Su is definitely a man of great vision to lead the villagers of Bingu Village. It is even more impossible for him to cut off contact with various units in our province because of this incident. And after all, our province is helpless this time. The main leader waved his hand immediately. "Okay, then I'll contact Director Su tomorrow." Hearing what the leader said, Hao Ju-hai could only nod and agree to this matter. "By the way, when you contact me, please ask if Bingu Economic Development Zone has plans to set up its own TV station. If so, the province can go through the relevant procedures in advance." After a pause, the leader continued. "According to regulations, counties and administrative regions above must set up their own TV stations. Bingu Economic Development Zone actually had the qualifications before, and now it has been allocated to the province directly. Let alone. Okay, it's getting late. Let's wait and see what the Economic Development Zone says tomorrow. We'll have a meeting to discuss it later." Okay. No more words were spoken that night. The next day, the sun rose. The atmosphere in Bingu Economic Development Zone was obviously much more tense than the day before. In addition to the tourists, the staff of Bingu Cultural Tourism walked much faster than usual. In the office of the management committee, Director Luo Yongxi was discussing something with Li Mei holding a document. Bingu Economic Development Zone became a provincial direct affiliated zone. For these two people, it was undoubtedly another good news that people in the system dreamed of. In the future, the level of the office will also rise with the tide, and it will no longer be the current section level. Director Lee, what is the name of the official account of our Economic Development Zone short video platform? After handing the document to Li Mei, Liu Yongxiu suddenly thought of something and asked. Official account of the short video platform. Li Mei was stunned. Yes. Liu Yongxiu nodded. Since coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he has realized what efficient operation is. Compared with the previous township leaders, he is really happy and painful here. So Liu Yongxiu wants to make some achievements, to prove to Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng that their vision is not wrong. Plus, the cultural and tourism festival is getting bigger and bigger. Liu Yongxiu felt that in addition to the promotion by Hong Kong Provincial TV Station and the live streaming anchor Yu Hui, Bingdu Economic Development Zone had to do something itself. Therefore, he racked his brains these days to come up with a promotional copy for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This copy combines some of the most popular elements at the moment, and it should attract some attention as long as it is uploaded to the short video platform. We don't have our own official short video account in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Li Mei shook her head. No. Then how does our Bingdu Economic Development Zone promote itself if there is no promotion? How can there be so many tourists? Liu Yongxiu's face was full of surprise. Now the promotion of Bingdu Economic Development Zone mainly relies on the official public account of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, which has nearly 5 million fans. Li Mei explained. So many fans? No wonder. Then why doesn't our Bingdu Economic Development Zone have any fans? Director Su? Liu Yongxiu hesitated for a moment, then asked. We simply don't have time to do these publicity things. It's not that Director Su didn't arrange it. Li Mei shook her head helplessly. The staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone office has not yet arrived. Before Liu Yongxiu came, she basically had to go to Jioga City every 1 or 2 days to coordinate work with various departments. Where is the time to do publicity things? Oh, in that case, then I will find someone to apply for an official account for us on the short video platform. Anyway, Bingdu Economic Development Zone must have an official publicity channel. After thinking for a while, Liu Yongxiu said, Okay. Then should we ask Director Zhang to approve the hiring fee? Li Mei nodded and asked again. No. There are several post-2000s among our soon-to-be-in-place contract workers. They are very smart and are very good at this. Liu Yongxiu waved his hand. Since the formal staff had not yet arrived, Liu Yongxiu applied to Su Hang for a dozen contract workers some time ago. These contract workers will be reviewed and recruited by the Bingdu Economic Development Zone itself. When the new staff of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is in place later, these contract workers will also participate in the recruitment examination. As long as you pass the basic line, you don't need to participate in interviews and other links. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will directly recruit you as a public servant. Of course, if you want to get a public servant position, you must follow the relevant policies and go through all the prescribed procedures. Post 00S, are they reliable? When Li Mei heard that Liu Yongxiu was going to hand over the work of the official short video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to the Post 00S, she couldn't help but murmur. It should be no problem. Liu Yongxiu paused, but still nodded. At the same time, just when the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was about to be handed over to the Post 00S for operation, Su Hang and Lu Ming had already arrived in front of the West City Gate. Looking up at the more than 200 workers who were dismantling the fence, Lu Ming said, Xiao Su, when will the interview team arrive? This afternoon. But the leader of this team has already arrived. I had dinner with him last night. Su Hang said. Last night. Under Zhang Hanqing's introduction, he and Xing Jianping, deputy director of Xiaogua Satellite TV, had added each other as friends, left their phone numbers, and chatted for a long time until very late. Xing Jianping was also arranged in a yuan. That's totally in time. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. When the West Gate was built, the height of the gate and the city wall was increased, making it look more domineering than the gate with Arrow Tower in Shishir, Shanxi Province. In addition, a small urn was built inside, which gave it a strong sense of oppression, although the walls on both sides of the gate had not been built yet. Standing inside the gate and looking at the vast Gobi Desert outside the gate, it really felt like there are no old friends after leaving Yangguan. The only regret is that the ancient building complex on the east side of the gate is not like the small frontier city described in history books, but it feels more prosperous than the ancient capital. It's okay. Last night, Director Xing said that if the interview team is too late, they can wait one more day. and it will not affect the subsequent broadcast. Hearing this, Su Hang waved his hand, indicating that Lu Ming should rest assured. That's fine, but then again, do we have any hope of appearing on the news broadcast? Lu Ming turned around and looked at Su Hang. Interviews are interviews, actually. It is still unknown whether it will appear on the news broadcast or the evening news. Director Xing said that if there is no particularly big emergency on July 22, the scale of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival will definitely be able to appear. Su Hang replied. Last night, Xing Jianping told him a lot of standards, as well as some news levels, etc. It's good to be on the list. Lu Ming was delighted. Hearing this, he knew that things were stable, and his hard work during this period was not in vain. People of Xing Jianping's level usually don't say anything for sure, and what they say no surprises is actually no different from a formal notice. After a moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something, and asked with a concerned look. By the way, Xiao Su, isn't our economic development zone going to be transferred to the province? What is the attitude of Geoga City? Are you embarrassed? No. Director Zhua from the city will lead a team to help us in a few days. This time, the security and transportation plan will be handed over to him. Su Hang waved his hand immediately. When he came here just now, Zhua Xuezhong called him and told him about the arrangements there. This time, Geoga City plans to support Bingdu Economic Development Zone with 300 police officers. The remaining insufficient police force will be solved by Bingdu Economic Development Zone itself. That's good. Lao Tong and Lao Feng have been asking. Lu Ming nodded. Uncle Lu, this is really okay. It's hard to say about other counties and districts, but Geoga City is really okay. Su Hang knew what the villagers of Bingdu Village were worried about, and waved his hand immediately. Anyway, if you have something to say, just tell the uncles and aunts in the village, don't hide it. Yes. While nodding, Su Hang thought for a while, and spoke again. Uncle Lu, what are the arrangements for the engineering team now? Engineering team? Isn't it the tourism festival soon? I plan to let them rest for a while. They can't hold on for the past few months. What? Is there something wrong? It would have been better if he didn't listen. When he heard it, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat for some reason. Chapter 309 Uncle. Please listen to my explanation. Yes. There is something. And it's quite urgent. Su Hang's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Anyone who has been to Bingdu Village can feel the hard work of the engineering team in the past 6 months. If there were not thousands of people working in 3 shifts, there would be no Bingdu Village and this domineering city gate. Seeing Su Hang nod, Lu Ming wanted to say that he would talk about it after taking a good rest in mid-August or late August. But when he heard that it was a more urgent matter, he swallowed the words back and asked immediately, What is it? There was no way. He knew Su Hang very well. Other people's urgent matters, big matters, are considered small matters to him. And the urgent matters he mentioned must be very urgent and urgent. It's Bingdu Primary School, Junior High School, and High School. Su Hang subconsciously glanced around behind him. Schools for basic education? Lu Ming frowned. Yes. When we introduced Professor Tao Yang's group of top medical talents in Lon City, we promised them that we would solve their children's education problems at the beginning of the next school year. Now they have been here for a month. If it can't be solved by then, the village clinic will be greatly affected. After all, these top doctors have no shortage of employers. They can get the same treatment as us wherever they go, and if they go to hospitals in the south, they may get even higher. In addition to the top talents in the hospital, civil servants who come to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone also have this demand. Yesterday, the head of the Human Resources and Social Security branch even went to see Director Zhang about this matter. Su Hang replied, Next school year, that's really urgent. Calculating the time, Lu Ming rubbed his hands subconsciously. Generally, schools start in early September, which means that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be open for less than 2 months. Well, whether it is the top experts introduced by the village health office or the civil servants of various branches, they are different from other people who come to work in our Bingdu village. They will basically stay here for a long time. Su Hang said again, even if it is a good company, there are many people who leave every year. But civil servants are different. Basically, they work for a lifetime. Moreover, the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone is no longer the original Bingdu village. There is basically no possibility of canceling it and turning it back into an abandoned oil town. That's true. But the school is not a food stall. The hardware facilities can be quickly set up. But what about the teachers? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of worry. I have almost contacted the teachers. I will go to Gangshi and Haishu on August 6th and 7th, and the teaching assistants will be determined at that time. As for the qualifications for running a school, Bingdu Economic Development Zone now has the approval authority, Su Heng said. Yesterday afternoon, the staff of Suqing Province had contacted him. The authority of Bingdu Economic Development Zone in all aspects has been given in place. In the future, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will not have to report to Jioga City every now and then like before. It only needs to do its own work well and cooperate with various policies issued by Suqing Province. Then it will go back to Lan City for meetings every year and make performance reports with the heads of Jioga City and other cities. And because of the special nature of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the relevant staff members have made it clear yesterday that there was a meeting at the provincial level. His job will not be transferred, and he will continue to preside over the work of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If you have contacted the teacher, that's it. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this matter was mentioned several months ago, so the contact was made earlier. Su Heng nodded. Is the school going to be private or public? After a pause, Lu Ming couldn't help asking again. Private. At the beginning, there shouldn't be too many students here, so I thought of letting Bingdu Culture and Tourism to fund the construction. Su Heng looked at Lu Ming. In fact, he hadn't told Lu Ming one thing, which was that when Tao Yong and his group were introduced, they were promised to provide high-quality educational resources. And the top educational resources are basically private schools. Of course, it is not to say that there are no top public schools. First-tier cities, like Yanqing and Haishu, still have many top schools. But Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not comparable to such a metropolis. At present, if you want to quickly build a high-quality school, the only way is to go private. That's fine. Let Bingdu Culture and Tourism support the basic education first. When the conditions are ripe and the permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone begins to grow steadily, the Economic Development Zone will set up a public school. After that, after a moment, Lu Ming looked at Su Heng. Have you got the construction drawings of the school? Where do you plan to put it? I have asked my friend to design the drawings of the school. It will be placed at the east end of the village, Su Heng said. East end? The 300-meter gap on the pedestrian street? After hearing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. There is now a 300-meter gap between the youth hostel and the pedestrian street. Since there is no core area here, it is just some grass and green plants. As for the ancient snack night market, it is built at the location of the original gas station. If this is filled, the amount of work should not be very large. However, before Lu Ming could completely relax, Su Heng's voice sounded again. No, it's next to the police station and the fire station. After that, Su Heng took out his mobile phone and tapped the screen a few times and handed it over. Look, this is the school designed for us by my friend. No. Lu Ming paused and subconsciously took the phone. However, after seeing the overall effect picture on the phone, Lu Ming did not say anything. He returned the phone to Su Heng and took out his own phone to leave. It seemed that he did not even want to say hello to Su Heng. Uncle, don't worry. Let me explain. This made Su Heng stunned. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, in Jioga City, in the office, Zhui Xuezheng read the information in his hand, signed, and slowly leaned back on the chair. Since the document of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone being directly under the provincial government came down, the atmosphere of the entire office area seemed to have changed. In addition, with the publicity from Hong Kong TV station, it was learned that more than 100 celebrities participated, and many citizens and tourists from other places called to ask how to get to Bingdu Economic Development Zone after arriving in Jioga City, and whether there were special lines for those 2 days, which made Zhui Xuezheng feel more and more uncomfortable. If it weren't for this, in fact, all these can be regarded as the honor of Jioga City. But now it has nothing to do with Jioga City. Alas, it would have been great if I had withstood the pressure. Muttering helplessly to himself, Zhui Xuezheng picked up a document again. The header of the document clearly stated, about the implementation method of the allocation of the establishment of each administrative unit and branch office in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Ding-ling-ling. But at this moment, the mobile phone on the desk suddenly rang. Picking it up, Zhui Xuezheng pressed the hands-free button while continuing to read the document. Hello. Lao Peng. The call was not from someone else, but from his college roommate Pang Mingji. Lao Zhua. Are you busy now? The next moment, Pang Mingji's slightly low voice came from the phone. Not busy. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Zhua Xuezhong frowned and put down the file immediately. He and Pang Mingji have been friends for decades, and he knew from the tone that something must be wrong. And it was not a small matter. Old Zhua, do you have anyone interested in the matter I asked you to find out last time? Pang Mingji sighed. Are you sure you want to sell it? After a pause, Zhua Xuezhong sighed. Pang Mingji told him last time that he wanted him to help find a big boss or a powerful corporate consortium that could take over Lansao Tsingy College, and offered a price of 1.5 billion. But he asked around, and some people either thought it was too expensive or were not interested in private colleges, believing that the bonus period of private colleges had passed and there would be no further development. Of course, the most important thing was that there were not many bosses who could come up with 1.5 billion. It's confirmed. The second batch of college entrance examination volunteers have been enrolled this afternoon. Today we only have 450 freshmen, and it is estimated that some of them will not report at the beginning of the school year and choose to repeat the year. Pang Mingji's tone was full of helplessness and decadence. Before the college entrance examination in June, he also asked the teachers of the school's admissions office to go to various middle schools in Sichuan province to do publicity, and even asked some interested senior high school students to fill out questionnaires. I thought this would increase the application rate of Tsingy College, but it still hit a new low. At this moment, the last straw that broke the camel's back finally fell. Zhua Xuezheng wanted to comfort his old brother, but didn't know how to start. Do you have anyone interested? After a pause, Pang Mingji's voice came again. I asked a few. They didn't seem very interested. Zhua Xuezheng told the truth. Do you think the price is too high? Pang Mingji sighed. Yes. That's the factor. Then why don't you help me negotiate it? The price is actually easy to negotiate. I can accept about 1.2 billion. After a long silence, Pang Mingji's voice came again. 1.2 billion? Then you don't. Zhua Xuezhong frowned. The price Pang Mingji quoted not only includes the current students and teachers, but also the land occupied by Tsingy College in Lan City. Although Tsingy College is located in Ning'an district of Lansao, it is not in the central area, but with the development in recent years, the value of this piece of land has also risen accordingly. But if you add in the various investments and operating costs over the years, it feels like the price of 1.2 billion will be a big loss. It's a loss. It's better than dying in the end. I calculated that as long as I can sell it and pay off the existing loans, I won't become a dishonest person, but if I continue, it will be different. The hole will get bigger and bigger. Pang Mingji's voice came again. Chapter 310 confirming the county-level radio and television station. Okay then I'll ask you again. I'll call you if I have any news. After a moment, Zhua Xuezheng replied. If that's the case, I can accept 1.2 billion if it can be transferred. Well, please. What are you talking about? Your business is my business. Just like that, the two chatted for more than 10 minutes, and then Zhua Xuezheng hung up the phone. 1.2 billion, 1.2 billion. Slowly leaning back on the chair, Zhua Xuezheng silently went through the several bosses he had contacted before, but in the end, he shook his head. When I talked to those people at the beginning, I felt that they were not very interested in Tsingy College, even if it is reported to be 1.2 billion now. The result will probably be the same. Maybe I can only find someone else. Wait! After a long time, Zhua Xuezheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he straightened up. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has now become a provincial economic development zone. Is it missing a college? No matter it is an undergraduate or a vocational college, after all, each prefecture-level city in Sichuan province basically has a university of its own. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is just a matter of time. The more he thought about it, the more Zhua Xuezheng felt that he had found a more reliable and likely target. After a while, Zhua Xuezheng immediately picked up the phone. But when he was about to dial Su Hang's phone number, he stopped again. Forget it, I'm going to the Economic Development Zone in a few days anyway, and we can talk face to face then. Muttering to himself, Zhua Xuezheng put down his phone and picked up the file again. In a blink of an eye, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the office of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, Su Hang nodded immediately after listening to the reports of Luo Yongxiu and Li Mei. In fact, I have had this idea for a long time, but I just don't have time, in this case. Let's select a small team to operate our official video account. You are in charge. He said so. In the morning, after Su-hang caught up with his Uncle Lu and promised to inform him in advance if there were any projects in the future, the matter of building a school in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone police station was finally settled. Lu Ming started to prepare the foundation, materials and workers in the past few days, and the construction will start after the tourism festival. When he returned to the management committee, the office director reported to Su-hang about the opening of the official video account of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This is what happened in front of him. Okay, leader. Hearing the leader nod, Luo Yongxi was delighted and said hurriedly. It can be seen that Luo Yongxi was really happy. If he were at his previous company, he would probably be told to follow the application process and be told about various precautions and rules. It would never be as straightforward as it is now. Su-hang nodded. And those contract workers would be in place tomorrow. It is estimated that the official video account will be able to apply for certification the day after tomorrow. Of course, it will take a few days to make and upload videos. As for whether it can eventually increase its fans and operate an account with hundreds of thousands of fans, it is still unknown. Well, what else? After talking about the official video account, Su-hang looked at Li Mei again. Leader, we need to set up some related institutions, and you need to approve them, Li Mei said hurriedly. Although Li Mei has become more and more mature after more than half a year of experience, she still feels a little restrained and uncomfortable when she sees leaders younger than her. Especially after receiving the news that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been upgraded to a provincial direct-controlled area, this feeling is even better than before. Set up an institution? You should first organize the documents and submit them to Director Zhang, and then we will have a meeting together. After thinking for a while, Su-hang said, It is not that Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not lack institutions now. On the contrary, not only does it lack institutions, but the existing branches are also short of staff. It's just that there are no more offices in the core area. Apart from other things, the management committee now has 3 offices. When the staff arrive, accommodation and office work are all problems. For now, we can only solve them after the Cultural Tourism Festival. We will see whether to purchase land from Bingdu Cultural Tourism to build an office building or directly build a comprehensive office building on the land of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so as to set up more institutions. Okay, leader. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Su-hang was about to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was a strange number from Lon City. Su-hang frowned, and then nodded to the two of them before getting up and answering the phone. Hello, how are you? Hello, are you Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? The next moment, a voice came from the phone. I am, who are you? Su-hang asked. Hello Director Su, I am Hao Juhai, the person in charge of Suqing Provincial TV Station. The person on the other end of the phone immediately introduced himself. Suqing Provincial TV Station? Director Hao. Hello. I wonder who you are looking for. Upon hearing this, Su-hang immediately greeted him. Director Su. It's like this. Hao Junhai was slightly relieved to hear Su-hang was very polite. And then he told Su-hang the details of the meeting last night. I'm afraid it won't work for live broadcast, but it will definitely be okay for our province to send an interview team over. After a little thought, Su-hang replied. He also knew that the commotion caused by this cultural and tourism festival and the unfair treatment he received had little to do with the province. After all, Suqing Province didn't have much say in the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance. So, it should be what it is. It is even more impossible to be like a child and bear with it all the time. But since we have signed the contract with Xiong Province TV Station, there can be no changes. Yesterday, Xiong Province TV Station called and said that their live broadcast team will come in the next 2 days and set a location in advance and install some related equipment. Director Su, I know about the copyright of live broadcast, but the leaders are worried now. Hao Juhai sighed. You say? The leaders mainly think that if the large-scale cultural and tourism activities held in our Suqing Province are not broadcast live by the Suqing Province TV Station, many people in our province will misunderstand and criticize, and feel that our own TV station does not support their own activities. Director Hao, don't worry about this. I have communicated with Xiong Province TV Station, and they said that considering the situation this time is indeed a bit special, we can set up a live broadcast room for interviews, including some activities, before the opening ceremony, can be presented in the form of interviews. Su-hang said immediately. In fact, When Hao Juhai introduced himself just now, he had already guessed the intention of the other party's call. And this point had been comprehensively considered as early as when the matter became a big deal. Can we also broadcast the scene before the opening ceremony of the Cultural Tourism Festival? That would be great. Hao Juhai was delighted and said hurriedly. This format is similar to the interviews a few hours before New Year's Eve or the live broadcast of interviews at large events. In this way, although the Suqing Provincial TV station did not broadcast the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, the participation rate increased immediately. When the time comes, we will explain the issue of live broadcast copyright in the live broadcast room, and the people of Suqing province will naturally not say anything. The current problem is solved. Well, Director Su, your consideration and pattern are really amazing. No wonder the leader said that there is no problem in finding you. Hao Juhai's voice was much more relaxed than before. And it can be heard that he is not flattering deliberately, but is expressing his real inner thoughts. Because of this, he has been thinking about this matter all night. You are too kind. After all, Bingdu Economic Development Zone belongs to Suqing province. The situation was special at that time. Otherwise, the live broadcast would definitely not be signed exclusively. Su Heng said again. Yes, the situation was indeed special at that time. Then can we send an interview team over tomorrow? We can do a few programs in advance. Although the effect may not be very obvious, it should be able to promote it in disguise. Hao Juhai said again hurriedly. No problem, when your team comes over, just contact our office manager. Su Heng glanced at Luo Yongxiu in the office. Okay. However, just when Su Heng thought he was done talking and could hang up, Hao Juhai's voice came again. By the way, Director Su, there's one more thing. You tell me. It's about setting up a TV station in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. What do you think? Hao Juhai said. We set up a TV station? Su Heng's expression moved. Yes, administrative regions above the county level basically have their own radio and television stations, because they have to undertake some publicity tasks. The leader means that we can go through the relevant approval procedures for you in advance. Hao Juhai said again. Oh, the conditions here may not be mature enough at present. How about this? We will contact you when the conditions here are mature. What do you think? After thinking for a long time, Su Heng finally spoke. In fact, setting up a TV station is definitely a good thing for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but it doesn't feel particularly urgent now. There are only 11 permanent residents. If we interview each of them for a few minutes, we can't even make up the Bingdu news for the day, let alone other things. That's fine, but I suggest that we can go through the approval and process first. This will also take a lot of time, after the process is completed. It depends on your arrangement whether to set up or not. At least, we don't have to wait any longer. Hao Juhai said immediately. That's fine. Then I'll trouble you. Hearing this, Su Heng would not refuse again. You're welcome, then I won't bother you. You're busy. The sun rises and sets, and a few days pass in a flash. It is said that the interview team of Xiaogui News left Bingdu Economic Development Zone after getting the materials. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not participate too much in this specific process, because Xiaogui News has its own work system. Therefore, Su Heng was not sure what the news would look like when it was broadcast, which ones to keep and which ones to delete. The only thing that was clear was that the entire interview process was much more detailed than imagined. In addition to the Binkei bags, the Bingdu Beer Hall, and even the interview car went to the Yaden landform. On July 19th, at 11 o'clock in the morning, there were only 4 days left before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. However, just as Bingdu Village began to be highly alert, including security personnel arriving one after another, Yiyuan, Zhong Ruofei hurriedly found Su Heng. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Brother Zhong? Is there something wrong? Seeing Zhong Ruofei like this, Su Heng frowned. An interview clip suddenly exploded on the short video platform. Zhong Ruofei adjusted himself and said again, What interview clip? Su Heng couldn't help asking. Chapter 311. What level? Dare to invite more than 100 stars. Is it related to the interview with Suqing Provincial TV? After a pause, Su Heng suddenly thought of something and immediately added. During this period of time, there were only 2 media that entered the Economic Development Zone for interviews. One was Xiaogui News, and the other was Suqing Provincial TV. Xiaogui News will be broadcast on the Xiaogui News Network on July 22, so the only possibility left is Suqing Provincial TV. Yeah. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Is the content wrong, or confirm? Su Hang was getting more and more confused. The interview team of Sucheng Provincial TV station came 2 days ago and met with him specially. In addition to the current situation, they wanted to dig out all the excellent aspects of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and praise it to the sky. They will definitely not broadcast the current shortcomings of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's like this: Sucheng Provincial TV station did a live interview in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and as a result, they asked a child who came to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, when asked about food, the child talked a lot, and when asked about where he went, he also talked a lot. As a result, when the reporter asked what fun things there were in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the kid actually said that our zoo was fun. While explaining, Zhong Ruofei took out his mobile phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Su Hang. Zoo? Su Hang's face was instantly filled with astonishment. Well, since many people are paying attention to our tourism festival, there are quite a few viewers watching the live broadcast, and someone uploaded this interview clip to the short video platform, so that the tourists who came here with their children today are all asking about the zoo. Speaking of this, Zhong Ruofei's face was filled with helplessness. What's going on? We don't have a zoo. Su Hang couldn't help but frown. I was also curious, so I asked the department manager about the situation. Guess what? It turned out that the child went to our farm. Zhong Ruofei sighed. What? Go to the farm? Why did the child go to the farm? Su Hang's eyes widened. It's like this. On the day of the interview, several tourists from other places went to the barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. When the waiter of the barbecue restaurant introduced our various special barbecues to them, one tourist didn't quite believe it and casually asked if it was made of beef and mutton. As a result, Wang Quan, the person in charge of the barbecue restaurant, said that he would take the tourists to the farm to have a look in order to prove it to the barbecue restaurant. After the atmosphere got better, the tourists in the barbecue restaurant said they wanted to go together. So Wang Quan found a tourist battery car. As a result, the child being interviewed was also in it. The child didn't know what was going on. After going there, he just felt that there were a lot of animals raised there, and thought it was a zoo. Zhong Ruofei explained the cause and effect of the incident. It turned out to be like this. Su Hang suddenly realized. Xiao Su, what should we do now, since the interview video was broadcast? Our farm has been greatly affected. Many parents from nearby counties and districts have brought their children here, saying that their children have never been to a zoo. They want their children to experience what a zoo is like. What's even worse is that, after visiting our farm, some tourists actually regarded it as a zoo, and even gave comments. They said that the Bingdu Village Zoo doesn't have many species of animals, but it wins in quantity and scale, which is very shocking. Zhong Ruofei smiled bitterly. Although there are still 4 days before the opening ceremony of the Frontier Tourism Festival, many people have come to Bingdu Village in the past 2 days because of the publicity of the Hong Kong Provincial TV station. Not to mention other things. At the bus station, basically all the cars entering the station are full. If this rhythm is set, and word of mouth spreads, Bingdu Village Zoo will have a solid excuse. So, you quickly ask the staff to dispel the rumor on Bingdu Culture and Tourism's official account. I'll call Director Luo in the office later and ask him to issue an announcement in the name of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to dispel the rumor. The farm can be visited at other times, but it really can't be visited these days. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang frowned and made arrangements. There is no other way. After the opening ceremony of this Frontier Culture and Tourism Festival, there will be an immersive project experience of thousands of beasts out of the frontier. At that time, all the camels and other animals in the farm will be let out. If tourists crowd over there, it will undoubtedly affect the event. Refute the rumor? The main thing is that many people don't believe our rumor refutation now. And many people even say that our rumor refutation is equivalent to an official announcement. I am worried that this will backfire. After hesitating for a while, Zhong Ruofei said, This? Su Hang rubbed his eyebrows. Zhong Ruofei's words also make some sense. I don't know since when Bingdu Culture and Tourism's official account refuted the rumor. No fans believed it instead. They thought it was a disguised official announcement. How about this? Bingdu Culture and Tourism will not refute the rumor, and let Bingdu Economic Development Zone issue an announcement. It's better to have it than not. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still a new account, and there should be many tourists who will believe it. The rest of the things will be discussed after the tourism festival. As for the farm, you can find some staff to dissuade them. After a moment, Su-heng said, Okay then. Zhong Ruofei finally nodded. It seemed that there was no other way but to do this. However, just when Zhong Ruofei was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked again. By the way, Xiao Su, our tent area has added another 500 tents. I wonder if it is enough. 500 more? It should be enough. After a calculation, Su-heng replied, What if it is still not enough? I heard from Lao Shui that Luo Lin and Yang Jiang thought that tourists staying in the tent area at night might be a bit bored. So they wanted to give these tourists in the tent area some programs. Zhong Ruofei said again. A whole show? Su-heng paused. Yeah, they think that other places are pampering their tourists, and Binggu village can't be left behind. Otherwise, the opening ceremony of only more than 3 hours will feel very boring. Zhong Ruofei nodded. This cultural tourism festival, Binggu Culture Media really did everything. How about this? Let's have a meeting tonight to discuss it. If there are not so many tourists, it will be a waste of resources. Su-heng said. Okay. Call me if you have anything else. Yeah. In a blink of an eye, the sun was setting. Jiancheng, in an office building, a middle-aged man wearing glasses slowly straightened up while watching the video on his phone. There is a sign at the entrance that says Yunshan Culture. A remote county in the northwest dares to build a zoo, he muttered to himself. And then the man with glasses put down his phone and started typing on the computer. Soon, the man's eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at the screen. Interesting. An economic development zone with a permanent population of only 11 people is hosting a cultural and tourism festival at the level of Xiagua. And it's such a big deal? Wow. There are more than 100 celebrities. It is said that those provinces with very rich finances do not dare to do this. How much financial allocation will be spent on this wave? The man raised his lips and picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, a woman in a business suit and black frame glasses came to the door. Mr. Wu, you are looking for me, the woman whispered. The man opposite the desk is the chairman of Yunshan Culture and her immediate superior. Wu Yun. Have you paid attention to an event called the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival these days? Wu Yun looked at the woman. Mr. Wu, I've paid attention to this. Hearing this, the woman nodded hurriedly. Their company has interviews and photos for online news. In addition to operating its own news account, it also operates a portal news website. The main way to make money is through clicks and some advertising revenue. Therefore, the content of the website is basically some events with high traffic and popularity. And Yunshan Culture has another magic weapon for making money. That is to keep a close eye on some poor counties in the northwest or Xia country. As long as there is any excessive behavior here, it will be written into a news notice as soon as possible and posted on the website. It has been tried and tested. It basically attracts a lot of attention every time. Last summer, a poor county in the western part of the country borrowed a lot of money to build a useless park for the citizens for the sake of face-saving projects. It was their work. And this year, there were several actions, which achieved very good results and clicks. What do you think of this? I think it's very promising. Wu Yun slowly leaned back in his chair. Chapter 312 Honors for the Builders of the Economic Development Zone. Mr. Wu, this Binggu Economic Development Zone has a lot of gimmicks, but I always feel that this place is a little different from other poor counties. After a pause, the woman expressed her thoughts. What's the difference? Wu Yun raised his eyebrows. I've watched a lot of videos about this place, and it feels more like a scenic spot than an administrative area in the conventional sense, and it doesn't have the label of a poor county. The woman replied. It was for this reason that she stopped paying attention to the Binggu Economic Development Zone. Otherwise, the relevant news would have been written and placed on her desk. Like a scenic spot? That would be more interesting. How much fiscal revenue can an economic development zone that has only been established for less than a year have? As expected, it must have been built with debt. I just saw an interview clip. And they even built a zoo there. The registered permanent population there is less than 100 people. But they actually have a zoo. Isn't this a typical empty talk? And take this tourism festival for example. It was broadcast live by Xiang Province TV and hundreds of celebrities were present. By the way, it seems that a useless city gate was built for this tourism festival. This scene can't be achieved without spending hundreds of millions. Wu Yun tapped the desk with his fingers. They also built a city gate? The woman paused. She really didn't know this. Well, I just searched. There is no other city gate like that in Chihuahua. Not to mention the construction cost. The design fee is estimated to be more than 10 million. Wu Yun said again. Oh my god. The woman's eyes became brighter and brighter as she was surprised. In addition to the city gate that has no function, it seems that there are also many ancient buildings with terrifying volumes. Add these together and calculate how much financial allocation they spent on this tourism festival? Wu Yun glanced at the computer screen. In Wu Yun's mind, such a large event can only be held with the support of fiscal appropriations, and the finances of the Northwest region rely heavily on transfer payments. So it is absolutely impossible to get away with this entry. Mr. Wu, should I search for relevant information about this Bingdu Economic Development Zone? The woman rubbed her hands subconsciously. No need. These are enough on the internet. Your main task tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is to capture some of the false and empty pictures of this tourism festival. We will publish the entry 2 or 3 days after the tourism festival ends. It will definitely be on the hot search. Wu Yun waved his hand immediately. What they want is clicks and attention. It is enough if more than 50% of the content is true. Okay, Mr. Wu. Sometimes it is like this. Once the movement starts, it will snowball, especially in the counties near Bingdu Economic Development Zone. When the locals heard that the opening ceremony here was broadcast live by Siang Province TV station, there were hundreds of stars on stage. How could they sit still? If there were not so many buses to the Economic Development Zone, they would have gone to Bingdu Village every day to watch the excitement. As a result, Ase County, which is only more than 100 kilometers away from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, became increasingly empty. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the whole street was already dark, and it felt like the county street had turned into a township street. At this time, the lights were still on in an office of the South Street office. The director of the street office, Xiaolong, was drinking tea and chatting with the director of the Ase County Street office, He Jisheng. At this time, the expressions on their faces were very interesting, especially Xiaolong. Last year, he was the director of the South Street office, and Su Hang was just a newly employed village party secretary. Now, Li Mei, the former staff member, has become the deputy director of the office of a provincial economic development zone. But he is still the director of the South Street office. How can he not be depressed? The movement of Bingdu Economic Development Zone this time is really big. It is not only the first time in Suqing province, but also quite explosive even if it is placed on a national scale. Look at the previous border cultural tourism festivals, there is really no comparison. Putting down the teacup, Xiaolong said again. It was a big commotion, but it feels to me that the current commotion is really too big, which may not be a good thing. Hearing this, He Jisheng curled his lips. Not a good thing? Xiaolong glanced at He Jisheng. Old Xiao, I'm really not jealous. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone made such a big commotion this time. Only they themselves know how much money they spent. 2 million is not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. I heard that the scale and design of the city gate cost no more than 100 or 200 million. But then again, what is the purpose of holding a tourism festival? It is to boost the economy. Not only does Bingdu Economic Development Zone have no industry, its reception capacity is just SOSO. How long will it take to make back the money it has spent? He Jisheng said again. That's right, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not short of tourists on weekdays. Xiaolong nodded. In March this year, he took his mother to the clinic in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and found that it was much more lively there than the county town of Ase County. Many stores are already closed to their upper limit. If there is no tourism festival, there will be so many people. If there is one, there will still be so many people. From this point of view, there is really no need for a tourism festival. That's why I said that making such a big fuss may not be a good thing, in the end. It will only make noise, but not make money. It will also be targeted by some media. A county in the West that makes such a big fuss will definitely be questioned as a face-saving project. He Jisheng took a sip of the teacup and added, Anyway, if it were me, I would never make such a big fuss. Alas, you are right about this point. It seems that our Northwest is being targeted by those self-media. As long as the action is a little bigger, it will be questioned. After a moment of silence, Xiaolong sighed. He did not respond to He Jisheng's other words, because if this matter were given to He Jisheng, even if he used all his strength, he could not make such a commotion in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It was purely self-satisfaction. So you wait and see. After a short period of glory, it will definitely make a big fuss on the whole network, and then we will see how Su Xingqing ends up. He Jisheng curled his lips and shook his head. Okay, then will you go the day after tomorrow? After a pause, Qiao Long could not help asking. What about you? He Jisheng did not answer but asked back. Go. The kids at home are clamoring to see the fun. Qiao Long nodded. It's summer vacation now. How could the kids miss such an event? And the adults also want to see the opening ceremony with hundreds of stars gathered. It's a pity that the opening ceremony of Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not give tickets to the relevant units of Geoga City. Otherwise, in the past, for such large-scale events, each government agency and institution could get some additional tickets and seat tickets. Do you have a seat ticket? He Jisheng asked immediately after hearing this. No. Qiao Long shook his head. Why not? I guess I won't even be able to enter the opening ceremony. He Jisheng lost interest instantly. As if he was not going. Because of the safety issue. The opening ceremony of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is bound to implement security checks and ticket systems. Otherwise, there will be big problems. I thought about going to Li Mei to see if she can help. After all, she is now the deputy director of the office there. So it should be no problem for her to get a few tickets. Qiao Long sighed. Is it the one who is in charge of Bingdu Village in your Nanjia office? He Jisheng's expression changed. Yes. Then I'll ask if you're not busy. If I can get a few more tickets? I'll go too. He Jisheng blurted out without thinking. Obviously, He Jisheng didn't want to miss this unprecedented opening ceremony. Okay. I'll ask tomorrow. If it can be arranged, we'll go together. If it can't be arranged, then there's nothing we can do. Qiao Long said immediately. Here, people like Qiao Long and He Jisheng thought of Li Mei for a ticket to the opening ceremony. In Geoga City, many public officials and leaders of units called Zhuo Xuezhong directly. Old Zhuo, have you heard whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone has reserved additional ticket quotas for relevant units in Geoga City for this opening ceremony? A middle-aged man asked on the phone. No. Zhuo Xuezhong glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and said helplessly. This was the 7th call he received today asking about free tickets. Not even one? That shouldn't be the case. The voice on the other end of the line had a hint of disbelief. No way, if Bingdu Economic Development Zone still belonged to Geoga City. It would definitely leave some tickets for various government agencies, but now it has nothing to do with Geoga City anymore. Zhuo Xuezhong smiled bitterly. Then do you know where to get tickets for the opening ceremony? Is there any channel? I heard that the opening ceremony venue is very large, and it can accommodate at least 4,000 or 5,000 people. After a pause, the voice on the phone came again. The venue over there is very large. But I heard that this time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone reserved most of the tickets for the staff working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the workers who were engaged in the construction of Bingdu Cultural Tourism. The rest seemed to be given to tourists from other places. Zhuo Xuezhong said. Su Hang told him about the tickets when he and Su Hang were determining the security-related matters and the number of spectators attending the opening ceremony a few days ago. Construction workers? Is it true? The voice on the phone was full of surprise. In Xiaogua, migrant workers are basically not invited to such activities. The so-called worker representatives are actually selected by various units. Everyone knows it. It's true. In addition to the workers of Bingdu Cultural Tourism's own company, who were allocated a lot of tickets, the workers who participated in the national highway rerouting, Bingdu bus station, and the construction of the bus station were also allocated some tickets. Zhuo Xuezhong said again. This is too. The other end of the phone was speechless. There is no way. Director Su decided it. He said that this is an honor for the builders of the Economic Development Zone. So, if you want to bring your family to the venue now, you can contact those who work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone to see if they are willing to transfer tickets. Zhuo Xuezhong said again. Find workers working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Okay. By the way, Lao Zhuo, what about you? Are you going? After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other end of the phone again. He really wanted to know if Zhuo Xuezhong got the ticket. Me? Zhuo Xuezhong was stunned. Chapter 313 Bingdu Beer is valued. I will go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone tomorrow afternoon to help receive the relevant leaders who will attend the meeting, so... Zhuo Xuezhong stopped talking halfway. The implication was obvious. He did not need the so-called opening ceremony ticket at all. Ah, you go to receive? The voice on the phone suddenly became louder, full of disbelief. Well, although there is no affiliation. My personal relationship with Director Su is still there. Zhuo Xuezhong glanced at the computer screen. At this time, the computer screen showed the adjustment table of the bus routes in Geoga City. Although I was in Geoga City these 2 days, the work I did was basically related to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. After the adjustment, there will be 30 buses running between Geoga City and Bingu Village on the same day to meet the travel needs of all parties. Personal relationship? Okay. After a pause, the voice came again on the phone, which was full of envy. Okay. Lao Lu. If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. There are still some things to deal with here. Raising his hand to check the time, Zhuo Xuezhong spoke again. You are busy. As the night deepened, Bingu Village, although the employees of Bingu Cultural Tourism had not left work yet, there was no dissatisfaction on their faces. Nothing else, it was because all the employees who passed the KPI assessment this afternoon basically received a ticket for the opening ceremony. In addition to the large demand for tickets from tourists, this ticket has unknowingly become a symbol of status. So many employees received calls from relatives or families in the afternoon, especially some civil servants or relatives of public institutions asking about the ticket situation, which instantly made them full of their status. At this time, they were full of motivation to work. Some people even wanted to continue working in Bingu Cultural Tourism. At this time, Bingu New Supermarket. I heard that Director Su and General Manager Zhong went to the farm today. The supervisor who was counting the inventory casually said to the supermarket manager Wang Qian. Since the new supermarket in Bingu Economic Development Zone was put into operation, the supply of daily necessities is no longer a problem. After all, the new supermarket was designed according to the volume of 50,000 customers per day. Due to the publicity of Hong Kong provincial TV station in the past 2 days, the average daily customer flow has now exceeded 10,000. The daily turnover and profit have also achieved a significant increase. It is no longer the small store with only 2 rooms and only selling cigarettes and instant noodles every day. I don't know who spread the word that our farm is a zoo. Many parents nearby insist on taking their children there, and they won't listen to our explanations. Wang Qian sighed. No wonder, but then again, our farm is really fun, especially the newly introduced alpacas, which feel more interesting than those wilted alpacas in the zoo. When the farm was mentioned, the supervisor's face showed a hint of emotion. Who could have imagined that, in order to supply Bingu Food Stall, Yambinla and Bingu Barbecue, the scale of the farm was more than doubled in a few months. In addition to introducing new animals, the farm also added pens for ordinary sheep, horses, donkeys, rabbits, etc. It can be said that as long as the animals are legally allowed to be eaten, they can be seen at Bingu Farm. What's more terrifying is that the farm has raised so many animals. Not only is there no shortage of pens, but some of them are even unable to supply. From time to time, they have to buy adult animals from outside. As expected, after this tourism festival, the pens of the farm will be empty again. Interesting. But wait, Xiaozhong, take a look at the inventory of Bingu beer. But just when Wang Qian wanted to say something else, she suddenly found something and frowned. What's wrong? Manager. Hearing this, a staff member in the distance hurriedly trotted over to Wang Qian. I remember that I just transferred 1,000 pieces from the brewery the day before yesterday. Why is there a shortage warning today? Did you not enter it into the system? Wang Qian glanced at the system computer. Although Bingu Beer did not carry out various advertisements, it was produced and sold within the Bingu Economic Development Zone after pricing. Glass bottles are mainly supplied to various construction sites. Cans are sold in Bingu supermarkets, barbecue restaurants, food stalls and other catering places. And they are also sold in some chain restaurants. Manager, this is not entered, it's out of stock. The staff immediately explained upon hearing this. Ah, out of stock? The 1,000 pieces that were put in the market the day before yesterday are gone? Wang Qian was stunned, with disbelief written all over her face. The cans sent by the brewery are 500 ml, each can cost 9 yuan, which is 3 yuan more expensive than the 500 milliliters glass bottles. So the sales of cans are not as good as glass bottles. And 1,000 pieces is not a small number, it would have taken at least 1 or 2 months before. In terms of cost, Lu Siming has done a pretty good job of controlling it. The cost of a glass bottle is 1.5 yuan, and the cost of a can is about 2 yuan. Even if agents are recruited later, the agents can still make a good profit within this range. That's it. The staff nodded confidently. This, Manager, I heard that Ice Lake beer has spread among the fishing guys, and it's probably those people who bought it. Plus, the weather has been hot these 2 days. The staff explained. Fishermen? No wonder. These people are not short of money, they must like cans. Wang Qian suddenly realized. The circle of fishermen is different from other circles. They share everything except fishing spots. I heard that many fishermen put a lot of cans in their trunks, planning to take them home to drink. The staff hurriedly said. Then, you call the brewery later, and ask them to send us some more goods. While nodding, Wang Qian made arrangements. How much? The staff hesitated. 20,000 pieces. After thinking for a while, Wang Qian reported a number. 20,000 pieces? Hearing the number, the staff was stunned. Although there are 2 floors of special warehouses in the basement of the new supermarket, 20,000 pieces of beer is not a small number. If I remember correctly, some city-level agents of beer only take about 10,000 pieces at a time. And now 1 piece is basically 24 bottles. Yeah. Wang Qian nodded. Manager, isn't this too much? Although our supermarket and the brewery both belong to Binga Culture and Tourism, they are operated separately. It would be bad if we couldn't sell them all and then return them. The staff hesitated. Not much. Not to mention the consumption capacity of fishermen. The next few days will be sunny, and coupled with the cultural and tourism festival, the demand for beer by tourists will definitely reach a peak. So 20,000 pieces is not too little. If we order too little, what should we do if we can't deliver it at the critical moment? Wang Qian waved her hand, indicating that the staff should rest assured. Manager, then I understand. The staff nodded and said nothing more. Yeah, by the way, tell the other staff, when placing the high-profit varieties such as Ice Lake beer produced by the company, choose the best location when placing them on the shelves. 1 bottle of this beer is worth several bottles of other brands. After a pause, Wang Qian reminded again. Okay, manager. At the same time, in the eastern area, next to the station, in a small shop built in a prefabricated steel house, a middle-aged couple were typing on the computer. Since the station and bus station started operating, the eastern area has become more and more lively. In addition to the stall area specially set up at the economic development zone level, a small business district has also spontaneously formed in the rental area. There are not only simple barber shops, but also 5 or 6 small shops in addition to snack bars. Lao Wang. We sold a lot of ice cream and beer today. After a moment, the woman looked at her account book and said to her husband, That's for sure. I guess there will be more people in the next few days. The man looked at the station across the street. The man was originally a resident of Ase County. He opened a small shop and made a living. But this year, his business plummeted. So he thought of working in Binga Village to supplement his income. After coming here, he found that there were many people in the East District, but not many people selling things. So he decided to go all out and rented 4 houses in the rental area and opened a small shop. After 2 months, the business here has exceeded the annual sales of Ase County. So the couple decided to go all out and directly close the store in Ase County and focused on running the small store here. What should we do? I asked Chao Ma, the delivery man, today. And he said he would go to Jinlu County to restock the goods in the next few days. Hearing this, the woman frowned. A small store like theirs is not qualified to go to the manufacturer to place orders. And basically they go to the wholesale department. The wholesale department will deliver whatever is needed. You haven't come in the past few days? The man took a look at the list of goods. In fact, our ice cream can last for 2 days, but there is a big gap in beer. After a while, the man stared at the inventory list and said, Beer? By the way, I heard that Bingu Village seems to be producing beer by itself. I wonder if it is true or false. If it is true, can't we order some directly from here? Hearing this, the woman suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Don't say it, now that you mentioned it. I seem to have really heard of such a thing, but if it is true, why haven't I seen any beer salesmen? Theoretically, there must be salesmen here. The man nodded in confusion. Then? Well, I'll call the customer service of Binga Culture and Tourism to ask what's going on. If there is any, please prepare some for us first. If not, we can think of other ways. After a pause, the man said, Okay, I'll find the number for you. Yes. If you get through, it's best to order more, to avoid being out of stock again. I know. In fact, similar scenes are not limited to the small shops in the eastern area. The introduced restaurant chains also called Bingo Brewery at the same time. They had only one idea during the tourism festival. No matter what brand it was, beer must not be out of stock. Of course, not to mention the stores under Bingo Culture and Tourism. The food stalls, barbecue restaurants and entertainment complexes basically started with 1,000 pieces, especially the food stalls, which had reserved 5,000 pieces in advance, intending to cope with this unprecedented frontier cultural and tourism festival. The night was deep, and when Bingo beer was valued by various shops because of the tourism festival. In a private room in the banquet hall, Su Heng frowned slightly. In addition to Wang Long and Fong Tong, there was also a man in his 50s, wearing a suit. He was none other than Fong Tong's father, the current chairman of Tong Tai Clothing. Fong Tong Tai. Director Su, what do you think? After a moment, Fong Tong Tai looked at Su Heng expectantly. Chapter 314. There is also a moat? Are you sure about this? After pondering for a moment, Su Heng looked at Fong Tong Tai. This afternoon, Fong Tong found him, and said that his father wanted to have dinner together in the evening. As Fong Tong's friend, and the other party is the chairman of Tong Tai Clothing, Su Heng would not refuse. In this way, they ate and talked, and finalized that Tong Tai Clothing would purchase ostrich feathers from the farm for a long time. I thought there would be nothing else, but in the end Fong Tong Tai actually proposed to develop a commercial real estate in Bingu Village. Director Su, to be honest, Tong Tai Clothing also has its own real estate in Haishur, and it is not a sudden decision to invest here. Fong Tong Tai replied hurriedly. Although he is a boss worth billions, he also knows that ordinary districts and counties cannot organize such a big tourism festival. So he is very polite to Su Heng. Mr. Fong, what should I say? It's not that I disagree, but many conditions in Bingu Economic Development Zone are not mature, and the risk of developing commercial housing is not small. Su Heng waved his hand and said, in fact, regarding the development of commercial housing, he and Zhang Hancheng had discussed it before. There are not many people who are willing to buy houses in Bingu Economic Development Zone now, although the medical resources are passable. The educational resources are basically blank. Civil servants in various branches, as long as one of the couple is in Geoga City or outside, will not consider Bingu Economic Development Zone at all. The most important thing is that the existing resources of Bingu Economic Development Zone are basically provided to the villagers of Bingu Village, or some key talents in Bingu Economic Development Zone, and it is impossible to open them to the outside world. If you want to develop that kind of commercial community, you will probably have to provide related supporting facilities yourself. Director Su, I know the risk is not small, but I still want to try. Besides, any business has risks. It is impossible to make a profit without loss. After taking a deep breath, Fong Tong Tai said again, in this case, let me first give you a general introduction to the current planning of our Bingu Economic Development Zone. If you are still willing to develop real estate here after listening to me, then contact Mr. Zhong of Bingu Cultural Tourism. After a pause, Su Heng first glanced at Fong Tong, and then spoke. Then I'll trouble you. Fong Tong Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. As a veteran, who had been in the business world for many years, he naturally understood what Su Heng meant. Mr. Fong, it's like this. Currently, the investment areas open to the outside world in Bingu Economic Development Zone are only the east and west. There is no relevant plan for the south and north, Su Heng said while waving his hand. What is the east? Fong Tong Tai asked hurriedly. The east is east of Bingu bus station, Su Heng replied. East of the bus station? What about the west? Fong Tong Tai showed a trace of disappointment on his face. He thought the east area was the 5-kilometer range from the police station and fire station to the bus station. If that's the case, it's acceptable. It's not appropriate to build commercial housing beyond that. The west is west of the moat, Su Heng replied. Moat? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, not only Fong Tong Tai was stunned, but even Wang Long and Fong Tong beside him were surprised. They had been in Bingu Economic Development Zone for a long time, and they didn't know there was a moat. Mr. Fong, it's like this, the moat is still under planning. After all, the west gate has been built, so a moat is not a big deal. Su Heng saw the three people's confusion and explained immediately. In fact, the idea of the moat was raised during a meeting of senior executives of Bingu Culture and Tourism a few days ago. At that time, Shui Yutian said that it was understandable to let tourists feel the feeling of no old friends after leaving Yongguan Pass during the tourism festival. But if it is still the same after the tourism festival, it will more or less lower the grade of the buildings in the core area. So, several people discussed and said that it would be better to enrich the water system in the core area and plant a moat outside the city gate. Again, the west gate has been built. So the east, south, and north gates and the city walls will not be left behind. Finally, the matter was settled. However, the project will not be launched for the time being. Construction will only start after the other 3 gates and the surrounding city walls are built. So that's how it is. After hearing this, several people suddenly realized, especially Fong Tongtai, whose eyes brightened. After a moment, he hurriedly said, "Director Su, what exactly is the west of the moat?" The moat is planned to be about 100 meters from the gate. The moat is initially planned to be 50 meters wide. In addition to the roads and green belts on both sides of the moat, the open area is about 700 to 800 meters west of the gate now. Su Heng thought about what the moat would look like after it was built, and immediately spoke. This hole is somewhat similar to the Qinhuai River outside Zhonghua Gate on Earth, but also different. That's great. After determining the location, Fong Tongtai breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, this location is definitely not bad. Although it is outside the city, there are ancient buildings after entering the city gate. By then, the 500-meter distance between Yuan and the West City Gate will be almost a no-brainer. The existing architectural style will definitely be used. Most importantly, if the civil servants of Bingdu Economic Development Zone live here, it will be very convenient for them to go to work. Have you really thought it through? Seeing this, Su Heng spoke to confirm again. I have thought it through. Okay. After the tourism festival is over, you can talk to our general manager Zhong. He will be responsible for some details. At this point, Su Heng did not say anything else. If Bingdu Economic Development Zone wants to develop, it must introduce companies from all walks of life. Bingdu Culture and Tourism and Bingdu Construction cannot do everything. Especially Bingdu Construction. The current projects are already busy and exhausted. And there is no time and energy to develop commercial housing. After all, commercial housing is not as simple as building it. It also needs to be sold, operated, etc. And these are exactly what Uncle Lu is not good at. Yeah. After talking about commercial housing, the few of them drank a few more glasses and talked about other things. Brother, what are the plans here after the tourism festival? Take a break or? Wang Long looked at Su Heng. Although Su Heng is the head of the Economic Development Zone, he can't always work at such a high intensity. Since he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he felt that Su Heng never had the concept of weekends. He was basically always busy. I plan to go to Gangsha first, Su Heng said. In addition to the school, the provincial government is also busy, and after becoming a provincial government, it seems that we will have to deal with the selection of the top 100 counties at the end of the year, so we can't rest at all. What? You are going to Gangsha? Wang Long was stunned, somewhat surprised. Yeah. Su Heng nodded. When are you going? Isn't this a coincidence? I will also go to Gangsha in early August to deal with company matters. How about we go together? Confirmed, Wang Long was happy. You're going too? That's perfect for us. Su Heng nodded immediately. Going home in early August to meet his family was already planned. Plus the matter of recruiting school teachers, going to Gang City was definitely not just talk. Okay, when are you leaving? I'll ask my secretary to book us a flight in advance. Wang Long wanted to ask Su Heng what he was going to Gang City for, but took the words back. Su Heng's identity was now clear. Some things were beyond their reach. Well, let me check the time, and I'll book the tickets for us. Upon hearing this, Su Heng waved his hand. Since last year, Zhong Ruofei has transferred money from Bingda Cultural Tourism's public account to Su Heng's personal account every once in a while in the name of shareholder loans. In addition to Su Heng's salary and grade salary as the director of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee. Before he knew it, Su Heng's personal account already had more than 30 million yuan. However, Su Heng basically doesn't need the money now, so he hasn't touched it. You decide? How can that be possible? No, I will definitely arrange it this time. If we have time to meet in Gang City, you can arrange it. Go to Gang City and I will arrange it? Okay. Hearing this, Wang Long did not refuse and nodded immediately. This time he went to Gang City to attend the shareholders meeting of Su's Medical. Besides socializing with the senior executives of Su's Medical, there was basically nothing else to do. He could make good arrangements in Gang City. No more words were spoken that night. The next day, the sun rose, and the Bingdu Economic Development Zone had been crowded since the morning, especially at the opening ceremony. Tourists, who had not yet received tickets, and residents of surrounding counties and districts all wanted to see what the opening ceremony looked like. Oh my god! Is this the opening ceremony? After many people walked west along the pedestrian street, past Yulian, and saw the layout on both sides of the venue and the opening ceremony, they took a deep breath. The opening ceremony was arranged from east to west, and the background was not the plastic board but the West City Gate. There was only a stage about 1 meter high in front of the city gate, and there were actor passages and opening speech places on both sides. In front of the stage, the red carpet divided the audience into two areas, north and south. At this time, nearly 3,000 audience chairs had been prepared on both sides of the north and south, and only the leader and guest area had not been arranged. But judging from the size of the reserved seats, it is clear that there will be a lot of leaders attending the meeting. Too domineering, not to mention other things, the background alone is enough to crush those large and small tourism festivals in China. Coming back to his senses, a tourist sighed. The background is a small matter, the main thing is the program. More than 100 big stars, it is much bigger than the New Year's Eve parties of various TV stations every year. It's a pity that we don't have that luck. A colleague next to him took over the conversation. This time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone released a total of 1,000 free tickets for tourists on the Bingdu Cultural Tourism official account. Anyone who has been to Bingdu Village and has a consumption record in hotels, inns, Guanxue Tower, Yiyuan, etc., including those who have booked rooms in the future, will have one chance to win a free lottery. Moreover, the tickets are all real-name tickets and cannot be transferred. In other words, those who did not draw tickets, there is no other way for the time being, unless those who drew the tickets do not come and finally give up the opportunity. Wait and see in the afternoon. I heard that the tickets issued by Bingdu Cultural Tourism to employees and migrant workers are not real-name tickets, but can be transferred. We will try to get a few tickets at that time. At this time, the tourist who spoke first looked around and whispered, "Ah, theirs is not real-name tickets? Why?" The companion was stunned. Chapter 315, The First High-End Brand, Success. I heard from the staff of Bingdu Culture and Tourism that their leaders are giving benefits to the workers in disguise, to thank them for their contributions to the construction of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. For these migrant workers, getting 3,000 yuan is much more economical than sitting there for 2 or 3 hours. Therefore, the transfer of tickets by migrant workers and Bingdu Culture and Tourism employees is actually tacitly approved by the senior leaders of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. While explaining, the tourists' faces showed a hint of emotion. According to the news on the forum, the average transfer price of tickets in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is about 3,000 yuan. According to what you said, the leaders of Bingdu Economic Development Zone have a big vision. If all tickets are sold, it is estimated that the tickets for this opening ceremony can be sold for millions. My companions widened their eyes unconsciously. Well, I heard that most of the people who come here to work are farmers from nearby counties. This is really much better than those counties that shout slogans to drive wealth. It is equivalent to giving money to poor areas. And he is very obscure and low-key. The tourist said again, "Why don't we have such a good leader? This kind of leader. Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's go to the Bingdu Cultural and Tourism Reception Center to ask and see if they have any tickets." Okay. If we get tickets, we can go to the parking lot to see the stars, and maybe even get a few autographs. After the tourist said this, he turned and walked towards the bonfire square. The stars are coming so soon? The companions hurriedly followed. What else? The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. There will be a rehearsal tomorrow. All the stars must come to Bingdu Village today. Okay. Just as these tourists were talking about the stars, Bingdu Village, there were already many luxury cars and RVs parked in the parking lot at the east end. In order to cope with the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, Zhong Ruofei organized people to transform the original vendor area and cardholders' home into a super large parking lot. And a free parking lot was built on the east side of the opposite school. The two parking lots can accommodate more than 2,000 cars, plus the health center, supermarket, and the parking lot of Guanxue Tower, Yinbin Tower, enough to cope with this tourism festival. Xiao Zhang, are we staying at Guanxue Tower this time? After a while, in a corner of the parking lot, the door of a Nani car slowly opened, and a very fashionable woman got out, followed by an assistant. The woman's name was Bai Yang, and she was a third-tier star in the entertainment industry. She had come to Binggu Village once, when Song Liwei and Shui Yutian got married last time. No, this time we're staying at Yueli Inn. Hearing this, the assistant hurriedly shook his head. Stay at Yueli Inn? Bai Yang was stunned. Since I stayed at Guanxue Tower last time, I have been obsessed with the sunset at Guanxue Tower. After returning, I followed the public account of Binggu culture and tourism, and I know clearly what Binggu Village looks like after it is built. After being invited this time, I wanted to come and experience it again, but it turned out to be Yueli Inn, which made me a little disappointed. Yeah. The assistant nodded hurriedly. Why? Bai Yang couldn't help asking. I heard that there are many leaders coming to the Frontier Culture and Tourism Festival this time, so the Guanxue Tower should be left to the leaders. The assistant replied in a low voice. Leave it to the leaders? Okay. Bai Yang hesitated and finally said nothing. Although she is a star, she knows very well that her star status is really worthless in front of these leaders invited by Binggu Economic Development Zone. But there are more than 100 stars coming to Binggu Village this time, and Yueli Inn can't accommodate them. Are there any rooms in Yuan? After a while, Bai Yang couldn't help asking again. In her impression, Yuan is the second most high-end place in Binggu Village, and it's not bad to live there. Yuan is not open to the public now. As for other stars, I heard that some of them live in Bingke Tower. The assistant looked at her star helplessly. There was something she wanted to say but didn't dare to say. Who is Song Liwei? She is the godmother of fashion, slick and versatile, since she arranged it this way. There must be a reason for it. Bingke Tower? Is it the newly built one, which is about the same size as Guanxue Tower? Bai Yang immediately looked up to the west. Standing in the parking lot, although there are many buildings blocking the view, you can still vaguely see the top of Bingke Tower. Why do they live there? Is it because they are famous? Bai Yang frowned. Not entirely, but I heard that some celebrities bought a numbered bag, and as the owner of the bag, there are 2 opportunities to stay in Bingke Tower for free every year. The assistant explained. There is no other way. As an assistant, you must keep your eyes and ears open. You must understand what your own celebrities know, and even more so what your own celebrities don't know. What bag is so high-end? Bai Yang immediately became interested. A bag called Bingke. It seems that Bingke Tower was built specifically for this bag. The assistant said again. Are you saying that this bag is made in Binggu Village? Bai Yang was stunned. Well, it is said that the person who made this numbered bag is the inheritor of Xiaoguo's intangible cultural heritage. Not only is it handmade, each model has different styles according to the different numbers. After the assistant said that, he then took out his mobile phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and handed it to Bai Yang. Look, this is the one Yang you picked up. Wow, so beautiful. Bags have an inexplicable attraction to girls. Seeing the bag in the hands of the first-line actress Yang Yu, Bai Yang's eyes were only focused on the mobile phone screen. After a while, Bai Yang looked up at the assistant. So this bag can be bought at Bingke Tower now? At this moment, Bai Yang was really tempted. Putting aside the good-looking appearance of the bag, the opportunity to stay at Bingke Tower twice a year is very attractive. Especially this time. Staying at Bingke Tower must be more prestigious than staying at Yueli Inn. I don't know about this, but I heard that this numbered bag is not easy to buy. Only 5 bags are sold every month. And it seems that the qualifications of the buyer must be reviewed. It is not sold here to those who do not meet the status and position. After thinking for a while, the assistant said, as for the price of the bag, the assistant did not mention it. As long as the star wants to buy it, it will definitely be affordable. Do you still need to check the information? Doesn't that mean that owning this bag is equivalent to a proof of identity? Bai Yang was not surprised but happy. And his interest became stronger and stronger. Yeah. As for other styles, it seems that you don't need to check the information. But you probably don't qualify for free stay in Bingke Tower. The assistant added. No need to check the information. That's so boring. I just like this one. Let's go to Bingke Tower now to see what's going on. If possible, just order one. After that, Bai Yang put on sunglasses and walked straight towards Bingke Tower. Sister Bai, wait for me. The assistant sighed helplessly and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, in Bingke Tower, Song Liwei and Zhong Ruofei's girlfriend Fu Yu were looking at the lobby on the first floor. The female customers, who kept turning their heads, and the female tourists waiting in line at the cashier to pay. They couldn't help but smile at each other. After Bingke Tower was built and put into operation, Many tourists regarded it as a tourist attraction like Guanxue Tower, but found out that it was a bag store. And every bag was sold at super expensive, and then they were no longer interested. Some even showed disgusted expressions when they heard that it was a brand bag under Bingda Culture and Tourism. In their opinion, even if Bingda Culture and Tourism's bags are made of camel leather, it is a local brand, and is worth at most 300 or 400. As a result, the cheapest one among them is 998, and it is not discounted. It is hard not to complain. But since yesterday, some people saw that a few popular female stars entered Bingda Tower, and the situation became different. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. It didn't take long for the news to spread in the tourist circle, saying that a certain big star was the owner of the Bingda brand bag, and lived on the 6th floor of Bingda Tower. At the same time, there was news that the Bingda brand had been brought to the cover of Women's Wear by female stars more than once. What's even more outrageous is that there is also news that Bingda bags are only for some royal nobles and celebrities overseas. And the price is much higher than that in China. And it is hard to find a bag. So celebrities buy this brand a lot. Some people in Xia country are like this. The mood is always rounder abroad. Hearing that this bag is bought by celebrities abroad. And domestic celebrities are also wearing it. How can they resist in order to show off their identity and status? Those who come to the Northwest Ring Road for off-road travel are generally not short of money. So, there is this scene in front of us. Sister Fu. How many were sold this morning? After a moment, Song Liwei looked at Fu Yu. There are 45 below 20,000. And 7 between 30,000 and 50,000. And many celebrities are asking about the numbered ice sparrows. Fu Yu said. The sales are very good. With this trend, the shipment volume of ice sparrows will be even greater in the future. Once more people buy. Plus the wave of celebrities, who actively come to the door because of the tourism festival. The brand of ice sparrow will be established. Song Liwei's eyes lit up. And she said hurriedly, well, but to determine the brand value of Bingda, there is still one step to go. Fu Yu nodded and spoke again. One step to go. Sister Fu, what do you mean? Song Liwei thought. You will know when the time comes. Fu Yu kept it a secret. Okay. Song Liwei nodded somewhat convinced. This time she really saw what a true brand operation expert is. Her own methods are really nothing in front of Fu Yu. By the way, Liwei, after that, you can notify the leather workshop, and ask them to prepare some cowhide and ostrich leather in addition to camel leather. As for the number of those styles, the more the better. Anyway, Director Su's friend is a genius, and he has no shortage of bag styles. After a pause, Fu Yu said, okay. Time flies. The sun sets at the east end of the village, across from the night market, looking at the crowds of people around. Zhou Xuezhong's face becomes more solemn. Director Su, how many tourists have you budgeted for this time? He asked. Just now. He arrived at Bingdu Economic Development Zone with a security team of 300 people, and just met Su Hang. Chapter 316 The Little Snake Swallows the Elephant. 50,000 tourists are budgeted for the opening day. Su Hang replied. Ah, only 50,000. Isn't that a bit conservative? Hearing the number, Zhou Xuezhong became more and more worried. Conservative? Su Hang looked around, and frowned slightly. Since there were only more than 5,000 tickets for the opening ceremony, and most of them were given to their own employees, out-of-town tourists would not come here to join in the fun at this time if they saw that they couldn't get tickets. The rest are locals from several counties and districts near the economic development zone, but this group of tourists is special. They basically come in the morning, eat a meal after the opening ceremony, and leave without occupying the accommodation quota. Therefore, only 1,000 outdoor tents are arranged in the tent area. I feel conservative. It seems that there are quite a few tourists from other places this time. Many tourists from the northwest stopped when they arrived in Jioga City and heard that there was a tourism festival here. Zhou Xuezhong sighed subconsciously when he said this. Jilu County had made sufficient preparations for the last Border Cultural Tourism Festival, and it was also the peak season for summer travel to the northwest. But in the end, there were fewer foreign tourists who came to participate in the Border Cultural Tourism than staff. Unlike this time, foreign tourists rushed here, while Bingdu Economic Development Zone acted as if they had better not come too many, or they would not be able to accommodate them. It was really like heaven and hell. Director Zhou, if you say so. Will there not be enough security personnel? Su Hang hesitated and said. He had never expected this. At that time, The number of out-of-town tourists was determined by a questionnaire on the Bingda Culture and Tourism official account. And the result was finally comprehensively evaluated. Don't worry about the security personnel. I am worried about your catering and accommodation. Zui Xuezhong glanced at Su Hang. When he set out this time, he originally planned to bring 200 people with him, but based on his understanding of Su Hang, he finally transferred 300 people from several other units, making a total of 500 people. Based on the current situation, 500 people is not too few. Accommodation and catering should be no problem. In addition to the tent area, there is also a camping area for tourists to bring their own tents. Many tourists who come to the northwest have their own tents. Hearing that the number of security personnel was sufficient, Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Even the banquet hall has started preparing food today. They will be in full swing on the day of the tourism festival. A place that can host large banquets can accommodate far more people than food stalls, barbecue restaurants, and most of the restaurant chains on the street. I was wondering why you are so calm. It turns out that you have set up a tent area. It seems to be quite popular now. I see that many music festivals also have camping. Zui Xuezhong understood, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It would be great if Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still under the jurisdiction of Geoga City. The consumption and GDP created by these tourists can be counted in Geoga City's big data. But now, it only belongs to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It should be no problem. By the way, Director Zua, tomorrow morning, leaders will arrive in Bingdu Economic Development Zone one after another. Please receive the provincial leaders here. Director Zhang and I have to receive the invited guests. After talking about security, Su Hang mentioned business. This afternoon, Ban Tian sent him a message, saying that he had arrived in Lan City with some leaders. Tomorrow morning, he would take a plane to Geoga City. For this, Su Hang had asked Zhang Hancheng to go ahead and headed to Geoga City Airport. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Zui Xuezhong nodded immediately, thinking back to when Su Hang called to tell him the list of guests invited for this cultural tourism festival. His head, as an office director of a prefecture-level city, felt buzzing. It was easy to imagine what their overall level was. To put it bluntly, the president of Shanghai Jiaotong University is considered to be of a high level. But this time, he couldn't even sit in the front row, and could only sit in the second row. It would take more than 10 minutes to read out the list of guests, including their titles. If they are singled out, they all need to be received in various places, let alone a group of people. After the tourism festival, we must be well. Su Hang knew that Zui Xuezhong was very reliable, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Director Su, you are too polite. There is no such thing between us. Zui Xuezhong waved his hand immediately, as if he knew what Su Hang was going to say. Personal relationships are personal relationships. But this time it is really Su Hang said again. I dare not say anything else in the future, as long as Zui Xuezhong has something to do. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely go all out. Don't. By the way, Director Su, I just want to ask you something. As if he didn't want to dwell too much on the thank you. Zui Xuezhong suddenly thought of something and immediately changed the subject. You tell me, Su Hang asked. Director Su, is your Bingdu Economic Development Zone interested in the university? Zui Xuezhong glanced at the open space around the night market. Although the night market was built on the site of the original gas station, it runs north-south, especially the row of shops on the east side, which are close to Baihu Road, and all have double doors. There are also 2 rows of snack stalls in the middle of the night market, although the night market is not short. From Zui Xuezhong's perspective, the east and west sides of the night market are extremely empty. University? What do you mean? Su Hang's expression moved. It's like this. Didn't we find a group of interns at the beginning of the year? The principal of this school is my college roommate. He called me a lot in the past few days. Zui Xuezhong then told me about Xingji College. He mentioned this matter again that day, so I thought of asking you. So that's it. Su Hang touched his chin. When Zui Xuezhong said this just now, he subconsciously thought of the conversation he had with Zhang Hancheng at the beginning of the year. At that time, Zhang Hancheng said that in order for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to be formalized and to better serve the enterprises settled in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, an efficient and attractive talent market must be created. In addition, there must be a talent stream, which is the so-called university. However, at that time, I felt that the university was too far away from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so the matter was shelved. Director Su, Although Lao Peng and I were roommates in college, I sincerely think that Bingdu Economic Development Zone can consider this matter carefully. Although the enrollment situation of Singji College is not good, it has everything it needs. It will save a lot of trouble compared to building a university in your economic development zone in the future. The most important thing is that there are many top experts in your Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If they can work in the university, you don't have to worry about the enrollment in the second year. Swiss Yuezhong analyzed again. Did your roommate say that he would take over the fees? After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Swiss Yuezhong. Don't say it. He was really tempted. If this university is taken over, and then elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools are built later, no matter whether it is enough or not, at least all levels of education in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be available. In this respect, it has also met the requirements of a provincial economic development zone. And after moving Singji College to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the original site of the school can also do some other things, which is equivalent to a large-scale Bingdu Economic Development Zone Lanzhou office. It can be said that it kills several birds with one stone. 1.2 billion. Zui Xuezheng reported the number. 1.2 billion. Su Heng frowned slightly. Although Bingdu Culture and Tourism has transferred a lot of land since the beginning of the year, and collected a lot of rent, the exclusive live broadcast fee of the opening ceremony, the construction costs of various projects have also been spent. 2 days ago, the final payment for the wind and solar park was paid. Adding the expenses for the opening ceremony and various activities, Bingdu Cultural Tourism now has only more than 40 million in liquid funds on its books. If it takes over with the current cash flow, it feels like a small snake swallowing an elephant. Do you think the transfer fee is a bit high? Seeing Su Hang's expression, Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but whispered. Oh no, Singji College is in Lan City. Not to mention other things, the land is worth a lot of money now. 1.2 billion is already very cheap. Su Hang waved his hand immediately. What is that? It's mainly because the cash flow here is not good enough. Su Hang told the truth. Director Su, if we are really interested, this is not a big problem. After the tourism festival, I will organize a meeting and ask Lao Peng to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone again. Then I will have a face-to-face meeting with you. Mr. Zhong. When he heard that it was because of this, Swiss Yuezhong immediately said that this was not a problem. He knew Bingdu Economic Development Zone very well, from the perspective of the Economic Development Zone, although the Economic Development Zone has no debt. It does not have much fiscal surplus, so the only one who can take over Singji College is Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Moreover, with the business status and credit of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, there is no need to worry about the money. It may not be available for the time being, but it will definitely be a problem in the future. It's okay to have a face-to-face interview. If it's suitable, Bingdu Culture and Tourism will accept it. If it's not suitable, then just treat it as making friends with Principal Peng. We can cooperate again in the future if there is a chance. After thinking about it, Su Hang immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll call Lao Peng tonight. Swiss Yuezhong was delighted. Everyone knew Su Hang's status in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As long as he nodded, it was basically settled. Director Zhua, if you want to make an appointment, it would be best to do it at the end of July. I will go to Hong Kong in early August. Hearing this, Su Hang said again, no problem. At the same time, just when Su Hang felt that Bingdu Cultural Tourism's cash flow was a bit problematic, on the other side, Zhong Ruofei touched his chin and looked at the two people across the tea table. These two people were none other than Fong Tong and his father Fong Tong Tai. Unlike meeting Su Hang yesterday, when meeting Zhong Ruofei, it was a completely negotiating atmosphere, without any personal relationship. Wang Long, Fong Tong and Su Hang have a good relationship. But he and Zhong Ruofei are just nodding acquaintances. Mr. Fong, it's not a problem for you to have 300 acres of land. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei looked at Fong Tong Tai. That's good. Fong Tong Tai breathed a sigh of relief. However, before Fong Tong Tai could speak, Zhong Ruofei's voice sounded again. But let's talk about business, Mr. Fong. How much do you plan to pay? We don't have a land auction procedure, because the surrounding 40 kilometers are all our Bingdu Cultural Tourism's land. So, you can only make a price first, if it's suitable. Bingdu Cultural Tourism will transfer it, if it's not suitable. We'll talk about it later. How about it? Chapter 317 Pampering Tourists? Mr. Zhong, you are really straightforward. Hearing this, Fong Tongdai straightened his face, feeling like he had met an opponent. As I said, business is business. Put everything on the table. Otherwise it will be very difficult to cooperate later. Zhong Ruofei smiled and added some tea to the two of them. You are right. Fong Tontai nodded. Then I won't hide it from you, the land you picked will definitely be the core of the entire Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the future, and it is adjacent to the planned moat. And you want to build it as a residential land. Zhong Ruofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. I know, 300 acres, 5 billion. After hesitating for a while, Fong Tontai said a number. 5 billion? Zhong Ruofei slowly put down the teacup, with a calm expression. But in fact, he had gone through this number several times in his mind in an instant. 300 acres? 5 billion, which is equivalent to 5 million per acre. If it is planned according to the first-class construction land, the starting floor price is not low. This is actually his psychological price. To be honest, I am very optimistic about the potential of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But now Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still in its infancy, and there will be many unknown risks in the future, so 5 billion is already the limit of Tontai clothing. Fong Tontai nodded. When he came, he had already calculated the premium of the land, and the purchasing power of the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, etc. If he quoted a higher price, he would not be able to guarantee his profit. Since he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to invest, it was to make money. That's what you said. But when have you ever made a loss-making deal? 1.5 billion is no problem. But we will not promise anything else. This is just a transfer fee. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Ruofei looked at Fong Tontai. He did not argue with Fong Tontai about the land transfer price. First, Fong Tontai's offer was already his expected price. Second, they had approached Su Hang before, and it would not look good to argue over a little money. Of course, the price varies according to the market situation. When the construction of Bingdu Economic Development Zone gradually catches up, the price will definitely not be the same in the future. Well, I will communicate with Bingdu Economic Development Zone about water, electricity, gas and other remaining matters. Fong Tontai waved his hand immediately. That's fine. Zhong Ruofei nodded. And the matter was completely settled. If it were in the past, he would never push the matter to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But now there are more and more institutions and staff in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And the relationship with Bingdu culture and tourism is getting more and more separated. The tax revenue of enterprises is handed over to the Economic Development Zone. The boss is the head of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Public is public. Private is private, and they must be clearly distinguished. Mr. Zhong, if you have no problem, when can we sign the contract? Fong Tontai said immediately. After the Cultural Tourism Festival, I will definitely not have time tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei said. Okay, then happy cooperation. Standing up, Fong Tontai took the initiative to extend his right hand. Happy cooperation. The night was dark, although it was 11 o'clock in the evening, but there were still shadows on the pedestrian street of Bingdu village. Many tourists were so excited that they even thought about renting a set of ancient costumes in the embroidery workshop and taking photos of the night view of the ancient buildings. Starting tonight, the West Gate will also be lit up. In addition to the Benkei Tower, the entertainment complex, etc. The Night Fairy Palace is more worthy of its name. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. At this time, a tourist who had just walked out of the barbecue restaurant said to his companion next to him. Who said it wasn't? I was just passing by, and I found that this is really a treasure place, not inferior to other famous attractions on the Northwest Grand Loop. The companion looked back and took over the conversation immediately. No, I think it's more interesting here. Are there any other real-life CS bases like this in other scenic spots? What's even worse is that you can see the guy who carried a 1.5-meter-long bluefish on his back this morning, but didn't enter the car door. Tomorrow, we must grab a spot to fish and catch a few fish, the man said with a firm face. Catch a few fish? Are you not going to watch the opening ceremony? Hearing that the man wanted to grab a spot to fish, the companion was shocked and said hurriedly. It is said that they did not come to Bingdu village specifically this time. Half a month ago, the group drove from the inner province, entered the new province and took a detour, and planned to go home along the Hashi corridor. As a result, when I passed Yoga City, I saw the ancient buildings in Bingdu Economic Development Zone on a short video. And I heard that there would be a tourism festival here soon, with hundreds of celebrities, so I changed my plan temporarily and came to Bingdu village. It turned out to be a big surprise here. There were beautiful scenery, there were fun things to do, and the food was even better. I couldn't even think about the barbecues at other times. That's why I saw the scene in front of me. What's the point of the opening ceremony? To be honest, I just didn't know there was such a place earlier. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered to go to other places on the Northwest Grand Loop. The man replied confidently. But the companion wanted to say something else, but the other person beside him stopped him. Actually, I also think the opening ceremony is boring. Doesn't Lao Wang want to go fishing? Why don't we go to the real CS base? I found a Yodin landform there, which feels very primitive. Really? You don't want to watch it anymore? For a moment, the companion didn't know what to say. No. Similar scenes are constantly being played out in the pedestrian street and other places with lights in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, making Bingdu Economic Development Zone unconsciously gain the title of Treasure Land. Many tourists posted their feelings and experiences in Bingdu Village on their own video homepages or Weibo. For a time, Bingdu Village almost became a hot search. For this reason, the official account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which had just applied for it and had not posted a short video, actually had 30,000 followers. It can be seen that tourists recognize Bingdu Village. This is really a big win. If we borrow it well, we will definitely not lack tourists in the future. At this time, in the office of the management committee, Liu Yongxiu looked at 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women. These 5 people are contract workers hired by the office, with a base salary of 4,000 yuan per month. They are now responsible for operating the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone currently has only 30,000 fans, it is not inferior to the official video accounts of other counties and districts in Jioga City, especially the official video account of Asa County, which has posted a lot of various videos, has only more than 6,000 fans. This has greatly boosted Liu Yongxiu's confidence. He plans to build the official video account of Bingdu Culture and Tourism into a video account with millions of fans in the shortest time. What does a million fans mean? I don't know about other provinces and cities anyway. No county in Suqing province has an official video account with more than 1 million fans. Director, do you mean we can let go and don't need to refer to the propaganda styles of the 1980s and 1990s? One of the young men rubbed his hands excitedly. Yes, but there is a premise. You can't touch the bottom line after all. This is an official video account. Of course, as long as you can operate it, I will apply to Director Su for a talent introduction for you. We are now a provincial economic development zone. Director Su has the authority. Liu Yongxiu nodded. Don't worry about that. We will never touch the bottom line. But if you want to operate the video account, you or Director Su will have to cooperate. Hearing that the budget can be solved, several young people immediately showed joy on their faces. But soon, the young man who just spoke again. We cooperate? How do you say? Liu Yongxiu's expression moved. Director, although our tourism festival has made a lot of noise, many people have long been accustomed to it. They just watch the excitement and don't really pay attention to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If you want to really attract traffic, you have to find a way to get out of the circle, popular tourists. The young man nodded. Get out of the circle? Liu Yongxiu held his chin with one hand and fell into thought. It was not until a moment later that he looked at the young man again. Chapter 318 Bingdu Village owes tourists a good hotel. Well, you guys make some copywriting first, and I'll report to Director Su. Liu Yongxiu said. What they said makes some sense. In this internet age, the previous promotion ideas are getting less and less effective. But how to pamper tourists is not just a fantasy, it depends on the specific plan. Okay, Director. Several young people looked at each other, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. In their opinion, Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is about the same age as them, and he will definitely be able to accept new things, and their copywriting will definitely be approved. That's it for today. Everyone go back and rest early. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, we must go all out. We will fill in wherever there is a shortage of people. Raising his hand to check the time, Liu Yongxiu said again. Yeah. The next day, the sun rose. At about 7 in the morning, the west gate was already crowded with people, at least several hundred people. The live broadcast team of Xiangxing TV has begun to arrange the camera positions, and related matters of unmanned aerial photography, and other staff are clearing the scene. There is a dress rehearsal this afternoon. In order to ensure safety and order, starting from 8 in the morning, all tourists coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone will stop at the west end of the pedestrian street, where temporary mobile security gates have been installed, and fences, etc. Before the opening ceremony tomorrow, audience members, who have obtained tickets will go through security check here and take their seats after entering the venue. Su Hang also arrived at the banquet hall early, along with Zhu Xuezhong. Director Zhua, this is the list of leaders you are responsible for receiving. They will arrive before noon. Looking at the VIP room, Su Hang said, the banquet hall has 3 floors in total. The first floor is the kind of venue for holding banquets for thousands of people, and the second floor is divided into 4 small banquet halls, suitable for holding some high-end receptions. The third floor is full of private rooms. This time, the reception will be held on the second floor. Okay, what about accommodation? Zhu Xuezhong nodded and asked again. You only need to take them to the front desk of Guanxue Tower. The staff there have already arranged the rooms. Su Hang handed Zhu Xuezhong another list. Only your Bingdu Economic Development Zone has such a place. If it were in other counties and districts in Jioga City, there would be no place to receive so many high-level leaders at once. Zhu Xuezhong sighed after taking the list and taking a look at it. Once upon a time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still a village-level economic development zone, and everything ranked at the bottom of Jioga City. As a result, it has left other counties and districts in Jioga City far behind in some aspects. Director Zhua. In fact, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still very short of hotels, especially the slightly higher-end ones. Many tourists have called to complain. Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately shook his head. Complaint? Zhu Xuezhong's face showed a hint of surprise. Yes. Guanxue Tower and Yuelian have been requisitioned, leaving only Bingdu Hotel and Bingdu Youth Hostel. Many tourists don't like the environment there. Su Hang sighed. Facts have proved that tents and youth hostels cannot solve the accommodation problem of tourists. The ones that can really meet their needs are still mid to high-end hotels. It's mainly because of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Zhu Xuezhong glanced at Su Hang. Yesterday, he came to Bingdu Village and learned about the whole situation. To be honest, although the scale of hotels in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not as good as Jioga City, it has exceeded all the counties and districts under Jioga City, especially the high-end hotels, which are even more overwhelming than all the counties and districts. In addition, with the large-scale youth hostel put into use, the reception capacity has increased sharply. In his opinion, the hotel was full these 2 days, and there were complaints because of the tourism festival. Once the tourism festival is over, the existing hotels will definitely meet the demand. That being said, this time our economic development zone really owes tourists a good hotel. It is just that the weather has been very good these few days. Otherwise, there will be big problems in the tent area. Su Hang glanced at the door. At this time, the red carpet has been laid at the entrance of the Guanxue Tower, and everything is ready. That's true. After hearing about the weather, Zhu Xuezhong finally nodded. So after the tourism festival is over, we must find a way to improve the reception capacity of mid to high-end tourists, and at the same time let the economic development zone build an official reception hotel. Su Hang said again. Official reception hotel? This is really necessary. As the office director of Jioga City, he naturally knows the importance of the official reception hotel. Well, if it is built, at least there will be no more problems of invited guests and tourists competing for hotels. The guests are invited by us, and we have to entertain them, in a sense. Tourists are the protagonists of this tourism festival, and we can't neglect them. Su Hang's face showed a hint of helplessness. In fact, a few days ago, the villagers of Bingdu Village, represented by Feng Yi, said that the relevant leaders who came to attend the event could stay in Yuan for a while, and the Guanxue Tower would be open to tourists. But Su Hang still felt that it was inappropriate. These leaders came specifically to support Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It is said that they have to book a hotel for relatives who came from afar after holding an ordinary wedding banquet. Let alone this. Those celebrities are also the same. None of them asked for notice fees. How can they let them stay in tents? As for tourists, the same thing applies. This time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone owes them a good hotel. Yesterday, he had asked Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian to prepare a gift box of Bingdu specialties to express his apology. As long as tourists stay in tents during the Cultural Tourism Festival, they will be given a gift box. Alas, why can't other counties and districts come out with a person who thinks like you? I dare not say much. It would be great if there is even one more. Looking at Su Hang, Zhu Xuezhong said with great emotion after a long time. Jioga City has held countless large and small activities over the years, but none of the organizers have considered it like Su Hang. Most of them are just formalities and scenes, and tourists are not seriously regarded as the protagonists. He could tell that Su Heng in front of him was not just talking. And there were probably some policies he didn't know about. Director Zhua. You are too kind. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Su Heng was about to say something else, Su Heng's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Su Heng immediately nodded to Zhou Xuezhong. Director Zhua. The first group of leaders has arrived. Okay. Let's go! Let's go! Busy time always passes quickly. And before I knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. During this period, Su Heng, Zhang Hancheng and the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink water. In particular, after the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Xiagua arrived at Bingdu Village, he did not rest but went to other places in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and even went to Bingdu at the end. Not only Su Heng was there, but also several villagers of Bingdu Village and relevant leaders of Suqing Province were present. After a circle, it was not until this time that everyone arrived at the banquet hall to start eating. Su Heng is like this, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian are similar. Zhong Ruofei is in charge of tourist reception. Today's work is mainly to coordinate various issues. At present, the tent area is full. The self-provided tent area is also full, fortunately. The hardware requirements of the self-provided tent area are not high finally. We had to temporarily double the self-provided tent area. Roughly estimated, at this time, the number of tourists arriving at Bingdu Economic Development Zone has exceeded 30,000, and it is still growing. Of course, when the staff of Bingdu Culture and Tourism guided the tourists to stay in the tent area, the staff expressed their apologies and sent a gift package of apology. It was this move that made many tourists understand and give a thumbs up to the service of Bingdu Village. The accommodation stage was passed smoothly. At the same time, the saying that Bingdu Village owed tourists a good hotel had been spread unconsciously. On this side, Shui Yutian was in charge of matters related to the opening ceremony. All the programs were rehearsed this afternoon, and there were no problems. Especially when the stars learned about the leaders who attended. They subconsciously regarded this frontier culture and tourism festival as an event at the level of Xiagua. How dare you put on airs again? One is more cooperative than the other. As for the program itself, because it is an open-air stage and the nature of the tourism festival, it is basically based on singing and dancing, which is quite standard. Tomorrow afternoon will be much easier. At this time, in the office of the president of Bingdu Culture, Shui Yutian got up and stretched his body, looking at Song Liwei, who was still working hard. According to the plan, after the opening ceremony, the stars who participated in the performance are willing to stay and experience the subsequent activities. The rooms will be reserved here until they leave the economic development zone. If they do not want to experience the subsequent activities, the economic development zone will send a special person and car to take them to Jioga City Airport. As usual, the air tickets and other related expenses will be charged to Bingdu Cultural Tourism. In Shui Yutian's opinion, although the arrangement is made in this way, these stars will definitely leave Bingdu Economic Development Zone as soon as possible and will not participate in the following activities. Want to relax tomorrow afternoon? I'm afraid it's a bit risky. Hearing Shui Yutian sigh, Song Liwei looked up at her husband with a wry smile on her face. What do you mean? Shui Yutian was stunned and asked hurriedly. No one knows how he got through this period. Now he just wants to send these stars away, and then relax for a few days without thinking about anything else. If nothing else, at least he has to get a fishing rod and stay in the entertainment complex for a few days. The reason for this is that Su Heng told him when he arranged the task. The moment the last star participating in the opening ceremony boarded the plane is the moment the task is completed. Today, many stars sent me messages saying that they want to stay for a few more days. Song Liwei spread her hands. Why? Shui Yutian looked surprised. Although the activities prepared by Bingdu Culture and Tourism this time are quite interesting, and the scenes are shocking enough, they are not the cup of these stars at all. They will not experience the bowl-breaking wine and the border crossing with the pass. They will not participate in the frontier poetry meeting of Lu Shui Tsushang in the entertainment complex, etc. As for the travel of thousands of beasts, they are not interested. First of all, many people want to visit the headquarters building of women's wear, and some want to buy Binkei bags through special channels. Song Liwei explained. Buy Binkei bags? Shui Yutian's face was full of astonishment. He really didn't expect it to be for this reason. It must be said that Some stars thinking really can't be measured according to common sense. Well, you don't know. Ever since they learned that they could stay in Benkei Tower for 2 days every year with a numbered Benkei, the female stars who were arranged in Yuelion started to rush to buy. In addition to Sister Fu's guidance, not only these stars, even some tourists regard numbered bags as a symbol of identity and status. This month, Bink's 5 numbered bags have already been ordered. How can they not be anxious? Now they are only thinking about getting one as soon as possible. Some even sent me messages saying they are willing to pay more to get the goods in advance. Song Liwei explained. Only women understand this kind of madness. People like Shui Yutian simply cannot understand it. Then, what is Sister Fu going to do? After a pause, Shui Yutian immediately asked again. No matter what the reason is, as long as these stars don't leave, there will be no shortage of star chasers, watchers, and autograph seekers. In addition, there are many tourists during the tourism festival, and his pressure will undoubtedly be much greater. I don't know the details. I didn't ask Sister Fu. Song Liwei shook her head. Now the Benkei brand has been completely handed over to Fu Yu. Like other executives, in addition to serving as the president of Benkei, Fu Yu also received a 3% dividend equity in Benkei. As for Song Liwei, she will focus on running her own women's clothing next, and will no longer be too involved in matters related to Bingda culture and tourism. Okay, then I'll ask tomorrow afternoon. After a pause, Song Liwei suddenly thought of something, and then continued. By the way, I heard today that Xiao Su is interested in taking over a university. Ah, take over a university? Who told you that? I don't know. I only know that Uncle Lu has already started preparing for elementary school, middle school and high school, and as for university, I really haven't heard of it. But Xiao Su's standards are different from those of ordinary people, so it might be true. Shui Yutian shook his head in confusion. Oh, then you should confirm it again, and ask if it is true. I just heard it on the way today, and I don't know who said it. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try. Song Liwei also stood up and stretched her body. What's the matter? What's the matter? Shui Yutian was a little curious. Let's not talk about where this wind came from. Why did my wife ask about this? I want to ask if this university has an art department. And if so, does it need teachers? I chatted with a first-line star today, and he said that he doesn't want to work in the entertainment industry now, and wants to find a school to teach. It just so happens that I heard the news that Xiao Su intends to take over the university. So I want to ask. Song Liwei replied. A first-line star teaching? Shui Yutian was more and more surprised. He used to be a teacher, but he was probably too tired in recent years. Song Liwei nodded. Then I know. I'll ask Xiao Su after the opening ceremony. Hearing this, Shui Yutian's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. He had actually guessed who this person was. After all, there are only a few people in the entertainment industry who can be called first-line and have been teachers. Yeah. By the way, you should go through the opening ceremony process again. See if there is anything you haven't considered. This is the most important thing. If something goes wrong, it's not just Bingda culture's face that will be lost, but Xiao Su's face. That won't happen. Chapter 319, This is Bragging. Just when Song Liwei heard that Su Hang intended to take over a university, Guang Province, a certain city, unlike the busy and tense Bingdu Economic Development Zone, in a certain reception hotel, the observation group from the 5 cities in the west of Suqing Province was very comfortable. Just because in 3 days, this observation activity will officially end. At this time, Sun Chung, the person in charge of Ase County, Mingyang, the person in charge of Jilu County, and others gathered together, staring at the TV in the hotel, fearing to miss every detail. Just because today is July 22 ND, 1 minute, 2 minutes to 7:15, as the screen of Xiaogui News Network flashed, the on-site reporter appeared on the street of an ancient town. At the same time, a voice came. Hello, audience friends. This is the scene of the 5th Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival hosted by Bingdu Economic Development Zone of Suqing Province. It's really on. Looking at the familiar Guanxue Tower behind a reporter, Sun Chung and others subconsciously looked at each other, envy, jealousy, etc. Their expressions were extremely complicated. It was one thing to hear that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival might be on the Xiaogui News Network, and it was another to see it with my own eyes. Especially Mingyang. Although the leaders invited by the Economic Development Zone this time were of high level, in the eyes of Mingyang and others, it was no less difficult to be on the Xiaogui News Network than to invite leaders. Because in addition to connections, You need to have solid content to be on the Xiaoguan News Network. Jinlu County has not been on the Xiaoguan News Network for more than 10 years. It was only on the morning news last year. And it was reported because it snowed for several days in a row and a major car accident occurred on the highway. Therefore, they really dreamed of having their jurisdiction on the Xiaoguan News broadcast. In addition to being a good way to promote the local area, it also represents a certain strength, especially in the Northwest region, and can even be regarded as an honor. Of course, there is another more important reason. Since the Bingdu Economic Development Zone was allocated to the province, the heads of the counties and districts under Jioga City have been holding back their energy, and they feel that they must lead the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in terms of GDP and urban construction. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to let an economic development zone that was originally a small village fall behind. As a result, the economic development zone is now one step ahead. And I feel mixed emotions. What do you think of the next Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, which was held like this? After a long time, Sun Chung came back to his senses and looked at the heads of other districts and counties. This time, whether it was publicity or leadership, it felt that the tourism festival had reached its ceiling. Next one? It will probably be cancelled. There was silence in the room. And the head of Jioga City High-Tech Zone curled his lips and shook his head. Why? Sun Chung was puzzled. The Border Cultural Tourism Festival was originally hosted by Jioga City. If there is a next one, it will be the turn of several counties and districts. Who among you is willing to take it? Who can invite hundreds of celebrities? And I won't say anything else. The Silk Road Conference may be the last one. The Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance spent nearly 200 million yuan on a key project. But it was crushed to the ground by a 2 million project in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. How can they continue to run it? Anyway, when it comes to activities in the future, stay as far away from Bingdu Economic Development Zone as possible. And never get involved again. The person in charge of the high-tech zone glanced at Sun Chung. This Silk Road Conference is an accident. If we had listened to the advice at that time, and not put it together with the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, it wouldn't have been a big problem if the two events were held for a longer period of time. Sun Chung was speechless for a moment, but soon he said, "But then again, this tourism festival has done a lot of publicity for our Suqing province. Apart from the Xia Kingdom news broadcast, a live broadcast of Xiang province will make many people start to pay attention to our Suqing province. After all, many southerners didn't even have the concept of Suqing province before. In this case, the province naturally does not want to stop the event. Don't want to stop, anyway. I won't accept it anymore. Whoever wants to accept it can accept it. I won't do it even if I am given 200 million yuan in activity funds." That's right. As the few people were talking, as the news was broadcast, Sun Chung, Ming Yang and others gradually frowned. Just because in addition to introducing the preparations for some tourism festivals in the Economic Development Zone and some infrastructure in the Economic Development Zone, the TV screen actually showed an interview screen. Our Bingke brand currently has 13 specialty stores in key overseas regions, and the brand influence is no weaker than other well-known international brands. Next, we will gradually lay out the domestic market, strive to contribute to the construction of the Northwest, and contribute our own strength. On the screen, a woman in formal clothes was standing in front of several babies of different styles and talking freely. The woman was none other than Fu Yu. What's going on? When did Bingdu Economic Development Zone have a company selling bags, which is also exported overseas, and whose brand influence is comparable to that of internationally renowned brands? Seeing this, Ming Yang finally couldn't help asking in confusion. In his impression, besides food, drink and accommodation, the only companies that can be called companies in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are the 3 companies that were recruited at the end of last year. In addition, to put it bluntly, there seems to be no brand in the entire Xia country that can catch up with those international brands. As a result, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has suddenly emerged with a company whose brand power is not weaker than that of international brands. How can we not be surprised? I know this company. It seems to be run by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. The original intention was to deal with those camel skins. I heard that a store similar to Guanchua Tower has been specially built now. Sun Chung frowned and muttered to himself. Processing camel skin? In the room, several other responsible persons looked at Sun Chung. Then how did it suddenly become an international brand? And it has 13 brand stores overseas. Ming Yang frowned again. That's right. A brand can't be easily established by putting bags in a high-rise building. not to mention that it has to be on par with international brands. The person in charge of Gyeongga City High-Tech Zone followed up. I guess it's probably to cooperate with the publicity, otherwise the interview content of Binggu Economic Development Zone can't support Xiaoguan News Network. After a moment, Sun Chung said his guess. Cooperate with the publicity? This is really a bit too much. I dare not say that it is 100% realistic. But at least don't exaggerate too much. Sometimes the more you exaggerate, the more effective it is. You have to have people believe it. Meng Yang shook his head repeatedly, looking like he didn't agree. That's right. If you can exaggerate like this, our county can also be on the Xiaoguan News broadcast. The head of another county was also a little disdainful. Here, just when Meng Yang wanted to say a few more words, the picture on the TV screen changed again, and a man in his 60s in a suit appeared. With the support of policies, our Binggu beer has currently achieved a monthly sales of 10 million. Next, we will actively set up sales outlets in various cities across the country. Strive to make the company's revenue exceed 100 million by the end of the year, and break 1 billion within 3 years. Make our brand a first-class domestic beer brand within 5 years. Under the camera, the man talked freely, very confident. He was none other than Lu Siming, the director of Binggu Brewery. Ah? Binggu beer? In addition to bags, there is also Binggu beer? When did this happen? The room was instantly quiet. After a moment, Meng Yang and others subconsciously looked at Sun Chung. Don't look at me. I don't know this either, but one thing is for sure. If there is such a brewery, it must have just been established. Seeing this, Sun Chung shook his head immediately. Too much. It's really too much. Just now, a bag that is comparable to international brands came. And then a newly established brewery came. It will become a first-class domestic beer brand within 5 years. You really dare to say it. At this time, Meng Yang's face was full of disdain. Who said it wasn't? There are so many breweries in the country. Who can guarantee that the revenue will exceed 1 billion in 3 years? It seems that Binggu Economic Development Zone is trying to achieve an output of 20,000 caddies per moo. The person in charge of the high-tech zone nodded in agreement. Before, I was actually quite optimistic about Binggu Economic Development Zone. But now it seems that it is a bubble. Once the bubble bursts, can we still play? The other district and county leaders nearby also echoed. The influence of the news broadcast is not small. If those self-media knew that Binggu Economic Development Zone was playing tricks, they would definitely kill it. Meng Yang said again. The director of the Binggu Economic Development Zone Management Committee is still young after all. Not only is he high profile, but he is also so messed up. Just wait and see. Although in recent years, with the popularity of mobile phones and the decline of television, the ratings of Xiaoguan News Network are far lower than before. But in some ways, it is still the overlord of this time period. Jiancheng. In the office building of Yunshan Culture, editor-in-chief Wu Yuni was staring at the computer screen, which was showing Xiaoguan News Network. Interesting. Interesting. After a moment, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. Soon, the number was connected. Xiao Su. Did you watch the news broadcast tonight? There was a segment about the Frontier Tourism Festival. Wu Yun said excitedly. I watched it. There are many highlights in it. It is estimated that the tourism festival in Binggu Economic Development Zone cost at least 200 million. Soon, a female voice came from the phone. That's right. So much money was spent on the show. But the station turned out to be a 5th-level station. There are still many public facilities and public services missing. The more he talked, the more excited Wu Yun became. He and the heads of the counties and districts in Gyeongga City have different concerns. Corporate interviews and the like have nothing to do with him. He only cares whether the scale of this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival matches the local economy. If it weren't for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival tomorrow, he would have wanted the editor to write an article and post it on the homepage of the website right now. Mr. Wu, and I noticed something, with a little modification, this should also be a very explosive point. After a pause, the voice on the phone came again. What do you mean? Wu Yun immediately became interested. The more explosive points there are, the more money they will make in the future. I watched the videos uploaded by tourists on the short video platform, and many tourists stayed in tents. But the celebrities and invited guests, who went to participate in the cultural tourism, this time stayed in good hotels in Binggu Economic Development Zone. Just make a fuss about it, and set the tone. The woman laughed. I also watched what you said. But many tourists in the video said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone not only prepared gifts, but also provided various services. The most important thing is that the price of tents is also cheap. Only 50 yuan each. Moreover, the area for bringing your own tent is directly free, without charging table fees, and also providing water, electricity, and other services. The most important thing is that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone's official account seems to have issued an announcement in advance, saying that all the rooms in the Bingdu Hotel and Youth Hostel in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone have been booked. Tourists who go there later can only stay in tents or bring their own tents. Hearing this, Wu Yun frowned. He really couldn't find a place to make a fuss about this. Mr. Wu, you don't understand this. Although the Bingdu Economic Development Zone provides tourists with the Bingdu Hotel and Youth Hostel, it is a fact that many tourists now live in tents, and it is also a fact that those celebrity leaders live in the best hotels. This is enough, in order to attract tourists. The heads of the cultural and tourism bureaus of some other cities and prefectures have taken the initiative to dance on the stage. Is there a problem with the leaders and celebrities who come to participate in the activities of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone giving up the hotel? Especially those celebrities who receive high salaries and live in the best hotels, and finally let tourists live in tents. It is simply unacceptable. The female voice on the other end of the phone said very confidently. Wait, if you want to add this point, you have to be careful. Inviting guest leaders and local leaders of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are two different concepts, in a sense. Invited leaders are also guests, and they are as important as tourists. There is nothing wrong with them staying in a hotel. You can't say that because he is a guest leader, he must stay in a tent. Wu Yun was still a little hesitant. Mr. Wu, don't worry. I am sure of this, and I have almost finished writing the manuscript. I will publish it after the opening ceremony tomorrow. It will definitely be a hit. The voice on the phone came again. Well, then, send me the manuscript tomorrow. I'll take a look. If there's no problem, I'll send it. After thinking for a while, Wu Yun said, Okay. Xiaogui is vast. 8 o'clock in the evening in the east is about the same as 10 o'clock in the evening in the northwest. It's no exaggeration to describe it as a dark night. Sure. In a big house in the 3rd Ring Road, Qin Susu was packing her luggage in the inner room. In the living room, Qin Susu's father Qin Yiming and mother Chu Xiangjuan were chatting about something. Susu, is Bingdu Economic Development Zone really developing so fast? I just saw the news that Bingdu Economic Development Zone actually has an international brand. This is incredible. For a moment, I was doubting whether this was true. While looking at his daughter, Qin Yiming's face was full of disbelief. To be honest, I have some doubts. The news said that this Bingke bag already has 13 stores overseas, and it is positioned as high-end, but I have never seen it nor heard from my friends. If there is, my friends will definitely tell me as soon as possible. On the side, Qin Susu's mother Chu Xiangjuan also shook her head. Chapter 320 His assets should be more than his family's. I don't know the specific situation, but the things in Bingdu village really can't be measured by common sense. Hearing this, Qin Susu put down the things in her hands and shook her head. Although the scientific research project that Qin Susu participated in has officially ended. As a friend of Su Hang, she was originally going to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Tourism Festival. As a result, the school has an opportunity to recommend students to study abroad. Since the opportunity is rare, Qin Susu discussed with her family and decided to study abroad for 2 years first, which led to the scene before her. As for Haishar Jiaodong University setting up a research institute in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it is a matter at the leadership level and has nothing to do with her. Is it possible to say so? Qin Yiming couldn't help but take a breath. He has been in Haishar for many years and is well informed. But he has never seen such a fierce one. No one knows better than him how long Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been developed. Well, from my understanding of Su Hang, he is a conservative. Since he can say this in an interview, there is basically no problem. Qin Susu nodded. If that's the case, Xiao Su is also very strong financially? Chu Xiangjuan couldn't help but look at his daughter again. I don't know exactly how much assets he has now, but it should be more than his family. Qin Susu nodded. More than his family. Qin Yiming and Chu Xiangjuan were stunned at the same time. Susu, your uncle Su has 20% of the shares of Su's medical group. As long as he can hold on for a few more years, after these shares are unblocked, he can sell them. Your uncle Su's net worth should be several billion. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yiming couldn't help but ask back with a look of disbelief. In his opinion, Su Hang is now the head of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, and he is taking a different path. So he should not have much in terms of economy. It is not 20% now. It was diluted to 16 or 17% last time. Hearing Qin Yiming say this, Chu Xiangjuan immediately corrected her husband's mistake. Selling stocks after the ban is lifted in a few years will get several billion? I am afraid that this is not enough in front of Su Hang. Qin Susu sighed. In addition to several investment companies in the economic development zone, such as the Bingke bags just reported on the news. Bingka beer are all industries of Bingka culture and tourism. And Bingka culture and tourism is Su Hang's company. Let's not talk about anything else. Now the land in Bingka culture and tourism is worth more than tens of billions. Is it so terrible? Qin Yiming took a breath again. He knew his daughter. Although she was sometimes willful, she would never lie about such things. Let's not talk about anything else. Just think about the scale of Bingka Farm. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Qin Susu saw her parents like this and said casually. So, the scene was quiet again. Until a moment later, Chu Xiangjuan looked at her husband. Old Qin, if Susu said so, Xiao Su should be able to help solve the problem that old Su is facing now. Yeah. Qin Yiming slowly leaned back on the sofa. Dad, what happened to Uncle Su? Seeing this, Qin Susu looked at her father with some confusion. The last time she contacted Su Lang was when she sent gifts to Su Hang during the Chinese New Year. Alas, it's still some internal disputes in Su's medical. Some people inside don't want your Uncle Su to sit in the chairman's position again. I heard that a board meeting will be held soon. This time is more dangerous. Qin Yiming sighed and said again. As Su Lang's old comrade in arms, he knows a lot of things. Does Su Hang know about this? Uncle Su should be aware of Su Hang's strength. After a pause, Qin Susu continued. Xiao Xing should not know. When I was chatting with your Aunt Tu some time ago, your Aunt Tu also said that your Uncle Su felt that Xiao Xing was doing very well now, and did not want family matters to affect Xiao Su's connections and future prospects. He also said that Xiao Su is now the director of the management committee of an economic development zone, etc. Chu Xiangjuan sighed. Poor parents in the world. Although the Su couple had been a little too restrictive on Su Hang before, it was ultimately for their own children. Oh! Qin Susu nodded and said nothing more. Susu, how about this? If you have time in the next 2 days, call Xiaoxing and tell him about his family situation. If possible, see if you can help. After a moment of silence, Qin Yiming suddenly looked at Qin Susu. However, Qin Yiming was interrupted by Chu Xiangjuan when he was halfway through his words. Old Qin, Old Su and the others didn't say anything, because they were afraid of affecting Xiao Su. Is it appropriate for you to let Susu do this now? What's inappropriate? I can't just watch my old comrade being taken down. Qin Yiming frowned instantly. But Chu Xiangjuan hesitated. Old Su and the others didn't tell Xiaoxing before because they didn't know Xiaoxing's financial strength. Now that Xiaoxing has the financial strength and it's legal and compliant, why can't they tell him? Qin Yiming said again. Alas, I'm just worried. There's nothing to worry about. They are a family, not outsiders. Susu, Xiaoxing will probably be very busy tomorrow. Give him a call when he's done. Turning his head, Qin Yiming looked at Qin Susu again. That's fine. My flight is tomorrow. I'll have to adjust to the jet lag when I get there. If I have time tonight, I'll send him a message. Qin Susu thought about it, and finally nodded. Okay, it's better to tell him earlier, Qin Yiming said immediately. The night was dark, just when the clip of Bingdu Economic Development Zone attracted a lot of attention after the news broadcast. Bingdu Village, the tourists who came from afar didn't pay attention to the news, just because a large-scale event that was more exciting than various music festivals was taking place in front of the tent area. Friends, my last name is Bing. I am the ice of the ice lake. I will always keep you in my heart. On a simple stage, an old man was holding a microphone in one hand and a beer in the other, shouting mic. Under the stage, tourists in the tent area, led by several dancers, were performing various movements in unison. When they got tired of dancing, they went to the side and took a few gulps of the prepared beer. Is it cool? After a dance, the old man shouted at the top of his voice. It's cool. The audience immediately cheered in unison. These tourists were not just trying to cooperate with the host, but were releasing themselves from the bottom of their hearts and shouting. It was very hot during the day today, But at night the coolness of the northwest made people feel comfortable all over, and a can of ice-cold beer was so comfortable. The most important thing is that some old singers such as Liu Lin and Yang Jiang also sang their famous songs, which was much higher than the quality of some music festivals. Have you had enough? After the sound wave, the uncle asked again. No. The voices below rang out in unison. This sentence is also expressed by tourists from the bottom of their hearts. I originally thought that tomorrow's opening ceremony and some subsequent activities would be the highlight, but I didn't expect that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would give a big surprise the night before. The reason is also very simple. It is said that it is impossible to let the guests from afar stay in the hotel, then let the guests from afar have fun as much as they want. Therefore, there is no ticket for this sudden event. Everything is free, including beer. How can tourists not be happy? Even some tourists in the tent area express such feelings. Apart from the Frontier Tourism Festival, this trip to Bingdu Economic Development Zone is especially worthwhile just for this event. No? Then follow me and shake it. On the stage, it seems that he had expected the tourists below to shout like this. The man raised the microphone and said again, "Dong dong dong." At the same time, there was also music with a strong sense of rhythm. At this time, a little girl of 6 or 7 years old was also held in front of the stage by her mother, and shook along with the rhythm of the music. The atmosphere of the whole place reached its peak again. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by several young men and women. And these men and women were none other than the post-2000s, who were in charge of operating the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At this time, they seemed to have integrated into the normal atmosphere. After taking a few photos, they started to burst into laughter. They were even more excited than the tourists. Brother Shui, how is it here? Inside the tent area, there was a lot of fun. Outside, Su Heng came to Shui Yutian. Very good, at present. No tourists are worried about insufficient hotels or not being able to book rooms. It's just that the beer consumption has exceeded our expectations. Hearing this, Shui Yutian replied immediately. Beer is fine. If it's not enough, just ask Mr. Liu to send it. All expenses will be handled by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Su Heng waved his hand. Before the production, Bingdu Brewery took over the previous bankrupt enterprises. It's not small in scale, adding Liu Siming's obsession. Bingdu Brewery unknowingly had 50,000 boxes of cans and 100,000 glass bottles in stock, enough to guarantee the consumption of this cultural and tourism festival. Okay, have you arranged it? Shui Yutian nodded and couldn't help asking again. It's arranged, Su Heng replied. After dinner with the relevant leaders in the evening, they talked for a long time. During the period, Feng Shuyu and Fan Tian pulled him to introduce various things. They returned to their residence half an hour ago. That's fine. By the way, Xiao Su, I watched the Xiaogui news broadcast at around 7 o'clock. I want to ask, is the interview about the Bingke brand bag on the news broadcast true? Sister Fu didn't say it either. After a pause, Shui Yutian suddenly thought of something and asked immediately. When he watched the news, he had no doubts about Bingdu beer. Liu Siming was the technical director of an international brand. With some operations, there would be absolutely no problem for it to become a domestic first-line brand within 5 years. It was the Bingke bag that confused him at the time, and he was a little nervous. As a former member of the entertainment industry, he knew what kind of platform the news broadcast was. If it was not handled properly, it would backfire. How should I put it? There is a little bit of propaganda in it, but it is not false. Seemingly seeing Shui Yutian's concerns, Su Heng waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, since Bingke was handed over to Fuyu. Others did not know the operation and layout of the Bingke brand. But Su Heng knew it clearly, because every half a month, Fuyu would call him to report on the operation of Bingke. Moreover, Fuyu also informed his family that starting from next week, some luxury supermarkets operated by Qintian Business Management would set up Bingke stores one after another. As for the 13 overseas stores mentioned in the news, it was true. In order to enhance the brand influence, Fuyu almost invested all the profits of Bingke in the early stage. But some of the overseas stores were still under renovation, and not all of them were opened. But the several stores that have already opened are on track. Several mid-range styles are very popular among Western white-collar workers, and have achieved good sales. That's good. I'm just worried that some self-media will take my words out of context. After all, our show. Hearing this, Shui Yutian finally put down his hanging heart and admired Fuyu's operational ability more and more. Facts have proved that. Being able to take charge of Qingtian business management is by no means empty, and he is much better than his wife in terms of pure commercial operations. However, when Shui Yutian was only halfway through his words, Su Hang's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Shui Yutian thought it was related to the tourism festival, and hurriedly signaled Su Hang to answer the phone first. Okay. Nodding, Su Hang immediately picked up the phone and walked aside. 1 minute. 2 minutes. About 10 minutes later, Su Hang finally came to Shui Yutian. Xiao Su, is there something wrong? Just a glance at Su Hang, Shui Yutian's heart skipped a beat, and hurriedly asked. Just because Su Hang had a gloomy face at this time, it was obvious that something was wrong. It's a little thing, Brother Shui, then you take care of this first, I'll go find Brother Zhong. Su Hang replied. Do you need help? Shui Yutian became more and more worried. No, Brother Zhong is enough. Su Hang gave a reassuring look. Okay, call me if you have something, don't hide it, if you can't solve it. We can work together to find a solution. After hesitating for a while, Shui Yutian couldn't help but say again. The moon sets, the sun rises, Xiaogui New Calendar, July 23, July 7th of the old calendar, Chinese Valentine's Day. There is not a single cloud in the blue sky, it is good weather at first glance. Due to the broadcast of the news broadcast and the influence and publicity of Xiang Province TV station, the words related to the Border Cultural Tourism Festival and Bingdu Economic Development Zone were directly pushed to the headlines. Some people are discussing Bingke bags, some people are discussing Bingdu bottles of wine, and some people are also discussing the hundreds of stars who will appear at the opening ceremony. In the comments section of the relevant entries, there are all kinds of comments. Some are surprised that there is such a place in the Northwest. Some say that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is too ambitious. And some say it may be another negative example. Of course, many viewers are also surprised by the scale of the characteristic ancient buildings in Bingdu Village, and the night view in the promotional video. In short, whether it is good or bad reviews, many people in Xia country remember Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And words such as Geoga City have been completely ignored. This kind of publicity effect is better than any primetime advertisement on any TV station. It was under this kind of publicity that at 8 a.m., Bingdu bus station was already crowded. Locals and outsiders mixed together, with only one purpose, which was to experience this unprecedented opening ceremony. On the other side, the audience who got the opening ceremony tickets had already started to go through security checks. The stars who participated in the performance had already started to put on makeup. And the live broadcast team of Xiang Province TV station was ready. Suqing Province TV station also did an interview 2 hours before the opening ceremony. Suqing Province has a population of more than 20 million. After all, only a few people have the conditions to go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Most people in Suqing Province turned on the TV and watched the live broadcast. At this time, on the TV screen, a young host from Suqing Province was interviewing a guest. This guest was none other than Luo Yongxiu, the office director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone.